Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 151, Chapter. Brother was looking over there. Can you go and see what's there? I can feel something weird coming from that direction. Pick pick. Using one of its wings to form a salute, the little bat flew out the window and sped towards the source of the energy. Behind her, her master peeked her head out the window and waved excitedly. Thanks, Akane-chan. DxD. Aurelia did not expect much when she teleported into a lavish room after following the magic link. It was supposed to be a simple task. Appear, assassinate, and leave. A very simple procedure. In and out. Unfortunately, things never quite went to plan. Show. Appearing in a golden light, Aurelia knew she could expect a noble. However, her target was a very complicated one. It was one thing if it was one noble from some random clan. In general, most of them wouldn't be able to kick up too much of a fuss if one of their children were killed. Even if it was a noble from one of the pillar clans, she wouldn't have hesitated. But, it was an entirely different story if the noble in question was directly related to one of the Satans, especially one of the two super devils. Rias Gregori, current heiress of the Gregori clan and most importantly, the beloved younger sister of Surzek's Lucifer. That last connection was the most troublesome one. It was well known throughout the supernatural world just how much Surzek loved his little sister. The love he held for her was beyond normal. It was even possible that he loved his sister much more than their parents did. The only reason why Rias had never suffered any kidnapping or assassination attempts is not because her brother is just strong. It's mostly because he would never stop hunting down anyone who caused harm to his sister. Never. This is troublesome. As she viewed time in slow motion, the silverette was scrapped for choices. Having appeared directly in front of the Gregori heiress, her sword was already by her side, her blade poised for a quick decapitation. The little heiress hadn't seemed to have noticed anything. Her eyes were still focused on her doll, her senses oblivious to the dangerous figure in front of her. Even her protectors who were hidden on the ceiling hadn't reacted. Aurelia could sense their presence as soon as she entered. Their figures were obscured by some elementary invisibility magic, at least elementary to her eyes. They were still unaware of her entry, a proof of her speed. They were only around ultimate class, a massive surprise given how even she wasn't aware of the Gregori's capability to secretly nurture such powerful devils. But, she wasn't focused on them. Rather, her gaze remained on the Gregori heiress. As it stood, she could easily crush the familiar in her palm, decapitate the heiress, and leave without the guards even knowing she was there. Even if Surzek would relentlessly pursue even the smallest clues to his sister's murder, she was confident she could remove any possible evidence of any external involvement and poison the little girl to make it seem like an inside job. Yet, from how the heiress seemed to be playing with her doll on the carpet, it was rather clear that she didn't know anything nor used sight sharing with her familiar. She was just so innocent, so oblivious that her life could end at that very moment. Aurelia could squeeze the familiar in her hand to death, incinerate its remains, kill the heiress, and leave without anyone knowing any better. But she couldn't do it. She couldn't bring herself to kill such an innocent child, especially one who most likely didn't know anything. Her conscience didn't allow her to kill, but her paranoia didn't allow her to simply leave like this. Betting on chances wasn't something she entertained, especially in this current situation. I will take her first. It was a rash decision, but she would secretly return the heiress once she covertly erased any memories along with her familiars. With her sword vanishing from her hand, she grabbed Rias by the shoulder and teleported away. Show. DxD. Back at the scene of the battlefield, Igor and Azazel were under a translucent dome erected by the still-present clones of Aurelia. To any observer watching from the outside, they would be pulled into an illusion that would let them see randomized images of an intense fight between Igor and Azazel. Inside the barrier, however, things were grrrrrrr. Almost quiet. Azazel was hovering in the air with all 12 wings out. His eyes were still glazed over in darkness, his gray pupils trained on Igor's still form. The redhead was standing absolutely still on all fours. It would have been peaceful were it not for his extremely violent crimson-black aura that flared like a massive bonfire. Su. Azazel was faced with another problematic situation. He's stepping beyond what my current strength can handle. Indeed, Igor had not made any moves to attack him. But, the landscape was chaotic. Craters as wide as apartment buildings and ravines as deep as the eye could see had been created due to his violent outbursts. The only fortunate factor was that his outbursts had stopped. For quite some time, he had stood there on all fours without moving. His aura, a varying mesh of red and black, remained ever violent. Like a blazing flame, it fluctuated sporadically, the lashing tendrils of crimson black destroying everything it touched. As Azazel felt Igor's power level continue to rise, he was concerned if he should immediately attack the redhead or place his hope on the boy prevailing. For anyone with a trained eye, it was plainly obvious that the way the ratio of his aura constantly changed from red to black, he was fighting an internal battle. Azazel could only hope that he won. Because if he didn't, then he would truly have no choice but to kill him. It irked him to not be able to do anything. Remaining idle was not something he particularly took pride in. But in such a volatile situation, his only other choice would be to kill the redhead. A simple task, yet one that would come with more than its fair share of consequences, both political and physical. Win, kid. Win so that I won't have to deal with assassination attempts from your sister. DxD. Shortly after Igor fell unconscious. The blonde was in a small room with simple furniture that was covered in lavish decorations. There was only one window that was covered in red curtains, the gentle sunshine just barely peering through them. On a massive bed, Igor lay there asleep with the company of 3 women who were pleasuring him. All 3 of them had long hair of various colors, their bodies different yet endowed, and their temperaments similarly seductive, yet unique. The one similar aspect they shared between them were the very transparent dress each of them wore as their only attire. And the final similarity they shared was their goal in pleasuring the naked blonde before them. Slurp. Master. Shush. He's waking up. Scrunching his eyebrows, Igor was devoured by a blissful feeling. He could feel warm caresses running over his body, the soft hands of several women gently feeling his muscles. Their melodious voices felt like honey to his ears, their soft giggles enveloping him in a feeling of heaven. The most intense feeling he felt, however, came from his groin. His shaft was enveloped by something warm. A feeling that made him tense when he felt a suction force. It was also this feeling that made him realize this was not a dream. Opening his eyes, Igor was subjected to the sight of 3 very, very beautiful women. However, the remote possibility that he might have enjoyed these women's ministrations were utterly destroyed by the fact that these women were very familiar. These women were Aurelia, Shuri, and a much more mature version of Asia. Aurelia, his dearest sister, was looking at him with such a seductive gaze that any men would find themselves enthralled by the sight of her beautiful blue eyes. Her lovely snow-white hair fell along her cheeks, the strands tickling his torso. But that ticklish feeling paled to the feeling of her breasts on his chest. Then, it was Shuri, the woman he affectionately referred to as Aunt, although he viewed her more like his mother. However, that same woman was now savoring his shaft like candy. The half-lidded gaze she gave him as she swallowed his shaft whole would make a man's heart threaten to stop. And then there was Asia, the one who he was most focused on. She laid next to him, her hands gently running along his cheek. Her body was pressed against his, her face so close to his that he could smell her scent, her very abnormal scent. However, a larger issue took his focus. Far from looking at her body, his eyes remained on her face. He was completely filled with shock, the sight before him rendering him numb from all feeling. Mother. Seeing the face of a much older Asia, she looked much too similar to his real mother. The resemblance was just too uncanny. The only difference was that his mother had brown eyes while this woman's eyes were emerald. Yet with his addled mind, he couldn't see the difference. To see the visage of his mother be degraded to that of a whore angered him. Get off. Grew. Exploding in power, a white aura covered the blonde while all 3 women were thrown against the wall. Like the illusions they were, they dissipated along with the room. With his power exploding, Igor was left in a white space of nothingness. This change in scenery didn't faze him. Rather, he was angry. Bloody hell. My mother. My mother of all people. You sick motherfucker. There was no restraining his vocabulary. He was so enraged that the veins on his forehead were bulging. Damn it. I'll kill that damn kid if it's the last thing I do. Placing his forehead, a surge of killing intent emanated from him as he vanished. Tsui. DxD. In a beautiful expanse of never-ending lush plains, only 2 figures were present. Under the gentle rays of the sun, Igor's peacefully resting expression was illuminated, his head resting on Triny's little lap. His head was a bit too big for her thighs, but she made it work. Her hands gently trailed over his face, the black miasma already creeping up his chin. There was genuine care in her gaze as her thumbs gently touched the corners of his mouth. So much time has passed, so many years, and you're the only one who was able to talk with me. Her face warmed with a smile as she tenderly gazed at his face with affection. I won't hurt you. I promise. Once this is over, we'll be together forever. And finally, I won't be alone anymore. The miasma extended further, the tendrils crawling up to his cheeks. I didn't want to make you sleep, but I also didn't want you to leave. I hope. She placed her forehead upon his, her hair draping over and mixing with his own. I hope that you will forgive me in the Fu tour. It was gradual at first, but the advancement of the tendrils had stopped. Just as they breached his jawline, they stopped advancing. Then slowly, they started retracting as Igor's power gradually fluctuated. Trini was caught off guard since she never expected something to happen, and especially glare. For the blonde to open his eyes. Upon meeting her gaze, his expression immediately revealed his immense anger. You. Lashing out with his hand, he grabbed the girl by the throat and stood up while the little girl was too shocked to react. In one fluid movement, Igor raised his hand and threw her into the ground with as much force as he could put into his arm. Bang. Immediately as she rebounded from landing on her back, the blonde gave her a soccer kick to the ribs. Boom, suuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuu energy. In a short moment, he appeared in her flight path and gave her a powerful kick on her chest. Goo. Suuuuuuuboom. Watching her crash into the ground below, the blonde didn't dawdle. Raising his hands above his head, he began concentrating some of his energy. Most of his power had been suppressed by the miasma, but the energy he had would be enough for this one attack. Vwomp. In barely an instant, a massive golden dome the size of an apartment building formed above his. With his results of training in spirit control showing themselves, not only was this globe of ki extremely big, it was also very powerful. Just the amount of energy contained within it easily dwarfed the sphere he made when he was still a high-class scrub that fought Barakwheel all those years ago. The power in this sphere was more than enough to destroy an entire planet, and he would use it to destroy this entity that dared to try and control his body. Final son. N. A lot of things happened in this chapter. Rias kept her life, Igor experienced prenut clarity, and Trini/Trihexa got a mouthful of golden ki. To think all of this happened because of a simple visit to the underworld. Either way, things seem to be reaching a conclusion soon. Until the next chapter. Chapter 152, Chapter. In barely an instant, a massive golden dome the size of an apartment building formed above his. With his results of training in spirit control showing themselves, not only was this globe of ki extremely big, it was also very powerful. Just the amount of energy contained within it easily dwarfed the sphere he made when he was still a high-class scrub that fought Barakwheel all those years ago. The power in this sphere was more than enough to destroy an entire planet, and he would use it to destroy this entity that dared to try and control his body. Final son. DxD. High up in the skies of the underworld, two entities were observing the sight below with neutral gazes. Their presence was hidden even from the sharp senses of Azazel, their divine energy so pure that mortals could never hope to sense it. One was a young man with blue-black hair. His torso was bare-chested with only a single golden amulet around his neck. His eyes held silent power in them, his penetrating gaze focused on the sight below him. His arms were crossed behind his back, his vambraces not impeding him in the slightest. Nandi. Tell me honestly. Do you believe that young Demori will prevail? Or will he be taken over by the beast of the apocalypse? Next to him was his ever-loyal attendant who had a hint of amusement forming on his face. Apologies me, my lord. But I cannot come to a complete decision. I believe in the tenacity the son of Demori has, but our dearest Trihexa cannot be easily underestimated. I see. It had been quite a while since Shiva and Nandi had appeared as spectators in this battle. It had come as quite a surprise when while in training, both of them felt the avatar of Trihexa manifest, a unique phenomenon that warranted a personal observation. To think he could foster Trihexa within his mindscape. A truly rare sight. I believe this is the first case, Nandi. Indeed it is so, my lord. Never in history has this happened. Shiva digested Nandi's words as he watched the blonde battle within himself. With his eyes, he could see how Igor's divine ki and Trihexa's malevolent energy were fighting each for influence, their battle resulting in the aura on his body constantly fluctuating. Tell me, Nandi. Does Trihexa's manifestation have to do with Demori's god ki? I can think of no other possible reason for such an incident. It is indeed so, but it is only half the reason. Shiva glanced towards his attendant. Only half. However, Nandi was looking at Igor with a rare expression of intrigue on his face. Yes, my lord. I believe the other half has to do with his ancestry. How so? As you know, my lord, young Adam was placed as the caretaker of the planet before Eve's creation. As the caretaker, he was an empath, his sensory capabilities allowing him to feel the distress of the planet. Due to being his direct descendant, I am almost certain that young Demori has managed to awaken this ability through the use of his transformation. Though, I am not completely clear exactly how. Slowly raising his finger, Nandi let a small amount of tainted nature energy gather at his fingertip. However, just like young Adam, the worlds now see young Demori as their caretaker. Whether it is Earth or its affiliated dimensions, all of them will treat him like Adam. Should he assume this form in the future, the world will rush to report its grievances, to beg him, influence him to rid its land of its oppressors. Letting the energy disperse, Nandi continued. And this energy manifests itself in the form of Trihexa. The beast of apocalypse was a monstrosity to the eyes of many, a beast that should never have existed. But it would always exist as long as negativity existed. As long as suffering existed, it would also exist. It was the bringer of the end times, a natural force of devastation that was created by the grievances of the world. Its base instinct and its desire was to end all life on it and all the dimensions associated with it. If Trihexa succeeded in taking over Igor's mind, the world may soon experience another cataclysmic event never seen before. However, all of this could be prevented rather easily if Shiva chose to lift a finger. My lord. Do you wish to help him? Shiva was silent. It was not hidden to Nandi that he liked the young lad. Be it his talent, his determination, and his dedication, all these factors were very appealing to him. He already had plans for the boy once he grew up a bit, but those plans may very well become a moot point if he ended up being possessed by Trihexa. Regardless, he was the god of destruction and he took his role very seriously. Interfering in mortal affairs was not something he would do. No. Leave him be. Whether he prevails or fails, we will not interfere. His stance was firm and his words were final. DxD. Final son. VUUUUUUU. The sphere descended like the falling sunset. The pressure it exerted alone crushed the grass against the ground. With its massive size, it seemed to be moving very slowly. But it was in fact, very fast. Droo. As it hit its target, it slowly sunk into the earth like a ball of hot iron in ice. Igor could feel that he had hit Trini, but she seemed to offer only the barest amount of resistance. It was similar to how a person would meekly raise their hands in front of a speeding truck. Is this a trick? He was skeptic since she had to be very powerful to be able to overtake his body. The blonde had that faint suspicion that this was a deceptive tactic, but this wasn't the time to entertain it. Pressing the giant sphere downwards, he finally let it explode. Boom. The explosion was massive yet contained. All the power held within the sphere was controlled to explode in a very concentrated area. An attack that had enough power to kickstart Armageddon itself was concentrated into a crater barely a few dozen meters deep. She was still alive. He could feel her presence. But he knew the true battlefield wasn't here. Only when he regained complete consciousness and assumed control of his body could he truly fight this parasite that dared to subsume his body. Feeling that she was not moving, the blonde finally got to removing the miasma on his body. It had been restricting his power, but with Trini temporarily out of commission, the restriction had weakened considerably. It was an unexpected outcome, but he wouldn't question it. He would only act on it. Ha-iya. Gruu. Exploding with power, he directly entered his demigod state, his hair spiking up and turning red. Surrounded by his comforting red aura of demi-ki, he wasted no time and placed 2 fingers to his forehead. Noo. Don't leave me. Faster than his eye could see, a black blur pelted him on his stomach. His body immediately flinched, his hand reflexively forming a powerful ki blast that he would smash on top of her head. Yet her next words made him stop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I won't do that again, but please, please don't leave. To her pleas, Igor couldn't respond. Not because he felt pity, but because of the sight before him. Trini was not whole. Half her face was missing, a singular amber eye tightly shut as tears flowed out of it. A large chunk of her skull was blown off along with her hair, the sight making the blonde's heart clench. Her arms were rendered into short stumps, the same haze of black mist covering the severed ends. Her body was covered in grievous cuts, her injury so deep that even the bone could be seen. In such a state of great pain, her first instinct wasn't to care for her injuries, but to stop him. And the worst part was, Igor couldn't tell if she was just that great of a manipulator, or if she was being sincere. Her face was pressed against his bare stomach, her tears a chilling sensation to his skin. Her arms, severed as they were, tried to hook against his waist. I'll be good. I promise I'll be good. I won't try to make you sleep. I won't make you a monster. Just, please don't leave. Please don't hate me. It was hard for Igor to swallow all of this. All the killing intent he had was rendered naught. This was a chance, a perfect chance to blast a ki blast into her brain, return to his body, and extinguish the last traces of her presence for good. But, please. She was looking into his eyes, her face having almost regenerated fully. Those amber eyes pierced into his cerulean, the light of her pleas and apologies burning away his killing intent and suspicions. Yet, as much pity as he felt for this child, her words would never burn away that shred of doubt he had. Sister will know more about this. Wanting a second opinion, he decided to once more seek the knowledge of Aurelia. Sigh. Watching Trini slowly regenerate, the blonde steeled his heart before grabbing her hands which had now regenerated. It was saddening seeing a child cry like this, but he wouldn't forget that she tried to control his body. No. Predictably, her hold around his waist tightened. I'm sorry. Please. I'm sorry. Looking at her crying tears, a very small part of him was tempted to believe her, that this wasn't a trick. But his paranoia grew. Powering up to his maximum, he managed to push her arms away and held them firmly at her sides. No. I'll do whatever you want. I'll do whatever you want. I'll do anything. Just please don't. Don't leave me alone. I don't want to be alone anymore. Her begging continued, her tears piercing into his heart, but he wouldn't allow himself to be swayed. Slowly, he felt out for his body until he could finally feel it. It was all so easy to leave like this, to leave this crying little girl who was so desperately trying and failing to get out of his grasp. Yet, he felt a bit of pity for her, not enough to abandon his plans of leaving, but enough to provide her some reassurance. I'll be back. Without further hesitation, he left. Tsui. However, whether his next visit would be to kill her was up for debate. DxD. It appears he has won, my lord. Indeed, Nandi. Down on the ground, the horns on Igor's head had gradually disappeared. His aura gradually dominated the tainted nature energy that had mixed within, his densely shrouded figure now slowly becoming visible. However, there were far more interesting developments at play, developments that Nandi found intriguing. It appears that Demori's troubles have yet to end, my lord. Removing his focus, Shiva bore witness to two different teleportation circles forming, the circles of very well-known individuals. After a brief flash of light, they appeared. In the flesh, the two super devils of the world appeared outside the barrier, their presence being felt by both Azazel and Aurelia who had returned. Ajuka Beelzebub, formerly of Astaroth, casually stretched out his hand as a magic circle formed. It didn't take long before the barrier shattered like glass. Shiva was unbothered by these developments, his face remaining ever stoic. He didn't need any future sight to know what was about to happen. Politics. How they bore me. Let us depart, Nandi. There is nothing more for us to see. Yes, my lord. Holding Shiva by the shoulder, the both of them instantly vanished. Sue. Anne. My heart. Chapter 153, Chapter. Ajuka Beelzebub, formerly of Astaroth, casually stretched out his hand as a magic circle formed. It didn't take long before the barrier shattered like glass. Shiva was unbothered by these developments, his face remaining ever stoic. He didn't need any future sight to know what was about to happen. Politics. How they bore me. Let us depart, Nandi. There is nothing more for us to see. Yes, my lord. Holding Shiva by the shoulder, the both of them instantly vanished. Sue. DxD. Gradually, Igor was regaining consciousness. His vision was hazy and his head hurt a bit, but at least it was proof that he was back in his body. He slowly stood up, his aura reverting back to its normal crimson state. His rapidly fluctuating energy stabilized, a semblance that he had regained control over his body. He felt relief that he had regained his body. Being in a ghost-like state was not something he wanted to experience again anytime soon. Slowly, his eyes lowered, his crimson gaze focused on his hands. He clenched his fists once or twice before slowly, he released his transformation. Fush. Like a wet mop, his hair fell down to his sides, his eyes reverting to their normal blue. Igor felt tired, more tired than usual. I really could use a long nap right and dash. It was then that he noticed the two additional presences. They were suppressed, but there was no mistaking the power behind it. Lifting his head, he was met with the gaze of two devilishly handsome men. One had crimson hair, his blue eyes alert, suspicious, yet also relaxed. He dressed in royal armor fit for a king, his young appearance marring him with a sense of nobility. The man next to him had slick-back green hair, his eyes of cyan regarding Igor with a curious and studious look. He was garbed in a robe, his handsome appearance not losing to his crimson-haired compatriot. Igor could feel it. They were strong. Very strong. He couldn't tell exactly how powerful they were, but he knew he would need nothing short of his demigod state to defeat them. And even then, he wasn't sure he would win. Regardless, he was not worried, nor did he show any trace of excitement. As strong as they were, his mind wasn't on fighting, but on wanting to understand the situation he was in. Upon finding his slight change in mentality, he couldn't help but smile to himself. I wonder what the younger me would have done. It was a rhetorical question. But, he couldn't deny that after spending 10 years with Aurelia, he started to look at things a bit more analytically, an influence he picked up from their extended stay together. Shaking his head, Igor knew this wasn't the time for reminiscing. Right now, he needed to understand exactly what was going on since for the life of him, he couldn't remember what happened after he spoke with Barakweel. Sue. Just in time, Aurelia swiftly appeared next to him while Azazel slowly landed with his arms crossed. The fallen had already returned to his base state as he regarded Igor with a serious look. We have a lot of talking to do after this, kid. His confusion only solidified at Azazel's statement towards him. And, was that hostility he felt? That would need to be sorted out. Before his frown could deepen, he heard Aurelia's voice inside his head. Lord Demori. Allow me to show you what happened. Wordlessly, Aurelia stood by his side and gently intertwined her hand with his. Shortly after, she began transferring all of her memories to him ever since he conversed with Barakweel. The seconds trickled by as the blonde closed his eyes, his mind processing the multitude of images he saw. He subconsciously tightened his grip on Aurelia when he saw what he did to Barakweel. He was not pleased with his actions. He was angry, no. He was disappointed with himself. And his disappointment continued to rise when he saw what became of him, a mindless beast. TCH. It didn't take 2 and 2 to piece together that this was because of Trini. But it was also his fault for not noticing that he was taking in nature energy ever since he stepped into the underworld. As the memories drew to a close, he slowly opened his eyes, and was met with 3 pairs of eyes looking at him. Despite feeling the strength of the 2 devils in front of him, he first regarded Azazel with a serious look. I will give you a proper explanation later, Uncle A. As well as make up for my actions and heal the old man. Azazel looked at the blonde for a few seconds before nodding. All right. He wasn't pleased with how Igor hurt his brother, but he already accepted that the blonde wasn't in control. Regardless, his brother was alive and he would recover. Right now, he had to deal with their 2 visitors. We'll speak later. Right now, we have other things to worry about. Agreed. Igor similarly turned his head to face the 2 devils, his eyes bearing his vigilance. He did not know who they were, but Aurelia was there to fill him in. My lord. From left to right, those 2 in front of you are Surzex Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub. They are the strongest devils known in existence. They are also 2 of the 4 Satans that govern all of devilkind. He absorbed that tidbit of information in his head while Azazel addressed the 2 Satans with a rare countenance, display, of seriousness. Ajuka. Surzex. Quite a surprise meeting you all the way here. Ajuka was the one to reply while Surzex remained uncharacteristically quiet. Pardon us, Azazel. But we need help with an issue and we were hoping you might help us. You see dash. My sister has been kidnapped. Do you know anything about that? It was Surzex who interfered. There was a hint of killing intent in his tone, but Azazel took no offense to it. He knew how much Surzex loved his sister and he would love to help, but he himself had no knowledge of the incident. No. But I will have my people keep an eye out for any news. Azazel was surprised that someone would dare to kidnap his sister. However, he was clueless and could provide no immediate help. I do. Silence. Aurelia and Azazel turned to look at Igor with shock in their eyes. Azazel was completely flabbergasted while Aurelia felt that he had completely lost his mind to reveal what she had done. However, Igor disregarded them as he met Surzeka's gaze head-on. I have your sister with me. Surzeka's gaze turned darker as Igor's words hung in the air. I see. It was small, but it was fast. Show. Without any movement, Surzex had wordlessly formed a very small sphere of destruction that he fired at Igor. But, the blonde tilted his head and let it pass through, his expression not morphing in the slightest. Boom. For such a small attack, it certainly contained a lot of power. He could feel the sphere expand to the size of a table before it fizzled out. Yet, not once did he break eye contact with the devil. Before you try to kill me, listen to me. Surzex did not respond, rather, his magic power was already focused to Elemi. Perhaps we should listen, Surzex. Placing a hand on his shoulder was Ajuka, his best friend who was trying to defuse the situation. I sense no ill intent from our friend here. However, I do believe an explanation is in order. He spotted the narrowed gaze that Ajuka showed him as well as Surzeka's killing intent. It was clear that he wasn't leaving without clarifying things. Regardless, his back remained straight and his eyes unwavering as he spoke. Your sister is a result of being at the wrong place time, specifically her familiar. My sister subdued her for me alongside other scouts that were found. When I fight, I don't like unnecessary eyes. Signaling to Aurelia, the silverette formed a magic circle before Rias and her familiar appeared on a bed. With a wave of her hand, the bed levitated over towards Surzex before it landed in front of him. He crouched down to caress his sister's face, his concern evident on his face. In the meantime, Igor continued to speak. Her familiar has had its memories erased, but your sister is untouched. You can have her back and we hope you understand that dash. It was brief, but he sensed that speck of killing intent before it happened. Show. It was another ball of destruction. But this time, it was not aimed at him. See. It was the sound of burning flesh. The smell hit everyone instantly. Azazel had his eyes widen, though in more surprise than shock. Igor had his hand stretched out in front of Aurelia's forehead. His palm was sizzling as a red bullet tried to dig its way through his flesh. Unfortunately, his ki was so dense that it could only advance so much before its energy ran out and it fizzled out of existence. Silence. Ajuka raised an eyebrow in interest. He half expected for the bullet to barrel through Igor's hand and kill the woman behind it. To see it fail to penetrate through the energy the kid conjured was something he found fascinating. What an intriguing energy. Azazel, who was content to remain a spectator, sighed inwardly. If he had tears, he would want to cry. Why is there never peace whenever this kid is around? First was his nonsense with manifesting trihexa. Now, that damn sister of his kidnaps Amau's sister of all people. And now, he had to deal with more work because he knew exactly how ballistic Igor would get now. Damn brat. On the other hand, Aurelia was shocked, completely shocked. Her skin paled at just how close she was to death, her forehead instantly covered with sweat. I couldn't see it. Her senses were ramped up to their maximum, yet for the life of her, she couldn't even see the sphere close in on her. 1 second, Igor was talking and the next, his hand was in front of her face. But beyond fear, she felt embarrassment and shame. And my lord. I. However, her words faded away when a massive killing intent filled the vicinity, a killing intent so deep, so ferocious, that for a very brief moment, she felt like she couldn't breathe. But, it lasted for a second or so before it vanished like it never existed. Lucifer. I understand your feelings and your actions because I also have siblings I would kill for. He raised his head, his crimson gaze penetrating into Surzek's. But, if you try that again. A red aura formed around him. I will kill you. It took everything for the blonde to not go crazy then and there and fight the crimson-haired devil to the death. That attack on his sister, an attack that would have no doubt tore through her brains, made him simmer with far more rage than he ever felt before, rage equaling or even eclipsing the anger he felt at the Heimjima. To have his sister almost die in front of him was not something he could tolerate. But he had to. Not because he feared Surzek's or the consequences. But because he understood how the man felt. If he was in his position and Asia was the one kidnapped, he knew exactly how he would act. However, if Surzek's even showed any intention of trying, he would fight to kill. To hell with the peace and understanding. To hell with consequences. To hell with politics. And due to problems with college and the increasingly tight schedules, I will potentially face problems this week in terms of uploading. I still owe a 3rd chapter, but I will see if I can pump out 2 chapters tomorrow as well. Chapter 154, Chapter. It took everything for the blonde to not go crazy then and there and fight the crimson-haired devil to the death. That attack on his sister, an attack that would have no doubt tore through her brains, made him simmer with far more rage than he ever felt before, rage equaling or even eclipsing the anger he felt at the Heimjima. To have his sister almost die in front of him was not something he could tolerate. But he had to. Not because he feared Surzek's or the consequences. But because he understood how the man felt. If he was in his position and Asia was the one kidnapped, he knew exactly how he would act. However, if Surzek's even showed any intention of trying, he would fight to kill. To hell with the peace and understanding. To hell with consequences. To hell with politics. DxD. The air was tense, so tense that it was palpable. It was as if their region itself was filled with methane gas, and only one spark was needed for chaos to descend. 5 entities stood, 3 against 2. Yet 2 of them from opposing sides were eyeing each other, gauging one another. Igor was glaring at Surzek's directly in the eye, a few multipliers of his Kaioken active. His vigilance was at an all-time high, his gaze not wavering in the slightest. Surzek's was more surprised than angry at this juncture. It had been a very long time since someone threatened to kill him directly. A few death threats in the form of letters. Sure. But there was no one who had the gall to do the same in the flesh. The boy had some spirit in him, that was for sure. Regardless, whether their reasons were malicious or miscalculated, it was a fact that they kidnapped his only sister, the sister of Amau. He would not let them go. Igor felt it again, that sensation of killing intent. It was so faint, so brief that he might have pegged it for an illusion. But he wouldn't take chances, not when his sister's life was at stake. In response, he raised his hand and aimed at Surzek's. Vwomp. A small golden-yellow orb formed in his palm, but the amount of ki compressed within it was anything but small. Try me. I dare you to try me. If the tension in the air was methane, now it was a powder keg on the verge of exploding. This was a blatant threat, the equivalent of drawing a sword against a king. Igor was no longer disrespecting Surzek's. He was stepping on his authority as a Mao, a crime punishable by death itself. If nothing happened, a battle of epic proportions would ensue, and if either side lost their sister, an irreconcilable grudge would form against these two behemoths. Azazel and Ajuka eyed each other. The fallen gave a nod, his thoughts aligning with the devil. Woo-wah. Calm down, Igor. Calm down. Stay your hand, Surzex. There is no need for unnecessary conflict. The two would-be fighters regarded each other. It seemed that neither one was willing to back down first. There was no aura coming from Surzex, but just him circulating his magic power released an immense pressure. There was an invisible battle of sorts, one invisible to the naked eye. They were fighting each other with pressure, one fighting to overpower the other. Demonic energy against Demi-Ki, an invisible battle that only sensors could see. Naturally, that included the little girl who was peacefully sleeping with her familiar. Rias felt as if her skin was being pricked all over by a needle. She was content to ignore it, but it never stopped. Frowning, she tried to swat the needle, but it kept poking her. Mao. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up along with her familiar who was also waking up. Once she removed her hands from her eyes, she looked up to see 5 people, 3 of them unfamiliar to her. Her gaze slowly moved towards the person she was most familiar with. Oniitan. It was a simple word, but it was like pouring a tsunami over a candle. Her little voice, meek yet cute, was all it took to dissolve the tension in the air, a tension that 2 faction leaders couldn't dissolve. Riatan. Completely disregarding Igor, Surzex rushed towards his little sister and hugged her tightly, his cheek pressing against hers. You're okay. Oniitan. That tickles. The little redhead was completely oblivious to the chaos around her. Or to be accurate, she didn't care. She didn't even show a trace of fear. No one could be sure if she was just that oblivious, or if she trusted her brother that much. All eyes were focused on the little heiress, not a single one of them containing hostility. As her blue eyes looked around at all these new people, her gaze stopped upon Igor's. With a smile, Rias greeted him. Hello. Who are you? My name is Rias. Critical hit. That innocent closed-eye smile, her cheery voice, her words, all of it culminated to form a concoction that would make even the angriest of bulls docile. As angry and vigilant as Igor was, all of it evaporated like dew in the morning sun. Subconsciously powering down, the blonde smiled at her as he proudly introduced himself. My name is Igor, Igor von Demori. The #1 fighter in the universe. You do well to remember that, Rias. The little heiress found his introduction funny. Hi. Okay, Igor NII. Rias used NII. It was super effective. The blonde was enraptured in her laugh before he looked away with a huff. Cute. Of course, not as cute as Asia. Maybe they can tie. Picturing the smiling face of his little sister alongside Rias, that thought was bolstered in his head. However, his happy thoughts were sent flying with Rias' next words. You know, I thought you were a pretty sister. Teehee. Igor did not know how to respond to that. Unfortunately, Ajuka also decided to fan the flames. You are right, Rias-chan. Now that you mention it, he does make a convincing woman. The blonde was not liking this situation. He could hear Azazel struggle to restrain a laughter, his shoulders shaking as a few pints of chuckles escaped through his lips. His face turned darker than the bottom of a pot, a result of his manliness being questioned. TCH. To think I almost put you on the same level as my little sister. I guess you're not cute after all, Rias. You take that back. The retort came not from Rias, but from Surzex. The Satan immediately marched up to Igor with a face full of righteous indignation. Riatan is the cutest little sister in the whole world. The blonde was not going to be outdone. Lies. My cute little Asia is the #1 super cutest little sister in the whole world. Nonsense. It is my little sister who's #1. Bullshit. Asia's #1. No. Rias is #1. Your Asia can only be the second dash. Second, your mother. The two of them were already bashing skulls, their eyes trading sparks as they competed for who had the cutest sister. Both sides had crimson aura wafting off of them as they tried to intimidate the other into submitting. This little scene probably would have lasted longer were it not for Azazel interfering. Separating the two of them by the shoulder, he spoke with a small smile. Well. I see that everyone is happy now. Why don't we call it a day? The pair glared at each other before Igor relented first. You'll soon realize how outclassed your little sister is over mine. So you say. As if that would ever happen. Igor was about to retort when Azazel strengthened the grip on his shoulder. Igor. We have to leave. Noticing the seriousness in the fallen's gaze, Igor agreed. Yeah, Uncle A. You're right. After calming down a bit, he did realize they needed to leave. As they spoke, Barakweel was probably in pain and here he was bickering with Amau. Thinking back to how he hurt Barakweel, he felt very regretful. It was only fortunate that he had advanced enough in spirit control to figure out how to use his ki to heal. Please wait. It was Surzex who stopped them. He quickly crouched down to Rias' level, said a few words to her before making her vanish in a magic circle. Vuong. With his little sister gone, he stood up, his gaze narrowing as he regarded the only two humans here. The both of you. Are you? This time, it was Aurelia who spoke. With a light bow, she confirmed his guess. Yes, Lucifer-sama. We are Aryans. She knew he was asking out of cordiality. He already knew what they were. And even if he did, she was sure that Ajuka would. In fact, she was sure he realized it at first glance. But that was unimportant. Now that the real talks were about to begin, she didn't want for any grievances to linger, especially between herself and Surzex. I would further like to bestow my apologies to you, Lucifer-sama. We meant no harm to the young heiress. If it weren't for Igor stopping her with his ki, her bow may have been lower. Out of the corner of his eye, she could see that the blonde was not pleased with her lowering her head to another. Please do not worry about it any longer. I shall educate my sister to not peek into other people's business. Thank you, Lucifer-sama. Now, continuing on our previous dash. Bloody politics. Igor had enough. On another day, he might have remained quiet. But he didn't want to waste time today. Lucifer. All of us here are very busy people. I know you knew what we were, but you skirted around the issue. I hate politics. Maybe it's because I'm still young, but I think they're a waste of time. So let's not waste time and get straight to the point. In fact, let me start us off. Content that he had everyone's attention, he started listing off with his fingers. No. We are not a threat to you. We prefer keeping to ourselves. Our reason for coming to the underworld is personal. Yes, I know Uncle Azazel. No, I won't tell how, when, or why. Yes, you are welcome to investigate me. Yes, I will most likely kill anyone you send to investigate me. No, I am not afraid of any one of you or your reputation. Yes, my balls are that big. Any more questions? Or does that cover it? 4 different people, all with 4 different reactions. Aurelia seemed as if she was about to die on the spot. All her effort in teaching him politics was for naught. His brash words, especially the last part, truly made her wish she could rewind time. Azazel was struggling not to laugh out loud. His shoulders were quivering every moment or so with tears almost leaking out of his eyes. Ajuka had an almost similar reaction to Azazel. He was amused, a small smile forming on his face as he watched the blonde with a gleam of interest. Surzex was lost for words. Igor's words weren't maddening by any aspect. Rather, he found them refreshing, especially given that the blonde had the strength to back his rather lackadaisical, careless words. In fact, he found this situation a bit funny. No, Demori-kun. I must say that you have covered everything that needed to be covered. Oh, good. Come on, Uncle A. Let's, oh right. The blonde laughed ominously as he grabbed both Aurelia's and Azazel's hands. I also have another little sister. That means that your Riatan is number 3. Without waiting, the 3 of them vanished. Tsui. Ajuka walked over to where they disappeared. He noticed the very minute spatial fractures that were already repairing themselves after their teleportation. Well, well. Such an intriguing teleportation spell. I never quite thought that he would use the dime dash. Not now, Ajuka. Surzex was pissed. How dare he say that someone is cuter than Riatan? No one. No one is. And I'll prove it. Some days, Ajuka just couldn't understand his friend, or the boy they just met. Just a minute prior, they were this close to killing each other. A few moments later, they're bantering over who has the cuter sister. It was simply illogical. Siskins, the one thing more complicated than women. And from enemies to frenemies. The power of the little sister is infinite. Chapter 155, Chapter. Some days, Ajuka just couldn't understand his wayward friend, or the boy they just met. Just a minute prior, they were this close to killing each other. A few moments later, they're bantering over who has the cuter sister. It was simply illogical. Siskins, the one thing more complicated than women. DxD. A dozen minutes prior, Gregori headquarters, underworld. The situation in Gregori was bordering on chaotic. The powerful energy resulting from the clash between Igor and Azazel was ravaging their senses. Some of the more volatile fallen were already trying to rush towards the scene in a haze of craziness or outright attempt to kill themselves. As the major organization closest to the scene of conflict, The immense killing intent released from Igor, influenced by Trihex's power, made most of the weaker fallen fall to the brink of losing their minds. In a hasty bid, the entirety of Gregori was placed on complete lockdown. Barring Shemhazai and Barakwil, the rest of the cadre quickly deployed several magic barriers that would work to block out most, if not all, of the killing intent. Ben-Amun, the chief secretary of Gregori and the only female cadre, had taken charge as she swiftly delivered orders to quell the situation. Some of her fellow cadre were also helping her with handling the situation. Be it calming the populace or putting up the barriers, their help was much appreciated. But Ben-Amun still knew that one person was missing. Where is Kokabil? It angered her that her wayward brother was not here when he was needed. Regardless, this was no time to dawdle. The barrier had been deployed and the situation was stabilizing. Wiping a trace of sweat on her brow, she decided to check on her injured brother. Vuong. DxD. In a private hospital room, Barakwil lay unconscious on a bed. Next to him was a human doctor who had some sort of sacred gear in the form of a silver glove that he had placed over his abdomen. Shemhazai sighed as he watched the doctor examine his brother. From the sour expression on the doctor's face, he knew that the situation wasn't good. The wound on Barakwil's stomach had been closed with the help of a phoenix tear. However, he was still not out of the woods. I apologize, Shemhazai-sama. We were unable to purge Barakwil-sama of that energy. But from my analysis now, I believe it will soon fizzle out on its own. In the meantime, Barakwil-sama will unfortunately have to stay in bed for a while, possibly a month if no complications arise. I understand. Waving his hand, the doctor took his clipboard and left to attend to other patients. Closing the door behind him, he left the two cadre alone in the room with one unconscious. Releasing a sigh again, Shemhazai pulled a chair and sat next to his sleeping brother, a trace of evident concern on his face. I hope you'll get well, brother. Sitting silently, he ignored the spawning of a teleportation circle behind him. As the light faded, Ben-Amun gracefully emerged. With long purple hair and glasses, she would fit the role of a strict teacher rather well, especially with her gifted assets. From an outsider's perspective, she appeared to be calm and in control. Yet from the corner of his eye, Shemhazai could see the brief flicker in her eyes as she saw the sorry state Barakwil was in. A drip was connected to his arm, his face covered with an oxygen mask. The heart monitor was the only sound in the room as it beeped in sync with his heartbeat. Fortunately, all scars from his wound were gone, but there was something similar to an infection that was spreading from his abdomen. It spread outwards like the branches of a tree, its color slightly darker than his skin. Ben-Amun was tempted to touch it and almost did, but Shemhazai stopped her. I wouldn't do that if I were you, sister. It could transfer to you as well. Her hand froze in its track, but her concern grew more. What is this energy, brother? It does not feel like anything I know of. Shemhazai did not say anything. With a brief flash of light, a dossier emerged in his hand. This should answer your questions and more. Ben-Amun wordlessly took it and began reading from it. File #C. Clearance level, cadre. Date of issue, 1999/08/. Next page. Name, Igor. Surname, Von Demori. Race, human, Aryan. Born, 1987, assumed, possibly much earlier. Age, 9, time chamber artifact halts age progression. Affiliation, unknown. Allies, West Yokai faction, Shinto pantheon, Catholic Church, Gregori, Hindu pantheon. Strength, God King. Next page. Summary, Igor von Demori is a new addition to the supernatural world who has managed to garner the friendship or acknowledgement of several powerful factions. His origins are unclear, but his power and potential cannot be taken arbitrarily. His origins cannot be traced, either through his name, surname, or appearance. There is no known documentation of a clan called Demori amongst the Aryan race or in the human world. However, his possession of the much-coveted time chamber artifact suggests possibilities that he may have been the Aryan's secret weapon. Theories suggest he may have been a weapon that would be used to turn the tide of the war, or a unique spawn that would be utilized as a tool of vengeance against the supernatural world. Given his significant rise in strength, possibilities may suggest the former, or even possibly the latter given recent incidents. Personality, possesses an extreme desire for battle. Eyewitness accounts of his unhinged desire to fight can be traced back as early as 1994. However, he is known to be extremely loyal and caring to those he acknowledges. He will also go to extreme lengths to seek vengeance for those who harmed the ones he acknowledges as his family. Artifact, he wields the Time Chamber artifact, an item that has been bonded to his soul. Currently, it is known that in the span of 1 year, he can train for 10 years inside the Time Chamber. He is also not forced to spend those 10 years as there are 2 accounts where he was able to exit early. Additional notes, it is suspected that Igor von Demori is not from these times. His age denotes he was born decades after the Second World War, but there is a complete lack of any traceable ancestry. There is no knowledge of his existence until traces of him were first found in Kuo in 1992 when he was 5 years old. It is suspected that a few decades prior, a young Igor was chosen to be bonded to the time chamber by the Aryans, a process that took 4 to 5 decades. This suggests the possibility that as the artifact fused with his soul, his body was kept safe in a different space, one that is most likely Kuo. This is a suspicion at most, but it would heavily explain his unnatural desire for battle in such peaceful times. Ben-Amun read over the notes, even flipping over to see further records of Igor such as a detailed timeline of his sightings and activities, all the major incidents he's caused or suspected to be related in, and even all of his known abilities. Slapping the clipboard on the table, she sighed. There goes my plan for revenge. Shemhazai chuckled silently. I believe that Demori-san did not mean to do this intentionally, sister. Before I left, I saw that his eyes were hollow. It was a sign that he was not in control of his actions at the time. And so is the killing intent, I presume. A byproduct of senjutsu, I'm afraid. The nature energy in the underworld is quite angry. Ben-Amun only scoffed. We can blame Kokabeel for adding to that anger. You don't happen to know where Brother Dearest might be, do you? Shemhazai could only offer a helpless smile. I'm afraid I do not, sister. Brother Kokabeel is rather adventurous. Heh. Adventurous you say? I sincerely wish that I don't receive missives from other factions detailing any trouble he might have caused with his little band of followers. I'm tired enough just thinking of all the work I have to do after this little mess. Yes. Let us hope so. Shemhazai was ready to let the matter drop, but it seemed the disappearance of Kokabeel annoyed Ben-Amun more than he thought. If Barakweel was awake, he would have taught that wayward brother of ours his place, especially with how much stronger he's gotten. Shemhazai could only imagine how embarrassed Barakweel would feel if he were awake. Maybe so, sister. A peaceful lull in silence ensued as the two siblings watched over their unconscious brother. Shemhazai was sitting down, his allegiant purple hat still on his head. Ben-Amun was content to remain standing, her violet gaze watching Barakweel through her glasses. The silence, however, was disturbed when a high-pitched sound filled the room. Tsui. Shemhazai flinched slightly, but he didn't move. Ben-Amun, however, turned around instantly in complete shock. It was one thing for a person to appear behind you. It was another thing for them to appear and throw a flashbang at you, because that was how the one in the middle felt to her senses. He must be the Igor I read about. In all honesty, he looked nothing like a 9-year-old child. He was at the very least, double that age. With his vest torn to the point that it was rags at this point, she got a decent view of his chest. Definitely not a child. He was tall, bordering around 179 centimeters to 182 centimeters from her guess. It was still a bit shorter than Azazel, but his presence completely dwarfed her brother's. Then, just as quickly, that immense energy of his faded, and time seemed to turn back to normal, asterisk. Azazel was the first to speak, his hand palming his forehead. You're going to be the death of me, kid. What? Aurelia was quick to elaborate. What Azazel-sama means, Lord Demori, is that if our destination were elsewhere, he would have been placed in a difficult position seeing as we're Aryan. Her words seemed to sink into the blonde for a moment as he chuckled in realization. Oh. Yes. Oh, indeed. Azazel trudged on towards his brother. You're lucky the room is sealed. Now come on. He stood next to Barakweel with his arms folded. You said you had a way to heal my brother. I'm waiting. It was the first time Azazel had been this firm with him, but Igor understood. Despite the reasons, he had messed up terribly. In fact, he found Azazel's reaction to be rather tame compared to what he would have done if the roles were switched. Regardless, he had a job to do. Zuu. Gently, a red hue formed around him as he accessed his Kaioken. Raising his hand, he began concentrating Demi-Ki into his palm. Vwomp. It was a small red sphere, barely bigger than a coin. Slowly, it began to grow bigger as he channeled more and more Demi-Ki into it. The lights in the room appeared dim in front of this crimson sphere. After a few seconds passed, the sphere was the size of a watermelon. It slowly bobbed up and down as it stayed afloat, its appearance similar to that of red lava. This ball contains my ki. It will burn the remnant-tainted energy without harming the old man. He let it hover over to Barakweel's stomach before it stayed there. This will be enough to last for 3 days. I will come back then. Uncle A. I will wait for you at Auntie's. Grabbing Aurelia's hand, the Silverette knew that this was their cue to leave. But as she spawned a teleportation circle beneath them, Ben-Amun called him out. Her hands were on her waist, her eyes glaring at him. Is that it? No apology? You'll just leave like that? The hue around Igor slowly started to fluctuate like the dying embers of a wood fire. Ben-Amun was weak. She was weak and yet she dared talk to him like that. He calmed himself. As much as he wanted to bash her skull in, he recognized that she was concerned for her brother's health. Gradually, his aura disappeared as he reined himself in, barely. I harmed the old man. Not you. Secondly. He raised his head, his crimson gaze locking onto her. Don't ever talk to me like that again. Anne. He was tall, bordering around 179 centimeters to 182 centimeters from her guess. It was still a bit shorter than Azazel, but his presence completely dwarfed her brother's. Then, just as quickly, that immense energy of his faded, and time seemed to turn back to normal. Explanation: it was mentioned way back in the earlier chapters that the instant transmission works by flaring ki in a way that it tears reality so that you can enter the dimensional gap. My guess as to why Ben-Amun and Shemhazai reacted like that when Igor entered was because their senses were focused on the situation outside. Now for Igor, who flashed his ki as he arrived, it was like as mentioned, a flashbang. However, this phenomenon seems to last for a very brief moment since we have no other known accounts of censor characters complaining. Today is Friday, so on either Sunday or Monday, I will upload 2 chapters to catch up. Chapter 156, Chapter. And, for the sake of the majority, the name of Ben-Amun will be changed to Penamu. Not only does the latter sound more feminine, it is also the most widely accepted name. He calmed himself. As much as he wanted to bash her skull in, he recognized that she was concerned for her brother's health. Gradually, his aura disappeared as he reined himself in, barely. I harmed the old man. Not you. Secondly. He raised his head, his crimson gaze locking onto her. Don't ever talk to me like that again. DxD. There was complete silence in the room. No one said a word, their eyes focused on the spot where Igor and Aurelia had just vanished. The blonde had not deigned to stay any longer after delivering his rather threatening statement. The events of today, a day that should have been a happy occasion for him, had instead wrought him nothing but piles upon piles of trouble. After his departure, Penamu was still reeling from his audacious words. The purplet was rather taken aback at his rash words. To think that after all he's done, he still has the nerve to dash. However, Azazel was rather quick to cut her off. Now is not the time. Penamu turned to face Azazel with evident surprise in her eyes. You defend him, brother. After what he's done. Azazel didn't have the heart to harshly refute his little sister. He and all of his brothers had a soft spot for her, especially given how much she also took care of them. Regardless, this was not the time for sentimentality to take hold. Listen, Penamu. I am also not pleased with what happened to our brother. But as I said, right now is not the time. There is a far more important issue that has to be discussed, one that will only remain between us. His words made the room descend into another bout of silence. Both cadres knew that a lot would be at stake if it made their governor speak like this. Shemhazai stood up, his face mirroring his brother's seriousness. We're listening, brother. Penamu was also quiet, an indicator that she was listening. Good. Azazel snapped his fingers before a translucent barrier formed around them. First and foremost, I want to make something very clear. Any and all information on Igor von Demori is to be scrapped immediately. To make an example, he grabbed the dossier lying on one of the tables and burnt it with his magic. Every single piece of information we've gathered on him except for the most rudimentary is to be erased with immediate effect. This includes his sister, Aurelia von Drachenberg. Any plans and forms of information gathering are to be cancelled immediately. If you are destroying information, do it personally. Do not send subordinates to destroy any archives we have. Shemhazai and Penamu were more than confused at his orders, but they nodded nonetheless. When Azazel was like this, they knew it was better to obey than question. Good. Now, I know I said this before, but absolutely none of this can leave this room. I mean it. I will inform Barakwil myself when he awakes. However, no fifth party can know of what I am about to say, not even other cadre. You also can never converse about it amongst yourselves. Am I understood? Shemhazai nodded without an ounce of hesitation. Yes, brother. Good. Penamu. Penamu was a little fazed by what Azazel said. I'm sorry, Azazel. I would understand if we were not to tell Kokabil. But to not tell the rest of our brothers. Azazel narrowed his gaze. Sister. You are smart. This is not the time to allow emotions to blind you. You know full well why I will not inform the other cadre. Penamu could only lower her head in shame, shame at how the millennia have changed everything. Of course I do. This is politics. Azazel was not happy with his sister's reaction. That frown on her face would lead to many complications down the line if he doesn't correct it now. Listen to me, Penamu. And you too, Shemhazai. I can see that you may possibly fail to understand the importance of this information. What I am about to tell you is knowledge so monumental that if it were to be leaked, we may very well see the end of all existence in less than a decade. Shemhazai noticeably tensed at the declaration while Penemu nearly panicked. Azazel. Surely you jest. Are you telling me that boy has another secret that could cause the factions to war over him? I wish, sister. If it was just the time chamber, I wouldn't propose we destroy all the information we have on him. What he has, or what I have seen, is far, far more dangerous. The reason I will tell you this is because I will need your help ensuring that our world does not end. I need to know I can trust you with this. Azazel regarded his siblings with a deep look, his eyes penetrating theirs. Can I trust you not to tell anyone, to not speak of this elsewhere? Shemhazai was the first to respond. Just as I have always trusted you, you can trust me as well, brother. Under no circumstances will I reveal what you will tell us to anyone, not even my wife. Not now. Not ever. Azazel was the eldest and he had followed his lead for thousands of years. The trust Shemhazai had in him was infallible. Thank you, brother. Showing a genuine smile for the faith bestowed upon him, his smile quickly disappeared as he regarded Penemu. Sister. You are also one of the people I trust enough to tell this information. But if you feel you cannot bear the burden of secrecy, I understand and will not blame you. Penemu was torn. Whether she liked it or not, knowing this truth will place a secret barrier between her and the rest of her brothers. She could guess why Azazel would not let them know, and she knew he was right. She didn't like the reality, but she would face it. She would trust him. All right, brother. I will not fail your trust. Azazel was inwardly thankful that she agreed. Penemu was going to be very instrumental in his plan to foster relations with Igor. Thank you, sister. Having the confidence of both his siblings, Azazel took a deep breath before speaking. There is a very high possibility that Igor von Demori is the host of Trihexa, the beast of apocalypse. The reaction was instant. Disregarding Penemu, even the ever-calm Shemhazai was struck dumb by the revelation. Brother. Is this really? I saw it with my own eyes, brother. Shortly after you left, he sprouted 10 horns in the form of energy from his forehead. Shemhazai lowered his head in thought. This is not a trifling matter. Now I see why brother could only trust us. The rest of our siblings would not be able to keep this news to themselves. While Shemhazai slowly absorbed the news, Penemu could only scoff as her stress levels rose. As if being Aryan wasn't enough. As if destroying the Heim Jima wasn't enough. As if harming our brother wasn't enough. Now he has to be the incarnation of the beast. Azazel didn't say much. He only stepped forward and wrapped his sister in a hug. Perhaps I may be wrong, sister. He did manage to regain control as you have seen. But you saw the horns, right? You saw the horns. If he is the incarnation of that beast, then dash. SSHHH. Pressing his crying sister against his chest, he soothed her. No one will die, not this time. But even father couldn't defeat it. If the beast has freed itself and lives on in that boy, then we should dash. Penemu. Calm yourself. You know how powerful Trihexa was. We all know how powerful Trihexa was. Igor has nowhere even close to that amount of power. He held her by the shoulder, his eyes peering into her teary face. Listen to me, sister. As I said before, the possibility of him being Trihexa is small. Perhaps at most, the nature energy he absorbed caused him to morph in a way similar to Trihexa. Azazel could see that he was getting through to her. Sister. Do not let hatred cloud the reality in front of you. If Igor is potentially the host of Trihexa, then that would be a very good thing. Not only Penemu, but even Shemhazai was surprised by the sudden twist. However, Azazel continued on. I would rather prefer that Trihexa be sealed within Igor whom I can monitor than at a hidden place I can't find. With his ever-increasing vitality, he will never die of old age. And with his potential, he will always grow stronger and stronger. He is the perfect seal to imprison that creature in. DxD. Kuo, home. At least it was before he ruined everything. As the two siblings appeared in the skies above Shuri's house, Igor was evidently in a sour mood. He did not know how to tell Shuri that he had come dangerously close to killing her former husband. The outcome alone made him dread how she would look at him. It is not your fault, my lord. It is. You were not in control. Because I was incompetent. He turned to look at Aurelia straight in the eye. If I was conscious but influenced by anger, I could always tell myself I aimed my fist lower so that I could avoid puncturing his heart. But I was unconscious. I was completely unaware of my actions. His fists clenched at the infuriating thought. The only reason that the old man is alive is all because of pure, dumb luck. That is all it is. He looked away from her before his eyes fell to the house kilometers below them. That is, all it is. Luck. Knowing he was set on berating himself in his mind, Aurelia did one thing she could. Opening her arms, she wrapped him in a hug from behind, her hands snaking around his stomach. Then we'll just have to make sure such a mistake never happens again. Yeah. Feeling her warmth behind him, his shoulders got just a little bit straighter. As his senses focused on Shuri, who was alone in her room, he released a sigh. He could only comfort himself that Aquino and Asia would not be there to witness what was about to happen. I might as well get this over with. Chapter 157, Chapter. Then we'll just have to make sure such a mistake never happens again. Yeah. Feeling her warmth behind him, his shoulders got just a little bit straighter. As his senses focused on Shuri, who was alone in her room, he released a sigh. He could only comfort himself that Aquino and Asia would not be there to witness what was about to happen. I might as well get this over with. DxD. Shuri was not in the best of moods. Just within these past 30 days alone, everything had become a mess. It was a downward spiral that only had two enjoyable moments for her. Without a doubt, she could admit that in her new life, the two brightest lights were Aquino and Igor. The blonde was the direct catalyst for her revival, and Aquino was the light of her heart, the daughter she loved above all. Yet, she managed to disappoint them both. Where did I go wrong? Sitting on the edge of her bed, her mind receded back to the memories of the last few days. Her complete break-off with her husband, the crying state of Aquino when she broke the news. No. Papa can't leave. He can't leave. It's my fault. Tell Papa he can come back. Please tell Papa he can come back. Tell Papa I was joking. Please, Mama. And Igor's angered state when he learned the news. Where is he? All served to make her drown in guilt. The consequences of her actions were catching up to her, and she was scared for what the future entailed. Perhaps I shouldn't have left him. Her thoughts were spiraling into disarray, the regret gnawing at her incessantly. It had been just over 10 minutes since Igor had left. She couldn't forget his question, that faint but hopeful gaze when he asked. Auntie. If you were to be given some time to recover, maybe a few years, do you see yourself possibly getting back together with the old man? That faint spark of hope in his cerulean gaze as he asked pierced into her very core. To watch that faint glimmer shatter the same way Aquino's did was something she could never forget, would never forget. Because that was the result of her selfishness. Looking at the clock on her bedside table, she debated to herself in calling Cleria. She was worried of the potential conflict that would arise from Igor descending into the underworld. Having been informed by her just what kind of chaos might erupt if he went down there, she wished she stopped him, or maybe tried to persuade him. Yet when she saw those red eyes. Don't worry. I won't kill him. That crimson gaze that frightened her to the core, her heart clenched at the prospect of terrible harm coming to anyone because of her actions. Even now, she questioned herself on whether it was right to prioritize her feelings, to break apart her family for such a frivolous reason. I don't want my family to be like this anymore. To live in a house where her daughter has not laughed, to live in a house where the air is heavy with the emotion of sadness was not something she wanted to experience. If all it took to let happiness reign in this home was to open her heart to him, then she would do it. I'll go back to him. As she said those words, it was as if someone violently squeezed her heart, but she shoved down the feeling. How she felt was not important. If her choice could preserve the sanctity of her home, if it could make her daughter and Igor smile again, then she would be satisfied. I'll do it. Standing up from her bed, she affirmed to herself. I'll get back together with him. There was that painful sensation in her heart, but she pushed it down again. Walking over to her bedside, she was about to grab her telephone when a familiar sound she knew resounded in her room. Tsui. Silence. Two eyes met each other. Golden brown met royal blue, one filled with shock and worry and the other with weariness and resignment, for Igor truly appeared tired. Shuri raked her eyes over his form, his destroyed clothing only serving to make her heart palpate more and more in worry. She dropped the telephone on top of the bed in complete shock, her eyes refusing to process just how horrible he looked. Demori-kun. Running over towards him, she placed her hands on his chest, her eyes searching his figure for even the most grievous of wounds. She grabbed his shoulders and turned him around, the blonde not resisting in the slightest. Her eyes trailed along his back until she saw the dried scabs on his lower back, right where the spine was. Lie on the bed. She vehemently commanded with a teary glare, but the blonde didn't move. Calm down, Auntie Dash. No, I can't calm down. You're hurt. Igor could barely suppress a smile at her concern for him, but he reassured her. Turning around, he looked into her eyes. I'm really fine, Auntie. My injuries are already healed. She was not entirely convinced. Yet before she could pressure him, he spoke. Believe me, Auntie. What you're seeing is just a bit of dirt and a few scratches. Nothing my regeneration and a shower can't fix. Raising her hands to grab his cheeks, she lifted her head to meet his gaze. Are you really, all right? Are you completely fine? Yes, Auntie. Her concerned gaze was not doing well for Igor's confidence. He planned to break the news of Barakwil's hospitalization as soon as he greeted her, but this was already stretching beyond his plans. Regardless, if he didn't break the news now, he wasn't sure if he would get a chance later. Steeling his nerves, he closed his eyes briefly to gather his confidence before opening them. Listen, Auntie. I actually have something to say. Her hands remained on his cheeks, her gaze recognizing the slight fear and apprehension in his eyes. A bad feeling already arose within her heart. His trip into the underworld, and now his state of clothes. Did you kill Barakwil? The silence was deafening. His silence spoke more than 1,000 words, his silence painting a horrible new reality. She found herself retreating from him step by step, her eyes watering at the implications of Barakwil's death, a result of her selfish choice. You didn't. Please tell me you dash. I almost did. I almost killed the old man. He's in a hospital in Gregori as we speak and his condition is stable. But, I was this close to killing him. He didn't speak any further. He let his words hang in the air for Shuri to process. Unconscious or not, he wouldn't provide a flimsy excuse. It was my fault and I take full responsibility for my actions. I will understand if you hate me, Auntie. Former husband or not, Barakwil was still a significant part of her life. He would understand if she hated him. In fact, she expected him to hate him. But, she was uncharacteristically quiet. DxD. Aurelia was hovering outside the window to Shuri's room with her presence suppressed. She was privy to the entire conversation Igor had with Shuri, and it took her utmost will not to interfere in what would clearly lead to a misunderstanding. Under his vehement insistence, she did not venture inside with him, yet now she wished she did. He's blaming himself. She sincerely wanted to respect her lord's wishes, but not at the expense of his relationship with Shuri. It was why that subtly, she formed a telepathic connection with Shuri in order to clarify things. DxD. Shuri felt as if she was in a roller coaster of emotions. It was a constant state of concern and relief with the former being what she felt more. Her heart almost stopped when he remained silent at her question of killing Barakwil. And relief flooded her when he elaborated. I almost did. I almost killed the old man. He's in a hospital in Gregori as we speak and his condition is stable. But, I was this close to killing him. Her mind started to wonder. She knew Igor's capabilities. To imagine how intense the fight must have been for him to return like this shook her to the core. Her mind fell into a buzz of emotions as she sat down on the bed. At his words, a new problem had been tossed on her shoulders. Oh no. Politics. Even if she weren't there, she could guess that relationships between Igor and Gregori would be strained. No matter what, this would also extend to Aquino and the long-term consequences alone would. Shuri-sama. Please do not panic and listen to me. That voice in her head. She recognized it as Aurelia's. Fortunately, she did not panic at hearing her voice in her head. Apologies for disturbing, Shuri-sama. However, I must be quick before my lord senses my use of mana. Lord Demori's story, while indeed true, he neglected to mention a significant amount of information. Unfortunately, I am not at liberty to share my memories with you currently. But I will brief. My lord never intended to attack Barakwil-sama. When we entered the underworld, he was fully resolved to just understanding the basics of the situation. However, we both neglected the existence of senjutsu energy and the effect it would have on him. To summarize it bluntly, Shuri-sama, when my lord attacked Barakwil-sama, he had already been consumed by the malevolent energy of the world. And as much as he will deny it if you ask, I believe it were his instincts that prevented him from killing Barakwil-sama. Azazel-sama is also aware of the situation as he was also one of the few people present. I shall show you my detailed memory should the appropriate moment arise. Until then, please rest assured and know that Barakwil-sama will recover to full health without any complications within this week. As fast as it came, the connection broke. After hearing Aurelia's clarification, she felt relief. Barakwil would be fine. No one was hurt too much. She no longer needed to inform her daughter that she had lost her father, for good. Hope for her family still existed. Auntie. Now, she had to deal with this stubborn blonde who tried to shoulder the blame when he had no need to. You're still young, Igor. Standing up, she made her way towards him and silently wrapped her hands around his waist. She felt him tense at her embrace, but she tightened her hold. Auntie. Idiot. Anne. And our lovely Silverette comes in with the save. Now, for those of you who are wishing for Igor x Shuri, I just want to say that all of you are pedophiles. Igor is only 9 while Shuri at the very least would be 20 if we take her revival into consideration. This is beyond perverted. This is degeneracy. Downright degeneracy, and you should be ashamed of yourselves. Chapter 158, Chapter. As fast as it came, the connection broke. After hearing Aurelia's clarification, she felt relief. Barakweel would be fine. No one was hurt too much. Now, she had to deal with this stubborn blonde who tried to shoulder the blame when he had no need to. Standing up, she made her way towards him and silently wrapped her hands around his waist. She felt him tense at her embrace, but she tightened her hold. Auntie. Idiot. DxD. Igor stood in the room, unsure of what to do next. In place of yelling, Shuri had hugged him. Auntie. A part of him wondered if she was trying to crush him since her hold became strong enough to crush a normal man. However, before his mind could ponder any further, she tilted her head to look into his eyes, their concern evident in them. You look tired, Igor. Go and see your sisters. Igor didn't seem to process the question since he just looked at her blankly. Auntie. I almost dash. She placed a finger to his lips. Shush. We will talk about this at a later date. For now, go see your sisters and get some rest after. They missed you so much. His eyes glazed over in thought for a moment before he nodded. All right, Auntie. And, thank you. Without any further words, he vanished. Sue. With the blonde gone, Shuri waited for the imminent arrival of Aurelia. And sure enough, she arrived just as she expected. Sue. Turning around, she was briefly awed by how beautiful Aurelia was, but she quickly dispelled her thoughts. It was time to get straight to the point and understand exactly what happened. Please show me. Aurelia nodded quietly and grabbed her hand. I will show you everything from when I met him up to the moment when we met Barakweel, Shuri-sama. Without hesitation, she readied herself. All right. DxD. It was another lovely day in the small town of Kuo. With it being a lovely Sunday afternoon, the town was rather empty. Due to the sudden surge of power that took out every electrical appliance and shattered every window, most people had temporarily moved out of the town. Still, the streets were still filled with cars and the sidewalks had a few dozen people on them. Business had resumed in full and the town was recovering. Deep in the shopping district of Kuo, Igor was standing on the top of a building that housed a clothing store. Ironically, he was in clothes so damaged they would make a homeless person look decent. Surrounding him were metal boxes that could be AC units or ventilators for all he knew. The sky was bright with a few clouds, and it was only when he saw this sight that he realized he was tired. He could feel the energy signatures of Aquino and Asia inside the store he was on and he didn't want to bother them too soon. Looking at the clouds, he felt he might as well lie down and enjoy them. I'm dirty anyway. He could already imagine how his mother would shout at him for dirtying his clothes. It was a nostalgic memory that made him smile fondly, though his past self would never forget the feeling of that shoe. Heh. Good times. He could still never explain that deadly accuracy she had. How she could throw a shoe right on his forehead every single time was a phenomenon he would never understand. He wouldn't be surprised if it was some sort of supernatural power all mothers had or something similar. He was thankful to Trini for giving him the chance to see her again, though he certainly didn't wish to see her in such a state. I wonder if they're all doing well in heaven. He figured after they died, they would surely go to heaven. Except Valley. I'm sure he went straight to hell. I can already see the devil welcoming him with a plaque that had his name on it. He found himself chuckling at the thought. Valander von de Mori. We welcome you. Imagine the little short stack his brother was meeting the devil with all those formal suits he loved to wear brought a sad smile out of him. He was only 9. Feeling his mind being brought too far back into the past, he shook his head to clear his thoughts. No use thinking about it, Igor. We can't do anything about that anymore. Closing his eyes, he wanted to get himself a few minutes of sleep when his mind glossed over the matter of Barakweel. He tried to make them go away, but they wouldn't. Stupid brain. I can't even train to take my mind off of this. Without the familiar feeling of weight tearing his muscles or gravity jostling his organs, he was trapped in his own thoughts as his mind went over to the situation with Barakweel. Raising his fist, a part of him couldn't believe he harmed him like that. To think I blasted a hole inside him. He couldn't remember the feeling or the act, but that didn't erase his actions. At least I wasn't conscious enough to remember the feeling. Lowering his hand again, he settled for gazing at the clouds as they slowly moved about. His mind replayed the contents of the scene over and over again. But, a fortunate distraction came. The wind tickled the torn pieces of his vest, causing a small piece of fabric to flutter up his nose. He swatted it away, but the process kept repeating. TCH. Having had enough, he incinerated the fabric with a small key blast. Finally having some peace again, he let himself relax. There was a bit of an uncomfortable feeling with one half of his back being in direct contact with the concrete, but it was not enough to make him change his posture. He calmly waited for Aquino, Asia, and whoever the third person was to finish whatever it was that they were doing inside the store. Why are they taking so long? It was a clothing shop. It shouldn't take so long to buy a few clothes. Time gradually passed as he idled away listlessly. His mind was empty as he focused on their energy signatures, his eyes passively following the clouds. It wasn't until after a few dozen minutes that he felt them leave the store. Finally. Standing up, the blonde unhesitantly made his way to the edge of the roof where he jumped right into an alleyway. Doof. Landing on both feet, he casually walked out as he slowly tied his hair in a rough ponytail. Turning to the right, he bumped right into the trio who froze upon seeing him. Igor could admit at that very moment that he was wowed. Aquino was every bit as beautiful as her mother. She wore a light purple dress with a picture of a cat in front. Her hair was tied in a low ponytail and funnily enough, the little fallen had a sun hat that seemed too big for her. However, it did not hide the violet gaze that froze in complete surprise when she saw Igor. Asia was dressed in a brand new white dress with roses patterns on it. She was in sandals and as always, her long golden hair cascaded down her sides like a curtain. Her emerald eyes widened as she saw Igor, a bright smile full of life forming on her face as she shouted. Big brother. Dropping the shopping bags she was carrying, Asia leaped towards him with her arms outstretched. Jumping nearly twice her height, she dove into his open arms while hers snaked around his neck in a hug. She was utterly and genuinely excited at his return. You're finally back. Different from Asia though, Aquino wrapped her arms around his leg and glared at him with a pout. Her hat had already fallen off but was held by the strap against her neck. You left without telling us again. Her hold was far stronger than it had any right to be. She tried to appear mad, but she couldn't stop a little smile from forming on her face when their eyes met. Igor shifted his gaze between Asia and Aquino. Just seeing them made his day a whole lot brighter. Using his right hand, he ruffled the little fallen's head who was trying her best to tear through his leg like a cat on a scratching post. Big brother was busy for a little while. But this time, I'm going to stay. Asia cheered brightly at the news. At the same time, she looked at Aquino with a victorious smirk. Yay. See. I told you big brother would come back again. And you didn't believe me, Aquino-chan. I never said that. Not wanting to argue with her sister in all but blood, Aquino decided to ignore her and enjoy the gentle ministrations of his fingers on her head. But Asia wouldn't let that happen. Liar. Turning to face their devil caretaker, she called out. Nay-san. Didn't me and Aquino-chan make a bet to see when big brother would come back? Lena, a modest young lady in a checkered dress gently replied. Indeed you did, Asia-chan. Her voice was melodious and mature, a complete contrast to how she could be confused for a 14-year-old girl. Heh. Take that Aquino-chan. I'm the one who believes in big brother the most. Aquino didn't retort. Rather, she was too lost in her own world. Igor's fingers were doing wonders to her scalp that she found herself in a daze. Her eyes were closed while her cheeks pressed against his thigh. On the other end, Lena decided that now was a good enough time as any to introduce herself. Lowering her head slightly, she spoke. Greetings, Igor-sama. My name is Lena with no surname. I am the queen of Cleria-sama and I was requested to take Asia-chan and Aquino-chan out for shopping. Igor would be honest. She makes short hair look good. Her hair was neatly trimmed and hovered over her cheeks like a bob cut. He could already tell from the calluses on her hands that despite her rather gentle way of speaking, she was a fighter through and through. Nice to meet you, sister. Thanks for caring for these two. I'm sure they must have been troublesome. Hey. Asia was not happy about that statement. However, Lena's words made it worse. You are right, Igor-sama. Asia-chan's appetite has gotten us into trouble a few times. The little blonde immediately blushed at such an accusation. Her head lowered to the extent that her chin was almost digging into her chest. Well, I don't eat that much. Critical strike. She was too cute. Aya. Removing his hand from Aquino, he hugged Asia very tightly, his chin muzzling into her forehead. Too cute. Too cute. BB brother. My little Asia is too cute. Big brother can't resist. Chew. He kissed her on the forehead, making her flush even further in embarrassment. And not in public. Nonsense. You're my little sister. If anyone has a problem, I'll bash their skulls in. As if proving his statement, he looked around to glare at anyone looking at them. However, people continued to walk by them as if they didn't exist. Ha. Foo-foo. I used a bit of magic to make them ignore us, Igor-sama. After all, it would be very easy to attract attention with your current apparel. Once again, Igor gave himself a look over and saw that he really was in a horrible state. To further enhance that fact, Akino dug her fingers into the hole in his pants, her fingers scratching his thigh. Hi. You have holes in your pants. She fiddled around with the holes as if they were fun toys. Asia also dug her hand into his torn vest and it came out through his sleeve. Look, Akino-chan. Big brother has 3 hands now. Hee. You're right. Igor was a bit overwhelmed, but he didn't mind that his sisters were treating him like a toy. They were his little sisters after all. If it was them, it was fine. Pardon me, Igor-sama. But might you be interested in a wardrobe change? It seems awfully inconvenient for you to walk around dressed like that. ? The blonde was just about to ponder whether it was worth it when both Akino and Asia decided for him on the spot. Let's go, big brother. Yeah, let's go. Akino was already trying to drag him into the store while Asia was treating his arm like a horse by excitedly galloping on it. I know some nice clothes that you will definitely like, big brother. Igor felt a little helpless at their enthusiasm. But, if it would make them happy. All right. Yay. Then he would do it. Chapter 159, Chapter. Akino was already trying to drag him into the store while Asia was treating his arm like a horse by excitedly galloping on it. I know some nice clothes that you will definitely like, big brother. Igor felt a little helpless at their enthusiasm. But, if it would make them happy. All right. Yay. Then he would do it. DxD. You love them, Igor. You love them. You love them very much. So. The blonde looked at himself in the mirror. You can get through this. It had already been 2 hours since Asia and Akino pulled him back into the store. With Lena flashing a black card, it was like the green light that allowed the girls to pull him all over the store and ask him to wear different clothes. He was in the changing room in what must have been his 6th or 17th outfit in a row. This time, he was dressed in formal wear instead of casual clothes. Mimicking how his father dressed in formal events, he wore a white long-sleeve shirt, black slim-fit pants, and brown formal boots. To finish off, he rolled the cuffs of his shirt to just below his elbows, exposing his veiny forearms christened by decades of effort. Looking at himself in the mirror, a teensy-weensy part of him admitted he was enjoying this. If I had a cigar, then I would really look like father. Tightening his belt, Igor breathed in because he knew once he got out, it would be chaotic. Gripping the handle of the door, he steeled his face in face of what was about to come. Don't bash their skulls in, Igor. Just breathe and you'll get through this. Pushing the door open, he was assaulted by the flash of a camera and the eyes of numerous people. Igor knew this store was relatively famous from the amount of people he saw upon entering. But he could swear a few more had arrived in the time he was here. And to make things even more inconvenient, most of them were women. I don't like their eyes. As he walked out, Asia was excitedly clapping their hands, her squeals gushing at his appearance. Lena was carrying a basket full of clothes on one hand while the other held a camera. But, they weren't his concern. Igor was feeling a bit annoyed at how he was being eyed like food by the surrounding women. Most of them were schoolgirls around his visible age, their overt and covert gazes pressing upon him. He was very tempted to tell them all to peace. Wow. Big brother looked so handsome. Right, Akino-chan. Akino stood silent, her eyes absorbing his figure. That small scowl he showed as he looked around was etched in her memory. His rough ponytail, his foreign appearance, his semi-casual wear. He was just like those handsome mafia men she saw in all those romance movies she watched with her mother all these years. Gulp. She was mesmerized like a fan seeing their idol in real life. Leaping off the ground, she snatched the camera from Lena's hands and began rapidly snapping pictures. Hi. Snap. 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 Igor watched with a sweat drop. This is going to be a long day. DxD. Capital city of Lilith, underworld. In a bustling metropolis of a city, it was business as always for the capital city of the underworld. It held the residents of the 2 most powerful devils as well as the major businesses of several pillar clans, making the city a central hub for all devil kind. In a secret room in one of the highest towers in the city, a private meeting was taking place between all 4 Satans. The location was in a large room filled with luxurious decorations. Serzex Lucifer, Ajuka Beelzebub, and Falbium Asmodeus sat around a table with Serzex as the head and Seraphal Leviathan having yet to arrive. No one else was in the room and there was no door for anyone to enter. It was a completely sealed-off room with not even a window in sight. The only thing else of note in this room were 4 golden posts, one on each corner of the room with fiery braziers, miniature fireplace, placed atop those posts. Of the 4, only 3 of those braziers were lit. Vuong. Just as the circle revealed circle, the fourth brazier glowed in a blue flame for a moment before it burnt normally. Dressed in her business attire, Seraphol did not show her usual bubbliness when she was around her fellow Satans. Without a word, she made her way to her seat and sat down. Once she sat down, Falbium sat up and regarded Surzex with a serious look. "All right, Surzex. What is so important that you summoned us here?" Surzex looked at his fellow Satans for a moment before his gaze landed on Ajuka. He gave him a nod before Ajuka also replied with a nod. Immediately, Ajuka tapped the table where a small magic circle formed. Faster than the eye could see, a small green barrier rapidly expanded to the exact width of the room before it turned translucent. It was unknown what the function of the barrier was, but it was only when it was deployed that Surzex finally spoke. "When Ajuka and I were following a potential lead on who could have my sister, we coincidentally met up with two Aryans, purebloods." He left out the part where they had Rias. He didn't need the meeting spiraling out of focus, especially with his fellow Siskin, who would no doubt adopt a negative approach. He regarded Seraphol out of the corner of his eye, but she didn't seem to show any hostile emotion, yet. So he continued. "One of them was responsible for the powerful energy surge we all felt. He is strong. I can say with complete assurance that I cannot defeat him without entering my true form." That statement earned a set of widened eyes from Falbium and Seraphol. They all knew how powerful Surzex was in his true form, yet this Aryan was strong enough to force him into it. If such a powerful being existed and was unchecked, the consequences could be dire. And it were those consequences that Falbium was worried about. Are there any weaknesses we know of him? Any countermeasures that we can draft? Ajuka was the one to answer. The one who would know best is Azazel. The boy we met shares a rather deep relationship with him. How deep? This time, it was Seraphol who spoke. Her eyes implied she was nearing a truth or a prognosis she had in her head, and she only needed one more piece of the puzzle. How deep is his relationship with Azazel? Surzex was more than happy to answer. With a slight smile on his, he remembered that moment when Igor spoke to Azazel. Funnily enough, the boy refers to him as Uncle. Gradually, it all seemed to click in Seraphol's head. But she needed a few more clues. Just a few more before she could deliver her statement with confidence. "Do you have any more knowledge on him, Surzex? Anything else?" Surzex seemed to mull about in his head before he replied. "I do. He said his name was Igor von de Mori and that he has a little sister named Asia. However, I don't have a surname Argento. Asia Argento." Seraphol couldn't stop herself from saying the name out loud in realization. Upon seeing the rest of their eyes looking at her for an explanation, she elaborated. "Asia Argento is a former nun from the church who has the Twilight Healing Sacred Gear. Most of the church's actions were heavily influenced due to her. But recently, she had went missing on the same day that the church underwent turmoil. But before that, there were rumors that aside from Vasco Strata, there was another protector she had. Not much is known about them except that he was blonde and that she called him Big Brother. Falbium placed his elbow on the table and rested his cheek on his fist. "We cannot be completely sure if this Asia Surzex mentions is the same one we know of. I have a way to solve that. Wait for me to return." Standing up from her seat, a teleportation circle formed under Seraphol before she vanished. Vuong. Silence. Seemingly thinking the same thing, neither Satan continued the meeting after Seraphol left. Uncharacteristically, Falbium didn't take this opportunity to fall asleep. Rather, the bald Satan was deep in contemplation. His head was lowered in thought, and would have lasted for a while had Seraphol not returned. Vuong. This time, she brought a passenger with her. Holding the very nervous silver-haired woman next to her, she introduced her to her fellow Satans. "This here is Cleria Belial, the overseer of Kuo. She knows Igor on a personal level and she will tell us everything we need to know. And I wonder what Azazel would do if he found out. Maybe there'll be bloodshed to be sure. Or politics. You never know with old people." Chapter 160, Chapter. Seemingly thinking the same thing, neither Satan continued the meeting after Seraphol left. Uncharacteristically, Falbium didn't take this opportunity to fall asleep. Rather, the bald Satan was deep in contemplation. His head was lowered in thought, and would have lasted for a while had Seraphol not returned. Vuong. This time, she brought a passenger with her. Holding the very nervous silver-haired woman next to her, she introduced her to her fellow Satans. "This here is Cleria Belial, the overseer of Kuo. She knows Igor on a personal level and she will tell us everything we need to know. DxD. Kuo, Japan. The Park of Kuo, a beautiful location that one could visit to enjoy the peace. Dozens of trees were planted around the park with the fountain acting as the center. Whether it was a child or an adult, all would find peace once they entered through the gates. And as fate would have it, one certain blonde needed that piece. I'm never doing this again. It was official. Igor hated shopping. To be specific, he now hated shopping for clothes. The whole experience itself was pointless. It's a complete waste of time. As he sat on the bench, he grumbled about his first experience. The only reason he even persisted for so long was because Asia and Aquino enjoyed it. Yet no matter how much he loved them, he became tired after the third shop. Women. For them it's shoes, clothes, makeup, and other pointless things. Hours are wasted that could be spent in the gym. At first, it was cute watching how interested Asia and Aquino were when Lena showed them different types of makeup. But when she really started getting into the explanations, he found the whole thing grating on his nerves. What was it? 6 different brushes for eyelashes. Eyelashes need that many brushes. Why the hell would you even need to brush eyelashes? For all that is holy, it's just bloody eyelashes. He swore he almost tore his hair off when Lena made the purchase for that makeup kit that came with those brushes. Don't even get him started on the shoes. And who the hell needs that many shoes? It's just shoes. The number of illogical things women did genuinely made him confused. He couldn't help but think of his father's favorite phrase when he found a huge number of shoes in the car his mother used. TCH, women are troublesome. Just thinking of potentially having to deal with a woman at some point in his life made him groan inwardly. Oh. I never knew Igor-sama had such thoughts. Of course, he had forgotten that the most troublesome woman was sharing a bench with him. While Aquino and Asia played on the swings, Lena, the facilitator of all his stress, had chosen to sit next to him. Conveniently enough, all of their shopping bags had vanished, saving him the trouble of carrying them. I didn't have these thoughts before, but now I do. I'll never understand half the things you women do. In fact, he felt he now partially understood why his father was willing to spend so much money on cigars. He claimed it was relaxing, and after what he went through, he wondered if he should try smoking. It would certainly help him forget those women he met. By the way, Lena. What was wrong with those girls? They were all looking at me funny. The young-looking girl smiled gently but still maintained a respectable distance between herself and him. You really don't know, don't you, Igor-sama? You're something of a celebrity in this town. Eh? How did that happen? Lena couldn't help but try to suppress a giggle. Well, Igor-sama. How many people do you know that can carry a large rucksack full of food on their shoulders? Igor certainly remembered his earlier years. You went from supermarkets to butcheries with your rucksack and bought meat from them in bulk. Then you walked around with what certainly must have been a few hundred kilograms on your back around town before fading into the outskirts. I can guarantee you, Igor-sama. More than a few dozen people saw you. You left us with quite the workload. At the very least, the blonde had the decency to be embarrassed. Didn't you erase their memories or something? Lena was baffled that he wasn't embarrassed. He didn't even show any signs of feeling sorry. How can your face be so thick, Igor-sama? At least show some emotion. But, she wouldn't say that out loud. We did erase their memories at first, Igor-sama. But when you kept coming back every week, we decided to alter their memories instead of erasing them. That way, anyone who saw you would find it normal, or to be specific, believable for you to carry that amount of weight, and we wouldn't have to constantly erase everyone's memories amongst other things. Oh. Anyway, why didn't you attack me? Lena still was appalled at how he so willingly glossed over the issue. Did he not feel any shame? Was he really that shameless? Again, she couldn't complain out loud, especially not to a person who had the power to kill her before she could blink. It certainly made her miss the younger him. He was cuter and less dangerous back then. We didn't approach you because Cleria-sama ordered us not to, Igor-sama. It was considered reparations for the stray devil you encountered all those years ago. It was there, but it was brief, that heavy feeling in the air. It was a pressure so suffocating that she felt like her world turned gray for a moment. Lena glanced out of the corner of her eye to see the two girls were still playing excitedly on the swings. Hearing their laughter, she wondered if that sudden spike of killing intent was an illusion. However, seeing how the blonde had his head lowered, that notion was quickly dispersed. That heavy feeling just further sealed how strong Igor had gotten in a few short years. I apologize for bringing that up, Igor-sama. I promise to never speak of it again. He did not speak for a moment or two. Remembering his embarrassing defeat at the hands of an entity who he could crush with his finger was a disgraceful defeat he could never forget. Do not worry about that. It was a defeat I suffered, and if I have an opinion, a very important one I must say. But moving on, you were telling me about being a celebrity. He was smiling, but Lena could see it was somewhat fake. Unfortunately, she lacked the necessary qualifications to help him through the issue. She was neither strong enough nor close enough to him to inquire. It was why she happily changed the conversation. Right. As for you being a celebrity, Igor-sama, I believe it all started 3 years ago. You see, when you and Shuri-sama went to pick up Akino at her school, you had exposed your midriff, right in front of a camera. That was when pictures of you started circulating, Igor-sama. The gears in Igor's head started spinning. He certainly could remember that day. It was very significant since it was also the day when he got the holy book that allowed him to become brothers with Added. However, Lena. That was 3 years ago. Why would people still remember me? Lena felt a bit embarrassed at his question. She didn't know how to tell him that most women in Kuo were just that perverted. Perhaps it was just the energy here, but people here in general were more perverted than normal. I cannot answer that question, Igor-sama. Igor couldn't help but turn to face her as worry formed on his face. You mean that after 3 years, there are women that still have pictures of me from when I looked 14? Apparently, her silence sealed everything. Pedophiles. I'm surrounded by bloody pedophiles. He sighed tiredly as he palmed his forehead. What is wrong with the people of this town? First it was Barakweel. Then it was the teachers at Akino's school. Who's next? He then remembered how there were a few older women at the store, women older than Shuri. Turning to face a heavily embarrassed Lena with a wide gaze, he asked. Lena. There were aunties there. Are you telling me that they also? Lena couldn't find it within herself to reply. Yet her silence spoke more than 1,000 words. Lord help us. Everyone and their mother is a pervert, heh? Igor suddenly stood up, his eyes trailing over towards where Cleria's mansion was. His eyes were narrowed like a hawk as he focused on the appearance of that sudden energy signature. Hey Lena. Did you have any visitors today? I felt someone strong appear at Sister Cleria's house. They're a devil and they have the power of a low god class. Lena stood up in suspicion. No, Igor-sama. As far as I'm aware, there weren't supposed to be any visits. Could it be Leviathan-sama? No idea. I just thought I'd let you dash. They left. Lena was very quick to catch on to his word. They. Yes. Sister Cleria and that other devil just vanished. Compared to how casual the blonde was, Lena was far, far more worried. Oh no. If it was indeed Seraphal and she suddenly took Cleria like that, then this wasn't a simple summon. This was a direct kidnapping. This isn't right. Cleria-sama is in danger. Igor could be slow at times, but even he could connect the dots. They're after her because of me. He could already guess that Cleria was going to be interrogated for information about him. He didn't know what their methods would be, and he wasn't willing to wait and find out. Lena. Take Akino and Asia home. I'll handle this. Not caring for the slightly panicking girl, he vanished. Sue. Anne. He's about to attempt to bust down a super high-level meeting between the 4 Satans, isn't he? Not the brightest move, but he never claimed to be smart in the first place, didn't he? Chapter 161, Chapter. They're after her because of me. He could already guess that Cleria was going to be interrogated for information about him. He didn't know what their methods would be, and he wasn't willing to wait and find out. Lena. Take Akino and Asia home. I'll handle this. Not caring for the slightly panicking girl, he vanished. Sue. DxD. Igor was immensely quick in his steps. None of Cleria's peerage had seen or even sensed him swiftly enter the compound and infiltrate Cleria's office at astounding speeds. When he appeared in the room, his eyes wandered around. Cleria's office was pristine as always. It was a mix of old and modern with a lovely chandelier hanging from the ceiling. But Igor wasn't focused on the aesthetics. Standing where Cleria usually sat, he could see that her chair was pushed back abruptly, a possible indicator that she was taken by surprise and maybe kidnapped. A further testament to that fact was how her handwriting on one of her documents had suddenly become jagged. But nothing was more prevalent than that very faint trace of magical energy. He could feel the very minute traces remaining in the air. That person most likely took her to the underworld. He was still apprehensive about returning there so soon, especially with how his new problem may try to control him again. But I'll be good. I promise I'll be good. I won't try to make you sleep. I won't make you a monster. Just, please don't leave. Please don't hate me. That little girl was sincere. It was a naive thought, but he would trust her to keep her word. He still wasn't sure how to prevent her from influencing him, but the last thing he needed was another mess as he fought her for control over his body. Still, he couldn't exactly handle his current issue alone, at least not without wasting significant time. I'll need Sister's help. She was the smarter one, and with how many spells and techniques she knew, he guessed she would be able to track Cleria, as well as keep him in control if the situation called for it. Fewish. It was brief, barely a split second, but he had raised his power to the threshold of his base state. By his understanding, no one in Kuo would have the reactionary capabilities to pick up this sudden spike in power except for his sister. Vuong. True on the mark, Aurelia appeared in the office just a few seconds later. He idly wondered why she was still dressed like some noble lady. Though, he would admit her attire suited her. Thank you for coming, sister. I am at your service, Lord Demori. It still put him off that she willingly chose to speak subserviently to him, but he had long since lost the drive to fight her on the topic. I need your help. A devil of the low god class arrived here and may have possibly kidnapped Sister Cleria to extract information from her. Can you track her? Without a word, Aurelia set to work. Over a dozen magic circles formed all around the office, a few of them being different in color. She closed her eyes as she silently analyzed her findings before she opened them again. I have found her, my lord. But I have encountered a problem. There was worry in her eyes, but she continued. Cleria-sama is in a room with all 4 Satans. Igor briefly considered the thought. Lucifer and Beelzebub are strong, very strong. How strong? He wasn't exactly sure. But he wouldn't be surprised if they were stronger than him. In fact, with how long they lived and how many techniques those two had, he was sure they were definitely stronger than him. Still, that wasn't a reason to abandon Cleria. It does not matter. They have Sister Cleria there. That also presents us with another problem, Lord Demori. What? Aurelia was quiet with slight nervousness showing on her face. Beelzebub-sama knows I'm watching. What? He was stumped. He himself was particularly sensitive to spatial fluctuations due to his constant usage of the instant transmission. But even he could barely detect that Aurelia had opened up the smallest of spatial channels and used it to monitor the other side like a telescope. His sister was skilled. But if a Juka could casually find that she was surveilling them, then he was truly skilled. And this factor just opened up a new set of conundrums. Since he already knows, widen the hole enough for me to sense their energy. He then placed 2 fingers on his forehead. I'm going in. It was final and Aurelia knew there was no telling him anything else. Silently, she expanded the hole, but it was so small that even under the most powerful of microscopes invented in this century, it would not be seen. I can sense them. In terms of energy alone, Surzeka's was more powerful, then followed by a Juka. Then it was followed by 2 more individuals that he didn't know, but recognized one energy signature to be the one he sensed before. And then lastly, he sensed Cleria. I'll leave first, sister. He was about to vanish when Aurelia called out. Do you have a plan of action, my lord? I'm not sure. For now, I'll grab Sister Cleria and bring her here. After that. He sighed at what he was about to say. I'll talk to them and do all that political nonsense. I'll need your help then, sister. Despite being unnerved by a Juka's apparent awareness, Aurelia managed to smile. I trust you, my lord. I hope you will succeed and I shall assist you as Dash. No. I don't want you to come yet. The scene devolved into a battle of stares. Igor stood unwavering in front of his sister's increasingly defiant gaze. But no matter what, he wouldn't let her follow him, not into what may become a scene of a deadly battle. If you're there, I'll be more on edge, sister. So I would rather you stay here with Sister Cleria and monitor the situation from here until everything is safe. Listening to his reasons, Aurelia retracted her gaze and lowered her head. I apologize for crossing my boundaries, my lord. It's all right, sister. Now, I need to go. With a small smile on his face, he vanished. Tsui. Aurelia slowly raised her head with a victorious smile on her face. I apologize for crossing my boundaries, in advance. Her magic circles circled around before they all floated behind her. I will not let you stand alone, my lord. Not in a battle of tongues. DxD. Cleria was in the biggest mess of her life. Or to be accurate, she couldn't process that she was in the biggest mess of her life. Everything had happened so quickly that her brain had frozen. 1 minute, Serafal teleported to her office and said a name. No greeting, no pleasantries. Just one name. Igor von Demori. As soon as those letters entered her ears and rearranged themselves in her brain, she was startled. Hearing his name was one thing. Hearing his name come from Serafal's mouth was a different thing entirely and her body reacted accordingly. Her nervousness was more than enough for the former Citri heir to know that she knew exactly who Igor was. Next thing she knew, she was grabbed by the shoulder and her view shifted to not a jail cell or a torture rack, but a sight far more terrifying. This here is Cleria Belial, the overseer of Kuo. She knows Igor on a personal level and will tell us everything we need to know about him. She was in front of the 4 Satans. Just one was terrifying enough. Meeting all 4 of them nearly sent her into a state of complete shock, especially since she definitely was not brought here to receive some kind of reward. I. She couldn't formulate any words. Suddenly meeting the leaders of her race was too much for her to process. Calm down, Cleria-san. We won't harm you. I can assure you of that. Surzex, ever as charismatic, soothed her with his gentle voice. He couldn't agree with Serafal's method of suddenly bringing Cleria here, but he understood that since this matter was related to Aryans, there was not much gentleness left in her. Case in point, Serafal raised her hand and a dossier appeared in her hand. Walking over to her seat, she placed the dossier on the table and began questioning the Silverette. Was Igor von Demori responsible for the Heimjima massacre? Answer carefully, Cleria. Serafal speaking without adding honorifics. This is certainly not good. Surzex could surmise as much. But he wouldn't lie and admit he wasn't curious. But with the way things are going, Cleria would not have a clear enough mind to reveal crucial information. Relax, Cleria-san. Answer with peace of mind. None of what you reveal will travel beyond these walls. As much as Cleria would want to deny she had any knowledge, she was not stupid enough to do so in this situation. This was especially so when she saw how all four Satans were focused on her with varying facial expressions. Why yes. He was responsible for the massacre. Serafal quickly scribbled something down on the dossier before asking again. Do you know the reason why he did so? Serafal hadn't even looked up from the paper when she asked the question. From Cleria's perspective, it was clear that she was filling in the blanks, and lying was not an option in the slightest. Yes. He killed the Heimjima because they had targeted Shuri Heimjima and her daughter, Akino Heimjima. Serafal's writing paused while Falbium raised an eyebrow. Deciding to pitch in, he asked a question that may or may not pile up his workload. Who left or entered Kuo? The Heimjima entered Kuo. They were somehow able to infiltrate the barrier. Holding himself from banging his head on the table, Falbium felt like dying. Many territories held by different overseers used a standard barrier to let them know who or what entered or left the town. Of course, significantly powerful entities could bypass that rather easily. So much work. The problem was that the Heimjima were able to find a weakness and enter discreetly. If this proves to be an existing issue, then he would have to replace all the barriers, which meant more work. Being in charge of military affairs meant also being in charge of standardized defensive measures, and sometimes, he hated his job. Please be incompetence. On the other hand, the gears in Serafal's mind were turning as she picked up the key parts of Cleria's statement. To be specific, they trespassed into our territory. She made sure to file that information away for later. It would be useful if she needed to deal with the Shinto pantheon. Raising her hand again, another dossier formed before she slid it towards Cleria. Read it. The Silverette wordlessly took the small stack of documents with shaky hands and read it. A minute or so passed and Cleria was halfway through when Serafal interrupted her. Am I correct in inferring that this subject number 1 is in fact Igor von Demori? Cleria was quiet, more so out of shock than nervousness. On the page she was on, there was even a picture of Asia as well as the false alarm incident that happened back then in 1996 when Igor first met Asia. To know that he was being investigated for this long unnerved her greatly. Cleria Belial. Answer my question dash. Serafal was about to force the issue when out of nowhere, a blonde man in semi-formal wear appeared right next to Cleria. Tsui. Not even half a second passed when he grabbed Cleria by the shoulder and vanished again with her in tow. Tsui. A very short while passed before once again, Igor appeared. Tsui. This time, the blonde was alone. Dressed in his semi-formal clothing, he was distinctly different from the rest of the male Satans who dressed rather royally. Nonetheless, fashion wasn't on the agenda for today. Hovering his gaze around each Satan, his eyes eventually landed on Surzex. Gathering information on me so soon, Lucifer. And personally, I'm hoping for a big brawl. Though I am curious as to how Serafal would react. Until the next chapter. Chapter 162, Chapter. Tsui. This time, the blonde was alone. Dressed in his semi-formal clothing, he was distinctly different from the rest of the male Satans who dressed rather royally. Nonetheless, fashion wasn't on the agenda for today. Hovering his gaze around each Satan, his eyes eventually landed on Surzex. Gathering information on me so soon, Lucifer. DxD. The four Satans were quiet. Not shocked or alert, but quiet. Ajuka in particular had a small smile on his face while Surzex was relatively calm. Serafal had a small frown on her face and Falbium simply watched the blonde with interest. Gathering information on me so soon, Lucifer. Surzex was briefly surprised by how Igor teleported in here when barriers preventing teleportation were there. He remembered that Ajuka said something about him using the dimensional gap. But, he shoved that thought for later. It isn't so much as gathering, but more on the lines of verifying, Demori-san. Igor looked at Surzex for a moment before he sighed. I'm too tired for wordplay, Lucifer. Can you be more direct? Amused at his words, Surzex decided to listen to his request. All right, Demori-san. But, I am curious about something. Letting his chin rest on his fist, he regarded the blonde who was on the other side of the table with a curious gaze. You do realize that you just infiltrated a high-level meeting between us all four Satans. For what reason did you do so, if I may ask? Simple. You had Sister Cleria here. I don't want her to die now, do I? And judging from the glare Leviathan is giving me here, I wager I did good. Seraphal did not tone down her glare in the slightest, her eyes drilling into his. Your people are known for being violent. And devils are known to be the scum of the earth. But you don't see me glaring, do you? The blonde had his arms crossed while Seraphal had her fist clenched on the table. She did not hide her ire for him in the slightest. Surzex could already tell that the situation would devolve from this point if nothing happened. And while his fellow Satan had every single right to attack, he didn't want the opportunity that willingly came to them to be tarnished. Calm down, you two. Seraphal. Please drop your prejudices. Seraphal held her glare longer before abruptly turning her head. She was not blind to what Surzex wanted, but that didn't mean she liked it. And a part of her felt a bit more iffy when Igor casually blew her off by talking to Surzex. Lucifer. I know I said it 100 times, but I don't like politics. I don't like skirting around issues, and I don't like unnecessary detours. You feel like a good guy, so I want to make things clear between us. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the dossier on the table. Unable to restrain his curiosity, his eyes lingered on it for a while before they widened. On it was a picture of Asia. Immediately, his gaze turned hostile as he leveled a glare at Surzex. Why do you have a picture of my sister? We are investigating you. Any chance of you stopping? No. The atmosphere became tense. This was especially so when Igor's eyes turned red. If I rip your head off, will you stop then? Surzex regarded Igor calmly, his eyes viewing him intensely. Is that a threat, Demori-san? Ignoring Seraphal like she didn't exist, his power gradually creeped up at the prospect of a fight. That fully depends on your actions, Lucifer. Funny, seeing as you kidnapped my sister. Vuong. The reactions were instant. Seraphal immediately pointed a magic circle towards Igor with a cold resolution on her face. The temperature in the room had fallen, but Igor did not shift his gaze from Surzex in the slightest. None of the other Satans reacted overtly, but Falbium was on guard. Igor's power level was already creeping up to concerning margins, something that made him wary since he read of the blonde's ability to increase his power. Troublesome. Regardless, he would be ready to move in an instant if the situation so required. As for Igor, he wasn't fazed in the slightest by the sudden hostility. Your sister is the only reason I haven't done anything yet. Because trust me, Lucifer. I am very much willing to fight all of you. And I can promise there won't be 4 Satans when I'm done. Silence. The atmosphere was getting more and more intense. One move. Just one move was needed for everything to descend into chaos. Igor had made it abundantly clear he was not afraid of fighting them, something that more than proved his Aryan heritage. Perhaps we should all calm down and discuss this civilly. Surprisingly, it was Ajuka who made the offer. I can see that you care greatly for your sister, Demori-kun. However, rest assured that unlike some unsavory parties, we hold no ill will towards you. Don't we, Seraphal? Seraphal reluctantly put her hand down. She understood that Igor was too valuable to recklessly antagonize, even if his crime of barging in warranted his death. With Seraphal having lowered her hand, Ajuka continued. Good. Now, Demori-kun. I believe we can talk civilly. Igor looked at the 4 individuals in front of him. Apart from Seraphal, the other 3 were calm. He mentally judged that it was safe enough and so he responded. We can talk, but not with me. Without elaborating, he vanished. Tsui. Barely a moment passed before he appeared again with Aurelia in tow. Tsui. He then faced Ajuka. Talk to her. Leaving his sister to the wolves, he could have been more graceful in introducing her. Fortunately for Aurelia, she was very quick to adapt. And fortunately for Igor, she did not lower her head. I humbly greet all the Satans. My name is Aurelia, attendant to Lord Demori, and I shall be speaking on his behalf. DxD. Over 3 hours had passed since Aurelia arrived and the talks were surprisingly going smoothly. After she arrived, she was very quick in diffusing the tension in the room and shifting the opinions of everyone in their favor. Unlike Igor, who was brash, when she talked, she showed the Satans basic respect and apologized in his stead for barging in like he did. When she properly told the reason why he did, the 4 Satans seemed to regard him a bit more amicably, especially Ajuka. This had left Igor in a sort of a bind. When the first 30 minutes had passed, he had calmed down enough to somewhat relax. Part of him calming down however had more to do with how Aurelia was trading strong English words with Surzex, Ajuka, and Serafal. Or was it Italian? He didn't even know what language devils spoke. And those were the sort of thoughts that his dazed and bored mind came up with to pass the time. But there were only so many minutes Igor could distract himself before his baser instincts came to play. And when they did, they came with the subtlety of a hammer. It was like an instant realization that had dawned on him when he was fiddling with a key sphere in his hand. There were 5 powerful people in this room. He was used to fighting with one. 2 of them would probably give him a decent fight if he didn't transform, while the last 2 would undoubtedly give him the fight of his life. Like a thirsty man seeing an oasis in front of him, he began leveling a gaze full of desire for battle at Surzex and Ajuka. His key had fluctuated a few times in the process, making at least one of the 3 Satans look at him from time to time. Serafal was the one most unnerved since she could swear she saw smoke come out of his nose like a bull's. Eventually however, Igor did calm down when he saw how serious the talks were and he didn't want to interrupt. Slowly, he reined in his desires and thought about different things like training and other mundane things. Combined with the drawls of politics entering through one ear and leaving through the other, he had slowly grew tired. He had sat down next to Falbium who seemed to not be affected by his close proximity. Like him, he could also see that the Satan was also close to sleeping. With the crux of the political talks having been covered a few moments ago, Falbium had begun dozing off. I guess he hates politics as much as me. Finding a kindred spirit, Igor boldly placed his arms on the table and laid his head on them. Closing his eyes, he was unashamed of the looks he received from 4 pairs of eyes. 4 pairs immediately became 3 when Falbium also followed suit and fell asleep. Seeing her lord brazenly fall asleep like that, Aurelia sighed. I apologize in my lord's stead. He doesn't like politics, does he? Surzex nearly chuckled when she nodded in resignment. Unfortunately, Lucifer-sama. Do not fret, Aurelia-san. As you can see, our fellow Satan also appears to share the same sentiments. Surzex felt a bit embarrassed when Falbium slept like this. But he knew better than to try and wake his compatriot up. Should we continue talking at a later date, Aurelia-san? I believe we have covered the most vital parts of our agreement. I would not mind doing so, Lucifer-sama. Is this meeting officially over? Although the circumstances pertaining to this meeting are less than savory, we can move on ahead and adjourn our little gathering dash. Finally. Like a cannon, Igor shot up with his arms raised high. 4 hours. It's been 4 hours. To be exact, it's 3 hours and 22 minutes, my lord. Doesn't matter. Standing up, he pointed a finger accusingly at Surzex. Lucy. You're a man. Why the hell do you talk so much like a woman? You're a man. A man, goddammit. Now wait, Demori-san. We were watching as Surzex tried to placate the blonde. Ajuka couldn't help but be amused. From the short few hours he had observed the boy, he could conclude with absolute assurance that Igor was just as simple as he portrayed himself to be. Add in his strength, and he was a very worthwhile ally to have. Would he be opposed as to let me have his blood? Serafal was, for a lack of better words, in a daze. She would usually never call herself a muddle-headed person, but Igor was different from the Aryans she knew of. With his power, she figured he would be arrogant like his people usually are. But come on, Lucy. In fact, fight me to prove you're a man. She could admit that he had a certain level of charisma. In just one sitting, he had somehow managed to enter the good graces of her fellow Satans. Over the course of this impromptu meeting, her desire to kill him as well as his sister dwindled, something she previously thought would happen. But she was soon brought out of her daze when a high-pitched whistling sound entered her ears. Tsui. With her eyes regaining color, she looked around to see that Aurelia and Igor were no longer there. There was, however, Surzex who was looking at her with a tired, but light smile. I see you had much to think about, Serafal. Perhaps they surprised you. Serafal looked into his eyes. They did. But, is it really a good idea to not? She didn't complete the question, but it was easy to understand what she meant. Fortunately or unfortunately, Ajuka was the first one to refute her statement. Killing them would be a complete waste, Serafal. We've all read the report. In less than a decade, Demori-san managed to reach a level of strength many may never hope to enter. Let us take a page from Azazel's book and have him as our ally as well. Surely that would dash. You just want Demori-san's permission to study him, don't you, Ajuka? Caught right in the crosshairs by Surzex, he merely fixed his collar before replying. That may also be a boon worth striving for. Shaking his head helplessly, Surzex turned to face Serafal. Regardless of circumstances, I believe we can trust them, Serafal. If it makes it any easier for you, feel free to visit them in Kuo. Perhaps you'll learn more about them as you converse. Having an alliance with the last living Aryans will be very helpful for all of Devilkind, especially in a few centuries. So we will need your cooperation there, Serafal. Standing up from his table, he looked over at Falbium with a sigh. We on the other hand, have to discuss new protective measures for our territories in the human world. It was slight, but Serafal could swear she saw Falbium twitch. Nonetheless, the events of today fogged up her brain and she needed to clear it. Grabbing the updated dossier on the table, she stood up as well. Maybe I'll go visit them after all, Sirs X-Chan. Anne. Politics are finally over. Lord knows I hate them. Onwards to the next chapter. Chapter 163, Chapter. We on the other hand, have to discuss new protective measures for our territories in the human world. It was slight, but Serafal could swear she saw Falbium twitch. Nonetheless, the events of today fogged up her brain and she needed to clear it. Grabbing the updated dossier on the table, she stood up as well. Maybe I'll go visit them after all, Sirs X-Chan. DxD. Kuo Town, Japan. It was now nearing sunset in Kuo. It had been a few hours since Igor and Aurelia returned and a number of things happened since then. Both siblings had decided to split up upon returning. Aurelia had went to Cleria to inform her of what happened while Igor had returned to the Heimjima household. To say Asia and Aquino were miffed at his disappearance was an understatement. Aquino had continuously pestered him for details while Asia had clung onto him without any intention of letting go. Seeing the two girls after what had been a long and boring meeting was like the first ray of sunshine in the morning. He played with them for a while and he was impressed with Asia's speed during their game of tag. She wasn't supernaturally fast yet, but he was pretty sure she could run for the Olympics. What was even more impressive was that she was able to effectively enhance herself with mana, allowing her to chase them even up in the trees. However, even though her stamina was something else entirely, it wasn't infinite. It wasn't until she had fallen asleep in his arms when the sun began to set that their game of tag finally ended. When Aquino flew down from the treetops with her wings, he idly noted that he had to ask Aurelia to teach Asia how to fly. Since it was already evening, Igor called their playtime to an end. While Aquino had eventually run off to watch some of her anime, he had went to place a sleeping Asia in the room where her scent was the strongest. Tucking his little sister into bed, it wasn't until he left the room that he encountered Shuri who was waiting for him. With her taking the lead, she had led him outside, but not after telling Aquino they were going to talk privately. Now, the both of them were standing under a tree, the same tree that 3 years ago, he and Barakwil were standing under. The winds themselves were quiet as the sun slowly disappeared beyond the horizon. With Shuri right in front of him, Igor was no longer so happy-go-lucky like usual. For her to call him out like this, it would undoubtedly concern the old man. He was nervous about how things would go, but he wouldn't back down from this. Backing out was for pansies. Say whatever you need to say in whatever way you want to say it, Auntie. I won't complain. Be it her yelling or cursing at him, he wouldn't complain. He would absolutely hate it if someone else did that to him. But considering what he did, he felt he deserved it. Shuri remained silent as she processed Igor's words. That seriousness, she could tell he was expecting a violent reaction from her. She could only smile at his futile attempt to take accountability. I'll hold you to that, Demori-kun. Because she had a different idea in mind. Igor was confused. When Shuri took a step forward, he thought she would try and hit him. He would never accept such a thing, so he was already prepared to dodge her hits so that she could air out her grievances. But the last thing he expected was for her to wrap her arms around his torso. With his hands awkwardly spread out, he didn't hold her. Auntie. However, Shuri didn't respond. Pressing her head against his chest, she listened to his heartbeat that was about as slow as a snail. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. Igor made no moves to remove her. She was in perfect position for a bear hug, but he doubted she would even try. This was clearly a hug, a completely random hug in his opinion. His mind was prepared for a negative reaction from her. This wasn't a negative reaction. Looking at her head against his chest, he was about to call out to her again when she quietly spoke. Hold me. To the world, her voice was a whisper. To him, it was louder than a bullet. It sounded more like a plea than a demand. He didn't understand why she would even ask for such a thing, but he slowly circled his arms around him. Yet, Shuri wasn't satisfied. Tighter. Igor felt he was crossing lines he shouldn't be crossing. This moment had already gone longer than what was acceptable. Auntie Dash. Please, Demori-kun. I want to confirm something. He didn't like it, but he silently acquiesced to her request and tightened his hold. His arms went over her shoulders and instead of ending at her upper back, now began sneaking underneath her forearms. Shuri felt how close his hands were to the edges of her breasts, yet she didn't feel revolted at his touch. Slowly, she also tightened her hold and took in more of his presence. The feeling of his hardened chest muscles on her cheek, his naturally husky scent that she found very appealing, and his large arms that she could feel enveloping her body, she took in all of it. And it confirmed her thoughts. I love this. It was a far cry from what she felt when Barakweel held her. It was a horrid thought to have, to make such a comparison when her former husband had almost died. It was even more scandalous when she had considered going back to him. To be accurate, she still considered the possibility. But she wanted to be sure. She wanted to be sure of what her heart wanted. She no longer wanted to be on the fence about this issue. Feeling his touch and feeling his warmth, she was utterly and absolutely sure of one thing. I love him. Raising her head to meet his cerulean gaze, her feelings were further cemented. I love you, Demori Cohen. Feeling her vision being clouded with tears, she buried her head into his chest. And I hate it. The person she now loved, the person who she was now holding in her arms, was now so far away from her. I hate this. Tightening her hold around him, she knew this may possibly be the last time she may ever get to hold him like this. Because after today, she would once again become the wife of Barakweel. DxD. A few moments prior. Igor wasn't comfortable with this. To be exact, he wasn't sure what to feel. In his mind, Shuri was Barakweel's woman. Yes, he viewed her as his aunt and quite recently, a sort of mother too. But he was very well aware that there wasn't any blood between them. This meant that having this kind of prolonged contact with her was something that made him feel a bit guilty. Shuri was a married woman, and he was holding her in his arms. This directly went against what his father taught him. I don't like this. Igor could admit he was many things, but he didn't want to be scum. He already hurt the old man prior to this. He didn't want to become an adulterer in his eyes as well. He was about to tell her to stop when she suddenly raised her head and looked into his eyes. Amber slowly met Sapphire, her eyes slowly clouding up in tears as they gazed into his royal blue. Before Igor could properly react, Shuri had already lowered her head. But he was sure of one thing. Those eyes were sad. He had never seen Shuri so sad before, not since she was dying in his arms. I don't like this. It was the same sentence, but with a separate meaning. Completely different from before, he tightened her hold around her. He wasn't sure what was making her so sad, but he would give her every single ounce of support he could. Only God knew a part of himself regretted leaving 3 years ago. No, he regretted not coming back. But this time, he wouldn't leave. I'm here for you, Auntie. I won't ask questions. Just know I have your back. He would never say these words casually, because they implied complete trust. For Shuri, he had complete trust in her and her character. And he would trust her 1,000 times before he even entertained the thought of doubting her. Shuri didn't reply to his declaration, nor did she need to. The slight tightening of her hold on him was more than enough for an answer. Slowly raising his hand, he cradled it against the back of her head. He softly ran his hands through her hair, his fingers gently scratching her. Out of habit, he kissed the top of her head before comforting her. I'll always be here for you. No matter what. Shuri couldn't restrain herself anymore as she silently cried into his chest. His words were making her so happy, and at the same time, so distraught. His words that were making her heart sing with joy were destroyed by the reality before her. Before she was a woman, she was a mother. She could not compromise Aquino's needs for her desires, no matter how much she wanted to. Aquino needed to grow up in a happy family, and for that, she would need her father. She could only comfort herself that Igor would also appreciate the arrangement, but her heart still felt pain. I hate this. DxD. Aurelia silently watched as Igor held Shuri. She had faint suspicions before during her interactions with her, but now she was sure. She cares for Lord Demori more than she should. Although she was far enough for Igor to not focus on her, her eyes were good enough to read their lips and body language. Aurelia could admit that Shuri was a good woman and that she could certainly make a very good wife for anyone. But not for Igor. With her strength, she will never truly capture his heart. Having stayed with the blonde for 10 years, she knew exactly what his fears were. My lord will not accept a weak woman. His fear of losing his closest people was far too great. To be romantically involved with a weak woman was something he would never allow himself to enjoy, because he did not want to bear the pain of losing them. And this fear was further amplified when Shuri herself had died. Aurelia neither supported nor opposed Shuri's veiled desire for her lord. If the woman could somewhat change Igor's perception of her, then she would not oppose to her marrying him. I shall have a talk with Shuri-sama. But that opinion could change very quickly depending on Shuri's response. Her lord is destined for greatness. He will not need an unworthy woman beside him. And she would certainly do her best to make sure no unworthy woman sinks their claws into him. Anne. A lot to unpack here, and if Shuri decides to give her responsibilities the middle finger, then her path won't be easy. With what we've seen, she'll seriously need to get in shape if she chooses to pursue the blonde. Moving along, Oyakadon anyone. Chapter 164, Chapter. Aurelia neither supported nor opposed Shuri's veiled desire for her lord. If the woman could somewhat change Igor's perception of her, then she would not oppose to her marrying him. I shall have a talk with Shuri-sama. But that opinion could change very quickly depending on Shuri's response. Her lord is destined for greatness. He will not need an unworthy woman beside him. And she would certainly do her best to make sure no unworthy woman sinks their claws into him. DxD. Igor was at a loss for what to do. It had been roughly over an hour since Shuri had sought him for comfort. When she had finally let go after what seemed like a long time, all she said was, "Thank you," before she retreated back into the house. He had pressed the issue for if she needed help with it, but she repeatedly insisted that this was something she must handle on her own. He didn't understand this touchy-feely stuff, so he chose to tread safely and not pry. And so they were led to dinner, where he was made privy to the mask Shuri had put up. Asia and Aquino didn't notice. He himself probably wouldn't have noticed her fake smile if she hadn't cried in his arms. As for Aurelia, he wasn't sure if she noticed or chose to ignore the issue due to how she silently ate her food. Igor had expected it, but dinner that night was very cold. It was only due to the lively presence of Aquino and Asia that the evening wasn't entirely quiet. Like two little embers, their lively chattering as they recounted the shopping experience made everyone present have a genuine smile on their face. But as lively and innocent as they were, their presence was not enough to combat the cold. Soon enough, dinner was over and Shuri directed them to the shower, leaving him and Aurelia alone. Perhaps it was because she noticed how silent he was, but she never said anything the entire time they were alone. Instead, she dutifully did the dishes using magic while he sat on the table, his head deep in thought. At a loss on what to do, the issue with Shuri troubled him greatly. He wondered if it was about Barakwil. But then it wouldn't make sense since this issue was something she said she needed to handle on her own. At least it didn't make sense to him since the old man wasn't an issue that needed to be handled. He even worried if what she was facing was possibly life-threatening. Did remnants of the Heimjima target her for revenge? The thought alone made him furrow his eyebrows. Maybe she encountered a similar issue and was scared to tell him. Maybe some. Please don't worry too much, my lord. Shuri-sama will be fine. This is a particular issue that is related to the matters of the heart. Your help will not be needed there, my lord. In fact, it may possibly be detrimental. Glossing aside her words, how she could use magic to clean up the kitchen and simultaneously use telepathy was beyond him. Chuckling, he replied to her. All right. As always, he could trust Aurelia to read him like an open book. If Shuri was indeed facing an issue like that, then he truly had no way of helping her. The best thing he could do now was silently give her support where she needed it. For now though, it was time to deal with an issue that had been put off for too long. Sister. I need your advice with something. Meet me outside when you're done. I shall arrive in 5 minutes, my lord. Knowing she would be accurate to the dot, the blonde left first. Sue. DxD. It was already dark outside in Kuo. It was a moonless night, making everything appear in a shade of navy blue and black. Of course, the town was brightly lit with working street lights lighting up the streets. As for the forest, it was so dark inside that just seeing the next tree was already difficult. But that wasn't a problem for Igor. Leaping from tree to tree, he had no problem seeing in front of him. His eyes glowed in the night as he made his way across the forest at speeds already faster than most vehicles could ever hope to see. His goal was to place at least a few kilometers of distance between himself and Shuri's house. That was because tonight, he was going to try and contact the little girl that manifests herself when he enters his demigod state. Whether it was to kill her or ally with her, that would depend on what Aurelia advised him to do alongside his considerations. Sue. Landing on the ground, the leaves crunched under his feet as he looked around in nostalgia. I thought for sure this part of the forest would have been destroyed. Looks like this place remained untouched. This was the first spot he appeared in when Ted first brought him to this world. Thinking back on that moment, he wondered if he could pelt that annoying fellow. Running his eyes along the ground, he could even see that the exposed tree root he tripped on nearly 8 years ago was still there. Of course, it had grown a bit thicker since then. I'll wait for sister here. Slowly hovering in midair, he crossed his legs and closed his eyes. His pants really tightened up when he did that, making him very tempted to tear them apart. He couldn't get used to how these pants limited his mobility, and his shirt was starting to annoy him for different reasons. Whether it was fate playing a joke or something else, but he could swear this shirt was magnetic with the ability to attract food and anything else not white. The amount of times he had to catch a piece of meat or some soup from spilling on it was much higher than normal. He was already tempted to just tear off his clothing. Fortunately, Aurelia arrived in time before he could undress to his underwear. Lowering her head in a respectful bow, she presented herself. Lord Demori. I am at your service. Opening his eyes, he inwardly remarked at how he would never get used to this as he stood up. I need your advice, sister, so I'll get to the point. When I was in my berserk state, I wasn't completely out of it. While my body was rampaging, there was this entity in the form of a little girl in my mind. She called herself Trini and she was responsible for my state at the time. Stretching out his hand, he intertwined it with hers. Here. Let me share my memories. Yes, my lord. Opening up her mind, Aurelia let his experience travel into her. Little by little, foreign images appeared in her head before they slowly mashed together to form one long movie sequence. Witnessing everything from his perspective, to say she was surprised was an understatement. Aurelia was glad she had taught Igor how to transfer memories because he truly downplayed just how unique this entity was. My lord. This is nature energy given form. Remembering the books she had read by Nakamura, she elaborated. This is a demon. She is a true demon. Igor absorbed all the information Aurelia told him and processed it in his head. I see. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite understand the significance of this information. Right now, he was more concerned on what he should do. I am sure you are aware of her abilities. Tell me, sister. How much of a risk is she? Should I get rid of her? Calming down from her surprise, Aurelia found she couldn't provide a straight answer. That was because she saw hesitance in Igor's eyes. Despite how nonchalant he tried to seem, he was truly having second thoughts on killing the girl. From the memories she saw, she probably would too. But, this was the perfect opportunity. My advice is you should, my lord. She was worried that as time went, Igor would begin to rely too much on her. He would soon treat her advice as instructions, something she didn't want for him to do. And this, Trini, was the perfect catalyst for that. And from his reaction, it was already working. Is this the right course, sister? Seeing him express his doubt, she mentally approved of him. I cannot say whether it is right or wrong, my lord. I only know that this girl has direct access to your mind and can pull you within whenever she so desires. Her existence prevents you from using your most powerful transformation with peace of mind. Truthfully, my lord, I would also be at ease if she were to be erased. He was contemplating. Good. Now she needed to seal the coffin. Furthermore, my lord. I have a bold conjecture I would love to share. Perhaps it may ease your mind. Igor didn't reply, but a nod of his head was enough for her to continue. You see, my lord. I have a theory that if you do kill this girl, you will be able to amass control over nature energy. This would no doubt add to your already growing power, and although the possibility is slim, there is a chance of you finally acquiring chi. Chi, a culmination of ki and chakra. Igor knew about its existence from one of Nakamura's books. He hadn't set himself on working to acquire it yet since he still hadn't reached the pinnacle of ki. If absorbing Trini's energy could in fact provide him with this power, then he would be stupid not to take such a shortcut. I see. Thank you for your advice, sister. I know what to do now. Anne. Chapter 165, Chapter. Chi, a culmination of ki and chakra. Igor knew about its existence from one of Nakamura's books. He hadn't set himself on working to acquire it yet since he still hadn't reached the pinnacle of ki. If absorbing Trini's energy could in fact provide him with this power, then he would be stupid not to take such a shortcut. I see. Thank you for your advice, sister. I know what to do now. DxD. The night was ominously quiet. Deep in the forest, Aurelia stood protectively in front of Igor. Just a few moments prior, she had erected a barrier that would mask his energy signature. Her senses remained focused on their surroundings for just in case her barrier missed something or someone. Igor was hovering above the ground with his legs crossed, his eyes closed in concentration. His power was gradually increasing, his hair slowly rising upwards. A gentle red aura formed around him as his power continued to climb until eventually, his hair shed its layer of yellow and turned red. Su 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 su. Assuming his demigod form was a quiet and seamless process. Taking on the transformation was as fluid as breathing without any ripple effects caused to the surroundings. Having taken his time to assume this state, there was no rapid buildup of power which would result in an explosive shockwave. Aurelia still wasn't sure if it was a good idea for him to attempt this so close to Shuri's home. While there were a few kilometers between here and there, she would prefer it if that distance was multiplied by 10. But, if he deemed that there was no need to venture that far, then she could only trust him. Please succeed, my lord. Gradually, Igor began absorbing nature energy. To be accurate, it was the nature energy that gathered around him. Like little motes of black streaks, malevolent nature energy entered his body from all directions. He still didn't completely understand the exact reasons why this happened. Whether it was his demi-ki at fault or some other reason, he had only guesses. But, he didn't fight the feeling. So this is what it feels like. Now that he was paying attention and actively observing the changes in his body, he could feel his power actively growing in percentages. The tainted energy passed through his aura cloak and into his body where inch by inch, it gradually joined itself with his ki veins. Like smaller rivers joining a larger river, the tainted energy seamlessly merged with his demi-ki, not even impeding it in the slightest. He could feel himself becoming stronger, but he could also feel himself becoming rabid. What he felt was like a compulsion, a strong desire to destroy all sentient life being born within him. This desire was like a weed that if not kept in check, would spiral out of control. This won't happen a third time. Not allowing for his will to be subsumed, he easily squashed the feeling like a pest beneath his foot. Control him. His pride wouldn't allow it. No one controls me. He completely eradicated those little flies in his head telling him to kill all sentient life in all the realms. Mainly because one of those flies just so happened to include Aurelia in its kill list. Grew. Having gotten a feel for the tainted nature energy, he began absorbing it en masse without fear. The malevolent energy of the world excitedly gathered around him and entered his body. His aura, one that was purely crimson, was defiled by black streaks of lightning that circled around him. Like the dust from coal, sprinkles of black merged with his aura, his power rapidly rising. But as violently as his aura fluctuated, Igor was calm. His eyes were still closed, his face not showing even the barest of twitches or signs of struggling. It was only because he remained so calm that Aurelia did not try and interfere. She was still worried about him attempting this, especially since if the situation devolved too much, he may sprout horns like before. If that happened, then there was no telling the consequences. I believe in you, Igor. Sue. Vanishing, she had went off to strengthen the barrier in response to his growing power. Not only did she have to hide his energy, but she also had to make sure that no gods or other entities would be able to peer into what was happening inside. Igor, on the other hand, was managing to maintain control. There were new subtle voices persuading him to destroy everything, but it was pointless. Trying to convince him to destroy all sentient life was the same as asking a lion to be a vegetarian. It was impossible. Like wooden arrows against a metal wall, the compulsion had no effect on him. It seems I can only be influenced in times of great emotional stress. With this little discovery, he was now confident that he could still harness this tainted nature energy without losing himself. It was surprisingly easy to keep his wits, but he attributed that to Trini no longer actively trying to control him. Looks like she kept her word. Regardless, that was not the point of him assuming his transformation. He didn't know whether he had gathered enough nature energy for her to manifest in his mind, but it was time to meet Trini and end things once and for all. DxD. In beautiful pastures extending as far as the eye could see, Igor manifested in the grasslands. His crimson hair glistened beautifully in the sun as his eyes locked on a certain individual. As if she were waiting for him, Trini was standing just a few meters from him with a nervous expression on her face. Her golden hair had lost its lively luster, her eyes ashen like a person who lacked sleep. You're back. Her voice was soft, but it held hope. I am. Her eyes brightened in anticipation. She was about to run to him when all of a sudden, everything changed. I am here to kill you. Her eyes, which were filled with hope, slowly died. To hear his words and the solidity behind them was something she took a while to process. Yet as she looked into her eyes, she finally lost hope. I see. She lowered her arms weakly as she tried not to sob. There was no anger or fear on her face. Only resignment as her eyes watered. Death, it was something she had been expecting when he left. But to be faced with the reality was quite crushing. Still, she didn't run. I won't resist. Igor didn't show any remorse or hesitation in what he was about to do. Raising his hand to the sky, a crimson orb formed. Vwomp. Before it rapidly expanded to the size of a house. Zuzu. Exercising his ki control, he gradually compressed all the energy in the sphere into the size of a car. Now holding a large sphere of rotating demi-ki above his head, Igor casually delivered his next lines. This will make sure that you will never regenerate. Gazing at the large sphere hovering above him, her vision slowly worsened as tears clouded her eyes. Collapsing to the floor, she cried silently at her impending doom without even trying to fight it. She could see that he was serious. He had made no effort to hide his killing intent in the slightest. He was truly going to kill her. Do you have any last words? It hurt that his gaze was as hard as steel, his eyes looking at her apathetically like a parasite. Maybe those eyes were right. Maybe she was a parasite. I'm sorry. Muttering a final apology, she closed her eyes and made no further moves. Maybe dying would be better compared to the never-ending loneliness. Igor found it odd that she didn't try anything but sit there. Or perhaps using tears and arousing his pity was her weapon. Regardless, she was vulnerable and he wouldn't miss such a simple shot. Goodbye. Waving his hand forward, the sphere swiftly rushed towards her with speed unbefitting of its size. Trini opened her eyes when she felt the heavy pressure descend on her, but she made no moves to either dodge or block. Time seemed to slow down as the sphere neared, her body begging her to move away. I am scared. Watching it inch closer and closer, her fear continued to grow. It completely covered her vision and she could already feel the searing heat bite into her skin. But she didn't raise her arms. She didn't rise to her feet, nor did she conjure any sort of shield. Quickly shutting her eyes, she only hoped it would be quick. She was afraid of pain and she didn't want to regenerate from this. But just as she felt the orb lick her nose, it suddenly seemed to have vanished. Opening her eyes, her gaze was drawn up to the sphere that had suddenly risen towards the sky where it finally exploded. Boom. What? She was confused. Touching her nose, she flinched when she felt the tip of it had burned. But her body had already set to healing it. Lowering her gaze, she was now confronted by the redhead who looked at her with veiled anger. Why didn't you dodge? Why did you not try to defend yourself? DxD. Why didn't you dodge? Why did you not try to defend yourself? Igor couldn't help but question her. Standing right in front of her, he could see how a part of her nose was chipped. Thankfully it was regenerating, but that proved how fatal his attack was. Why didn't you fight back? Did you think your regeneration would save you? He looked into her eyes and what he saw made him clench his teeth in anger. Were you really going to let yourself die? Her eyes were hollow without a single shred of light in them. Those brown eyes that were filled with life were now empty as she looked at him. However, her answer served to make him almost tear his hair out in frustration. Die. Yes. He had to hold himself back not to shout at her. He was this close to losing it, but he controlled himself. Why? Why would you do that? Because. Her eyes wet up as she spoke. What's the point? I have no one. So what's the point of living? Those words struck him deep. He was no stranger to loneliness, but it was only for a decade. And he had the gym to stave off the worst of it. Here, he saw nothing. He didn't even want to imagine where she would be if she wasn't in his mind. Can't you possess another person? With literally millions of yokai, there should have been someone she could communicate with. But it seemed asking such a question tugged at her insecurities. I can't. I tried. I tried a lot. But I can't. None of them can see me. None of them can hear me. Many times I tried to speak, but I was like air to them. She was unable to stop the tears now. You, Hick, you were the only one who managed to speak to me. Why you were the only one able to hear me? If. Closing her eyes tightly, she bowed before him. If you hate me as well, then I don't want to live anymore. So. Rendering herself in a completely defenseless state, she pleaded. Please, please kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Igor wasn't sure how to react. Maybe this was a ploy or a trick. But, maybe she was being genuine. Who knew what the truth could be? Damn it. But he no longer cared anymore. Second-guessing was for smart people. This time, he chose to listen to what his gut has been telling him this whole time. I don't hate you. Raising her head, Trini couldn't react before she was suddenly enveloped in a hug. I'm here now. You're no longer alone. His words took a while to process in her head. And when they did, she truly couldn't stop the deluge of tears from spilling out of her eyes. Hick, Hick. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she held him very tightly as she repeatedly muttered. Thank you. Thank you. Anne. I'll be quick. Power outage equals no writing. No writing equals no updates. Now that there's power, we have updates. Hope you enjoyed this chapter and will enjoy the next two. Moving on, this is just sad. I think I dropped a tear or two. Poor lass. Just how bad was it that she was willing to trust someone who had almost killed her just a few seconds ago? Chapter 166, Chapter. You're no longer alone. His words took a while to process in her head. And when they did, she truly couldn't stop the deluge of tears from spilling out of her eyes. Hick, Hick. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she held him very tightly as she repeatedly muttered. Thank you. Thank you. DxD. Aurelia was in awe at the phenomenon happening right before her eyes. The malevolent energy that had melded together with Igor's aura was being withdrawn into his body. If she couldn't feel his flow of ki was still calm, she would have assumed he had lost control over his body. As nature energy continued to gather around him, it did not mix with his aura, but instead formed a thin film around his body. Upon closer inspection, she could feel the malevolent energy continue to enter his body. Did he succeed? It was a far cry from his berserk-like state in the underworld. With how peacefully his energy was radiating, the only damage that existed was leaf litter being slightly blown away. She didn't know how he succeeded, but she was almost certain that he did not kill that girl. But it still amazed her that despite commanding such power, his control over it was impeccable, even in his unconscious state. It just went to show how much he trained to control it. With how sage-like he appeared, no one would believe that he contained power much more than the world's stockpile of nuclear weapons. Amazing. It's still growing. DxD. Igor was faced with a dilemma. After he had accepted Trini, the little girl had held him and sobbed on his shoulder until she ran out of tears. He had no problem with that. The girl was happy and he was content because of that. The problem started when after what seemed like an hour, she still hadn't let go. Her grip was like a vice, and with how tightly she had wrapped even her legs around his ribs, there was no getting her off, safely. Even worse, he could feel that she had used her energy to glue herself to him. It would be apt to say that the position they were in was very compromising. I feel like a pedophile. But more than that uncomfortable feeling, he was at a loss on what to do. Lately, he felt he was getting lost more and more often. But what could he do? These matters were related to emotions and feelings. He was not experienced in that sort of mushy stuff. Trini. Let me go. No. Somehow, her hold got even tighter. The little blonde tightly wrapped her arms around his neck without the slightest inclination of loosening her hold. I'm not letting you go. It was only because she was a child with unique circumstances that he still had the patience to reason with her. Listen. I'm not exactly supposed to be here long. It leaves my body vulnerable in the real world. Besides, who said I wouldn't come back? Very slightly, she loosened her hold on him. But she still didn't let go. Raising her head to look at him, she tentatively asked. Then, can you stay in this form? ? Getting an eyebrow raise from the redhead, her head lowered in nervousness. It's the only way I can talk to you. Igor found it cute how she was playing with her fingers as she waited for his answer. He was tempted to remove his arms from her back and let her fall, though he pushed aside those thoughts for a moment. As much as he would be willing to oblige to her request, maintaining his demigod state for prolonged periods of time wasn't exactly an option. The costs of doing so would far outweigh the benefits. I'm afraid I can't do that, Trini. Especially not when I'm with my family. The little lass raised her head up in mild shock as she asked with a teary gaze. Why? Is it because I'm a monouch? He flicked her forehead. It has nothing to do with you at all, Trini. The problem is with me. I can't maintain this form for long without facing problems. Her eyes instantly lit up at his words. If it's energy, then I can help you with that. I can help you recover energy faster. And indeed, she had the ability to do. He wasn't controlling his body, but he could feel the changes to it. Just by her being present, his ki regeneration speed was already higher than normal. But, this wasn't the problem. Nope. This is not an energy drain problem. I've already mastered this form to the point that I can hold it forever if I wanted to. No, girlie. The problem is that in this state, I become very irritable. The longer I hold this form without doing anything, the more I'm prone to acting on instinct and smashing things apart or killing someone. Her eyes slowly dimmed at his words. Oh. I see. Her hold on him tightened again as she proceeded to hug him with all her might. With her chin over his shoulder, she asked him with barely restrained tears. Then, please stay with me for a bit longer before you leave. Just a few more minutes. His eyes softened at her plea. All right. Holding her once again, he was aware that those few minutes she asked for certainly weren't going to be enough. And even worse, the crippling loneliness she would feel after he was gone would hurt more than what she had experienced in the past years. Again, he couldn't exactly maintain his current form either. He did not want a scene where he snapped at Aquino and Asia because of his irritability. Depending on how long he held it, he could become downright murderous according to Aurelia. Trini. There must be a better way than this. There had to be. He no longer felt like leaving her alone. It's okay. I'll be fine. Just, please come back every once in a while. Even once a month, no. Even once a year is fine. If he was a woman, Igor was sure he would have cried right then and there. She wanted his company, yet she was trying to be considerate. I could come every day, you know. Her eyes practically glowed when he announced that. Those amber eyes of hers quite literally became the same color as her hair, her excitement very much tangible from how much her body was vibrating. But before she could speak, he placed his finger on her lips. Don't get excited. There might be times when I might miss a day or two. There might even be times where I completely disappear for a month. In short, I won't always be available. Her mood dimmed noticeably, but he pushed on. So with all those problems, do you know of another way that would allow us to talk anytime without me having to transform? Any method is fine. I know it, but... She looked away, her eyes filled with doubt and apprehension. You won't like it. Using his hand to turn her face towards him, he steeled his gaze. Tell me. I'll decide if I don't like it or not. Her eyes wavered as she gazed into his. Given his last reaction, she was afraid of what he would think. But, she pushed on. I have to become a part of you. She closed her eyes as she waited for his direct refusal. Given how forceful she was last time, she was ready for him to lash out and refuse. But it never came. I guessed it would be like that. So, what are you waiting for? Opening her eyes, she couldn't help but question him. Why you trust me? Igor mulled about her question briefly before replying. I wouldn't put it like that. Maybe I'm just being impulsive. Who knows? You just do what you have to do. He had given her permission. This was a golden chance. But, she wouldn't take it. Removing herself from him, she hovered midair. With an unwavering voice, she spoke. I won't do it. I'll wait until you trust me. Now it was Igor's turn to be dumbfounded. What? What do you mean you won't do it? Because of trust. Clenching her fists, Trini nodded. Yes. I won't do it until you trust me. He could admit. He was surprised by her unwavering stance. He assumed she would jump at the opportunity to not only rid herself of eternal solitude, but also experience the world through his body. Then, he thought about her words. Is trust really a requirement, or your requirement? Mine. I don't want to become a part of you if you don't trust me. I'm willing to wait until you trust me, however long it takes. She was nervous about this. And a large part of herself was inwardly seething at how she just missed the biggest opportunity ever to get out of this never-ending state of ethereal reality, ghost form. Merging isn't something that can be reversed. Once I am in you, I become a part of you. If you live, I live. If you die, I die. Wherever you go, I will be there, both in life and death. She quietly ground her teeth as she mentally smacked herself for revealing just what merging would truly entail. That is why I will only do it when you trust me. I would rather wait again than have you hate me after. This time, Igor didn't act brashly. He thought very carefully about her words and the conceit. I trust you. Silence. Heh. She was rightfully confused. In fact, her brain short-circuited. Here she was, explaining that even if he killed himself, she would reincarnate right along with him like a second personality. Yet not only did he not freak out, he downright agreed then and there. It was why she found herself asking again with shaky lips. You trust me? Yes. I trust you. Now get on with the merging process so I can leave here. Only God knows how tired I am. As if on cue, his mouth opened widely as he yawned for a good 6 seconds. Upon opening his eyes to find Trini still floating there, he questioned. Well, what are you waiting for? I don't have all day, you know. Merging isn't that simple. It's for eternity. No problem. You can never get rid of me. I don't mind your presence. You don't know me. That you're a beast. Who isn't? To humans, I'd be a beast too. I like the horns though. We're definitely working on that form once we merge. Trini couldn't believe her ears. To a certain extent, she was naive and inexperienced. But over the years, she had gathered knowledge. It was this knowledge that told her that. No sane person would accept this. Too bad. I was never sane from the start. Now seriously. I want to get this over with so that I can go and sleep. Constantly emitting ki like this is making me drowsy. It was such an abrupt change of mood. 1 minute he was dead set on killing her. The next, he was telling her to merge with him, an action that would last until the end of times. Such a rapid shift in personality made her unable to understand him. Just like that. Just like that. Her mind went into overdrive as she tried to comprehend how he so easily gave his trust. But. Igor was slightly miffed at how she constantly was hesitating. Women. Marching forward, he grabbed her hand and placed it on his chest. Just merge with me, all right? I trust you. You're a good lass and I know you won't betray me. Don't ask me how I know. I don't know either. Now stop questioning yourself and just do it. Hesitantly, Trini nodded and began channeling her energy into him. Just like earlier in the day, black tendrils started spreading from his chest all the way across his body. Not these tentacles again. He found them uncomfortable, but he didn't resist. It felt weird having them spread all over his body, but he guessed that's what happens when you arbitrarily agree to a lifetime contract with an automatic renewal. Watching how Trini had closed her eyes in focus, he couldn't help but question himself. Is it too late to pull out? The tentacles were just that uncomfortable and he didn't want to imagine if they would creep inside certain parts of his body. He sincerely hoped they wouldn't. He could break out of them like he did before, but he let the tendrils gradually spread all over his body. Thankfully, it seemed he wasn't about to have an unscheduled prostrate exam. Soon, only his head remained, but he didn't feel pensive. Only weird. These black tentacle-like things covering his skin had a texture similar to mud now that he mused. Feeling the dark film slowly creep up his chin, the redhead was already prepared when the tendrils suddenly stopped, ? Are you sure about this? I can stop if you want. Maybe it was his irritation kicking in, but Igor felt like drop-kicking the little girl right about now. I'm not a pansy, Trini. I know what I signed up for. I'm not scared. I'm not having second thoughts. Again, don't ask me how. I just know I don't need to worry about you harming me. Despite hearing his words, she didn't continue the merge. Her hand still palmed his chest, her figure floating face level with him. Her eyes looked into his for any sign of deceit or wavering, yet his crimson gaze did not faze in the slightest. She looked down in thought, her arm shaking as her paranoia clawed its way through. Why do you trust me? All right. Instinct wasn't going to cut it here. But Igor did not know any other way to explain it to her. It was just a feeling. As if such an excuse would work. These questions were grating on him and he had half a mind to just forcefully merge himself with her, if he knew how. I don't know how to tell you exactly. But it has to do with when we fought. Call it a sixth sense, but I can judge how a person is just by fighting them. Although our clash was very short, I got to learn who you were as a person. As for my little episode earlier, well, that was me doing what my sister might have done. Raising his hand, he gently rubbed her cheek. So trust me when I say this. I don't mind merging with you. And I hope you won't mind merging with me. Drip, drip. Very subtly, fresh tears spilt from her eyes. However, her eyes slowly brightened up not with excitement, but with resolve. Slowly closing the distance between them, she muttered underneath her breath. I shall follow you forever. Then, very chastely, she kissed him on the lips. Chew. Anne. Well. Who's a pedophile now? Barakwil and Sun Wukong will want their apologies very soon, especially the old monkey. He would never let Igor live this down if he found out. Chapter 167, Chapter. Drip, drip. Very subtly, fresh tears spilt from her eyes. However, her eyes slowly brightened up not with excitement, but with resolve. Slowly closing the distance between them, she muttered underneath her breath. I shall follow you forever. Then, very chastely, she kissed him on the lips. Chew. DxD. Igor was rather taken aback at the sudden kiss. His eyes widened in complete surprise when he felt her mouth against his. Yet just as quickly, she pulled herself back. Before he could, however, fling the nastiest curse words he could off the top of his head, the tendrils that had barely stretched beyond his jawline suddenly covered his entire face, petrifying him on the spot. He felt Trini hold his cheeks while a bright flash covered his vision. And then, it suddenly happened. His vision instantly changed from white to random magic circles that were spread all around him. The change was a bit too sudden for him to process, but he eventually caught up. Seals. They were different in color and size, but he could tell that these were seals. He certainly couldn't understand what they were for, but it looked like there were hundreds of seals here. He wasn't sure. Then, just as his eyes looked around in wonder, he heard the voice of Man. Your existence is too dangerous, Trihexa. Your presence disrupts the peace of this world. As such, I must seal you away. He couldn't see the man, but he could tell by his voice that he was tired and verging towards the point of exhaustion. He was still confused as to where exactly he was when his mind was suddenly assaulted by a myriad of emotions. Anger. This was beyond what he felt when he slaughtered the Heimjima clan. This anger, this rage was completely unlike anything he felt before. This feeling had gone far beyond the term blind rage. This was a desire to completely destroy. The man who was the object of that rage was now gone. Those numerous seals that were glowing had dimmed, yet their existence was still there and barred any passage. Loneliness. Just as quickly as he was overwhelmed by rage, his vision darkened. And it remained darkened, for years. To him, it felt like seconds, but he could tell that years had passed in this darkness. And in that infinite darkness, his rage was completely submerged under the wave of loneliness. Betrayal. Accompanying the feeling of loneliness was betrayal. It was heavy, making it the most prevalent of all the emotions he was feeling. Was it that man who betrayed her? Igor couldn't make sense of all these feelings. What happened to you, Trini? Time seemed to move so quickly, yet so slowly. He knew somehow that he was observing thousands of years of history. The most crippling part. Most of it was in darkness. There were very, very, very few moments where there would be light. In that light, there would be glimpses of different entities as they rampaged. But that would quickly fade away to darkness once they died or got killed. Time passed again in the darkness, and Igor felt himself growing mad. Constantly having to endure these heavy feelings was not good for his psyche. Decades passed like seconds and the feeling of loneliness continued to increase. There were periods in time where there were more visions than before. He would see the different perspectives of unique entities and how they destroyed everything in their wake before they inevitably died in the end. Igor was not one to be afraid of a little blood, but it was harrowing to suddenly be watching the short lives of different people from a first-person perspective only for them to end up dying. There was especially a period in time where one of the entities he witnessed was fighting an army of blonde people with blue eyes like him. Aryans. His eyes gained a little light when he saw what amounted to his ancestors. His perspective shifted from what he now believed were yokai to other yokai during the course of what he recognized to be a war. Almost all the yokai he spectated were always alone and were launching suicidal attacks against his ancestors. It was as if they willingly let themselves become berserk for the greater boost in power. When they died, Igor watched with a heavy heart at the corpses of his people. Yet, such was life. The vision would fade to never-ending darkness and the appearances of the light soon became very few and far in between. It wasn't until what he estimated to be 2 or 3 decades that the light appeared. And when the perspective shifted, it showed a very familiar forest, with a very familiar corpse in front of him. Auntie. Everything passed by in a blur. His desire to destroy the Heimjima overriding his compulsion to destroy the world, Shiva's sudden arrival, and his cold massacre of the Heimjima. The vision darkened when Shiva told his past self to cancel the transformation. Then, almost immediately, the vision lit up again. This time, it was the underworld, and instead of the perspective of himself going berserk, he found the vision focused on his past self lying on the grass in an unconscious state. What grabbed his focus was the sudden change in the emotions he was feeling. Curiosity, disbelief, and finally, hope. Small little tanned hands stretched out from his vision and touched the face of his past self, and the amount of joy he felt in that one singular moment made him understand everything. I see. DxD. Trepidation. That was all Trini felt as she held Igor. His head was on her lap, his eyes closed in unconsciousness. His hair was still crimson as always while the black tendrils covering his skin were slowly receding towards his chest. She was scared. The sun was shining as always and the lush surroundings were peaceful. Yet her mind was the complete opposite. What will he think? She knew what the world thought of her existence. She was a beast, a mindless beast destined to bring about the end of the world. It was quite ironic since the very person who sealed her away once destroyed the world himself in a great flood. Yet while he was still lauded and worshipped, she was cursed. He said he trusts me. In all the millennia she has lived, she had the opportunity to read the memories of those who were killed while drawing upon her power. Will he see me, or as the beast of the apocalypse? It was a question that she feared the answer to. 666, Trihexa, bringer of Armageddon, harbinger of the end times, apocalypse beast, and a myriad of other titles were what she was called. I don't even remember my name anymore. It had been so long since she was imprisoned that she forgot her name. She wasn't even sure if she had a name. But whatever it was, Trihexa definitely wasn't the name she was born with, if she was even born in the first place. Her fingers gently traced the contours of his cheekbones, her nervousness evident in her eyes. Out of all the people who have drawn upon my power, you are the only one who has responded to my call. A part of her still couldn't believe that after years upon years of being sealed away, she was finally able to feel another person's warmth. You are able to see me, talk to me. Her thumb trailed over his lips. And touch me. Her eyes moistened as dark thoughts took over. I don't want you to leave. Leaning towards him, her hair spilled over his cheeks like a curtain. She pressed her forehead against his, her nose inhaling the scent of his hair. Please, please don't leave me alone. She wanted to believe he wouldn't, but reality had never been kind with her. I don't want to be alone again. She hadn't told him, but for the merger to happen, it would all depend on whether he truly accepted her. Now, she was regretting that choice. If he truly rejected her from the bottom of his heart, then she could never see him again. She would return to that void where she would be alone again in the dark. As time passed, her hope slowly waned while her sense of anxiousness grew. The tendrils were gathering at his chest. He would soon awaken, and once he did, everything would be revealed. Her heart lurched towards her throat as she felt him gradually awaken. Her body trembled as she subconsciously tightened her grip on his cheeks. It was only when she felt his jaw stiffen that she abruptly sat up. When she did, she found his eyes were open, and he was glaring at her. No. You. Igor looked at Trini with a very evident frown on his face. Why didn't you tell me? Sitting up, the redhead ignored her stuttered response as he yelled at her. Why didn't you tell me you were a several millennia-old hag? What? Bloody hell. Gradually stand up, Igor gripped his hair in rage. I thought I was a bloody pedophile because you kissed me, goddammit. What? Trini had never been so confused in her life. The words he were saying were not processing properly in her head. However, she wanted to verify one thing. Meeting his glare with her own nervous gaze, she softly spoke. I'm Trihexa. Folding his arms matter-of-factly, Igor replied as if it was obvious. Yes. I know and I don't care. What I want to know is, why did you hide that you were older than my lineage? Did you know that I almost went crazy when you kissed me? Do you know the trauma I felt? Wait a minute. Completely disregarding her for a moment, Igor began doing some mental calculations. She's thousands of years old. If I combine all my ages, I'm barely 80. His eyes widened as if he had come across a revelation. You're the one who kissed a minor. So it's you. You're the pedophile. Bloody hell. Why? Why am I surrounded by them? Why? Watching the redhead yell at the skies, a bud of hope grew in Trini's heart. Yes. I know and I don't care. That single sentence repeated itself over and over. Does he accept me? She didn't believe it was this easy. Igor. Monkey sage, and now it is, heh. The redhead turned to face her as if he wasn't ranting just a second ago. What's wrong? Faced with his gaze, she nervously played with her fingers. I'm the beast. Blinks once. Blinks twice. Frowns. Beast. What beast? You're a child molester. You just molested someone thousands of years younger than, oh no. Palming his forehead, he suddenly felt weak. Dear God. I was molested by a super pervert. My first merge and it happens to be a molester of all things. Trini couldn't hold it anymore. Buffed. As he repeatedly confirmed that she wasn't a monster. Hi dot. And that he didn't see her as the beast of apocalypse. Teehee dot. All her worries were washed away. Hi dot. Slightly removing his hand from his face, Igor peeked at the little girl who was giggling heartily with a small smile of his own. A beast would never laugh like this. Anne. Chapter 168, Chapter. Unable to conceal her smile at their rather close relationship, she was happy that not only had Igor gotten stronger, but he also got a very strong companion, a companion in the form of Trihexa. What sort of possibilities that would open up, only time would tell. As long as you are happy, Igor. It brings me joy to see you smile like this. DxD. Aurelia was standing in front of Igor with obvious intrigue on her face. Just a few moments ago, his aura suddenly surged, which had caused her to nearly panic. The brief, but violent fluctuations had such power that even the tree behind him had almost been torn asunder. She was forced to put a lot more of her mana into the massive barrier surrounding them so that his massive energy signature would not leak out. With the power gap between them, her barrier was almost not strong enough, but she eventually managed. Having strengthened the barriers even further, she instantly made her way back to him only to be confronted with the sight before her. He was still hovering above the ground with his legs crossed. His eyes were closed with his crimson aura causing his equally crimson hair to billow like it was in a gentle wind. The most intriguing change was the nature energy surrounding his body. Previously it was like little black streaks individually entering his body, similar tadpoles surrounding an egg. Now, those streaks had turned into long strands that were converging at the center of his forehead like a vortex. It was mesmerizing just as it was unnerving. His aura had become absent of the thin film of malevolent nature energy surrounding him. But he wasn't getting weaker. Not in the slightest. Aurelia could feel it very clearly that his power had outright doubled compared to before. At his level of power, this was already comparable to almost 3 years of solid training in her estimation. This sudden strength increase wasn't enough for him to jump directly to high supreme class, but it inched him ever closer. Just what did you do, my lord? If she wasn't paying attention, she wouldn't have noticed that his power had grown at all. That little release of power would have been treated as just that, a release. And that was the thing. If he had actually gone with her suggestion and killed this entity inside of him, the increase in power would not have gone so naturally that it almost evaded her senses. Asterisk. In fact, she wouldn't be surprised if half the forest would have been flattened by his rapid increase in power instead of that little wind he made. But if he didn't kill the girl, then what would be causing his power to rise? Hopefully it isn't of negative consequence. Yet right before her eyes, another sudden change occurred. The long strands of tainted energy which had been gathering on his forehead suddenly coalesced at a much higher rate. The black vortex suddenly spun faster and faster, its radius expanding dramatically for a few seconds before gradually, it stopped. Like the last vestiges of water circling down a drain, the radius of the vortex gradually shrunk until the remaining strands finally entered his forehead. The most surprising aspect, however, was that a small black diamond tattoo had been left on his forehead. It was so small that even a baby's finger could cover it, but it was there nonetheless. Before she could decipher the sudden appearance of this mark, her attention was immediately drawn to his eyes that had suddenly opened. Groo. The shockwave he released was immense, so mighty that she found herself stumbling momentarily. The same couldn't be said for the trees, however. A few of them had outright been torn from their trunks during that momentary hurricane of power. Even she could have been blown away had she not secured herself to the ground using gravity magic. The only fortunate outcome was that the barrier held itself strong. My lord. His eyes, ever crimson as always, had gained a small but noticeable black ring around them. Her mind had briefly entertained the thought that he was possessed. But no matter how magnificent his external changes were, she would never mistake that warm yet immense life force he naturally radiated. Lord Demori. She bowed slightly in respect. Welcome back. Hearing him land on the ground, she lifted her head to inspect his features, but was surprised when she saw an annoyed expression on his face. TCH. Should have read the terms and conditions. Question mark. Watching him rub the back of his neck, she wondered what terms and conditions he was talking about. DxD. Wah. The air feels nice. Oh, so this is how clothes feel, hey. The trees are damaged. That's cool. Do it again. I want to see them go whoosh and bush. Vain twitch. Normally, Igor would consider himself a children's person. After all, he enjoyed having Asia and Aquino around him and would gladly spend time with them. However, that did not extend to old hags with thousands of years under their belts. Trini was incessant in her chattering. Ever since he had regained consciousness, she had been flooding his head with her constant commentary. Even worse, he didn't know how to shut her off. Gently landing on the ground, he scratched his neck in irritation. TCH. Should have read the terms and conditions. Gradually, he powered down to his base state. His hair flopped down to his side while his aura disappeared. However, the diamond mark remained on his forehead. He was happy to find that with his transformation undone, she had quietened down, however temporarily it might be. Hey. I know you like me. I can feel it. I wish I didn't. Yay. You admitted it. No. God damn it. Palming himself on the forehead, a massive part of himself was starting to regret merging with her. Liar. I know don't. In fact, I can feel you're excited. Annoying hag. Their bond was one that was forged through the soul. As such, she was able to know his true thoughts and feelings, something that irked him to no end. What was worse, he couldn't do anything about it. And you won't because I'm staying. Humph. Resisting the urge to palm his forehead again, Igor seriously considered why he even went through this. It would have been better if it was a pretty woman. Not an old hag. I'm not an old hag. You are. I'm not. You are dash. I'm not. You are dash. Lord Demori. Aurelia was concerned when Igor just stood on the spot with a blank gaze. Him palming his forehead as the veins on his forehead bulged did not help in removing her concerns. But it seemed her call was enough to bring him back to reality. Lowering his gaze to meet hers, Igor placed Trini's whinings towards the back of his head. Thank you for watching over me, sister. Everything went well, though I wish I could reverse time. Hey. I can feel you're lying, you know. And I'm not an old hag. A young hag then. No. Ignoring the whining girl in his head again, he pushed aside an annoying strand of hair that was hanging over his nose. He could tell his sister was curious and he didn't keep her waiting. You remember the girl I showed you in my memories? I didn't kill her. Hell, she might have killed herself on a long enough time basis. I can't kill myself. I tried. Filing this away as a conversation he would have with her later, he continued. So I did the next best thing. I absorbed her and now I'm stuck with a girl in my head who may possibly talk me to death. Though, some good did come out of it. Raising his hands, Igor formed a key blade on his right hand. Zoo. It was a smooth white with a spectral yet glassy appearance. Without hesitation, he used it to cut a deep gash on his arm, nearly severing his hand from the rest of his arm. Forcing herself to inaction, Aurelia watched with wonder as a black mist covered the wound before it regenerated rapidly in real time. Amazing. I know. Want to meet her? I'm sure you're curious about her. She couldn't lie. She was very curious in meeting this Trini. Yes, my lord. Good. Grabbing her cheeks, he closed the distance between them before placing his forehead against hers. Brace yourself. Slightly taken aback by the sudden contact, she composed herself. Yes, my lord. At her word, Igor slowly brought her into the deepest recesses of his mind. Black tendrils spread from his forehead and connected to hers. Aurelia felt like an ice cube had been pressed against her head, making her react unconsciously. Ah. Bear with it, sister. Yes. Slowly, she could feel herself lose consciousness, her mind falling into what appeared to be an endless abyss of white. DxD. Gradually the white light blinding Aurelia's view dimmed. After having been sent through what seemed to be a wormhole, she was glad to have exited that dizzying landscape. When she opened her eyes, she was in a lush field expanding as far as the eye could see. With no trees in sight, the rays of the sun were free to spread their radiance without consequence. However, barring her new location, she was surprised to be confronted by a peculiar sight. Igor stood in front of her as always. What was different was that on his shoulders was the same girl she had seen in his memories. Her luscious golden hair cascaded around her shoulders like a mane while her dress as dark as the night was modestly adorned on her body. Interestingly enough, the girl seemed to be trying to bite through his skull with all the fervor of a lion cub. Unfortunately, she would have to get through his hair before she could sink her teeth in. Whether Igor noticed the attempt on his life or not, he didn't show it. Or if he did, he didn't care. Trini. Meet my sister, Aurelia. Sister. Meet Trini. Lowering her head respectfully, Aurelia greeted the little girl. A pleasure to meet you, Trini-sama. Please take care of my lord. Igor offhandedly scoffed at her words. I wonder who's taking care of who. Angry, Trini sat ramrod straight on his shoulders with an angry expression on her face. Hey. I heard that. What a surprise. Seems like despite your age, your ears do work. Meanie. The little lass then proceeded to try and bite his skull again, a futile effort since once again, his hair got in the way. Not caring in the slightest at her second attempt to scalp him, Igor shrugged his shoulders as he looked at his sister. See what I have to deal with. Chuckling lightly to herself, Aurelia replied. Foo-foo. I see, my lord. Despite how his words could be interpreted in multiple different ways, Aurelia could hear from his tone that he was joking. In fact, the way these two acted seemed to be more along the lines of brother and sister. It is surprising how familiarly they act with each other. From what she's seen of the girl, Igor's offhanded comments should have no doubt hurt her, especially if their merger was recent. But. Ma. I'll bite you. I'll bite you. I'll bite you to death. More like talk me to death. If only you came with an off switch. Meanie. You're bad. And you're annoying. Day one and I'm already thinking of going to buy milk. Asterisk. Liar. I'll bite you. Unable to conceal her smile at their rather close relationship, she was happy that not only had Igor gotten stronger, but he also got a very strong companion, a companion in the form of Trihexa. Though, after seeing the fabled beast of apocalypse like this, her worldview certainly has been shattered. Regardless. As long as you are happy, my lord. It brings me joy to see you smile like this. Anne. Now, for some explanations. If he had actually gone with her suggestion and killed this entity inside of him, the increase in power would not have gone so naturally that it almost evaded her senses. Asterisk. Explanation. Note that there is a difference between building up power and releasing power. Normally, when someone abruptly powers up, pressure accumulates within their body. This pressure is then released in a shock wave that, depending on the person's power, may or may not cause noticeable damage to their surroundings. As for what happened with Igor, his power outright doubled. Meaning, his demigod state that gave him a 100x boost in power suddenly became similar to a 200x multiplier. To clarify, the power increase was to his base state, not his transformation. Hence, the comparison. Moving on, his power increase was seamless as stated above. Well, not totally seamless. The rapid increase in power did release a minor shockwave. But like a chimney, the moment when he opened his eyes was when the pressure from rapidly building up his power was truly released in one great burst. And you're annoying. Day one and I'm already thinking of going to buy milk. Asterisk. Explanation, self-explanatory. Still don't get it. It's a joke where a father tells their child they're going to buy milk, only to never come back. Essentially, they abandoned their family. Chapter 169, Chapter. Liar. I'll bite you. Unable to conceal her smile at their rather close relationship, she was happy that not only had Igor gotten stronger, but he also got a very strong companion, a companion in the form of Trihexa. Though, after seeing the fabled beast of apocalypse like this, her worldview certainly has been shattered. Regardless. As long as you are happy, my lord. It brings me joy to see you smile like this. DxD. Shuri was listless in thought. The curtains to her room were closed, leaving her to lie alone in the dark on her bed. Garmed in her purple nightdress, she was slightly cold due to the cold air, but she didn't want to slide a blanket on top of herself yet. The cold helped her think logically, and she needed to be logical for a while. Curling herself in a fetal position, her mind went through the memories of today. The most prominent memory was the scene under the tree. The hug felt so wrong, yet so right. His touch, his warmth, his scent, everything felt so perfect when she was in his arms. Looking back on it now, what she did was a shameful action. A woman of her age being held by a boy who looked 15 years her junior would not be perceived well. Sigh, if only it was easy. Her subtle affections for him were easier to manage when he looked younger. When he looked 15, it was easier to dismiss the budding affections that had formed when she saw his memories. It was even easier when he seemed so carefree like a child his age should have been. But now. What do I do? Now, he'd grown. Despite their brief interactions, she had seen how those eyes had matured. She hadn't truly gotten the time to accept that fact until she was left alone to stew in her own thoughts. Her mind once again flashed to what happened with Barakweel. She'd seen Aurelia's memories of what happened in the underworld. It was completely shocking to see the events that had transpired. From Barakweel almost dying to him being suddenly possessed was something that had her heart almost jump out of her chest. Igor wasn't specific when he told her, but she never expected that he had quite literally tore a hole through her former husband. Then again, she wasn't any better since she had been fully willing to stab him in the heart back in Cuba. The multitude of events that happened in the underworld were very worrying, particularly when he was very close to being possessed. It was only fortunate that by the time Aurelia stopped sharing her memories, Igor had regained his control. Still. He did all that for me. He unhesitantly went into the underworld and confronted Barakweel despite the massive risks associated with his actions. He was angry for me, for us. Whether he was aware or not, he risked life and limb to complete what many would think of as a foolish action. But to her, it was just further proof of how much he cared for those he considered his loved ones. It was a horrid thought to have, but to think that what made him lose control in rage was because he cared made her blush like a teenager. And by the gods, his appearance when he finally returned home had poked all of her buttons. That shirt he wore was white, yet it was so tight against his body that she could see the outlines of his chest. His hair at the time was hanging loosely at his sides, a different look from his usual ponytail that gave him that rough look. But that paled in comparison to the warmth he radiated when he hugged the kids. That unhidden love in his eyes as he kissed their foreheads made butterflies fly in her stomach. It had almost been an hour after dinner and she still found it hard to sleep. A part of her regretted her actions now. After she had hugged him, it had become impossible to look him in the eye. She was a fully matured woman who had fought in a war and also experienced death itself. Yet for the life of her, she couldn't look at him without her cheeks heating up. The only way she could even get through dinner with her dignity intact was keeping her head down. The last thing she wanted was looking at him and stupidly ending up in a daze like an amateur caught in an illusion. She could admit one thing, however. That seemingly harmless hug had opened up a set of floodgates that were now impossible to close. Now, it was no longer enough to have him just close by. I want him. She needed him very, very, very close to her. No. Abruptly opening her eyes, she noticed her hand slowly snuck between her thighs. She felt disgusted with herself. Igor was a child that had grown into a man. No. She didn't want these feelings, but it had grown considerably harder and harder to deal with them as time went by, especially after today. The more she thought about Barakweel, the more her heart yearned for Igor. He had done so much for her and her daughter that she couldn't not cherish him. And no matter how much she tried to ignore it, those feelings of gratitude had slowly turned to love. His tall frame, his vibrant smile, his serious gaze, and his wide back were things she couldn't get out of her mind. But most of all, his ever-consistent dependability and care for his family had wormed her way into her heart. No matter how much she would deny it, she wanted him. She wanted him with everything she had. But did she deserve him? I don't. It didn't matter that she wanted him. What mattered is if he would want her back. She had been a married woman and had already given birth. She does not and will never regret having her daughter, but it was a fact that she was a used woman. He deserves a virgin, someone who is untainted. Someone who is young. It was a brutal reality that she couldn't escape. Many men would be willing to date her, but men of Igor's caliber wouldn't. Kings wouldn't take non-virgins as their women. And while Igor certainly had the potential to become one, she certainly wouldn't regain her maidenhood. Despite all this, she didn't regret anything. Her love for Barakweel once existed, and her former self died with it. From the memories she saw through Igor, it was a happy and fulfilling life. Despite its bitter end, she would always cherish it for the good it brought. Perhaps someday, it won't hurt. She would get over this. She would reconcile with Barakweel and over time, she was sure that her affections for Barakweel would be rekindled, she hoped. Drip, drip. She truly, truly hoped that would be the case. Auntie. The voice sounded so close to her ears that her senses went haywire. Calm down. It's me, Auntie. She couldn't believe it. He was here. She could feel his breath on her ear and it made her body tingle. But the gods be damned. She was not going to act like a teenager again just because he was close. Slowly, Shuri turned towards him. She was thankful that it was dark so she didn't have to see his face in great detail. Her thoughts slowly cut off as her brief sense of relief jumped out the window. Too close. Her heart began beating quicker. If she lifted her head just a bit, she could. I didn't want to intrude like this, Auntie. But I could sense you weren't all right. Your energy was all over the place. It had been just over 15 minutes since Igor returned from the forest with Aurelia. Initially, he was going to sleep when he finally couldn't ignore Shuri's turbulent emotions. He had focused his senses on her as well as Akino and Asia out of habit when her abnormal energy flow caught his attention. Now, he wanted to know exactly why she was like this. I'm not taking no for an answer anymore, Auntie. Tell me what's wrong. Shuri's mind was elsewhere as she took him in. What briefly drew her attention was the small black diamond tattoo on his forehead. What it was for and why he had it was not her concern. Rather, what enraptured her were his eyes, his cerulean gaze that was filled with genuine worry for her. Even in the dark, she could see them very clearly. It was those same set of worried eyes that she saw when she awoke. And now that she saw them again, her heart started to beat a bit faster. Ba-dump, 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 ba-dump. So close. They had never been so close to each other before. He could see he was waiting for some sort of answer from her. But she couldn't even remember his question. So entranced was she by his eyes that she couldn't even think properly. I want him. Her eyes flickered to his lips. Like a magnet, they attracted her. She wanted to know how they felt against hers, how they tasted, everything. I want you, Demori-kun. Closing the distance between them, somewhere in the back of her head, she could hear a very tiny voice shouting something indistinct. So smothered was she by desire, she took no heed to deciphering what it was. Just this once. Chew. Anne. I am a normal person with normal societal views. But for Shuri, I will not call FBI. Chapter 170, Chapter. I want you, Demori-kun. Closing the distance between them, somewhere in the back of her head, she could hear a very tiny voice shouting something indistinct. So smothered was she by desire, she took no heed to deciphering what it was. Just this once. Chew. DxD. It was a soft kiss, but it sent her body blazing with emotion. In that moment, everything just felt so right, so complete. As her lips touched his, her heart jumped for joy, yet ached for more. A part of her expected him to pull back in shock. She never expected, however, that he would return her kiss. She could feel him pushing against her, his lips locked against hers. He was rough yet forceful, something she found herself loving more and more each second. So good. Unable to restrain herself, she wrapped her arms around him. She pulled herself towards him, determined to press him against her. Yet that wasn't enough, not even close. Without breaking contact, she sat up and then just as quickly, used her weight to pull him on top of her. MMMNNN. She moaned inside his mouth as she felt his body over hers. Her pelvis was pressed directly against his and she could already feel his hardening erection through her underwear. By the gods, if she didn't want it before, she wanted it now. Locking her legs around him, she pulled his hips towards her nether region, eager to feel more of him. Not once did she stop kissing him. Her arms were secured around his neck like vices that wouldn't allow him to retreat in the slightest. A very tiny part of her mind screamed that this was a very horrible idea, one that would have lasting consequences. But it was too late. Her eyes were filled with lust as she wonderfully moaned at the feeling of his lips and the blissful feeling of her pelvis rubbing against him. She was aware of her growing wetness and the ever-expanding hollow feeling inside of her that was begging, screaming to be filled with his hardened warmth. This was beyond crossing the line. But it was pressed against her so snugly that her mind was more focused on removing the barriers of fabric that prevented his advancement into her nether. Absolutely enjoying the feeling and taste of his lips, she very hesitantly pushed him back. Gently cupping his cheeks, her eyes were drowned in a haze of lust as she looked into his own. Take me. Yet behind that lust, there was an unfathomable love. Please. DxD. Take me. Please. Igor was feeling a bit concerned at Shuri's words. Her tone was almost pleading, making him want to know what dream or illusion she saw that made her breath heavily like this. All right, Auntie. But, where exactly am I taking you? Gradually, Shuri's vision changed. No longer was Igor on top of her. He was now crouching at her side with a look of complete worry on his face. If it's the underworld, I'm not sure I can go there without telling Uncle A first. Her mind quickly pieced together what happened. Nothing happened. Everything was an illusion. Please ignore my ramblings, Demori-kun. Ignoring the slight tug of regret, she sat up. Was there something you needed of me? With her years of experience taking over, she donned a mask that was able to hide the hurt that everything had been an illusion. Though, it was probably for the best. If it had been reality, everything would have been ruined. Igor didn't like the kind smile Shuri was giving him. It was too fake, too different from one of her genuine smiles. I'm worried about you, Auntie. Her smile briefly faltered for a bit to reveal the emotions plaguing her in her eyes. He was not skilled enough to identify the others, but he knew there was sadness in them. Auntie. I know I said I would be there for you and that still stands. But I can't help you if I don't know what's troubling you. Shuri bit her lip slightly. I'm sorry, Demori-kun. But I can't tell you. She hastily placed a hand on his shoulder when she saw him tense. I can promise you this. There is no threat to my life or Akino's. What I'm going through is something I have to deal with myself. I'm sorry. Igor looked into her eyes. He didn't like this. Not one bit. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but he had a few clues on what could be the issue. Is your problem related to the old man? It was quick. If it were not for just how powerful his perception was, he would have missed the slight twitch of her mouth. It is, isn't it? Her quiet nod answered everything for him. He couldn't help but audibly sigh at the predicament. He wasn't sure what about Barakwheel was the issue, but he would take a gamble and speak out. I can't speak for Akino, but I will speak for myself, Auntie. His eyes evaded hers for a very brief moment as he gathered his thoughts. A few moments later, he looked back at her. The old man admitted that he abandoned you and Akino. If I was mad about that, then I can only imagine how you felt. So it stands beyond reason that if you don't ever want to see him again, I understand. I promise I will never fault you or look at you differently for it. Then, surprising her, he gently kissed her on her forehead before smiling kindly at her. I meant it when I said it before, Auntie. I'll always have your back. Standing up, he grabbed one of the folded blankets and draped it over her form. Sleep well, Auntie. I'll see you tomorrow. Done with his task, he vanished like the wind. Sue. Silence. Shuri stayed frozen in bed. Her legs curled tightly into her body as she processed his words. Her heart warmed at the care and consideration he was showing her. Her mind was eased at his unyielding support. Knowing she had him to fall back on was very comforting for her to know. The only one terrible outcome out of this was that she was sinking deeper into this rabbit hole she had found herself in. You make it so hard not to love you, Demori-kun. The one moment where she decides to build a wall around these unhealthy feelings she had, he just came and knocked down that wall like it was nothing. Now, she found it hard to rebuild that wall, almost bordering on the verge of impossible. Like a sledgehammer, the warmth of his lips on her forehead turned all the bricks into unusable rubble. Unhesitantly, she slid her hand between her thighs, her finger gently rubbing her through her underwear. Oh, Demori-kun. Her other hand slid further into her nightdress towards her breasts where she trapped her hardened nipple between her thumb and fingers. Her toes curled at the feeling, a throaty moan escaping into her pillow. Demori-kun. He probably meant nothing by his kiss, but it meant a lot for her. His intentions were pure, something he did to comfort her. But for tonight. MMNN. Tonight, she would imagine it meant something different. DxD. Sue. Igor appeared in the guest room where he and Aurelia would sleep. His sister was already asleep on her side of the bed, her breaths coming out at even intervals. Silently frowning at his current attire, he began taking off his clothes with a silent promise to never wear them again. Having unbuttoned his shirt, he began taking off his pants which were annoying to get off. Eventually, he was left in his trunks, a piece of clothing that Aurelia had made for him. Walking over to the bed, he unhesitantly peeled open the covers. For a very brief moment, his eyes were attracted to her thighs. Like milk, they were creamy and looked oh so succulent. A very tiny part of him wanted to reach up the tantalizingly short white dress and tch. Annoying puberty. Shaking his head, he slid under the covers and came face to face with her sleeping face. Her eyes were closed, her snow-white hair spilling over her pillow. She was beautiful, that much he could shamelessly admit. With his body having grown, a very small part of him saw her as a woman and not his sister. Thankfully, that part was still small. With 10 years of habit revealing itself, he placed his arm around her waist, his hand ending up at her back where he slowly began rubbing it. Slowly, Aurelia unabashedly closed the small distance between them and slid into his embrace. It was another habit that had formed between the two siblings. Every night, they would always seek each other's touch. For the past 10 years, he and Aurelia had shared the same bed without any problems. It wasn't going to be any different just because they left the time chamber. Oddly enough, he felt more comfortable feeling her close to him. Her warmth and her small breaths on his neck were the little things he could never go without anymore. Before he closed his eyes in rest, however, he decided to deliver a single sentence. I trust you, sister. He knew she was awake, or at the very least, coherent enough to hear his words. Having said his piece, he let himself drift off to sleep. No matter what she did, he wouldn't question it. She had proven time and time again that no matter what, she always had his best interest at heart. DxD. I trust you, sister. Aurelia opened her eyes to look at Igor, who had fallen asleep beside her. So he felt it. Like him, she had also been keeping her senses locked on Shuri. Although she would offer other more dignified reasons, it was more out of boredom than anything else. But she was glad she did. To think she almost tried to kiss him. It was a very stupid action that would have no doubt changed everything. Maybe Shuri didn't know it, but Igor would never ever have accepted her. Disregarding the multitude of other reasons, the main one was that she was once Barakwheel's wife. He would never disrespect him in such a disgraceful manner. It was why she had decided to place her in a small illusion where she could briefly live out whatever fantasy she had and clear her head before the illusion would fade. I only channeled a very small amount of mana into Shuri-sama. But I never thought he would sense it. Then again, he was right there when she did what she did. If she managed to place Shuri under an illusion in his presence, then she would have been slightly disappointed. Smiling lightly, she also closed her eyes as she nuzzled closer to him. Thank you for trusting me, my lord. I promise I won't disappoint you. Anne. The fact that I enjoy this means I'm not normal in the head. On another note, today is Friday, so until the next chapter. Chapter 171, Chapter. I only channeled a very small amount of mana into Shuri-sama. But I never thought he would sense it. Then again, he was right there when she did what she did. If she managed to place Shuri under an illusion in his presence, then she would have been slightly disappointed. Smiling lightly, she also closed her eyes as she nuzzled closer to him. Thank you for trusting me, my lord. I promise I won't disappoint you. DxD. August 15, 1999 to August 16, 1999, Monday. After a long and peaceful night, Kua was once again sunk into the blissful warmth of the rising sun. Its rays spread over the town, the light peeking into the bedrooms of each home's sleeping inhabitants. The groans of children and the curses of husbands everywhere were heard as each of them had to get up for either work or school. The only thing that prevented anarchy in the developing town was the tantalizing smell from the homely cooking of wives and mothers who had woken up even earlier than the lazy males of their homes. Surprisingly, the one who had woken up even earlier than these mothers was Igor. Before the sun had even peeked over the horizon, the blonde had begun his early morning routine that started at exactly 4 in the morning. Silently meditating under the tree in the yard, his body hovered above the ground, his eyes closed in focus. Dressed in nothing but a pair of pants and his sandals, the morning cold meant nothing to him. Absolute in his focus, he remained unperturbed even as the calls of various birds resounded throughout the forest around him. Ever since he had merged with Trini, he had become aware of his sudden qualitative increase in power. As good as that was, it was so sudden that his ki control had become a bit slack. Thankfully, it wasn't horrible like when his body suddenly aged up in the time chamber. His ki control had slackened, but he was confident he could get it back to snuff by noon. Never one to forget the basics, he relied on Old Man Nakamura's tried and trusted yin-yang breathing method to temper his control. From before the sun had risen, he had been expanding and controlling his ki. While he would normally incorporate the Kaioken to increase the difficulty, he had completely cancelled it, including the passive multipliers he kept on at most times. He also used this opportunity to train his spirit control. With the addition of Trini into his body, his soul felt weird. For one, his ki was now more white than translucent gray. He figured that merging with her increased the overall quality of his soul, which in turn increased the quality of his soul force that he mixed with his ki to create spirit ki. Regardless of reasons, Igor wasn't one to nitpick the cause and effect. While not through a method he would have normally opted for, his power had increased and the quality of his ki had risen. The only price he had to pay was a slight decline in ki control, but that would soon be quickly taken care of. Gradually, he could feel the rays of the sun touching his skin. Vaguely calculating from the time it had risen to the moment it had moved enough to reach him under the shade, he could guess that the clock was somewhere around 6:30. Letting himself resurface back into reality, he was confronted with the sight of Asia standing in front of him. Her hands were on her cheeks and her eyes were gazing at him in wonder. When she saw his eyes had opened, she eagerly spoke to him. "Morning, big brother. Auntie told me to tell you that the food is ready. And, can you teach me how to fly too? I also want to float in the air like you, big brother." Smiling at the sight of his sister still in her pajamas, he ruffled her hair as his feet slowly touched the ground. "I don't know if I can even teach you due to the different energies we use, but I will ask Sister Aurelia to teach you." "Yay." Hugging his leg she smiled brightly. "I'll do my best, big brother." "I know you will, Asia." Hi. She grabbed his hand and began leading him to the house. At the prospect of flying, she couldn't help but skip excitedly along the way. "I'm gonna fly. I'm gonna fly. I'm gonna." Igor was content to smile at her as she happily led the way. Seeing her smile and sing so happily reminded him of another reason to train and get stronger. I will always protect that smile. Just imagining someone even sullying it made his eyes darken slightly before they regained their light. No matter what. DxD. I love you. You love me. We're a happy family. I love Dash. Akino-chan. Help me set up the table. Okay, Mama. The kitchen was lively with its 3 inhabitants. Shuri was manning the stove with all 4 plates working to heat up whatever pot was on top of them. The lovely scent of meat and soup filled the kitchen and she was just putting the finishing touches on the soup. Aurelia worked on the salad with her ever-stoic visage on her face. Pieces of carrots and lettuce were on the table as she added the sauce to the mixture in the bowl. Akino, heeding her mother's command, began setting up the table with 3 normal bowls and 2 rather large bowls. Because of their 2 blonde occupants, their eating habits made it better to serve them on a bowl than a plate. While she added cups to the table, Akino began singing again with a smile on her face. Although her father wasn't here, she was happy nonetheless because everyone else was present for breakfast. Soon enough, Asia and Igor entered the kitchen. Morning, Auntie. Morning, sister. Shuri turned to face him with a smile, but froze when she saw his current state of dress. Demori-kun. Igor's presence was very apparent since he wasn't wearing a top. My lord. Aurelia was very quick to rectify the situation by spawning a black long-sleeve shirt on him. Please pay attention to your image. The blonde didn't seem surprised at his sudden addition in clothing. What image? It's not like I have breasts or something. Besides, I wanted to see who was singing first before I went upstairs. Shuri was slightly taken aback at his straightforward language while Aurelia would have palmed herself were it not for her hands covered in chopped vegetables. As for Igor, he turned to face Akino with a teasing grin. Little chick. It's been what now? 4 years? Even after all this time, your singing still sucks. Flushed with rage, Akino cried out. For the last time. I'm not a little chick. And I can sing very well. Well, you say. I highly doubt it. But I can be convinced otherwise. Question mark. Grinning at her confusion, he walked over to her and placed his hand on her shoulder. Tell you what. Call me Oni-chan from now on, and I'll admit you can sing well. Oni-chan. Her victorious grin made his plan to embarrass her a moot point. All right. You can sing well. Walking away with a frown on his face, he was heard mumbling about how she used to be embarrassed at calling him big brother, never mind Oni-chan. Once his footsteps were heard on the stairs, Asia ran towards Akino and grabbed her hands. Wah. I can't believe you called him that. You said you'd never call him Oni-chan. With her face flushing in embarrassment, Akino tried to appear dignified by straightening her back. Well, that was before. I would have never called him that, but since he asked, I was just making him happy. Asia was confused while Shuri simply couldn't stop laughing to herself. Mama. Turning to face her mother with a pout, Shuri only went back to stirring the pot while silently giggling. Only she was aware that Akino had always wanted to call him Oni-chan. It's just that she was too embarrassed to do it willingly until the perfect situation presented itself. Don't worry, Akino-chan. Mama won't say anything. Mama-ya. DxD. Breakfast was a quick affair that had 3 pairs of eyes watch 2 blondes eat with the enthusiasm of a pig with human hands. Completely emulating her brother, Asia had foregone forks, knives, and chopsticks. If it could not be eaten with a spoon, hands were used. What had everyone watching in amazement was that both blondes were tearing into their ramen with a spoon. Like a duckling, Asia had watched Igor eat for a few seconds before she dumped her chopsticks and took a spoon as well. Akino had wanted to do the same, but a loving smile from her mother made her stick to chopsticks. A few minutes had passed and besides Aurelia, no one truly ate. Shuri and Akino were just surprised at their method of dining on a dish that required chopsticks or at the very least, a fork. Be it carrot sticks or strips of meat, all of it was consumed with a spoon and the thumb trapping the food. Eventually, no one sought to say anything and ate their food. If they tried to decipher what went through Asia's and Igor's heads, their food would have long since grown cold before they figured it out. DxD. Outside the house, Akino and Shuri were standing in front of the garage. Akino was already in full uniform along with a little blazer on her while Shuri hadn't changed out of her old black dress. Helping her daughter put on her school bag, she kindly asked. Do you have everything ready for school, Akino-chan? Yes, Mama. Oh. Why don't you call me Ka-chan as well since you called Demori-kun Nii-chan? Feeling embarrassed, Akino grabbed her skirt while mumbling quietly. Ka-chan. Fufu. Holding a remote in her hand, She was about to press it when Igor walked out the door with Asia running behind him. "Hey, Auntie." Walking up to the duo, he ruffled Aquino's hair, much to her chagrin. "I'll walk Aquino to school today, Auntie. What do you think?" Immediately, Aquino looked at her with pleading eyes that practically emulated her desire. Maintaining her composure, Shuri decided to please her daughter. "Why, thank you, Demori-kun. I'm sure Aquino will be happy to be taken to school by her Nii-chan. The little fallen only lowered her head at her mother's teasings, provoking a chuckle from the blonde. Hee hee. "Well, we'll be off, Auntie." Holding both his sisters by their shoulders, he unhesitantly vanished along with them. Sue. For a brief moment, Shuri wondered if he would remember to be discreet in showcasing his beyond-human capabilities. But her wonderings were cut off when Aurelia walked out of the house. "Shuri-sama. I believe we have to talk." Unaware of what she would want to talk about, she nodded. "All right, Aurelia-san. And some training, some food, some slice of life. But Igor has to meet Barakwil the following day and I'm curious to see how that turns out. I'm also eager to know if Shiva will actually uphold his self-imposed promise to take Igor in like he did Indra. Though, I want to see what Aurelia will actually talk to Shuri about." Chapter 172, Chapter. For a brief moment, Shuri wondered if he would remember to be discreet in showcasing his beyond-human capabilities. But her wonderings were cut off when Aurelia walked out of the house. "Shuri-sama. I believe we have to talk." Unaware of what she would want to talk about, she nodded. "All right, Aurelia-san. DxD." It had been a while since Igor had left, leaving Aurelia and Shuri alone in the house. Both were sitting on the couch in the living room, their eyes facing each other. With the clock having just went past 7, the sun had already peeked into the house. A few seconds had passed since they sat down and Shuri was getting a bit impatient, especially with how blankly Aurelia was looking at her. "Aurelia-san. What do you need from me?" Aurelia didn't reply immediately. She impassively looked at Shuri, her blue eyes penetrating into hers. Not knowing how to ease her words, she went straight to the point. "You love Igor." It wasn't a question. It was a statement. Aurelia had tried to think of a way, but her tongue wasn't glib enough to gently slide into this sort of conversation. Yes or no? Despite there being two options to choose from, only one answer was truly viable at this point. Shuri could feel that this was a rhetorical question. The way Aurelia looked at her told her she knew. There was no use denying it. Yes. Trapping the fabric of her dress between her clenched fists, she reaffirmed her answer. "I do." Gone was her unease. Her back was straight as she looked at Aurelia. Her statement was controversial, but there wasn't a lick of fear on her face. In front of Shuri's intense gaze, Aurelia allowed the faintest of smiles to grace her face before her expression faded back to one of neutrality. "Very well, Shuri-sama. But as my lord's attendant, I have to know. Do you intend to realize your affections?" "No." Her answer was quick. "My role is with my husband. In order to provide my daughter a stable home, I will get back together with Barakwil." Aurelia could see it. Her eyes wavered slightly at no. And no matter how Shuri would try to hide it, her energy briefly spiked up when she said no. "Have you ever considered Aquino-sama's feelings on the matter?" Shuri's eyes narrowed as she regarded Aurelia with suspicion. "What are you trying to say, Aurelia-san?" "A very simple thing, Shuri-sama. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I wish for you to be my lord's wife." The faintest of blushes adorned her cheeks, but she soon recomposed. What are you saying? Why would you want that?" She was so taken by surprise that she couldn't help but stutter. Aurelia's statement was a great shock to her that her normally composed state was shattered. "What do you mean by that?" "Your potential, Shuri-sama. Being personally resurrected by Amaterasu-sama has not only given you a new lease on life, but also the perfect human body. If my lord were to procreate with you, there is a very high chance that the child born from your union would be a pure-blooded Aryan. There is also the added benefit that my lord would not need to court you, seeing as you harbor affections for him." Shuri took her words in silently. Hearing her reasons, despite them being rather archaic, provided her more reassurance than if she were to say she did it out of the kindness of her heart. "I see." A large part of her wanted to jump at this idea, but there remained one problem. "But my daughter dash." "I'm afraid I have to interrupt you there, Shuri-sama. I greatly admire your will to provide the perfect life for your daughter, but there is reality to consider. Before I begin, I want to ask. If you were to reconcile with Barakwil-sama, are you confident that you can love him again?" Her silence was enough of an answer. "My next question. I am quite sure that my lord will possibly frequently visit, if he does not live here on a permanent basis. Let us assume you have reconciled with Barakwil-sama and he now lives here. How confident are you that you can hide your attraction to Lord Demori from him? Shuri widened her eyes at that statement. It was no secret that Barakwil was very, very old. She would be lying if she said she could. It took nearly all of her willpower to keep her composure every time she conversed with Igor. But she was not confident enough to hide her desires for months or even years on end. Once again, her silence was her answer, prompting Aurelia to continue. My next question. Are you willing to share a bed with Barakwil-sama and perform your wifely duties? Once again, the silence was deafening. Very well. From what you've told of me, I can conclude the most likely scenario of what would happen in this household for the next 6 years. Let us say that my lord and I will not be present for the foreseeable future. You will reconcile with Barakwil-sama in your endeavor to provide Akino-sama a stable household consisting of a mother and father. Barakwil-sama is understanding and will not ask you to perform your wifely duties. A year or two pass and Akino-sama inevitably starts to notice something wrong. Shuri briefly widened her eyes, but made no commitment to argue. She knew better than anyone how smart Akino was. Barakwil-sama is no longer as happy as he was before. It is very clear that the both of you are quite frankly cohabiting at this point, and this starts to affect Akino-sama. Your dinners progressively grow colder and you sparsely spend any time together. As Akino-sama grows up, she notices more and more of these inconsistencies that are completely different from her childhood. Instead of being happy, she grows concerned as you and Barakwil-sama insist on telling her that everything is fine. Gradually, as she goes through puberty, grows up, and becomes more aware, truths are slowly revealed, and inevitably, she finds out the reason why everything was the way it was. She finds out that because of her, her parents endured a loveless marriage. This, Shuri-sama, is a case of letting a wound fester. Silence. Aurelia's words hung in the air like a heavy scent as Shuri begrudgingly absorbed them with her fists clenched. If that upsets you, Shuri-sama, then I am afraid this outcome is the best one compared to this next scenario. Question mark. Raising her head, she hopelessly sighed. Another one. What could possibly be worse than disappointing my own daughter? Lord Demori's presence, Shuri-sama. This time, Barakwil-sama notices your glances towards him, and inevitably, the relationship between him and my lord is soured. Lord Demori will not understand why until it is too late. However, his guaranteed reaction, should your actions remain constant, will border on the negative, as he will not accept you for certain reasons I will not currently state. In the end, my lord will most likely vacate this house and limit contact with you for the foreseeable future due to his desire to respect and maintain Barakwil-sama's dignity as his elder and as a man. Aurelia's words most likely weren't completely accurate, but Shuri could actually imagine Igor leaving this house. She was aware of how much he respected Barakwil both through his memories, and the evident regret in his eyes when he returned from the underworld. Then, what should I do? What do you expect me to do, Aurelia-san? Adjusting her posture, Aurelia looked Shuri right in the eye without flinching. I wish for you to be honest, Shuri-sama. Can you truly, truly stop loving my lord? Shuri's mind flashed back to the day he appeared in front of her. Before receiving his memories, she simply thought of him as a cute boy. But it was when she received his memories that everything changed. She did not receive just his memories, but his feelings as well. His happiness, his rage, and his sadness were all the feelings she felt from him. I was grateful to Demori-kun. When I found out all the things he went through to save me and Akino, I felt immense gratitude towards him, Aurelia-san. I don't know when I started feeling more for him. Maybe. Her mind reminisced to when Amaterasu insinuated that she might be a different person entirely. Auntie still feels the same. She still speaks the same. Her smile is still the same. Those eyes are still the same. Everything about her is the same. Her memories are gone, but who she is as a person is still there. Maybe it was when he accepted me for who I am that I slowly started to love him. I don't know if you would understand, Aurelia-san, but I, a person with no memories and no self-identity, found out that I was both a wife and a mother. I had no clue how I was supposed to act. I had no clue how I was supposed to interact with the two people who were the closest to me. She wiped the tears that were forming in her eyes, yet the warmest smile formed on her face. But he told me that none of it mattered, that I was still me. I felt as if an immense weight had been taken off my shoulders. See, I go by my gut, and right now, my gut says Shuri is Shuri. This whole thing about her soul being cleansed simply tells me that she will no longer have to remember what her clan did to her. As for other things, they don't matter. I'll handle Akino and explain the situation. As for others, I'll beat them up until they accept that Auntie doesn't remember them. Tell me, Aurelia-san. If you had someone who was willing to fight the entire world for you and accept you for everything you are along with your flaws, would you stop loving them? Can you stop loving them? Aurelia had no answer for that question. Falling in love was a concept foreign to her. As such, she remained silent while Shuri continued. Maybe others can, Aurelia-san. But I can't. Her eyes glistened as she raised her head. No matter what you say or do, I can't stop loving him, I won't stop loving him, and I never will stop loving him. As long as I draw breath, this heart of mine will belong to him. Aurelia could detect no falsities in Shuri's words. She was truthful, and in all honesty, Aurelia felt a bit overwhelmed at how the Ravenetti could harbor so much affection for her lord in only a month. It was quite frightening and awe-inspiring to say the least. Very well, Shuri-sama. Then I can only propose one solution that may give you the happy ending we both desire. Taking the time to breathe, Aurelia delivered her words. Should you receive the opportunity to be with Barakwil-sama in private, come clean with your thoughts and feelings. It will be better for everyone involved. Anne. I don't care anymore. I don't care if it makes me seem like I endorse pedophilia, but there better be a happy ending to this or I'll lose my sh*t. On another note, Aurelia is the GOAT. Change my mind. Chapter 173, Chapter. Very well, Shuri-sama. Then I can only propose one solution that may give you the happy ending we both desire. Taking the time to breathe, Aurelia delivered her words. Should you receive the opportunity to be with Barakwil-sama in private, come clean with your thoughts and feelings. It will be better for everyone involved. DxD. It was a bustling day in Kuo. With it being a Monday morning, a large number of cars filled the streets. Shops had opened and business was in full swing. The sidewalks were filled with mostly school children who were making their way to one of the few schools in this town. Traveling back from dropping off Akino was Igor. With Asia at his side, the two blondes made their way across town, their hands intertwined with each other. While he walked silently, Asia couldn't help but excitedly stare at the various people and vehicles that passed by them. They also received varying amounts of looks due to their foreign appearance. With the both of them being blondes, they were definitely out of place. She's enjoying this. Whether Asia was aware of their gazes or not, she seemed unbothered by them. She happily took in the sights around her as she excitedly pointed out things. For once, Igor was glad that he didn't instantly speed them back home. Watch your step, Asia. Wah. Raising his arm, he effortlessly lifted her body over a flood drain built into the sidewalk. Glancing over her shoulder as Igor dropped her on the ground, Asia asked with interest. Big brother. What's that? Question mark. Looking over to where she was pointing, he explained. That's a flood drain, little Asia. It works so that when there's lots of rain, the water will drain into it. This will make it so that the streets don't become waterlogged and cars won't slip and slide on it. Water, logged. Pfft. Watching her cutely scrunching her expression in confusion made him laugh, which only served to make Asia mad. Moo. Don't laugh, big brothier. I can't help it. Who told you to be so cute, Asia? Humph. The little blonde turned her face away from him with a huff. You're being mean. No. It's called teasing. Asia didn't reply to him. She was more concerned on putting up an angry front. Though, she could have better pulled off that front if she wasn't still holding his hand. Cute. Pulling her to him, he picked her up and let her sit on his arms. So surprised was she by his action that she gripped his forearms with a vice-like grip. That's not nice, big brother. Looking at him with a pout, she was silenced by a sudden kiss to her forehead. Chew. Flush. Taken completely by surprise, she buried her head in his neck, her eyes closed shut as her embarrassment rose by considerable margins. Why you. Ha ha ha. It's so easy to tease you, Asia. Uncaring for the few numbers of people watching them, Igor made his way towards the edge of town with Asia on his arms. He had his family with him. He ate good food. He was happy. It was still far from noon, but today was a good day. DxD. Mount Kailasa, India, Shiva's abode. When one imagined the home belonging to a god of destruction, they would imagine a home filled with nothing but death and decay. However, it was the opposite that was true. Inaccessible from the rest of the world through normal means, the true Mount Kailasa was anything but barren. For one, it was teeming with life everywhere. The trees were very tall and unnaturally thick, so thick that the thinnest trunk was already the size of a large room. The grass was so green it was as if every single blade had been doused in premium-grade fertilizer. The wildlife, especially the deer, were nearly over twice the size of normal deer. The same could also be said for the predators. Tigers as large as grizzly bears prowled about on the hunt with eyes that seemed far too intelligent for an ordinary animal. The only thing ordinary on this mountain was a simple two-story house that had smoke coming out of its chimney. Flowers and other shrubbery had been planted along the sides of the house and had been maintained very well. Behind the house was even a rather modest garden with fresh produce ready to be harvested. But, with a massive forest surrounding the house, it still seemed rather tiny in comparison. While the mountain was peaceful, that was only on most days. This mountain had an owner, and this owner was the god of destruction. There were bound to be some noisy days in the home of God whose role is to destroy. On this particular day, Shiva was fighting against Nandi, with full intent to kill. Sue. His athletic figure flashed forward towards his teacher, his fist clenched to deliver a powerful strike to the top of his head. Boom. Instead of a skull, his entire arm sunk deep into the earth, vambraces and all. It was rather telling of his speed and control that he could punch his arm into the ground without causing a crater. Narrowing his gaze, he swiftly removed his arm from the ground. Jumping back, he dodged a quick sweep of Nandi's staff, easily backpedaling away despite the massive weights on his arms. A swift exchange ensued after that. Nandi would strike with his staff while Shiva would dodge, deflect, or counter. Clang. Despite how thin Nandi's staff was, it was very, very hard. The paleman masterfully wielded it with one hand, his remaining hand comfortably placed behind his back. Not once did his foot touch the ground, nor was there a single stain of dust on his clothes. His eyes were closed for most of the time, which only served to make Shiva slightly irate. Dodging another swipe of Nandi's staff, he jumped back to create some distance. Idly, he noticed the position of the sun, which caused him to halt combat. Motioning for Nandi to stop, he stood tall, his sweat glistening in the sunlight. Nandi. How long has it been? Almost 3 days have passed since we begun, my lord. Only 2 more minutes until we can officially remove the almost dot. The weight over his entire body was gradually getting to him, especially when the majority of his energy was sealed. As it stood, he only had enough energy for slightly enhancing his physique, leaving just barely enough for levitation. Over 2 days had passed and he had still yet to land a proper blow on his mentor. It was mildly frustrating to say the least, but he was used to it. All right then, Nandi. Let us continue. Disregarding his body's desire to rest, Shiva got into a stance. He said he would last 3 days so he would see that desire to its natural conclusion. Sue. There was no flicker of movement. There was no sound. One moment he was there. The next, he was gone. The entire vicinity seemed silent, too silent. They couldn't be seen, but they were there. Nandi and Shiva were fighting. Their movement was far, far too fast for anyone to perceive. The immense level of control they had over their powers all but guaranteed that unless a dodged fist to the ground couldn't change its course, there would be no visual or auditory effects. Fighting within a realm of speed completely invisible to the naked eye, Nandi was casually dodging each and every one of Shiva's blows. There were no over-the-top backflips or other fancy maneuvers. Sway to the left, sway to the right, or backstep. If all else fails, block the blow with a finger. With their figures having frozen long enough, Nandi and Shiva were once again perceivable to the naked eye. Both of them were in the skies. Shiva had his fist outstretched while Nandi had blocked it with a finger. The attendant had a perpetual closed-eye smile on his face, his effeminate features making the situation all the more grating to Shiva. And that concludes the 3rd day, my lord. Resisting the urge to continue the fight, Shiva stood up straight. Good. Unhesitantly began unclipping the golden vambraces on his arms. With 2 synchronous click, the metallic accessories fell down to the ground under the pull of gravity. And down they fell, like a tub of ice cream, asterisk. BOOM. The consequences were nigh instantaneous. Surpassing even the impact of an asteroid, the weight and density of the vambraces were so immense that a deafening roar erupted as soon as they touched the ground. The shock waves alone shred apart anything and everything around the vicinity and would have continued further were it not for the intervention of Nandi. Tapping the bottom of his staff on solid air, a massive transparent blue barrier formed around the site of destruction. With everything inside the barrier frozen in time, Nandi looked at his lord with a hint of amusement. Is destroying the environment that I so dearly love your method of venting your frustrations, my lord? Shiva didn't deign to give me a reply. With Nandi having blocked his attack with a finger of all things, he had the damn right to feel vindictive. He was only glad none of his children were watching. Turning his back on his attendant, he made his way back to the house. His wife would have no doubt made a meal and he was already feeling hungry. Behind him, Nandi only smiled wryly before he began reversing time. Slowly, everything inside the barrier began rewinding. The destroyed trees began piecing themselves together while the rocks and rubble went back to their previous locations. Animals unfortunately caught in the blast also had their pieces and bits of flesh perfectly recombined as life once again flashed in their eyes. Once everything was slowly restored, the vambraces eventually began rising up from the massive crater they created upon their landing. When time was restored to a satisfactory level, Nandi cancelled the technique with a satisfied smile on his face. And that's that. Turning to face his lord, the vambraces eventually hovered behind him, only to soon disappear in motes of white light. Making his way to Shiva, Nandi eventually caught up to him. However, instead of his light-hearted expression, he was serious. It was time to review the battle, and as a teacher, it was his job to raise certain concerns. You fought well, my lord. However, I could tell that there was something on the back of your mind during our bout. Might I hazard a guess and say it relates to the son of Demori? No answer. To be more accurate, is it also related to Trihexa, my lord? Upon hearing Trihexa, Shiva stopped in midair. Also stopping alongside him, Nandi faced forward with a serious expression. Please let me remind you, my lord. Your title prevents you from interfering in mortal affairs. Unless the planet itself is at risk, you as the god of destruction shall not interfere under any circumstance. Nandi was right. His job wasn't to participate in the affairs of mortals. His job was to oversee and preserve the sanctity of the universe. When fulfilling his duties, his heart was not to affect his decisions. Lowering his head, Shiva couldn't help but frown. Sometimes, I arrive at moments where I dislike my role. Ho ho ho. Do not worry so much, my lord. If your concern lies in Demori's treatment of Trihexa, then you have no need to worry. I took it upon myself to observe a brief moment of their interaction. To best describe it, they are like brother and sister. Uncharacteristically, Shiva smiled lightly. Good. That girl deserves better. Indeed she does, my lord. And since we are on this topic, might I know when you intend to finally honor your self-imposed promise and train young Demori? He has attained the power of the supreme class in less than 100 years. It was surprising how quickly Igor reached his new level of power. While it was not achieved under the best of circumstances, it nonetheless cemented his status amongst the strongest entities in the world. Soon. I will extend the opportunity to him in the next war against Indra. Oh ho. Would your actions not offend our dearest Indra? His opinion on the matter is irrelevant. Should Demori agree, I will bring him here. Nandi brought a hand to his mouth in mild surprise. Oh my. That soon. You seem to be in quite a rush, my lord. Dare I presume you intend to make him the next god of destruction? Shiva stopped hovering in midair, his brows crunching in thought. Possibly. If he proves to be better than Indra, then I will hand over the title to him. However, that matter will be discussed after a few decades at best. Having said his piece, Shiva flew forward, temporarily leaving Nandi behind to stew in his thoughts. Nandi had raised the issue as comedic relief, but it seemed that Shiva was truly placing some of his hopes on Igor. My lord is tired. He has held his role for far too long. The disappointment Indra showed him when he stopped striving for more strength was a rather sore spot for Shiva, who had been sincere in teaching him. Even if young Indra had not accepted the title, just having someone else of decent strength would have been enough for my lord. Perhaps, the son of Demori might be able to take up that role and if possible, the mantle of my lord. However, the current him does not have the disposition necessary to fulfill the role of a god of destruction. Smiling lightly, he flew after Shiva and caught up with him. Whether young Demori will be the replacement my lord desires, only time will tell. And down they fell, like a tub of ice cream, asterisk. Explanation, I don't know what it is, but you never see a tub of ice cream fall. One moment it's in your hands. The next, it's on the floor. That's how fast those vambraces fell. Chapter 174, Chapter. Even if young Indra had not accepted the title, just having someone else of decent strength would have been enough for my lord. Perhaps, the son of Demori might be able to take up that role and if possible, the mantle of my lord. However, the current him does not have the disposition necessary to fulfill the role of a god of destruction. Smiling lightly, he flew after Shiva and caught up with him. Whether young Demori will be the replacement my lord desires, only time will tell. DxD. The 16th of August was a day Igor would remember as a very good day. No fights to the death. No troublesome politics. No time chamber suddenly whisking him away. Everything was normal. Everything was perfect. Well, almost. If Barakwil was here and not hurt, then this would have been a perfect day. But he wasn't naive enough to believe that the old man's presence would have made everything better. In fact, the opposite may have probably happened. Lying in bed alone, the blonde temporarily put aside the old fallen's rather recent poor life choices. Maybe if old Menstrata was here, things would have been nice. It would be funny seeing Aquino get scared again by his scars. But he didn't want to bother Vasco. He was pretty sure the old man was doing cleanup in the Vatican. He could only hope that he was successful. Gradually, his mind shifted to the events of today. After returning back home with Asia, he passed the hours by subtly training his sister through playing. It had been something he'd been doing for years whenever he wasn't held up by certain reasons. Disguising those exercises as ridiculous playful competitions, he continued to be impressed by Asia's physical capabilities. One massive help today was Aurelia's knowledge. With her experience in mana, she was able to teach Asia about utilizing her mana for more than just powering her sacred gear. She had even gone on to teach the little blonde how to fly. Contrary to belief, the session didn't even last a full hour. For Asia, who had been continuously using her mana to power her sacred gear for years, her mana reserves were deep enough that she could quickly learn how to fly using magic. The excited smile on her face brought a smile to his own as he relieved the memory. Looking at the ceiling, he could still see Asia excitedly flying around in the skies with a bright smile on her face. She wasn't fast by any means, but her ability to adapt was praiseworthy. Heh. Unlike me, she didn't fumble out and fly upside down. The events only spiraled upwards from there when Shuri returned with Akino from school. To say that the little brunette was just as excited was an understatement. Unfurling her own wings, the two girls had proceeded to fly around the forest in a sort of silent competition. With no agreed-upon finish line, the two of them had weaved through the trees in a bid to outdo the other. While Asia had become a somewhat competent flyer from a few hours of practice, she couldn't compete with Akino's years of experience and familiarity with the forest. Once Asia gave up, the sunset was nearing when everyone went back for dinner. With his older sister and his aunt being the chefs, the amount of food was nearly stupendous, especially the meat. This time, dinner wasn't silent and everyone was excitable. Apart from Asia and Akino, Shuri seemed to have gotten a huge weight off her shoulders. With her directing the flow of the conversation, the little girls excitedly contributed. Surprisingly, even Aurelia spoke a lot more during the meal. With the conversation topic being Asia's ability to fly, she interjected with a few words of advice every once in a while. Even Trini, though no one else could hear her, excitedly chammered. Though, her focus was more on the taste of the food. At least she was sensible enough not to blow out his ears. Eventually, dinner ended and people had their showers. Igor, being Igor, stated that he didn't need to shower often. His passive Kaioken did a great job at killing any germs, burning dead skin, and eliminating any other factors like bacteria that would cause him to smell bad. The only time he would need to wash himself was when his hair got too dry. Lying in bed while everyone had flocked to the bathrooms, he sat up when he saw the door to his room open. Dakang. Sometimes, Igor hated these annoying feelings he got that always temporarily clouded his thoughts ever since he grew. When Aurelia walked in, she was clad in a white towel that did little to hide her natural beauty. She was beautiful. A fact, not an opinion. But, he was her brother. Despite her being his elder, it was his job to bring her down to earth every once in a while. You sure took your time in the shower, sister. Any longer and I might have grown a beard. Closing the door behind her, the Silverette gracefully walked towards the counter, her lips slightly twitching upward as she posted a remark. Perhaps you were anxious for my warmth, my lord. Not if you're going to fart again. His grin grew at her silence. With her just standing there in surprise, his stifled laughter escaped. Pfft. What does that make it now? 51-48. Step your game up, sister. I'm already widening the lead. Aurelia continued her walk to the counter in silence. Stopping in front of it, she looked at herself in the mirror before her gaze moved over to Igor's, the smallest of smirks on her face. I know you looked at my legs last night. For what it's worth, the blonde didn't flinch. Maybe she's just guessed dash. To want someone as old as me, I must certainly question your fetishes, my lord. Now, Igor had two avenues he could choose from. 1, he could admit defeat and let her gain a point. 2, he could really comment on her age and deliver a comeback that may give him another point. While Aurelia would laugh it off, it would hurt her deep inside because of the insecurities he noticed on her. Making up his mind, he decided to forfeit this little bout. I blame you for that, sister. You have some of the best legs I've seen. Grinning at how she tried to hide the small smile on her face, he continued. I do admit though, sister. You certainly are pretty. You could stand side to side with a graduate and you'd be the younger one. Her smile grew longer, making his own grin stretch wryly. Especially if you smile just like that. Watching her through the mirror, their eyes met for just a brief moment before she shyly looked away. With a triumphant grin on his face, Igor inwardly praised himself. Can't catch me off guard, sister. With his hands behind his head, he watched as Aurelia slowly regained her composure. With her smile now gone, she spoke with a composed voice. Thank you for your compliment, my lord. I believe the score is now 52-49. I'll let it be 52-50 if you call me by my name. I dash. When we're alone. Properly sitting up, he could see her hesitance. With his smile falling, he was not going to let up. Not this time. Listen to me, sister. I get that you're trying to portray me as some sort of important figure for politics and stuff. I don't like it, but I get why you're doing it. It's helpful in the long run and stuff. But, it's just the two of us here. Locking her gaze to his throat the mirror, he continued. We're alone. There's no need for you to keep up that act. Treat me like Igor, your little brother. Not Igor, the patriarch or some other fancy title you have in your head. She held his gaze for a moment longer, her eyes wavering in front of his. I see. She wanted to deny him, but there was no hope when his eyes were firm like they were. All right, Igor. And just like that, his eyes lightened up again. See? That wasn't so hard, right? Smiling lightly at his teasing jab, she went back to focusing on herself. And it seemed the blonde wasn't going to pursue the topic. Though, he did notice that she wasn't comfortable with the conclusion. Regardless, he wouldn't question it, yet. Looking at herself in the mirror, Aurelia slowly removed the towel covering her hair and neatly rolled it up. Gathering up her hair that had fallen over her shoulders, she slowly tied it in a bun. Watching her now grab a bottle of lotion, Igor frowned slightly when he recognized the brand from one of the advertisements he saw in town. I still don't get it, sister. Why do you apply these skincare things when they're useless? Our heritage makes it so that you'll never need to waste time in front of a mirror. The Silverette looked at him through the mirror while she applied her arms with lotion. Because, before everything else, I am a woman. To you, this may appear useless. But to me, it is a ritual of sorts. A necessity. Smiling wryly, she continued. In the future, even Akino-sama and Asia-sama will use these products. His brows scrunched up as he tried to argue. They wow. However, his mind drifted back to yesterday's shopping spree. Asia, Akino, and Lena had been far too enthusiastic about something as pointless as shopping. Whereas he would be out in 15 minutes maximum, they stretched a simple task to biblical proportions. Sigh. Knowing Aurelia was right, he flopped back onto his pillow. Women. I'll never understand them. He spent 10 years with Aurelia and he still didn't understand some of the things she did. He figured it was best to give up at this point. Dot. Finding Igor's response to the inevitable future, she suppressed the urge to tease him in favor of bringing another situation to light. Tomorrow we must go and meet with Barakwil-sama. Yes. I know. He probably should have woken up by now. Following his words, there was a brief silence until he felt the bed covers being pulled open. Opening his eyes, he was subjected to the sight of Aurelia in her nightdress. Once again, he was briefly enraptured by her figure. She entered the bed with her face towards him, the scent of her skin clouding his nose. Pulling the covers over them out of habit, she laid her head against his chest. No matter what in the underworld, I will always be beside you, Igor. I know. Nuzzling his chin on her head, he wrapped an arm around her waist. You made it clear way too many times for me to not know. Though, I'm curious about something, sister. Aurelia tilted her head to look at him, her chin brushing against his chest. What might it be, my Igor? Heh. That right there is what I want to know about. When you brought about this idea to call me your lord, you were way too adamant on it, sister. She was silent, her thoughts whirling as she tried to. Aurelia. I may not share blood with you, but I have known you for a long time now. I know when you are hiding something from me. Your idea to refer to me as Lord Demori was something you discussed with me over the months before we left. In that time, you still called me by my name. It was only when we left the time chamber that you suddenly changed your way of calling me. I understand if it's in public. I don't like it, but I understand. You wish for my name to have prestige and I accept that. He then pushed Aurelia away from him slightly, just enough that he could properly look her in the eye. But look at where we are, sister. We are in our room. We're completely alone. The bathroom separates us from Akino's room and Auntie's room after it. Our perception is powerful enough that we can sense if someone is watching us even in our sleep. So tell me, sister. Why is it that you insist on calling me like that all the time? It doesn't make sense to me. You're supposed to be my sister, but you seem too adamant in playing the part of my attendant. He knew he was talking too much for his liking, but he was getting tired of this. At least when we're alone, I want to hear my name from you, sister. It sounded whiny. It sounded pathetic. A part of him cringed at what he was doing, but it was too much. Hearing my lord this or Lord Demori, that is too much, sister. So tell me honestly. Why do you keep calling me like that? And don't tell me it's for politics. I know you better than that, sister. Aurelia didn't have the will to meet his gaze. A part of her just wanted to dodge the question by leaving, but the firm hold on her waist proved otherwise. And it was this exact situation that had her answering unwillingly. The reason. She began silently. The reason I do all of this is because we're too close, Igor. And things are getting hectic. Things are getting tense. Things are getting spicy. Chapter 175, Chapter. Aurelia didn't have the will to meet his gaze. A part of her just wanted to dodge the question by leaving, but the firm hold on her waist proved otherwise. And it was this exact situation that had her answering unwillingly. The reason. She began silently. The reason I do all of this is because we're too close, Igor. DxD. Lying under the covers with Aurelia, Igor had no words to say. His eyes had slightly widened after her sudden revelation. Feeling more than surprise, however, was that there was irony behind her words. Too close. She dumbly nodded against his chest, her eyes refusing to meet his. This time, Igor tightened his hold around her. Too close. This time, her cheeks flushed slightly. The irony in her statement was not lost on her. Igor found it cute how his usually expressionless sister was making such cute expressions. You say we were getting too close. So you call me by fancy titles to place some distance between us. Yet. The beginnings of a grin formed on his face. You're sharing the same bed as me. If not for how she seemed vulnerable, he would have laughed out loud at just how ludicrous her idea was. The only reason he didn't was because she seemed so embarrassed she would die if he teased her any further. Nonetheless, he wasn't pleased that she was trying to alienate him. Explain this to me, sister. Gently lifting her chin towards him, he continued. Why would you want to distance yourself from me? It doesn't make sense. There's no need for you to do so. There is. This time, she met his eyes with her own. There's a reason for this. He didn't respond or jab at her. He could feel that the situation was serious, and that it was taking every ounce of her willpower not to avert her eyes. Someday. Her fist subconsciously clenched. Someday, you will take a woman. When that time comes. She couldn't hold his gaze anymore. Lowering her head so she couldn't meet his eyes, she subtly pressed herself further against him. When that time comes, you and your woman will share a bed. During that time, I will not be needed. Shutting her eyes tightly, she released all the words she kept in her heart. I do not want to endanger your relationship with the woman you have chosen by spawning a seed of jealousy. That's why I wanted to put some distance between us. We had become too close enough that any relationship you might have would be in jeopardy. She faded into silence, her words hanging in the air. Whether she knew it or not, she was hugging him tightly, almost as if that fated day has arrived and she could no longer embrace his warmth. There was no appropriate verbal response Igor could think of. This was not the time for snarky comments or casual remarks. So he held her tightly and forewent all thought processes. Trusting his gut, he spoke without tact. You know. As smart as you are, sister, you sometimes fail to consider the most simplest of things. Chuckling lightly, he continued. Idiot. Did you ever consider my input? I'd imagine that if you were to map out someone's life, you'd ask them what they thought, right? What do you mean? I'll put it as simply as I can, sister. Do you remember a couple of years ago when you talked to me about marriage and stuff? Her silent nod was enough. You never brought up the talk again, but I never forgot it. His brows briefly scrunched at the thought of the headache-inducing subject. As much as I hate to say it, I've had thoughts of marriage in my mind for the last few years. I still don't want to get married, at least not anytime soon. But, your talk brought up some considerations for me. He idly began stroking her hair. I won't be long-winded, sister. I'm not one for this mushy stuff, so I'll be straightforward. When I thought of the perfect woman I would be willing to risk it all with, the woman who I would be willing to show my back to and trust with every fiber of my being, the woman who I could actually see a future with. His ministrations on her scalp drew to a close. I thought of you. She immediately lifted her head in shock. She couldn't believe her ears. When they locked eyes, there was no hint of mischief or joviality. He was serious. Dear God, he was serious. What? What are you? Aurelia didn't want to believe it. This has to be a joke. It has to be. He can't possibly mean that, right? She was too old, older than even Shuri. He can't truly mean that. I'm saying whatever you think I'm saying. His hand once more went to cup her cheek. I want you to trust me when I say this. I won't lie and say I love you. What I have is more than that. But there isn't really a word for that now, is it? The briefest of smiles formed on his face, but his eyes never once left hers. I don't like this mushy emotional stuff, sister. Saying it makes me feel weird. So I want you to listen to my words properly, because I doubt I'll ever say them again without dying a little inside. There was no going back now. He had inadvertently opened a powder keg he didn't want to address until he could at least stand toe-to-toe with Indra. Since it has already happened, he was willing to go all in. Aurelia. In the time we have known each other, you have become someone of invaluable importance to me. I trust you unconditionally. My adoration for you is endless. I admire you from the depths of my heart, and your tenacity makes me truly respect you. Aurelia's eyes flickered with a brief flash of hope and dread. Her cold heart that she had closed for decades was warming up, and that filled her dread. What was she hoping for? Was she even allowed to hope? As his words resounded in her mind, the beginnings of tears slowly formed in her eyes. No. No, 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 no. She didn't want this. She was too old and broken to be worthy. She hoped he was lying, but the thought alone only brought more tears through her eyes. Using his thumb, Igor wiped away a lone tear that had trailed down her cheek. His eyes were tender and caring, his gentle ministrations causing her body to lock up. They say that a woman makes a man lose his ambition. Yet you have made me far stronger than I possibly could have been on my own. You have supported me endlessly. In the times that you had my life in your hands, you aided me. Your words to me were never filled with deceit and your advice was always sincere. For all these years, you have cared for me beyond reason, beyond duty, beyond gratitude. He gently kissed her forehead, her sniffs audible as her tears stained his chest. I've had 8 years to think this through, sister. That's plenty of time for even someone as stupid as me. I'm not quite where I want to be yet in terms of strength, but if I want a wife in the future, I don't need it to be any other woman. I would rather it be you, if you'll allow me. He lowered his head, his eyes meeting hers once more. If you truly don't want to be with me or the thought makes you uncomfortable, I will completely forget this topic and everything will go back to the way it was before. However, he soon sported a small grin. You have 3 seconds to refuse. 3. Aurelia was nervous, more nervous than she's ever been in her life. 2. Here she was, being offered something she thought she would never see in her life. 1. She wanted it. Yet she was scared. But she want. Chew. Without hesitation, Igor descended on her lips. The kiss was soft, almost bordering on the level of a chaste kiss. Her lips were tender, the softness compelling him to sink further into them. Moving his hand to the back of her head, he gently pulled her towards him. It was his first kiss, and he found himself loving every single moment of it. Yet when she didn't reciprocate his desires, his heart sunk, his mind filled with worry. Pulling back, opened his eyes and noticed how she was crying. I overthought things. Because of how roughly he held her hair, several strands had hidden her eyes from view, but not her tears. Damn it. Immediately, he felt like the worst scum on earth. For the first time in his life, he did something he thought he would never do. He apologized, because there were no other actions he could use to make up for his fatal mistake. I'm sore. Chew. In the blink of an eye, Aurelia hungrily pressed her lips against his. Her hands framed his face, her fingers grabbing his locks of blonde hair. Her tears trailed down her cheeks in fervor, yet the reason for their presence was infinitely far from sadness. Gradually, Igor finally responded to her kiss. Different from before, he was no longer gentle. With his hand behind her head, he pressed her against him. Though with how enthusiastic she was, this wasn't needed. Their shared kiss was innocent. But the emotions behind it were strong. Hooking his free arm under her, he brought her on top of him. Her legs went over his own until she was sitting just above his pelvis. Her generous assets rubbed against his torso, and for the love of all that is holy did they feel wonderful. However, the sudden change in position was enough for Aurelia to finally realize what she was doing. As her lucidity returned, her shameful actions made her panic. Unfortunately, she found it hard to remove herself from him. Rather than his arms pinning her to him, it was her body that refused to listen. Instead of retreating, her body began doing the unspeakable. Her hands roamed his chest, her fingers tracing his pectorals. Her hair hung around his face like a curtain, his hands having undone the bun she had tied it in. Gradually, her fingers climbed his body all the way to his shoulders, until the coldness of the sheets finally made her regain enough coherency to stop. This is a mistake. Opening her eyes, she fought to restrain her desires. Sitting on top of him, she slowly pulled herself back. There was no trace of regret in her eyes. In fact, her heavy breathing suggested she wanted more, so much more. But her desire was followed behind by anxiousness. There were traces of fear in her gaze, her eyes betraying the true concerns hidden in her mind. With her hands placed on his chest, she looked at him, her eyes almost pleading. Do you truly want me? Yes. I do. But I'm old. I still want you. Clenching her fists, she uttered the sentence that would no doubt put a stop to everything. I'm broken. I'm not a good enough woman for you. I have too much baggage. She could not become the bright star that Asia would eventually be. Her eyes had seen too much darkness from a young age. The warmth that normal women could provide was something she wasn't confident she could give him, not when her heart had grown cold from years and years of. And do I look like I care? I still want you. Warts and all. Her eyes hung low as she nervously bit her mouth. He could see she was still lacking confidence in herself. Her gears were turning in what he guessed knew were self-deprecating thoughts. Sitting up, he placed a hand behind her waist while another went behind her head. Chew. Gently, he gave her a chaste kiss before he separated from her. I want you to listen to what I have to say. I don't want you to doubt my words in the slightest, all right? All she gave him was a dazed nod, her eyes locked onto his. Slowly, he placed his forehead against hers, his eyes piercing into hers with sincerity. I am not saying this because of a lust-induced haze. I want you for who you are, what you are, and how you are. Believe me when I say I had more than enough time to think this through. He leaned in. Chew. And kissed her lips once more. This time, it was slow, more sensual. Holding her in his arms, he used action to prove his feelings, his sincerity. Slowly pulling back, he did not evade her eyes. Do not doubt my words in the slightest, all right? He wiped away her tears with his thumb, his warm smile easing her. Do not doubt me. Anne. God help this world if this is another illusion. I initially thought that when Aurelia rejected his advances, it was only because of age. Looks like there was indeed more. Again, this better not be an illusion. Chapter 176, Chapter. He leaned in. Chew. And kissed her lips once more. This time, it was slow, more sensual. Holding her in his arms, he used action to prove his feelings, his sincerity. Slowly pulling back, he did not evade her eyes. Do not doubt my words in the slightest, all right? He wiped away her tears with his thumb, his warm smile easing her. Do not doubt me. DxD. This was an illusion. It had to be. Everything must have been one sick joke her mind conjured out of jealousy. Maybe because Shuri would have kissed Igor without her intervention, her mind made this debased scenario where Igor asked her to be his woman. Yet, this felt too real. His palms on her face felt too warm. His callous thumbs that wiped away her tears were too hard, too rough to be a dream. Do not doubt me. She could explain the feeling of his hands as a very advanced illusion. His eyes. She couldn't. They were far too warm, too soft, too caring to be a trick of her mind. Reality was dawning on her. All those words he said were real. All those kisses they shared were real. Merciful Lord in heaven. He kissed her, and she kissed him back. She kissed a person decades her junior like some hungry slow. Aurelia. Panic began to set in now. She committed a taboo on the person she cared for the most. She was sitting on his pelvis, her hands on his chest. Sleeping together with him was already crossing the line. Now. This is wrong. Her heart thumped in shame and disgrace. We shouldn't do this. Looking at their current state, she hastily tried to get off him. But like a vice, his arms snaked around her before she could move away from him. Please let me go. No. This isn't right. Says who? He unwaveringly held her gaze. Huh? Says who? Who said this isn't right? Blue eyes met each other, one pair resolute while the other wavered. Igor wasn't going to let her go, especially not because of nonsensical morals that don't apply to them. Is it because I'm young? I'm already past my 60s if we count the number of years I've been alive. Even if we ignore that, I've seen and lived through things even humans in their 80s have never seen. As far as I'm concerned, I'm more than self-aware to know what I want. And I want you. Aurelia didn't know what to say. He wasn't wrong in any of the things he said. But, this felt wrong. She wanted this too, but it felt TCH. You're thinking again. Igor couldn't understand what made her question herself so much. Look, Aurelia. He took her hand and placed it on his heart. Despite his calm demeanor, it was beating rather quickly. You are a beautiful woman. I will be the first to admit that this isn't the best of times of circumstances, but I've been having these feelings towards you for quite a while now, a very long while. I know enough about you to trust you with this side of me. These were words he never ever wanted to say in his life. But he needed to say them because Aurelia had to hear them. She needed his reassurance. You say that this is not right. I say it is. Our bodies say it is. The kiss we shared says it is. When I hold you like this, I feel as if a missing part of me is now complete. You are that missing part, and I don't want to let you go, Aurelia. He slowly leaned in. Not now. Gently, he pressed his lips against hers. Not ever. His arms wrapped around her tightly in the desire to press her against him. He showed his desire for her through his actions, not words. Aurelia was the perfect woman for him, possibly the only woman for him. And he wanted her to know that, to feel that. She was hesitant at first, but slowly, she responded to his kiss. Her hand slowly rose up his body as she sunk in this feeling. Eventually, her fingers grabbed fistfuls of his hair, her hands pushing his head towards hers in a fervent desire to deepen the kiss. Her eyes were closed as she submerged herself in this blissful feeling. I want this. Too overwhelmed by the happy emotions she was feeling, she willingly let herself receive his affections. She pushed away all other unnecessary thoughts and only enjoyed the feeling of his arms around her, the feeling of his warmth coursing through her. She could feel his desire for her through the kiss. His feelings were turbulent, very, very turbulent. She was surprised to suddenly feel his hands suddenly grab her thighs. But that was all. She didn't hate it. In fact, she loved it very much. It just further proved that he saw her as a woman, as a wife. His hands were rough and in his ministrations, his fingers ended up in her inner thigh. He didn't touch her garden, but he was so close. His hands were moving ever closer to her loins, her region dampening in anticipation. He was inching closer and closer, just a bit more. Embarrassingly, she found herself waiting for the feeling of his hands, but it came sooner than she thought. Lightly, his thumb rubbed her heart and bell, and it instantly rang at the sudden stimulation. NNNNGGG. Moaning into his mouth, her body started to spasm uncontrollably. Her hips gyrated automatically, sweet release finding its way through her loins. Ha, ha, ha. Opening her eyes, they were half-lidded as she tried to support herself. Her hands hung weakly on his shoulders, her breath slightly heavy at the sudden exertion. Igor was temporarily confused. Looking at how haggard Aurelia seemed to suddenly be, it wasn't until he was made aware of the sudden wetness on his stomach that he realized what happened. With a gradually widening grin, he looked at her. Did you just? Pouting, she did not like that cocky smirk on his face. Chew. Leaning in, she wiped it away with a kiss. Laugh at her, would he? Well, she'll show him. Moving her hands to his chest, she pushed him down, their kiss not breaking in the slightest. She slowly moved her hands towards his cheeks and deepened the kiss as much as she could. She loved this and didn't want it to stop, but he needed to be taught a lesson. Hesitantly, Aurelia tore away from him. His cocky grin hadn't faded, but she would change that soon. Moving her hands to her chest, she began undoing the buttons slowly, sensually, one by one. Her eyes never left his, nor did his leave hers. It was a battle of his will, silent warfare to see who would win this exchange. More and more of her magnificent cleavage was revealed, luscious and creamy handfuls of her breasts teasingly coming into view. Her nightdress still covered her nipples, but the exposed parts were already tempting the blonde to look down. Nonetheless, he maintained eye contact with her as she slowly undressed. His smile was a bit strained due to his wool fizzling out in real time. It didn't help that his member was continuously trying to break out of the confines of his pants. The heavy weight of her soft rear on his length was making his attempts at maintaining his composure all the more difficult. Thankfully, Aurelia was done unbuttoning. That meant he won their little contest. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a teasing view of her nipple. It was pink and hardened from lust. Unknowingly, his eyes had locked onto it, his vision growing hazy as desire subsumed his mind. Foo-foo. Moving her hand to tie her hair, Aurelia unknowingly revealed more of her breasts. Am I beautiful, Igor? There is a saying called, the straw that broke the camel's back. Her question did exactly like that. Yes. His voice came out raspy and beast-like. She would never admit it, but it sent shivers down her spine and made butterflies flutter in her stomach. Ah. In almost an instant, Igor bucked his hips, grabbed a hold of her, and immediately placed her under him. The sheets held onto the mattress for dear life, but the bed covers weren't so lucky. Because of the sudden movement, the blankets no longer provided their warmth nor their cover. That didn't matter in the slightest. Under the soft illumination of the bedside lamp, Igor hungrily looked at Aurelia with heavy breaths. He wanted her. He wanted this woman and he had enough of her games. Aurelia felt hot underneath his penetrating gaze. Her cheeks turned pink from the sudden turn of events. Being held down like this, although shameful, was making the rivers of her garden overflow. Like a beast hungry for meat, he aggressively captured her lips. MMNNG. She struggled to free her hands from his grip, but he kept them secure above her head. She was helpless to his ever-growing desires, his rough kiss making her body heat up in many ways she never thought possible. Soon, she felt his hand trail her cheek before it lowered to her jawline, to her neck, and eventually. NN. Her chest. His hand was hard against her soft flesh, his palm roughly squeezing her breast. Her nipple teasingly grazed his palm, but it wasn't enough. He wasn't giving it enough affection. It was hardened and she wanted him to touch it. If not for both her arms having been restrained beneath his arm, she would have taken matters into her own hands. Thankfully, he finally focused on it. Different from his aggressive manner, his fingers gently rubbed on the nub, which made her moan into his mouth. MMMNN. It shamed her to admit it, but his fingers felt much better than hers ever could. Or maybe it was because it was him doing it that made the whole experience more pleasurable. She loved the feeling of his lips against her own. She loved the taste of his tongue when it slipped into her mouth. She loved the feeling of his hand on her breast and his fingers on her nipple. She loved every single thing about this, and she could feel her second release coming. Wrapping her legs around him, she frantically rubbed her hips along the length of his bulge. She could feel his erection continuously twitch through his underwear, and a part of her regretted not making the material a bit looser. She ground herself against him, not caring that she was ruining her own underwear with her overflowing juices. She was getting close and she could feel it was a big one. Unconsciously, she bit his lip as her impending release drew closer and closer. Her legs refused to let him pull himself back. Gone was the outside world. The only thing she had in her mind was to release her desires. Bucking heavily, she flooded her underwear with her juices in a violent orgasm. Her body spasmed against his, her legs tightening their coil around him. Sweet release did not escape her, and she rode out the blissful high that came with it. Ha, ha, ha. With her legs slowly uncoiling around him, she let them fall to the bed. This was the first time she experienced such intense orgasms twice in a row. Her body felt weightless, and if nothing else happened, she would fall ASL. Ha. Opening her eyes, she was surprised to find Igor was now holding the underside of her thighs, keeping her legs from closing. But more than anything, it was the overflowing desire and lust she felt from him that caused her to snap out of her post-coital bliss. Her legs held apart, his hands snaked around her thighs. The view of her gate was made barren to his eyes, the wetness of her underwear making the outline very clear. She felt embarrassed, but she felt anticipation more. Her nether suddenly felt empty, in desperate need of something to quell that emptiness. Her eyes were drawn to his throbbing rod, an instrument that if he had his way, would be filling her in more ways than one. It was throbbing dangerously, and in a brief moment of clarity, she realized that he must be hurting. Slowly sitting up, she stretched her hand towards it and gently held it through the fabric. Hiss. Igor clenched his teeth at the sensation, his mind going into overdrive. Immediately, he grabbed her hand with a strong grip. Aurelia. He was fighting a battle within his mind, a battle that he was in danger of losing. This is your last chance. His desire and lust for her was threatening to overthrow the last strand of composure he had left. If you want me to stop, say it now. Aurelia could tell he was struggling to control himself. It warmed her heart that he was still willing to stop on her account, even if it was a redundant pleasantry. It would not be fair to you, Igor, if we stopped here. And her hand stretched towards his cheeks before she gave him a deep kiss. I also want you. So. She slowly laid down on the bed and willingly spread her legs. Take me. Make me a woman. Anne. Yes. 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 Chapter 177, Chapter. It would not be fair to you, Igor, if we stopped here. And her hand stretched towards his cheeks before she gave him a deep kiss. I also want you. So. She slowly laid down on the bed and willingly spread her legs. Take me. Make me a woman. DxD. Igor desperately had to hold himself back. There was no denying that this was his first time betting a woman. But one thing he knew was that he shouldn't rush. He couldn't rush. He had to take his time and... Igor. Aurelia was looking at him with a smile. Those lovely eyes of hers were hazy with desire, her cheeks flushed from how warm her body was. What are you waiting for? Reaching out with her slender arm, her fingers slowly traced his bulge before swiftly removing the offending fabric out of the way. Throb, throb. Without breaking eye contact, she gently grabbed his member and began stroking it. I'm ready for you, Igor. Her beautiful naked form, her seductive voice, her ministrations on his member, all of it was too much for the blonde. Bucking his hips slightly, he came. NRGH. Hard. Starting out in a dribble, his release torpedoed onto her chest, with even a few streaks splashing onto her face. Her soft hand caused a cacophony of reactions that made him unwillingly release onto her, a moment that had him grit his teeth in embarrassment. Slowly, Aurelia moved her hand across her cheek, gradually coating her finger with his seed. Swiping it all up, she brought her finger before her, her eyes filling with intrigue as she observed the white liquid. Sniff, sniff. She took a whiff of it before unhesitantly put her whole finger in her mouth. MHN. Moaning sensually, she closed her eyes to savor the taste. It was her first time tasting a man's produce, but she found she didn't dislike it. The taste was weird, but so was alcohol for first-timers. Opening her eyes, they glowed for a moment before they dimmed. She licked the finger inside her mouth, her eyes locked onto Igor's as she did so. She took a perverse pleasure in seeing his breaths grow heavier as the chains of his restraint broke one by one. That clear desire he had within his eyes to devour sent shivers down her spine that made her nether moisten in anticipation. Taking her finger out of her mouth with a pop, her eyes moved to his throbbing erection. Feeling ever so pleased at his tangible desire for her, her eyes once more met his. Thank you for the taste, Igor. I can see myself. Using a bit of magic, she concentrated all of his spilt fluid on her body onto the tip of her finger. Enjoying this. Maintaining eye contact, she stuck her tongue out and licked it like it was candy, before finally swallowing it all. Yes, this was definitely an acquired taste. She could see herself savoring more of it in the future. MMMMN. I want more, Igor. But this time. She held her knees and spread them further apart. I want it here, all right. Throb. Igor hesitated for a brief moment. It wasn't because of fear or lack of confidence. It was because of Aurelia's drastic change in personality. Her proactiveness made him fear someone possessed her. But that life force he had grown so familiar with along with those caring eyes made his doubts vanish with the wind. Aroused to the point that it hurt, he lined his hardness against her soft folds. MN. Her poorly restrained moan made him throb once again. Igor was sure that if he hadn't came before, he would have in this moment. He was never one to use crass words like this, but she looked so sexy, so delectable that he wanted to hold her and never let go. As he slowly pushed himself inside her, his eyes took in her beautiful form. She was biting down on her arm, her eyes watching his member enter in both fear and anticipation. Her folds gripped his tip like a vice, an unconscious reaction from her that made him hiss at the sensation. Igor once again looked over at her for any traces of discomfort. Her breaths were slightly heavy, but she wasn't showing any signs of being in pain. Gritting his teeth, he pushed on. NNGH. He was truly thankful for that earlier release. Her nether was holding onto his head tightly, the sensation alone bringing him closer and closer to his second release. It seems his facial expressions were quite vocal since when he opened his eyes, Aurelia was looking at him with a coy but strained smile. Igor, MN. How do I feel? This woman. She was getting too smart with him. Chew. Leaning over, he sealed her lips with his own. Without mercy, he explored her mouth with his tongue. Because of the sudden movement. MMHN. She moaned into his mouth. His member had penetrated deeper into her, his rod spreading her folds apart like a snake through mud. Igor immediately stopped when he heard her little cry. Are you all right? He didn't want to hurt her in the slightest, and it showed in his eyes. Feeling ever so warm at his care, Aurelia replied with heavy breaths. No. Her hand slowly rose to cup his face, a loving smile sprouting on her face. I want you deeper in me, Igor. Her remaining hand reached out to grab his length that hadn't yet entered her cavern. She slowly began stroking it, her pace increasing with each word she uttered. I want to feel you deep inside me. I want to become one with you. I want it, MNNGH. She couldn't restrain a throaty moan as his member throbbed inside of her due to her ministrations. I want to feel you release your essence inside of me. I want you to thrust it deep, very deep. Her words, her dainty fingers on his member, and the warmth of her folds on his rod, all of it served to push him ever closer to his second release. Feeling his seed threatening to come out, Igor raised his hips, and forced his member deeper into her cavern in one swell stroke. Pa. Joined at the hip, Igor couldn't restrain it anymore. MNGH. Grunting, he flooded her with his release. It fired inside of her like a high-pressure hose, the intense sensation also causing Aurelia to reach her third orgasm. HNNG. Wrapping her arms and legs around him, her body violently shuddered. Ahingag. The sensation of his seed splashing against the walls of her uterus made her feel a deep satiated pleasure that she loved from the bottom of her heart. His seed filled her to the brim. Her juices coated his member. They both rode out their orgasm, their bodies finally connected as one. Ha, 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 ha. Drowned once more in post-coital bliss, Aurelia opened her eyes to face Igor with a smile. Ha, so, ha, full. Slowly reaching out, she cupped his face. I am satisfied. After 3 orgasms, she felt that was more than enough, especially for her first time. Feeling his essence inside her uterus, she could sense his seed swimming through her. It was a blissful feeling and one she wanted to enjoy a bit longer. Fortunately for her, fate had other plans. Throb. Question mark. She could feel his rod hardening inside her. It stretched her confines once more, her snatch subconsciously clenching around him to milk him for more seed. Can you still go, Aurelia? For the briefest of moments, she felt fear because of the utterly heavy and immense wave of lust wafting off of him. I haven't had enough. His breathing was becoming more beast-like, his member throbbing endlessly in her confines. Shamefully, she found her body eagerly responding to his desire, almost as if a switch had been flipped on. Aurelia could feel it. She wasn't going to receive any sleep tonight. But, a part of her wished to experience these pleasures once more. With her arms and legs wrapped around him, she squeezed his rod. More, Igor. Give me more. DxD. Midnight was drawing closer in the town of Kuo. In the Heimjima household, Shuri was finding it a bit hard to fall asleep. Lying in her bed under her blankets, her eyes were laced with concern for the future. She was worried about tomorrow since that was when Aurelia and Igor would leave to meet Barakwil. Should I go with them as well? Aurelia had offered her the possibility of coming with them, but she wasn't sure if she was ready to go. She was hesitant because if he was still injured, then she truly didn't want to act on Aurelia's advice. Should you receive the opportunity to be with Barakwil-sama in private, come clean with your thoughts and feelings. It will be better for everyone involved. But this wasn't the time for hesitation. Remembering the words said to her, Shuri felt the silverette was right. I have to go. Whether she was ready or not, it had to be done. Instead of leaving her relationship with Barakwil ambiguous, it was better to clear up the air as soon as possible. That way. Covering her face in embarrassment, she couldn't complete the thought. The thought of Igor alone made her suddenly feel shy like those actresses in romance movies. It was especially embarrassing since just the previous night, No. Twisting and turning in her bed, she banished that distasteful thought from her head. She refused to think about it any further. Focus on the future, Shuri. Focus on the future. Unfortunately, said future just happened to involve the blonde at every turn. Ever since she confessed her true feelings to Aurelia and received her permission, her mind had been derailing to her and in performing disgraceful acts like the one in her illusion. Drip. Now, her body was responding in kind. Feeling the wetness between her legs, she bit her lip in indecision. But, her hand was already making the decision for her. Maybe one last time. Anne. I don't even want to imagine what would happen if Shuri found them. Imagine the woman giving you advice suddenly sleeping with the guy you wanted, in your own home. Poor Igor. He doesn't know the drama he's in. Until the next chapter. Chapter 178, Chapter. Now, her body was responding in kind. Feeling the wetness between her legs, she bit her lip in indecision. But, her hand was already making the decision for her. Maybe one last time. DxD. Morning came quickly, and all was peaceful. It was Tuesday and unfortunately as always for students in the working class, they had to get up and fulfill their obligations. The streets of Kuo were once again filled with cars, buses, and other vehicles of different makes. While the town was slowly becoming more and more busy, it was still quiet in the Heimjima household. With the clock already nearing 6, the sun had long since risen. Slowly, Aurelia opened her eyes when a ray of sunshine illuminated her face. Feeling rather annoyed at the sunlight aiming directly at her eye, she used her magic to close the curtain. However, the small movement when she gestured with her hand made her aware of a pair of arms wrapped tightly around her stomach. As her conscious amenities gradually returned, she was now aware of the hot breaths coming from behind her neck. His breaths were steady, telling her he was asleep. But a certain part of him wasn't. Aurelia could feel his member pressed against her derriere, his tip subtly tickling her slit. Oh my. Her face flushed in embarrassment at the realization of what happened. It wasn't a dream. Their mutual teasing which led to his confession was real. This meant that we kissed. We kissed and if it was possible for her head to release steam, it would have. Her mind slowly remembered the sex they had, particularly how she acted during their union. I acted like she wanted to so badly fade out of existence. She was almost tempted to expend all her mana, open a portal to the dimensional gap, and just hide there for the rest of her miserable existence. I'm so embarrassed. I can't believe that was me. She didn't know how long they did it for, but they continued to make love to each other with a ravenous passion. Over and over again, he filled her cavern with his seed, the intensity causing her rivers to overflow a multitude of times. Shamefully, she enjoyed the sensation as he came inside and made her his. She loved the feeling of his arms roaming her body like a lion claiming its territory. And, sadistically, she took pleasure in watching his face when she suddenly tightened her grip around his member. The deep groan he released when she did that made her. No. Don't think about it. After yesterday, she didn't know how she would be able to face Igor. She always imagined her first time would be slow and sensual. She, with no experience, would be the shy girl who would let her man take the lead. She'd be quiet and would try desperately to restrain her moans as her man gradually introduced her to the pleasures of intercourse. Her man would maybe release inside her once or twice before they fell asleep together with his arms lovingly wrapped around her. Unfortunately, fate had different plans entirely. Firstly, she blamed her change in personality on her orgasms. There was absolutely no other reason she would believe. After all, there was no way she was that kind of woman at heart, right? She was a dignified maiden. Not a harlot who would lick her man's release before teasingly inviting him into her gate. No. She was a fair maiden like the princesses she saw in her memories. A fair twitch maiden. Slowly, she could feel Igor's erect member throb intermittently between her thighs. With every twitch, it would rub against her slit. No. I'm not a. Unwillingly, she found herself gradually becoming aroused. Her nether was slowly growing wetter and wetter with each rub to its entry. Her lust was rising, her breaths coming out faster and faster. No. I must push it away. Reaching out with her hand, she wanted to do exactly that, but she hesitated. The head was now within the confines of her fingers. All she needed to do was move it away. But he must be hurting. It was throbbing, and she couldn't bear to leave him like this. Maybe, yes. I'll give him his release, then move it away. With her hand between her legs, she stroked him with her fingers. Subtly glancing at the time, she realized that Shuri would soon awaken and begin preparing breakfast. I must hurry. Slowly, she redoubled her efforts and increased the pace of her ministrations. She could tell he was nearing his release from how it had suddenly thickened within her grasp. He was now subtly thrusting into her fingers, the softness of her tips coaxing his member. To Aurelia's complete surprise, his thrusting made it so that his tip hit her folds. MMPH. Quickly closing her mouth with her free hand, her eyes had widened at the moan that escaped her. His member had slid along her folds before his tip just barely grazed her knob. Now, because her hands had frozen, a very much asleep Igor took matters into his own hands and began thrusting. No NNG. He pistoned along her folds, his tip rubbing her nub without scruples. The sudden pleasure caused her to lose the strength to keep her leg raised any further. As it lowered, his member was now trapped between her thighs. NNGH. But her softness only made him thrust with more vigor. Aurelia struggled to restrain her moans. Any and all thoughts of stopping this were gone. Her fluids coated his member as he thrust between her legs, her arousal reaching a new pinnacle. Amen. More. Having tasted the pleasures of womanhood, she wanted to feel him inside her again. The emptiness inside her cavern was killing her. HAAA. She was going to hold on a bit longer, but the feeling of his seminal fluid coating her thigh raked up her desire to unmanageable levels. I want it. Her nether was aching for his rod to fill her, to complete her. Her reasoning was clouded by desire and instinct. She wanted him inside her, needed him. Gently taking it with her hand, she raised her leg. The moment he thrust forward once more, she redirected it to her gate, allowing him to thrust into her. Arching her back, she pushed himself further against him, just in time to catch his seed. Ang. He shot it deep inside her, his release jettisoning against her uterine walls. His tool, thickening as it deposited his load inside, wrought another load of pleasure inside her. She was close, so close to reaching an orgasm. Using her hand, she frantically rubbed her nub like her sanity depended on it. The pleasure of his tool inside her and his seed in her womb inched her closer and closer to her own release. Ha. Breathing heavily, her hips shuddered as her orgasm drew closer and closer. Now moving her body against him, she bucked her hips at the perverse sensation of his rod rubbing her folds. Back and forth, she pushed her rear against him, taking all of him in. Finally. HNNNNGG. She bucked her hips as an orgasm tore her way through her. Like a geyser, her fluids covered his member before eventually spluttering onto the sheets. Ha. Sunk in the pleasures of post-coital bliss, she remained unmoving. His member was still inside her, her folds periodically tightening against it. This feeling of completion, she loved it. She never imagined that in her life, she would come to enjoy this perverse feeling. But, she didn't regret this at all. Her hands moved towards his arms that were wrapped around her stomach. Held securely in his arms, she could still feel his seed inside her. Someday. She smiled fondly. Someday, I'll bear his child. The thought had her smiling lovingly. She imagined a future where she would happily tell him she was pregnant. If it was a daughter, she was sure he would spoil her more than he spoiled Asia. If it was a son, well, it was better left unsaid. With a training maniac for a father, he would surely have no peaceful nights. Someday, but not today. It was unfortunate, but she wouldn't allow herself to fall pregnant yet, despite having the desire to do so. As much as she knew Igor would be happy to have a child, she didn't want to interrupt his goals by prematurely making him a father. With a bit of magic, she absorbed his seed into her body, turning his essence into her nutrients. Although it was not the first time, feeling the sudden surge of energy flow through her body made her shudder briefly. Opening her eyes with renewed vigor, she idly glanced at the clock and saw it would soon near 6:15. Momentarily enhancing her senses, she could feel Shuri's energy coming from downstairs in the kitchen. Shuri-sama woken up. It wouldn't be until 6:30 that the girls would be woken up since Aquino would need to prepare for school. With an extra 3 mouths to feed, 2 of them being high maintenance, Aurelia felt obligated to at least help Shuri prepare the food. Sighing, she tried getting up, only for Igor to tighten his hold around her. MMMN. Not yet. Ha. She turned her head only to see blue eyes staring lovingly at her. Stay here a bit longer. I like holding you like this. As if to further convince her, he slowly began thrusting inside of her. Her cheeks flushed at the sudden pleasure spreading from her nether. He was moving slowly, but she was still sensitive from having came earlier. IG Igor. Leah. You mustn't ning dot. He grinned at her after suddenly rapidly pistoning into her for a very brief moment. The lost expression on her face from the sudden onset of pleasure made him grin. I mustn't what? The pouty glare she sent at him would have been more effective if it wasn't for the obvious desire on her face. Igor. Chew. Unable and unwilling to restrain himself, he captured her lips for a brief moment, his overwhelming feelings for her transferring through. It was filled with emotion, his true feelings flowing into her through a gentle kiss. Slowly pulling back, his smile was sincere as he spoke. I love you, Aurelia. Without waiting for her reply, he kissed her once more, their lovemaking slow and sensual. They conveyed their feelings to one another, their passionate desire strengthening their bond. They made love, and silently through her tears, Aurelia replied. I love you too, Igor. I love you so much. Anne. So, did Igor realize he forgot to meditate today? Chapter 179, Chapter. I love you, Aurelia. Without waiting for her reply, he kissed her once more, their lovemaking slow and sensual. They conveyed their feelings to one another, their passionate desire strengthening their bond. They made love, and silently through her tears, Aurelia replied. I love you too, Igor. I love you so much. DxD. In the Heimjima household, an unexpected occupant had visited the showers for the first time in years. With blonde hair falling over his shoulders that bled away to a very sculpted physique, Igor was naked as the day he was born. He was feeling particularly satisfied this Tuesday morning. Enjoying an early morning shower, his grin was wide from the events of yesterday night and the morning today. I didn't expect sister would be that wild. That prim and proper form she always carried hid a perverseness that genuinely surprised and intrigued him even now. They shared the same bed for 10 years and not once did she show any hints that she had such an explorative side. Regardless, he was now a man and even better, he had a good woman at his side. Hee. I wonder what father would say. At the very least, his first time wasn't with a prostitute or a loose woman. His father would have surely killed him if he was alive. Probably would have gone on about giving Demori seed to useless wenches and stuff. Aurelia was certainly not a wench by any means and one day, Igor believed she would make a great wife. Though, as eager as she was during their lovemaking, she was surprisingly shy when outside the sheets. Hee. Remembering her cute expression when she asked him to shower first so that she could clean the room ignited a spark that made him wish to tease her more and more. These new expressions she had, reactions that he had never seen before would make one doubt she was the cold iceberg beauty she was publicly known to be. Faeawea. Still, temporarily removing his thoughts from her, he focused on the matter at hand. Today was Tuesday, meaning he would have to go and meet Barakwil in Gregori. The guilt he had for harming Barakwil had faded a lot compared to Sunday. The old man would be alright so there was no point in guilt-tripping himself forever. Still, he still felt apologetic and wouldn't be completely at ease until he saw him fully awake. I should find Sister Cleria later today. She'll be able to notify Uncle A that we are coming. He did not want to trouble Azazel more than he had. While he did sense a few humans in Gregori, his Aryan heritage was too easily distinguishable. Aware of the hatred existing for his people, he didn't want to cause him any unnecessary problems. Faeawea. With the shower water sprinkling over him, he washed away the soap in his hair. He could feel Shuri walking along the hallway, meaning she was going to wake up Aquino. Using his beyond human speed, he rinsed his body, turned off the faucet, and dried himself. Opening the shower door, he got out just in time for Shuri's inquiry. Demori-kun. Are you finished? Quickly wrapping a towel around his waist, he opened the door. Yep. You can go and wake Aquino up, auntie. Pausing at suddenly seeing him half-naked, Shuri quickly controlled herself and chastised him gently. Please exercise modesty, Demori-kun. The blonde gave himself a once-over before shrugging. It's not as if I have breasts, but all right. Closing the door behind him, he vanished. Sue. It wasn't until she heard the door to his room gently close shut that she realized he returned there. She was not strange to his habit of using superspeed to move around, though it still amazed her. A part of her still felt a bit complicated that him and Aurelia shared the same bed, but she would not pry. He had done too much for her and this family for her to trouble him unnecessarily. As far as she was concerned, this was also his house. Walking on ahead, she went on to wake up Aquino. It was already a bit late, so her little girl would need to hurry a bit. DxD. Aurelia was not in the best of moods. Lying down on the bed with her head buried in a pillow, she was caught between killing herself or living in shame. I can't believe I did it again. It had been a while since she cleaned up and made the bed, but the amount of fluids that she had to clean using magic wrought a massive wave of embarrassment over her. Even worse, most of the fluid came from her, a self-proclaimed noble princess. Ayawa. Screaming into the pillows, she wished the earth would open up and swallow her whole. The images of the wild night they had, particularly her eagerness, was a memory that dispelled all of her composure. To add on top of that, she was the one that initiated their earlier battle, and the sight after their war was over was a mess, a complete and utter mess. Suicide was heavily frowned upon in their culture, but this time would be an exception, right? Sue. Feeling his presence suddenly appear behind her, she hid her face in the pillow once more. She didn't want to see him. She didn't want to see his face at all. Closing the door behind him, Igor stood awed at the sight before him. He had seen her naked, yet he still couldn't help but be mesmerized by her beauty. Her long white hair was draped in a perfect mess over her back. A modest black striped white dress adorned her figure and extended all the way to her knees. Despite her modest clothing, her dress couldn't hide the hump of her rear. This wasn't a speed bump that cars could breeze over. This was a speed hump that would force one to slow down and carefully maneuver over it, just like how his eyes took a considerable amount of time to maneuver over her hump before they trailed down to her absolutely lovely calves. If it weren't for the time, he would really want to bed her again. But maybe there's time for teasing. He knew she was aware of his presence. But it was cute how she tried to ignore him by burying her face in the pillow. Humph. Barely restraining a chuckle, he decided to let her know how close her demon can get if she did nothing to stop it. Adjusting the towel wrapped around his waist in readiness, he decided to tease her to oblivion and maybe get a few kisses out of it. Sue. DxD. Breakfast was a normal affair, except for Aurelia, who seemed a bit more reclusive than usual. Her eyes were more focused on her food, as if it was the most interesting thing in the world. On the other side of the table, Igor and Asia tore into their food with unmatched enthusiasm like the voracious beasts they were. Eager to keep up with her big brother, Asia's cheeks puffed up like hamsters, her eyes darting to his bowl to see how close he was to finishing. Apart from that little spectacle, nothing much happened that diverted from the norm. Later on, Igor sent Aquino to school with Asia in tow. The little blonde was attached to his hip the whole time like a little duckling, her presence never trailing far from his. Once Aquino was dropped off, they took their time returning home because of how Asia enjoyed mingling amongst the people. The hours passed gradually from there once they returned home, with Asia being very excited to practice even more magic. Watching from the sidelines, Igor took in the sight of Aurelia carefully teaching Asia with that prim and proper expression back on her face. He was tempted to tease her just to gain a reaction like this morning, but he respected her desire to keep their relationship a secret. Why she would want that? He didn't know. Nor did he ask. The only reason he didn't ask or outright ignore her request was that she had sincerely asked him. She didn't elaborate, but she promised it would only be for a week or so. Thinking of that unreadable expression he saw on her face when she asked made him suspicious. But he trusted her. From there, Shuri returned with Asia from school along with Lena, Cleria's queen. With her standing next to Shuri, Lena was rather quite short. Shuri explained to the two girls that she, Igor, and Aurelia would need to leave for a few hours. During that time, Lena would be taking care of them. Although confused, the two girls didn't cause a fuss. Asia was a bit unwilling to part from Igor, but she eventually accepted since he would be back by evening. With everything sorted, Aurelia, Igor, and Shuri went to Cleria's mansion, where after a brief moment, Shemhazai arrived and teleported them to the underworld. DxD. Underworld, Gregori. Shemhazai was never one to be overly curious. Fulfilling the job designated to him by Azazel, he teleported to Kuo, picked up those that needed to be picked up, and brought them to the underworld. A few pleasantries here and there, expend a bit of magic, and he could go back to his life. He did not ask why Shuri was there or how Igor had suddenly gained that diamond tattoo on his forehead. Those things were for Azazel to ponder. Vuong. Right outside Barakwheel's private hospital room, a teleportation circle formed before it finally revealed 4 people. Azazel was standing there with a clipboard in his hand. His eyes gazed interestingly at the new arrivals, his eyes focusing on Igor. He's changed. With his perception, he was able to sense that Igor had changed drastically in the last 3 days, and the appearance of the tattoo on his forehead may have something to do with it. Regardless, he could figure out the hows and whys later. Shuri. So good to see you. Walking over the woman standing at their forefront, he placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. I don't know if I should celebrate or dread your arrival. But just know that no matter what happens, you will have the support of Gregori. Catching the underlying tone in Azazel's words, she bowed her head slightly. Thank you, Azazel Kuan. Looking at this woman who had been through so much, his eyes flickered with inexplicable emotions before he finally changed targets. Moving over to Igor, he calmly greeted the blonde. Demori. How have you been since? Subtly catching what Azazel implied, Igor replied with a sigh. I have a new mental problem I have to deal with. I'm not a mental problem. A very annoying one I can't get rid of. Boo. I'm not talking to you. Humph. Azazel noticed how Igor's eyes would flicker towards the top of his head, a characteristic people generally did when in thought. But whether it was truly in thought or not was a puzzle he would solve later. Good. You almost had me and your sister at our wits' end. I'm very interested in knowing how you suppressed it. I would also like to discuss a possible collaboration with you after this, Aurelia. The pleasure is all mine, Azazel-sama. Good. But enough of that. It's time we go and see my brother. Azazel walked to the front and then opened the door to Barakwheel's room. Walking inside first, he began speaking. I won't hide it from you, Igor. I have been studying this energy of yours and I still can't understand it completely. Instead of feeling anger or apprehension, Azazel grew more excited. For one, I must genuinely praise you, kid. The ability to casually compress so much energy into one stable sphere is a feat very few could achieve. Moving over to where Barakwheel was sleeping, Igor's sphere of Demiki still hovered above the old man, though it was certainly smaller than before. Apart from other things, what amazes me more is that it can heal. Particularly, your energy enhances cell vitality and regeneration. Just this bit of knowledge and the possibilities are endel-. Cough. It was Shemhazai who coughed. Aware that his brother was about to get too excited, he decided to cut it short. Brother. I believe your questions can be reserved for after everything has been concluded. Demori-san. You said you would return today but did not have the chance to elaborate on what you would return for. Walking over to Barakwheel who was unconscious in his bed, Igor reabsorbed the ball of Demiki into his body. Did the old man wake up? No, Demori-san. He has been in a state of unconsciousness since your departure. But his vitals are steady and under the aid of your energy, his wounds have healed much faster than estimated. At least without a phoenix tear, Barakwheel's recovery speed was second to none. All right. Then I'll help him wake up now. Anne. Until the next chapter. Chapter 180, Chapter. Did the old man wake up? No, Demori-san. He has been in a state of unconsciousness since your departure. But his vitals are steady and under the aid of your energy, his wounds have healed much faster than estimated. At least without a phoenix tear, Barakwheel's recovery speed was second to none. All right. Then I'll help him wake up now. DxD. Igor stood over Barakwheel, his hand stretched out over the man's chest. Closing his eyes, he sent harmless beams of Demiki into the old fallen's body like a sonar. The beams harmlessly infiltrated his body, providing Igor information on his body from head to toe. He's fully healed. Good. Keeping his hand on his chest, Igor then began withdrawing the wisps of Demiki that were inside Barakwheel's body, wisps that had entered him through the sphere's emissions. He carefully extracted the key, taking care not to harm Barakwheel's body in the process. Gradually and under the curious eyes of everyone, Igor removed his hand from Barakwheel, a few streaks of red following after his palm and vanishing inside it. Shortly after, the beeping of the heart rate monitor slowly increased before finally, Barakwheel opened his eyes. First, it was a few blinks. Even though the room had been dimmed, his eyes still had to adjust to the sudden infection of light. His eyes focused on the ceiling, his brain working quickly to analyze his location. Slightly turning his head to the side, it wasn't until he saw Igor that his sensory amenities like hearing slowly returned. Demori. His body almost tensed when he suddenly remembered their last encounter. He still felt phantom pains in his abdomen. The feeling of half his stomach being blown apart was very, not pleasant. It was only the evident regret in the boy's eyes made him keep his composure. So, I'm still alive. You always were hard to kill, old man. How are you feeling? Barakwheel barely managed a smirk before replying. I've felt worse. It'll take a lot more than that to take me out, kid. Hee hee. Chuckling at how lightly Barakwheel was taking the situation, Igor sighed before he gained a serious, yet remorseful countenance. Old man. For what it's worth, I'm sore. Don't say it. His gaze hardened. I deserved it. Compared to what my wife and child went through, my situation pales. Shakily, he raised a hand and placed it on Igor's shoulder. So, don't apologize. I deserve that and more. Besides. His hardened gaze was replaced by a grin. If a brat like you could hit me with a powerful attack like that, then it means I really need to up my training. Under Barakwheel's infectious grin, Igor couldn't help but sport his own. Heh, stupid old man. Barakwheel was lightening the situation, and he was grateful. It was humor like this that made him like him. Thanks. Just behind the two of them, Azazel was observing the situation. To be accurate, he was observing Shuri. The brunette seemed to be struggling with some indecision, her fingers continuously folding into each other. She seemed to be eyeing Barakwheel, particularly his interaction with Igor. It was not hidden that given enough time, those two would be back to being as thick as thieves. Whatever issue it was that causing her to fidget like that, he wouldn't get involved. As Igor and Barakwheel talked and shared a laugh or two with each other, his gaze finally managed to attract Shuri's attention, ? In front of her questioning expression, he didn't avert his gaze. Instead, he inclined his head towards the duo before silently mouthing these words. Will you talk to him? Delaying only for the briefest of moments as she read his lips, her eyes lowered for a bit in thought before she shook her head. No. Silently, she walked towards the door and let herself out, her determination faltering at how close those two were. From the moment she heard that Barakwheel had never woken up from Shemhazai, she already hesitated in delivering the news that would surely break his heart. Now, she couldn't bring herself to say anything at all. No one stopped her departure, even Aurelia. She could understand Shuri's reasons for giving up and admittedly, she agreed with them. If Barakwheel had been awake since yesterday, it would have been better, much better. Shuri's sudden departure as she opened the door alerted both Igor and Barakwheel. With the latter sitting up while the former turned around, a trace of panic and apprehension formed on the old fallen's face before he tried to get out of bed. Shuri. Seeing the back of his wife, he desperately wanted to see her. But, he was stopped by Azazel suddenly blocking his way. Don't be in a rush, brother. You'll still be able to see her later. For now, you must rest while we run some tests. He wanted to argue but stopped when he heard tests. After reading underneath Azazel's words, he understood his brother had some things he wanted to say to him. So, he begrudgingly conceded. All right. His relationship with Shuri was volatile due to his mistakes. He could only be patient and not rush, lest he completely ruin everything, if hadn't already did. Good. Satisfied that his brother was willing to comply, Azazel turned to face his other ever-silent brother. Shemhazai. Please go and fetch the doctor. Yes, brother. Unhesitantly following his older brother's request, a teleportation circle formed underneath him before he vanished. Vwong. This left only Barakwheel, Azazel, Igor, and Aurelia in the room. Turning to face them, Azazel calmly spoke. I will be honest with you, Igor. And you too, Aurelia. It will eventually come to light that I have hosted Aryans in Gregori. But, I don't want that to happen too soon. So may I ask you to leave? At least for a while. I don't want to have to erase the memories of the doctor that's about to arrive. He's one of my best and I don't need his intellect dropping due to avoidable circumstance. Asterisk. In a world where every organization and faction would have a few leaking taps, he wanted to prevent Igor's existence from being spread. At the very least, he needed to prevent it long enough so that by the time the world knows, Gregori would be known as his fervent ally. All right, Uncle A. Without making a fuss, Igor was willing to leave. Besides, he wanted to group up with Shuri again. Before him and Aurelia could open the door, Azazel delivered another message. I've sealed off this entire wing as private space. You are free to roam anywhere within this wing. Please try not to bump into anyone. There's a mini lounge where you can stay if you turn right. Just follow Shuri's energy signature. All right. Thanks, Uncle A. And I hope you get better, old man. With that parting message, both him and Aurelia left the room, leaving Barakwheel and Azazel alone. DxD. Igor and Aurelia walked the empty hallways in silence. Easily tracking Shuri's energy signature, they neared closer to the location she was in. Igor was in a visible happy mood. It was plainly obvious that with Barakwheel now and awake and well, his mood had also improved considerably. Silently, Aurelia couldn't help but wonder if Igor's relationship was similar to the one she shared with Yusaka. Both of them were mentors of different species who taught them the basics of the supernatural world. And funnily enough, they both managed to surpass their teachers in strength. I wonder what Yusaka-sama would react if I told her of her. Suddenly, Igor grabbed her waist and pulled her to him. What? What are you doing, my lord? Unbidden by her cry, he began trailing kisses on her neck and slowly extended to her collarbone, where he immediately began sucking on it. Ah. Taken completely by surprise, Aurelia covered her mouth with her hand. She was embarrassed, especially at the fact that they were out in the open like this. My lord, NN. What are, not here. Unfortunately, Igor wouldn't listen to her. Lifting his head, he quickly captured her lips with his. His hold around her waist tightened, the feeling of her lips making his whole body feel warm. Holding this magnificent woman in his arms, he wished to both hide her, and brag about her to the world. Slowly pulling back, he couldn't help but smile when he saw her flustered expression. Those hazy cheeks tinted in red were a stark contrast from the cold expression she held prior. Cutely enough, she tried avoiding eye contact when she saw his grin. Why did you do that? Do I need a reason? You're my woman. I kissed you because I wanted to. Her cheeks flushed even more at such a blatant admission. Her heartbeat rose by a few notches, her head lowering at his brashness. But, why here? It's too open. Her voice trailed off at the end. They were in the middle of a long hallway. If anyone walked by, they would see the two of them. She shuddered at the thought of someone opening the double doors down the hallway and entering his wing. Or even worse, Shuri suddenly coming out of the room she was in. Flush. It was embarrassing, really embarrassing. Igor was overcome by the urge to eat her up. She was just too cute to pass up. You know. Leaning in, he approached her ear. If you wanted me to stop. He nibbled on it, causing her to quietly moan as her body shuddered. You could have easily escaped. He enjoyed the way her body tensed at the sudden realization. His hold on her wasn't even strong enough to restrain her, nor was her magic sealed away. If she wanted, she could have escaped his hold a long time ago. The underlying words beneath his sentence startled her. He implied that she was a pervert, a title she would never accept. But, if I escaped, why you would catch me. Her voice was muted by his chest, but he heard her clear. Right. Critical strike. The way she meekly looked up, her soft lips briefly brushing against his neck, and those words, it was too much. Kia. Swiftly lifting her up, he ignored her startled cry and pinned her against the wall. The stone cracked slightly, but the wall would remain standing. Igor. What RMMPH? Silencing her with his lips, he greedily explored her mouth with his tongue. There was no helping it. She stoked his fire too much. This woman was a godsend and he found himself loving her more and more. I will be honest with you, Igor. And you too, Aurelia. It will eventually come to light that I have hosted Aryans in Gregori. But, I don't want that to happen too soon. So may I ask you to leave? At least for a while. I don't want to have to erase the memories of the doctor that's about to arrive. He's one of my best and I don't need his intellect dropping due to avoidable circumstance. Asterisk. Explanation, whether that is true or whether Azazel is using this as an excuse to get Igor out the room, I don't know. Maybe the latter is more probable since he probably needs the privacy to also tell Barakwil about Igor possibly being Trihexa's Jinchuriki and stuff. On another note, I'm still thankful for your continued support and I sincerely appreciate it. Until the next chapter. Chapter 181, Chapter. Kia. Swiftly lifting her up, he ignored her startled cry and pinned her against the wall. The stone cracked slightly, but the wall would remain standing. Igor. What RMMPH? Silencing her with his lips, he greedily explored her mouth with his tongue. There was no helping it. She stoked his fire too much. This woman was a godsend and he found himself loving her more and more. DxD. Aurelia felt a twinge of regret as she walked next to Igor. It had been a while since they shared a passionate kiss in the middle of the hallway and for every moment she enjoyed it, her mortification at their actions magnified the moment after. Looking at how they held hands like a couple made little butterflies float in her stomach. She was intimately holding hands with a man just like in all those novels she read. Granted, a hospital of all things wasn't the most romantic spot, but she didn't care. There was no mistaking it. As odd and as very weird as it sounded, she loved him. She loved Igor. Maybe it was weird. It still felt weird to hold these feelings for a man decades her junior. Good Lord, she practically watched him grow throughout these 10 years. From a simple boy who loved nothing but his family and fighting to a man who still loved nothing but his family and fighting. This is confusing. In her confusion, her mind brought up those words he uttered that whittled down her resistance like ice in a desert. Is it because I'm young? I'm already past my 60s if we count the number of years I've been alive. Even if we ignore that, I've seen and lived through things even humans in their 80s have never seen. As far as I'm concerned, I'm more than self-aware to know what I want. And I want you. Remembering those words he said, she realized she was maybe overthinking things. Those eyes definitely weren't those of a child. She was afraid she knew if she brought up her doubts with him again, he'd admonish her before sealing her lips with his again. Maybe she wanted the flush. With reddening cheeks, she banished the perverted thought from her brain. It wasn't enough that she was older. But he now had her wrapped around his finger. It was embarrassing considering it should be the other way around. In the novels she read, it was the older woman who guided the younger male. Granted, those women had the experience needed to teach. She was still a maiden at the time, so that was a sort of consolation. An excuse? She didn't hate their current dynamic. A part of her, a very perverted part of her, wanted to experience a few hot and passionate moments with him in one of these rooms. The thought of doing something so dirty was making her a bit moist. Flush. Maybe if she hinted. Man. This place sure is big. I wonder if Auntie will show us around the place, since it seems like she knows it. So absorbed was she in her thoughts that she forgot to address the most important issue. Maybe she would. Shuri was the hurdle that caused her heart to experience constant palpitations. She unabashedly told her of her feelings towards Igor, of how much she appreciated him, of how much she loved him. Yet in that very night, she betrayed Shuri and slept with him. Aurelia felt like scum, even more so when she didn't want to leave Igor. She was too unwilling. So much had happened between them that even the thought of leaving him wasn't going to be entertained in the slightest. So, what do I do? Does she hope that Shuri gets back together with Barakwil? Impossible. Shuri-sama has made her intentions far too clear. No matter what you say or do, I can't stop loving him, I won't stop loving him, and I never will stop loving him. As long as I draw breath, this heart of mine will belong to him. Far too clear. Sneaking a glance at the blonde from the corner of her eye, her cheeks burnt up at the memory of what happened not even a minute ago. Shamefully, she loved it when he got like that and certainly didn't want any of it to stop. But then there were also the plans she had in that he would take Shuri as his wife. She did not include herself in any of those plans, so now she was feeling a bit of stress and apprehension. One stupid confession and a decade of planning went out the window. HAAA. Her feelings were a mess. Her mind was a mess. She couldn't decide between coming clean with Shuri or hoping that the brunette would lose all her determination and stay with Barakwil, a horrible thought to have. But this was her first time dealing with this cliché love triangle mess. Even worse, she only had a week to deal with Everett. Sister. Coming to a sudden stop, Igor couldn't contain his worries any longer. What is wrong with you? What's happening? Holding her hand tightly, her constantly fluctuating energy worried him to no end. What kind of turbulent thoughts were she having that made her seem so downtrodden? Aurelia tried to lie, but eventually gave up. Sigh. Igor. I'm sorry. But I can't tell you yet. I really can't tell you yet. It's an issue I have and I need a bit of time to solve it. Igor was tempted, really tempted to force the issue and have her tell him right then and there. I don't like seeing you like this, Leah. With his teeth grating on each other, he was visibly stressed at her keeping secrets from him. Not at all. The guilt she had before paled in comparison to the one she felt now. He was worried for her and her well-being, yet here she was being secretive. My lord, Igor. Placing her hands on his cheeks, she looked into his eyes and spoke with all the honesty she could muster. I promise you, Igor. I promise that when the week is over, I will let you know of every single thing, all right? She leaned in and gave him a small and sensual kiss. Chew. I promise. Even after their kiss, he was still frowning. He didn't like what she was doing at all in the slightest. But, looking into her eyes, he very reluctantly agreed. All right. Fine. No. Hugging him tightly, Aurelia didn't want to end it like this. Please listen to me, Igor. I know what I'm doing to you is very wrong and unbecoming. But I don't want you to mistrust me, not in the slightest. Please believe me that if I could, I would willingly share my problem with you without hesitation. But, this secret isn't only mine to tell. Maybe you'll guess who else it is eventually, but please hold off on that until the end of this week. By then, I promise I will tell you everything truthfully. I swear it on my family name. By putting her family name on the line, it was a heavy indicator that she was being truthful with her words. Hearing her swear on her name as a Drachenberg, Igor decided to trust her despite his vehement desire to know the truth. All right. I accept. I'll wait. Unable to hide her relief, she hugged him tighter. Thank you, Igor. Thank you. Still, the blonde had one worry. Don't become happy yet, sister. I still want to ask you one thing. Gently lifting her chin so that he could look her in the eye, he spoke calmly with a seriousness that could only be found in a man. This is non-negotiable. If I find out that you answered no, but the opposite were true, I will never ever trust you fully like I do now. Panicking inwardly, Aurelia braced herself. All right, Igor. I will answer truthfully, but please don't make it difficult for me. All right. Aurelia could keep her secret. What he wanted to know was one thing and one thing only. This secret of yours, does it place you in any mortal danger? Is your life at risk? Don't lie to me. Unable to stop herself, she smiled warmly. No, Igor. I can promise you that no lives are at risk here. Good. I don't want either you or Auntie's lives to be at risk. She looked up in surprise. You knew. I guessed. But now I'm sure. Giving her a snarky grin, Aurelia just hugged him tighter with a huff. And you call yourself stupid, my lord? I'm still stupid. I just happen to be a bit more observant than others. Nuzzling against his chest, Aurelia smiled wryly. That is a trait smart people have. Nope. If I was smart as you say you are, I wouldn't have told you how I felt. Feeling a bit of trepidation enter her, she carefully asked, her hold on him subconsciously tightening. Why? Well. He wrapped his arms around her shoulders. You remember when I said I wasn't quite where I need to be? I didn't want to pursue you until I got as strong as Indra. Considerably relieved that he wasn't regretful, she questioned him further with curiosity. Was it for status? No. I just wanted to beat him in a fight. After that, I would formally begin courting you. Though. He kissed her forehead. I don't regret the way things are now. Well, I do have one regret. I spent months thinking of lines I could use to court you. I didn't think you'd be so quick in accepting me, sister. Flush. Feeling absolutely mortified that he was referencing yesterday, she resolutely changed the topic. How did you figure out that Shuri-sama was also involved in this secret? It was a stupid question, but she desperately wanted to change the conversation. These new feelings and experiences were things she was still new to. She wasn't in any condition to engage in sexual talks and innuendo so brazenly like him. Auntie. It was obvious. She had a secret to keep. Next thing I know, you have a secret too. It was pretty easy to connect the dots. Though I am curious. The secret, is it Auntie divorcing the old man? I won't judge if it is. It would be so easy to say yes and get him off their trail. No. That's not it, my lord. It is a part of it, but not the crux. He seemed to mull it over for a while before he shrugged. All right. I won't try and investigate any further. Just tell me by the end of the week, all right? Or else the next 10 years in the time chamber will be spent with you making a new bed. Completely and utterly flustered by his words, she broke free from his hold and marched forward, a very bright crimson shade of red on her face. 1 minute he's warm and caring. The next, he turns into a lecherous rogue. She couldn't handle it anymore. He's too perverted. Silently, Igor watched her walk away, a warm smile spreading on his face. He couldn't help it. Seeing her make all these sorts of cute reactions just lit a fire in him. Father. I have no regrets. I love this woman. And I'm jealous. I mean, I'm not jealous of their relationship at all. I swear. Until the next chapter. Chapter 182, chapter. Completely and utterly flustered by his words, she broke free from his hold and marched forward, a very bright crimson shade of red on her face. 1 minute he's warm and caring. The next, he turns into a lecherous rogue. She couldn't handle it anymore. He's too perverted. Silently, Igor watched her walk away, a warm smile spreading on his face. He couldn't help it. Seeing her make all these sorts of cute reactions just lit a fire in him. Father. I have no regrets. I love this woman. DxD. Just further down the corridor from the blonde and silverette, Shuri was inside the doctor's lounge. It wasn't a large room by any margin. Just a few couches surrounding the table with a potted plant on it. There were other basic amenities such as a kettle, microwave, coffee machine, and a few more. Shuri was alone in the lounge with a cup of warm green tea in hand. Sitting modestly on the couch, she was at a loss on what to do. Ever since she had left Baraquil's room, her mind had been clouded with indecision. I can't do it. Seeing Baraquil like that, her resolve did not just falter, it completely diminished. She just did not have the heart to tell her husband who had woken up from a critical injury that she had her eyes on another man, the man who he was conversing with. Struggling with indecision, she could only push the time frame further away. I'll wait. I'll wait for him to get better. Maybe next week. It was completely unlike her to lose her composure so easily. But given how everything was lately, she found her emotions to be in a subtle state of flux. This was something she didn't need when in such a delicate situation. Slowly, she took a sip of tea from her cup to calm herself before she set it on the table. For all the merits she deserved, she outwardly remained composed, her expression not betraying her inner turmoil. She was rather thankful that Igor and Aurelia had not arrived yet. The cold silence in the staff lounge was a factor she needed to process her thoughts and calm down. All is not lost, Shuri. A chance still exists. As long as she remained unyielding, a chance with Igor still existed. She was no longer shy about admitting her feelings towards him. But in reality, the odds were heavily stacked against her. One problem was Aquino, but maybe she could hide their relationship from her. If it all worked out in the first place. I mustn't think too far ahead. There was no use counting her chickens before they hatched. Her biggest concern was how to get the blonde not to see her as just auntie. If she could break through that point, then everything would be much easier. With Demori-kun's personality, it might take more than a few months just to change his perception of me. Calmly taking another sip, her pondering was interrupted when the door opened. Glancing at it, she was surprised to see that Aurelia was alone. Aurelia-san. Where is Demori-kun? He's exploring the hospital. It's his first time here, so he wants to explore. I see. She could certainly imagine him exploring with youthful curiosity. Taking another sip of her tea, she chuckled gently. Foo-foo. It does sound like him. Yes. Finally sitting down on the couch opposite Shuri, Aurelia waited for Shuri to finish drinking her tea with a patient gaze. It wasn't until a few moments later that Shuri finally put down her cup with a weary sigh. If this is about Barakwil, I could not do it. No, Shuri-sama. While I understand your reason for your hesitation, this has nothing to do with Barakwil-sama. Question mark. She was visibly surprised since most serious issues around her tended to relate to that husband of hers. Oh. Then what issue is so serious that it has you like this, Aurelia-san? Silently wishing she also drank some tea before this, Aurelia answered. This concerns my lord and me. Question mark. Shuri was failing to understand, but she had a bad feeling the worst-case scenario she could think of was if Aurelia told Igor of her affections and intentions. But, she patiently waited for her to say her piece. This was difficult for Aurelia to say, but it had to be done. Not knowing a better way to phrase it, she could only sigh and bite the bullet. I fostered sexual relations with Igor. DxD. Men. This hospital sure is big. Igor explored this massive hospital wing that seemed to be arranged in a U shape. Keeping to the instructions given, he only explored this wing. But even this wing alone was big, making him wonder just how big the rest of the hospital would be. Entering to explore one of the private rooms, he sat on the bed and immediately, he felt like he was in heaven. So, comfy. Looking around the room, there was a direct view to a lovely lake outside. If it wasn't for the few machines here and there, this room would have fit the bill for a VIP suite in a hotel. This is a good place to nap. What do you think, Trini? Stopping his examination of an empty patient's room, his eyes tilted upwards. Trini. Huh. Oh. So now you finally remember me. It didn't take him a moment to figure that she was mad about him not speaking to her for the whole night given that he was busy. Still, he expected her to understand. Guess she didn't. Women. Boo. Don't women me. Meh. I dash. Suddenly stopping, he began to contemplate. Huh. You're right. Clearing his throat, he smiled deviously for a very brief moment. Hags. Her reaction was instant. Rah. Come here. Come here so that I can bite you. Heh. As if you could win against me. Why you? Let's see if. Ignoring the very energetic girl in his head, Igor chose to lie down on the bed. All right. I'm coming, you old hag. His words ignited a slight gap in silence. It was clear that Trini completely didn't expect he would come. She even glossed over that he called her an old hag. Humph. Whatever. She was excited, wasn't she? I'm not. Hee hee. Chuckling, Igor closed his eyes. Apart from talking, he hadn't seen her since they officially bonded. That end, he was genuinely curious about seeing her true form. He'd remember to ask her that soon. DxD. Appearing once more in green pastures, Igor barely had enough time to admire the surroundings when a blonde rocket suddenly crashed into him. Heh. Feeling arms around his neck, he was about to return the hug when he felt the sensation of teeth bite into his collarbone. Ow. Flinching slightly at the pain, it honestly wasn't something to write home about. Her bite felt more like a pair of blunt scissors trying and failing dismally to pierce through his skin. Still, Trini made good on her promise to bite him. With her firmly latched onto him, he wouldn't be able to pry her off easily. Rubbing his brow, he ignored the drool seeping through his shirt. Not just a hag it seems. But a cannibal as well. In rage, Trini tried to bite him even harder, but couldn't sink her teeth through that hardened skin. She was more stubborn than a dog holding onto a bone. Having had enough of her mini tantrum, he grabbed the back of her neck and squeezed. Ah. With her yelping at the sudden pain, he managed to remove her from his collarbone. Holding her up like a wet kitten, he looked at her with a dry gaze. Had enough yet? Defyingly turning her head to the side, Trini folded her arms. Humph. Contrarily, what formed on Igor's face wasn't annoyance, but a smile. Okay, okay. Bringing the little girl in for a hug, he nuzzled the top of her head with his chin. I missed you too, Trini. She felt embarrassed at his sudden change and the soft contact between them. It was nice hearing him say he missed her too, but she would never say it. Never. Humph. Funnily enough though, she was not making any moves to get out of his embrace. In fact, it seemed like she was about to glue herself there. It's all right. I know you missed me too. Igor didn't mind her silence. Her soul spoke louder than words ever could. He didn't know whether it was because of her influence, but he did crave her contact as well. He didn't mind holding her like this, especially if she wouldn't bite him like she did before. Sitting down, a very comfy recliner conveniently formed underneath him. At the same time, a log cabin spawned around them with a warm fireplace and everything. It was small, just barely bigger than a normal-sized room. But it was homely. As a finishing touch, a warm, woolly blanket slowly fell over them, leaving only their heads exposed. Well, I don't know about you, Trini. But I'm going to take a quick nap. Her response. The grip on his shirt relaxed. Unable to stop himself smiling once more, he leaned back into the couch and used his hand to kick up the legs. Let's sleep like this for a while, all right? Okay. This was their second time sleeping like this, and Trini still felt a bit embarrassed by how casual he was. But, she sincerely appreciated that despite being a monster, he treated her like family. DxD. Shuri was not coming to terms with the news she just heard. You slept with. Yes, Shuri-sama. I did not mean it as a slight against you, but certain events happened. There was no processing it. There was only acceptance. I see. What could she do? A small part of her wanted to kick and scream at Aurelia. But with what right? The woman certainly qualified as a more appropriate partner for him. She spent much longer periods of time with Igor and knew him more than she did. So what rights did she have to complain? All right. Stomaching everything, she lifted her head and faced Aurelia with a smile. Congratulations, Aurelia-san. She tried to keep up a happy facade, but her true emotions bled through at the last moment. I. Slowly, tears trickled down her cheeks, her words getting caught in her throat as she silently sobbed. She tried. She truly tried to remain strong. But what was she supposed to do when she heard that the man she desired was permanently out of reach? Unable to remain a bystander any longer, Aurelia instantly appeared beside Shuri and brought her in a hug. I'm sorry, Shuri-sama. It was never my intention to dash. I'm not mad. Clutching onto Aurelia's dress, Shuri got out her words through choked sobs. I'm not mad at you. It's just. Feeling the hollow pain in her heart, Shuri couldn't restrain her emotions. It hurts, Aurelia-san. It hurts. She cried onto her chest as Aurelia hugged her tighter. I'm not mad. But it hurts. It hurts so much. With the cold hard reality setting, she realized that any dreams or fantasies she might have had died. Her already abysmal chances of getting Igor completely collapsed when Aurelia slept with him. What do I do? The object of her affection was completely out of her reach. Now, everything was completely stacked against her. As pathetic, as humiliating, and as dreadful as it sounded, the only workable card she had against Igor was seduction, to make him see her as a woman. Now, that was gone. It hurts. Any attempt she made now would be quickly silenced by him declaring his relationship. If she pushed, he would soon see her as a slut or even worse, outright leave. This wouldn't hurt just her. This would also hurt Aquino. What do I do now? Sobbing into Aurelia's embrace, she felt as if a large part of her had just broken. The genuine love and care she had for Igor would never be realized. She did not hate nor blame Aurelia, but she silently wished they never got together. Anne. I thought it was scummy behavior that while her ex-husband had just woken up from a critical injury, she was thinking of how to bag his former student. Now, I think I feel a bit of pity for Shuri. Actually, I don't even know what to feel. Are women that evil or am I that soft? Until the next chapter. Chapter 183, Chapter. It hurts. Any attempt she made now would be quickly silenced by him declaring his relationship. If she pushed, he would soon see her as a slut or even worse, outright leave. This wouldn't hurt just her. This would also hurt Aquino. What do I do now? Sobbing into Aurelia's embrace, she felt as if a large part of her had just broken. The genuine love and care she had for Igor would never be realized. She did not hate nor blame Aurelia, but she silently wished they never got together. DxD. The hours passed endlessly in Igor's mindscape. In what seemed like an endless nap, he and Trini had dozed away comfortably without nary a care for the outside world. With the crackling sound of wood being burnt soothing their ears, it was no wonder that they slept for hours. But there was work that needed to be done. Now, the both of them were standing apart from each other in the open field, well over a few kilometers from the cabin. At Igor's insistence, he had brought Trini here for something that was long overdue. To the complete surprise of the little girl, he was looking at her with a rather subtle battle-hungry expression. She felt shivers at how he stared at her. Igor. Why did you bring me here? With a small grin spreading on his face, Igor replied to her. Because, I want to fight you in your true form. He tried to keep his tone neutral, but there was no hiding the excitement in his voice. He had been anticipating this moment for quite a while now. How powerful was the girl rumored to be the beast of apocalypse? He didn't know, and he certainly wanted to find out. I've been waiting for a long time to do this, Trini. I hope you're as eager as me. No. No, she was not eager. In fact, she was fearful. You want to see me, in that form? She didn't want to. She was a monster in every true sense of the word in that form. It was because of that very reason that got her sealed in the first place. Yes. I want to see you at your strongest. Why? You don't need to. You already know what I look like. No, I don't. He wasn't lying either. When he was exposed to her past, everything was more or less from her point of view. He never truly saw what she looked like. But he sensed a deeper story behind her vocal displeasure to assume her transformation. And he had a feeling that it extended beyond mere aesthetics. What is the problem, Trini? She was panicking too much for this to be normal. Walking over to her, he squatted down and held her by the shoulders. Tell me what's wrong. Continuously shaking her head, she refused him on the spot. The topic of her true form was something she was sore about and never wanted to broach. I don't want to talk about it. That right there was more than enough reason for him to stop. But he didn't. No. We are. No. This isn't a request. No dash. I said, this isn't a request. She quietened down immediately, more in shock by the firmness in his voice. Igor didn't want to bear a heavy hand on her, but this was not the moment to be concerned about her feelings and wants. This was the sort of problem that if ignored, would result in unavoidable misfortune in the future. You have a problem accessing your full power, power which is attainable in your true form. I am not sure of the reason, but I damn well know the consequences. You are under my care now. I will not under any circumstances let any harm come to you, especially when you are harming yourself. Dying is one thing. Dying because you refuse to use your true power is another thing entirely. In fact, it is nothing short of stupid and disgraceful. Even just losing because you held back your true power out of fear was something he found very grating on his nerves. I am tolerant of many things, except this. It was clear that Trini was very hesitant and fearful. The way her body trembled was a key sign of trauma. Lowering his head so that their gaze could meet, his eyes softened. Listen. I care about you. I care for your well-being. So tell me. For what reason do you not want to access your true form? Seeing her remain tight-lipped, he didn't rush her. He let the silence fill the clearing for a few more seconds before she quietly spoke. Because I'll become a monster. He almost groaned thinking that she despised her appearance in that form, until a second meaning presented itself in his mind, a very likely one. Will you become berserk? A quiet nod was all he received from her. Yes. I lose control of myself when I enter that state. That was it. Just being berserk. If it was just that, then the solution was very simple. Then you'll just have to learn to control that power. He spoke matter-of-factly. I even know how we can do that. Standing up, he was about to step back when she suddenly grabbed his leg. Wait. I can't use it. If I do, then I'll hurt you. She was afraid that she would hurt him. How cute. Trini. This is our shared mindscape. Neither of us can ever truly kill the other. So there is no need for you to worry. I'll help you control your power. He ruffled her hair. Get ready. I want you to access your true form. But I don't want to. You're already strong yourself. So why do I need to use it? I don't wanna. It's scary. Maybe at some point in the past, he would have let the matter drop here and now. If possible, he would have settled for gradually introducing her to the idea of attaining her true form. But this was reality, and reality had given him a brutal shock one too many times. The supernatural world never waits for someone to slowly develop. You're either strong or you die. Try me. I don't plan to have you remain in my mind for all eternity. At some point in time, I will have you exist in the real world. As partners intimately linked through our souls, enemies will seek to use you against me, knowing that harming you will harm me. Killing intent leaked out of him at the thought of those enemies. He was not naive enough to believe that word of his bond with Trihexa of all beings would go unnoticed for long. It could be tomorrow, next year, or the next century for all he knew. But what he knew was that it was an eventuality. If that scenario happened, he needed her to be strong enough. Whether you like it or not, the world sees you as Trihexa, the beast of apocalypse. Whether anyone would seek to use you or eliminate you, you must be strong enough to protect yourself. If for some reason, I am delayed or we can no longer link with each other, I want you to have the capacity to swiftly eliminate our enemies. And if your base powers fail you, I want you to capably use your full power in order to kill them. For that to happen, you need to be able to comfortably access your true form. Trini was strong. But at this point, Igor was completely sure he could defeat her with only a few levels of his Kaioken activated, and that technique would only be required because of her immense healing capabilities. At her stage, any decent sealing team or individuals with specialized weapons and tools could contain or kill her if she were in the real world. There's no need to fear. I'll be here to guide you. Putting his faith in him, Trini put down her walls and quietly asked. How? Very simple. Transform into your true form. After that, I will beat you up until the pain is strong enough for you to regain control of yourself. Easy, right? She was having second thoughts about this. She was really having second thoughts about this. This man was just looking for a reason to let out some steam. Can I refuse? And maybe try another method? No. Replying with finality, Igor stepped back and provided a few meters of space between them. Crossing his arms, a red sheen of aura surrounded him. Access your true form. No longer was it a request. It was now an order. I'm waiting. Cruel. Yes. Abusive. Yes. But this was the most effective method. Taking a page off Indra's book, he would administer shock therapy that would force her to take matters into her own hands. Wait. This isn't right. Ignoring her words, he steeled his heart and charged forward. Sue. He was twice as powerful as he was before. There was absolutely no chance she could see him when she was unprepared as she was. Goo. With a clenched fist, he punched her hard in the gut. Her body curled over his fist, the impact not registering in her brain until a moment later. Her eyes widened in shock, the pain causing her body to go limp. She couldn't even register the pain of another punch to her face before everything went black. Sending her flying, Igor gave chase. Sue. Flying after her, he quickly reached her and grabbed her by the throat. Boom. Slamming her into the ground, his eyes were filled with concern hidden by rage. How long will you continue avoiding yourself? Use your power, Trini. Tightening his grip on her neck, he picked her up and slammed her into the ground again, multiple times. Boom. 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 A small crater formed beneath her, her attire being torn and damaged every time he slammed her hard into the earth. Use it. Standing up, he retreated a few meters away before extending his hand towards her with a resolute expression. A frown formed on his face when he saw her weakly get up. Her skin had bruises, her hair dirted from being constantly slammed into the ground. Her hand weakly held her stomach while her wounds slowly healed. Her breaths were slightly heavy, but Igor wouldn't stop. Vwomp. With a crimson orb forming in his palm, he mustered a glare at her. Use your power, or you will die. Gone was his battle lust. This was now Igor, who had continuously fought in dangerous wars for 3 years. He was no general by any means, but he would force Trini to pick up the slack. For better or worse, she was essentially his strength just as much as she was his weakness. Until she can show the courage and maintain her rationale, I will not let her leave. His thoughts were cut off when he suddenly felt her power spike. No longer did she appear meek and helpless. Standing upright with her fists clenched, her teary gaze showed unburdened determination and resolve. All right. Since you wanted to see me at my full power, then here you go. Right before his eyes, Trini was suddenly covered in a massive dark pillar of light so large that it stretched into the skies. Her very form almost disappeared under the dense aura that covered her. The pressure in the region suddenly rose, her gradually rising power causing the winds to become chaotic. Amazing. He had already retreated a few more meters away from her, but he could feel his ki burning as her chakra overflowed. He widened the distance between them once more, his eyes bearing witness to her power multiply dozens of times over. Twitch, twitch. He could feel it. His desire for battle was rising from the grave. His attempts to coach Trini into controlling her powers were being subsumed by the intense desire to test his mettle against a being of the legends. Su 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 su. Channeling his ki into his divine strand, his hair turned red, crimson aura billowing around him like a cloak. With a violent but controlled reaction, he entered his demigod state, his power immediately eclipsing Trini's by a wide margin. But, he was not disappointed to find that her power was closing in on his current level. Perhaps it might even surpass his, a very exciting prospect. What did surprise him, however, was that as her power rose, 3 pairs of wings slowly grew behind her. From top to bottom, she had a pair of dragon wings, bird wings, and bat wings. 2 rows of horns grew on her head like stalks of corn, each bigger than the last. They looked to be small, the front like those of a bull calf and the pair at the back like those of a growing lamb's. Her body grew in maturity, her dress growing along with her height. From a little child that was barely 6 years old, she grew into a young adolescent girl of 12 years. Rows of black tribal markings stretched from her forehead and spread across her developing figure, tattooing her skin in the process. Grew. The markings somehow caused her power to increase immensely. Igor could feel her feeding from the nature energy surrounding them, her power growing with each absorption. Aurelia. Letting out a demonic roar, it was official. Her power level eclipsed his by a not-so-short margin. Her elongated canines and the vicious claws on her hands and feet would make her qualify to be a demon. The black aura fluctuating violently around her emboldened that point. Her hair violently shook under the pressure of her power, the whites of her eyes focused on the second presence that dared to challenge her authority. Like a goddess, her aura hung close to her as she finally completed her transformation. She regarded Igor with a furious expression, her desire to kill him not hidden. Her breaths were heavy, her pupil-less gaze focused on him. She sniffed the air a few times and immediately, her power fluctuated once more. He was a threat that must be eliminated. On instinct alone, she charged. Her goal. His destruction. Igor is by far the worst psychiatrist I have ever seen. He got results, but there has to be better methods, right? What he did was like Jiraiya throwing Naruto off a cliff, but worse. Moving on, this week will come out to be quite busy for me. Apart from assignments, there's also other work that I'll have to do. So unfortunately and regretfully, I'll have to reduce uploads to 1 chapter every 2 days for the entirety of this week. My sincere apologies, but my schedule is too backed up for me to upload every day without compromising my studies or negatively impacting my sleep schedule. I hope for your understanding, and until Tuesday. There are 3 extra chapters for patrons on my page if you are interested. Thank you. Chapter 184, Chapter. She regarded Igor with a furious expression, her desire to kill him not hidden. Her breaths were heavy, her pupil-less gaze focused on him. She sniffed the air a few times and immediately, her power fluctuated once more. He was a threat that must be eliminated. On instinct alone, she charged. Her goal. His destruction. DxD. Clash. Like a powerful tsunami, Trini's foot collided with Igor's raised forearms. The impact alone created a shockwave that uprooted every single piece of grass for hundreds of meters. Trini was more powerful than him in his current state. He could easily admit that. But as he had come to learn that power was not everything. And he would impart that same lesson to her. Hup. Grabbing her foot, he used her momentum to swing her over his back and slam her into the ground. Boom. Holding her felt like plunging his palms in burning oil. He imagined this was the reaction caused by her chakra clashing with his ki. Regardless, this wouldn't hinder his ability to fight. Though he wasn't tanking blasts anytime soon. Sue. Sidestepping away, he dodged a rather nasty mouth beam of black-tainted energy that shot right up into the sky. He didn't have enough time to admire it, however, when black tentacles suddenly shot out of the ground like pillars. Boom. 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 She was going all out, wasn't she? With a pair of crimson key blades in hand, Igor flew away while dodging the horde of little monstrosities that sought to restrain him. Cutting across the rapidly growing forest of tentacles, he spotted a relatively clear path to Trini and used his instant vanish to immediately close the distance. Tsui. Leaving behind only a high-pitched squeak as the note of his rapid departure, he appeared right next to her. With his body still in midair, the key blade on his hand extended by a meter before quickly sheeing. He swung it to decapitate her. Yet whether it was instinct or her danger senses saving her, Trini was able to duck at the last moment. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for her wings. Aurelia. With a piercing demonic scream of pain, she unleashed a powerful explosive barrier that pushed him back. Grew. Surrounding herself with a giant dome of black energy, it continued to rapidly expand in all directions, even underground. Wow. That is a lot of power. Flying away to escape its ever-expanding radius, a distance of a few hundred meters opened up between them. Once he was sure the wave wouldn't expand any further, he stopped and observed his forearms. There was black miasma on them, but his aura was doing a very good job of burning it away. DxD can combat her nature energy-infused chakra. Good to know. Aside from his will, maybe it was because of it that she didn't succeed in completely controlling him the first 2 times. She'll be an absolute monster if she can control her power. If she can induce madness in people along with frying their bodies from within, all without moving a single muscle, then she would belong to her own threat class. Possible a flea on-sight threat category. Watching the giant barrier finally dissipate, it revealed Trini to be hovering in midair with all her wings out. The entire area had turned into one giant crater, the ground appearing to have been scooped out with a spoon. What caught his eye more than the destruction, however, was that visible part where he had cut off a part of her dragon wings. They aren't healing. Mildly taken by surprise at the sight, he didn't linger on the phenomenon. He was more concerned with the lass who seemed ready to kill him at any moment. Aurelia. She was still berserk all right. And very ready to eat him alive, literally. If those canines in her mouth had anything to say, then the feeling he got when she bit his shoulder earlier would feel like a love bite in comparison. Shaking his head, he stopped his mind from having useless thoughts. Regardless, if he wanted to induce consciousness, then he was going to have to up the punishment. If DxD can burn her miasma, then it should hurt her enough if I lunge a few ki blasts at her. Spreading his hands wide, crimson spheres formed within his palms before he thrust them out. Ha! Immediately, numerous ki blasts flew out of his hands like a machine gun. A long massive wall of earth rose to her defense, but his blasts pierced through it with ease. Keeping up the barrage, he could sense some of his blasts were being redirected and others outright detonating before they reached their target. Her defense was fairly impressive, but a real warrior would know this unnaturally long barrage was a distraction. Firing the last deluge of ki blasts, he swiftly manipulated the ones that had missed their target to suddenly turn back and attack from behind. Being pressed from all sides, there was only one foreseeable result. Boom. 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 Like dozens upon dozens of grenades, the spheres continuously attacked Trini from all directions in a suicidal bombing. No matter how good her defenses were, the constant deluge of DxD-fueled blasts were quick to overwhelm her already weakened defenses. Her pain-fueled roars resounded throughout the region, her cries sparking a hint of hesitation in Igor's heart, hesitation which was quickly squashed. Hopefully, the pain would be enough for her to come out of her berserker effect because what he was about to do next would really hurt. Sue. Charging right in through the smoke, his glowing gaze narrowed in on her. Her attire was tattered, but she was healing at a visible rate. Still, as he closed the distance between them, he would take care not to grievously harm her. Boom. Landing a kick on her chest, he sent her flying once more before he vanished. Sue. Appearing ahead of her flight path, he elbowed her right in the back, causing her to sputter out a cry of pain. Control your power, Trini. Tsui. Instantly appearing above her, he landed a falling heel kick to the top of her head, sending her careening towards the crater below. Suwoo, boom. Silence. Igor didn't rush after her. He needed to give her time for her consciousness to stem and take control. Come on, Trini. Are you really going to be controlled by puny desire? There was no reply. Her energy seemed to be rather stable compared to her constant state of flux, giving him the subtle hope that she was slowly regaining control over her current state. However, he guessed too early. It was only his reactions that saved him. Moving on instinct, he dodged a very sharp tentacle that would have pierced through his brain had he not got out of the way. Leaning back, it passed right above his forehead, giving him a very clear view of its texture in HD. But that was not all. Sue. Feeling her presence behind him, Igor tried to evade using instant vanish, but was struck before he could use the technique. Arg. Feeling the kick to the back rattling his spine, he was sent flying through the air. The sudden pain spread throughout his body, making his nerves shut down for a moment or two. Rebooting at the last second, he opened his eyes to find that he was on a flight path to Trini. She was holding a black spear in her hand that would no doubt be used to pierce his chest if given a chance. Already too close to her to use conventional reaction measures, he once again used instant vanish to appear behind her. Tsui. Just in time for her spear to pierce the flickers of his form. Now behind, Igor was confronted with her wings. Jumping up to dodge the appendages that tried to attack him, he unleashed a quick double kick to the back of her head that made her stumble forward. Tsui. Another application of instant vanish saw him elbow her in the gut before he released a powerful uppercut that sent her soaring into the skies. Whomp. With his free hand, a crimson sphere formed before he launched it at her. Boom. Unfortunately, the explosion happened far from its intended location. At the last second, Trini had reacted and dodged the sphere, righting herself in the process. She looked down at Igor, the animosity on her face making Igor smile in amusement. This little. She was conscious, wasn't she? Even with all the tribal tattoos covering her face, he would recognize that angry expression anywhere. Fine. I'll play your little game. If she wanted to sell her story of still being berserk, then she should have worked on keeping her energy in a constant state of flux because as it was too controlled for someone who's supposed to have nothing but destruction on their mind. Sue. Rushing forward, he engaged her in combat. Clash. No longer influenced by her berserk state, Trini was actually putting up a better fight than he thought. Then again, she was privy to the experiences of numerous individuals who failed to control nature energy. Still, he held the advantage. Boom. 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 Darting across the horizon, their figures were replaced by brief motes of light and the continuous sound of thundering strikes caused by their clash. For those with more discerning eyes, the most they'd see were afterimages or pictures in the air before those eventually faded. If Igor wasn't sure Trini was posing, he was definitely sure now. The little girl was fighting way too cleverly and most importantly, way too cautiously for someone who was supposed to be berserk. Sidestepping a sharpened tentacle aimed for his stomach, he used the motion from the movement to land a left hook to her face. Through gritted teeth, she tanked the hit and tried to retaliate with a punch to his gut. But like always, he grabbed her hand and used the new opportunity to drive his knee into her ribs. Arg. Remarkably, she only grunted instead of crying. But this proved the disparity between them. Trini was strong. There was absolutely no room for doubt there. Her higher power level automatically made her faster and stronger than him by default. But she lacked his perception, reaction speed, and combat experience. And since the power gap between them wasn't that wide to begin with, Igor was able to easily dominate her with his techniques. At this point, the redhead was somewhat satisfied. The worst of his battle lust had been somewhat sated, so there was no need to continue any further. Channeling ki into his fingers, he flicked her forehead, which was surprisingly enough to send her stumbling back for a few meters. All right, Trini. That's enough. I know you're not berserk, so we can stop. Question mark. Rubbing her forehead, Trini looked at him with a pupil-less gaze before she frowned. Boo. Humph. This, the disparity in her actions and her appearance was too much. Even his mind blanked out for a moment as he tried to process how she just shattered her demonic persona. Did she not know that when you transform, you are supposed to maintain the image of a strongman? It was an unwritten rule meant to preserve the majesty of their new powerful state. And now, there she goes shattering her powerful demonic persona. Placing a hand to his forehead, he shook his head in disbelief and amusement. Buffed. Still, he was proud that he learned to control her powers. She was surprisingly quick too. Pwahaha. He assumed he'd have to beat her up for a long time. Meanie. Don't laugh at me. Seems like he won't have to anymore. Though, he certainly would have to teach her about the unwritten rules of maintaining a persona when transforming. No one ever saw Goku at Super Saiyan 3 acting like a child. Maybe he should introduce her to the holy book after this. With her own transformation in her skill set, she definitely needs it. And why is Trini's true form a horrible rendition of a wannabe fairy instead of the super megaton monster that rivals Great Red in size? I think it has a lot to do with this little tidbit below. It had been quite a while since Shiva and Nandi had appeared as spectators in this battle. It had come as quite a surprise when, while in training, both of them felt the avatar of Trihexa manifest, a unique phenomenon that warranted a personal observation. Seems like this version of Trini is more of an avatar or her soul than anything. In my opinion, I think there's a lot more to her story that we haven't found out yet, so I won't draw conclusions. Chapter 185, Chapter. Meanie. Don't laugh at me. Seems like he won't have to anymore. Though, he certainly would have to teach her about the unwritten rules of maintaining a persona when transforming. No one ever saw Goku at Super Saiyan 3 acting like a child. Maybe he should introduce her to the holy book after this. With her own transformation in her skill set, she definitely needs it. DxD. The closed-off wing in the hospital of Gregori was relatively peaceful, emphasis on relatively. There were 3 locations of interest, each location with its own key characters and its own atmosphere. In Barakwheel's room, things were rather suspenseful. Penamun, Shemhazai, and Azazel were all there, marking him as the 4th person. As the last member, Barakwheel was being informed about recent discoveries and hypotheses on Igor. To say he was surprised was putting it lightly. He was infinitely mind-blown. Finding out that Igor was most likely the host of Trihexa was information that could send the entire supernatural world into chaos if revealed. In another location of the hospital, said host was peacefully sleeping in one of the more luxurious rooms similar to Barakwheel's. Tarnishing the opulent atmosphere of the room by sleeping on the bed like a drunkard, his steady and calm breathing hid the chaos going on in his head. Come on, old hag. Give me your best shot. Ma. Stand still. Engaged in yet another tumultuous battle in their shared mindscape, they wrought another wave of destruction upon the environment with their immensely powerful attacks. Trini, now fully conscious, used her natural abilities as a demon to their full capacity. Bending the elements to her will, she made Igor come up close and personal with supersized boulders more than a few times. A hurricane or two there and she was making him sweat. She wasn't very proficient with water and fire, at least proficient enough to significantly harm the redhead, but she would get there. Tsui. Goo. Suu, boom. Is this your best? A little wind and some rocks. Getting up from the newly made crater she was just kicked into, Trini wiped the blood off her face as her lip healed. Clench his fists. In the name of the person who imprisoned her, she was going to wipe that annoying smirk off his face by force if she had to. Flapping all 6 of her wings, she launched herself towards him along with a literal armada of black tendrils rising alongside her. In response, a massive deluge of ki blasts rained down on her like a torrential downpour. Her advance was slowed, but not stopped. Rhea. Making one final advance, she finally reached him with a sphere of dark chakra in her palm. Boom. DxD. In another part of the hospital, the mood was rather somber. The lounge, a place meant for relaxation and cooling off, had now become an abode of distress and sadness. Aurelia expected a lot of reactions from Shuri, with most of them being anger. But the last reaction she expected her to have was resignment. What do I do now? She held Shuri in her embrace, the woman soaking her dress with silent tears. Truthfully, Aurelia felt no sense of pride, no sense of victory. Unintentional or not, she robbed Shuri. She robbed her of the desire of her affections. She robbed her of the pillar she had subconsciously been relying on since her revival. To her question, Aurelia truly had no answer. What should she do? She didn't have a clue. Recommend she return to Barakweel. The man wasn't horrible by any means, but the flames of love died in that forest with no hope of rekindling them. Recommend she find another person. Then Aurelia might as well see herself out that door. Shuri was blatantly clear in her desire for Igor. Weaning her off the blonde was a process that might take months or even years. An even more impossible process was if she tried distancing herself from Igor. Disregarding that she wouldn't want to even entertain the thought, Igor might very well tie her up if she tried leaving him. Even prior to their consummation, their relationship was far too strong for either to suddenly distance themselves from the other. So what could she do? What could she do to comfort the woman who seemed as if part of her world had just been broken? By her no less. Shuri was a mother, a very good one at that. Despite losing her memories and self-identity, she settled into the role very quickly. She had a good head on her and a body that rivaled or had even more potential than Vasco himself. With proper training, it was not impossible for her to reach ultimate class, or if possible, God class. She was kind, nurturing, and a woman who wasn't worldly. She had Amaterasu's favor, and if possible, that could extend to her becoming the Sun Goddess Apostle, a title that may even grant her eternal life. She was a political boon given form, and if used correctly, could see anyone have a direct link to the leader of the Shinto pantheon, one of the most powerful pantheons in the world that stood alongside the Hindu pantheon. Aurelia couldn't believe it, but a small part of her was actually considering it. In her new and budding relationship with Igor, she was actually considering an idea that may not make her happy, but was possibly the most optimal outcome for everyone. She wanted to dispel the thought, but Shuri was truly sad. The woman was holding on to her, her hollow eyes echoing her sadness. Shuri was a strong woman. Knowing her, she would put on a fake smile and raise a kino. But a part of her heart would always be clouded in darkness from an unrequited love. Closing her eyes, Aurelia came to a decision. It was a decision she knew she would regret. She already regretted it even now. But she would feel more regret if she didn't choose this option. Shuri-sama. There may be. Her tongue halted in its tracks, hesitation making it its goal to impede her words. Shuri was now looking at her with a mix of confusion, apprehension, and hope. Those eyes that looked like a trapped mine worker finally seeing the light made her bite her lips. There may be a solution, Shuri-sama. A solution that would make us all happy. That was a lie. This solution would not make her happy, would never make her happy. If she wasn't using politics to reinforce this idea, it would have been torn apart before it barely came to fruition in her mind. This idea of possibly having to, Shah. Suddenly, her head whipped around so quickly that a normal person's neck would have broke from the twisting force. It was slight, very slight, but instincts that came from years of monitoring the reckless blonde made her very aware of the sudden and very abnormal fluctuation of his energy. Standing up under the questioning gaze of Shuri, Aurelia paid her no heed. Her senses focused on Igor and she found he was asleep. But more than anything, she found his energy flow seemed to spike at random intervals, making her mind narrow at the possible implications. Mental attack. It was a slim possibility given how powerful Igor was. It was almost impossible, especially for anyone hearing Gregori, to douse him in an illusion. No mana was getting through that thick layer of ki, at least not without blatantly trying to force unequivocally large amounts of mana into him. But she wouldn't take chances. If someone was trying to control Igor, she would kill first and ask questions later. Pardon me, Shuri-sama. Something urgent has come up. I shall take my leave first. Without elaborating, she vanished. Sue. DxD. Mount Kailasa, Shiva's abode. It was daytime in Shiva's mountain, and today, it was particularly peaceful. Without the mountain owner conducting one of his training regiments, everything was well. Relaxing underneath a tree, Shiva was back to the appearance of a young teenager. Dressed in casual wear and some flops, his back was rested against one of the many unnaturally massive trees on his mountain. Interestingly, a spotted deer calf was lying next to him and was enjoying the ministrations of his hand along its back. With its head laid on his lap, its eyes were peacefully closed, its breath slow and steady. Shiva had a very small and imperceptible smile on his face. He had seen the universe during his tenure as the god of destruction. Yet, such simple and mundane enjoyments like this brought him more happiness than anything else. Vuong. Right in front of him, his ever-loyal attendant appeared in a ray of blue light. For so many years, Nandi had trained him for this role and eventually served him once he adorned the mantle. If there was one person Shiva would always respect, it was this person who had made him who he was. What is the matter, Nandi? Pardon me for interrupting, my lord. I have further news on the son of Demori that might interest you. Sigh. Annoyed at that small smile his attendant was sporting, Shiva spoke the words Nandi wanted to hear. I am listening. Giving a nod of approval, Nandi gently chastised. It is important to give your subordinates verbal proof of your attention, my lord. It does wonders for morale. Continuing my earlier account, young Demori has managed to make Trihex's avatar further open up to him. As we speak, he is drawing in untainted nature energy. Shiva's eyes widened slightly. This was not a very simple matter as Nandi made it out to be. Untainted, you say? Yes, my lord. A rather interesting development if I must say. With soft movements, Nandi gently tapped his staff on the ground before the view suddenly changed. Now it was no longer of the forest, but the room Igor was in. Appearing as blue spectral figures, they were entirely invisible to Aurelia, who was also in the room. Not paying the silhouette any attention, Nandi remarked with a hint of joy in his voice. Do you see, my lord? Isn't this fascinating? Shiva was silent, more so out of surprise and nostalgia. It had been so long since he saw such pure, unadulterated nature energy. This was the underworld, but so much pure nature energy filled the room that once again, Shiva was surprised by Igor. Those marks. Spreading from the diamond tattoo on his forehead, Igor was covered in tribal marks that spread through his skin. They spread all the way to his hands and even made their way to his sandaled feet. Yes, my lord. The last person to adorn these marks was young Adam. Anne. I will speak honestly. In my very, very personal opinion, I don't really see Igor entertaining the thoughts of getting together with Shuri. This is just my personal opinion from what we know so far about his character. He did once say women will be in the way of him getting stronger and stuff, but Aurelia was an exception. As for Shuri, I definitely don't see him accepting her just for the sole reason that he respects Barakweel. Taking his woman would go against his pride and his father's teachings. Perhaps that's why Shuri felt everything was hopeless. Maybe it is hopeless. Who knows? Though, I'm leaning on it being hopeless. Even Asia would have better chances and she's still 7. On another note, today is Thursday and very unfortunately, the only time I can update is Sunday. My Friday is already packed with 2 tests I have to write and an assignment I have to submit. Again, I do hope for your understanding. Once this week is over, it's back to normal schedule. If you are interested in reading ahead, you are welcome to become my patrons. Thank you and until the next chapter. Chapter 186, Chapter. Those marks. Spreading from the diamond tattoo on his forehead, Igor was covered in tribal marks that spread through his skin. They spread all the way to his hands and even made their way to his sandaled feet. Yes, my lord. The last person to adorn these marks was young Adam. DxD. Adam, the human created in God's image, had so much power that his dominion over Earth was unshirked during his lifetime. Designated by God as the protector of the Earth, his bond to the planet was unquestionable. So strong was his bond with nature that whenever he required its aid, it would manifest as a set of tribal markings that covered his skin. Ever since he died, none of his children, grandchildren, or even his descendants were able to replicate the bond even with his personal guidance. Until today. To think there would be another human to possess these marks. Shiva couldn't imagine he would see such a sight again. Truly, I am astounded. It is unfathomable, my lord. Even as young Adam's direct descendant, no one had managed to forge a connection that strong to the world. After Trihexa was born, I assumed this would be impossible. To think I would be proven wrong. He placed a hand upon Igor's skin and immediately, his face beamed in surprise. Oh my. Isn't this exciting, my lord? Clapping his hand excitedly, Nandi continued to be amazed. Oh ho ho. So much untapped potential. I truly wonder what would happen if he realized it. What do you think, my lord? Truthfully, Shiva was also wondering the same thing. So much time had passed since Adam's death and no human had ever managed to replicate the feats he made in his lifetime. In Igor, he saw another Adam that could change the status quo of the world, should he live long enough to realize that potential of his. Giving him one last look, Shiva closed his eyes. Keep an eye on him, Nandi. I plan to extend my offer to him once he returns to Earth. Without another word, he slowly faded from view, leaving Nandi alone in the room with Aurelia. The pale man had a small smile with amusement blatantly evident on his face. Oh my. Seems like Lord Shiva cannot wait any longer. I wonder what young Demori's answer will be. It was already interesting enough that he wielded God Key. Now he also had the ability to interact with pure nature energy. With his astounding growth rate, it was only a matter of time before he could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with the leading gods of each pantheon. Ho ho ho. Such fun times are ahead. Slowly, he also faded from view. He really hoped Igor would say yes to his lord's request. DxD. When Aurelia appeared in the room where Igor was, she was fully prepared to kill. With her hand gripping her sword, even if it were Kokobeel himself who was standing there, she would not have hesitated to decapitate him. It was a numbing thought that she who attached so much importance to politics would risk everything by killing the Governor-General's brother, but everything became a moot point when Igor's life was at risk. So her surprise and furthermore, her relief when she found him alone were quite visible on her face. Question mark. Still, she couldn't help but notice the strange marks on his body. Now that she was next to him, she was aware that he was not under threat in any way. So she had the time and leisure to observe him. Walking over to him, she traced her finger along one of the markings stretching down his arms. The reaction was instant. Pulling her arm back with widened eyes, she examined her finger that visibly emitted smoke. What was that? There were no wounds in the slightest, but she felt as if she had just touched a burning flame. My mana was destroyed. It was only a very, very small amount, an amount she could regenerate in a blink. It was only due to her superb control and awareness over her mana that she felt a trace amount of it be eviscerated. This isn't key. It was a conclusion she was very quick to arrive to. His demi-key doesn't burn my mana this quickly. Did it evolve again? She wasn't sure exactly what to make of this new change. All she knew for now was that he mustn't be carelessly touched. Glancing at the door, she also realized that he mustn't be disturbed as well. Wordlessly, she erected a barrier with a gesture of her finger. It wasn't a powerful one, at least not powerful enough to be noticed, but it would serve its purpose. If my lord is undergoing an evolution, it is best no one notices. It was a one-way barrier that would allow her to perceive the outside world, but wouldn't let any energy fluctuations exit the scope of the barrier. She trusted Azazel, to a certain extent. But that trust did not extend to the rest of his organization. And from how they have only half of the cadre including him were present, he figured he also didn't trust some members of his organization as well. The politics of Gregori were not her concern. Her job was to look after Igor and his family. Though, she was doing a somewhat terrible job of that at the moment. Don't think about it. This isn't the time. To be more accurate, she didn't want to think of the proposition she had almost made to Shuri. In a moment of guilt, she had almost. Sigh. Looking at Igor peacefully sleeping, she couldn't bring herself to ignore just how much the thought hurt. I don't want to share him. As the adrenaline from panic wore off, the situation she had hastily exited made itself known once again in her mind. Just thinking of him with another woman hurt. Her composure fell just imagining him holding, kissing, and sleeping with another woman, even if that other woman was Shuri. This was a rather unique paradox she had found herself in. Not long ago, she wanted him to get married to another woman, even have a harem if possible. She was even prepared to take on the role of caretaker for the children he had with other women just for the reason of no other than the soul revival of their race. It was the job she had delegated herself as her only remaining purpose in life, to see the revival of their race before she could finally die in peace and join her ancestors. She was devoted to solely helping him expand his domain, his influence, and his power. She wanted him to re-establish their domain and sovereignty and make the Aryan name known once more across the supernatural world. She was content to aid him with all of that as his loyal attendant. Yet, all it took was one night, to change her goal. Her heart still thrummed when she remembered his sincere words as he conveyed his feelings. To think he had harbored such feelings for a long time without her notice was surprising, unbelievable even. Yet like a sledgehammer, he tore down the walls she had barricaded herself in and let her experience a feeling she never thought she would ever feel in this life, love. Unhesitantly, she placed her hand on his face. A faint shock spread through her body as her mana slowly burnt away at the contact. She didn't care. She didn't withdraw her hand. Her gaze was sincere and tender, her lips quivering with an unspeakable amount of emotions. I love you, Igor. Her eyes watered at just how much love she felt for him, an amount so heavy that she didn't know what to do if he suddenly no longer wanted her. I love you so much. She no longer wanted to remain behind him like an attendant. She wanted to be by his side as his woman. 10 years they spent together. Not once did she feel like this. One night was all it took, and she was now awash with emotions she never thought she could experience. Possibilities of being a wife were no longer a pipe dream. She could see a future where she could finally be a mother. Realities that she could only see in others and live through in books were no longer an impossibility. Gently stroking his cheek, she was tempted to kiss him. Only the fear of potentially interrupting his evolution kept her at bay. I don't know what I'd do if he left me. It was a small but growing fear she had. Shuri was a very wonderful woman. What if she took him away from her? What if the love he felt for her waned because of Shuri? But now, she was at an impasse. If she could feel these emotions, then what about Shuri? How heavy was the love she felt for Igor? How heavy was it that a woman as strong as her would break down after being presented an impossible future? Conflicting thoughts circulated in her head. She didn't want to share Igor. Not in the slightest. The very thought alone abhorred her to no end. But she also didn't want Shuri to remain sad. Her story was already tragic enough. She died and woke up with no memories. Given no time to adjust, she was thrust into a motherly role she had no memory of, in a house she had no knowledge of, with a husband she felt no love for. She took them all silently with a smile. No one knew what went through her mind when she was presented with all these roles and duties, yet no one asked because she smiled through it all. And the very first moment she feels love, she is shackled by these responsibilities she never had a choice in undertaking. So at the very least, she deserved some happiness in life. That was what Aurelia tried telling herself. Truthfully, she felt like a thief. Because of her presence, Igor was whisked away for over a month, leaving her alone without the familiar presence of the boy she saw upon her revival. Now when that boy became a man and she had finally confirmed her affections for him, he was whisked away by the very woman who had pledged to help her. Sigh. Removing her hand from Igor's face, Aurelia felt like the one in the wrong. Maybe dash. Her musings were cut off when the markings on Igor slowly began receding. From his hands and feet, the markings all began retracting towards his forehead where they finally disappeared beneath the diamond tattoo. Slowly, Igor opened his eyes, yawning as he did so. That was a good nap. Sitting up, he stretched out his arms like a cat, yawning a second time in the process. Hey, sister. Is Uncle A looking for me or dash? Frowning slightly, Igor leaned forward and placed his hand on hers. What's wrong? Under his gaze, Aurelia fidgeted slightly before speaking. My lord. What are your thoughts on a harem? An harem is haram, is what I hope he'll say. Joking. It is Sunday today. The hectic week I had is officially over, so things are once more back to normal and chapter uploads will continue as normal. Moving on again, I have a hypothesis on why Adam was able to use what I'm going to refer to as sage mode. I think it has something to do with God Key. Adam was created directly by God. So it stands to reason that he would have large amounts of God Key in him. And since Trini is nature's malice-given form, it was why Igor could so easily resist and even fuse with her. We don't have a lot of information yet, so this is as far as my guess goes. The hows and whys will probably be explained sometime in the future. If you are interested in reading ahead, become my patron to read 3 chapters ahead. Until the next chapter. Chapter 187, Chapter. What's wrong? Under his gaze, Aurelia fidgeted slightly before speaking. My lord. What are your thoughts on a harem? DxD. Igor did not know how to reply to that question. She just came at him all of a sudden that he had to take some time to actually process what she asked him. A harem. Her silent nod confirmed that he wasn't hearing things. But it made no sense. Aurelia should know exactly what he would think of the topic. You mean that waste of time? He spoke incredulously. There wasn't even fake surprise in his voice. He truly seemed to not appreciate the idea. She remained silent, but her eyes flickered with an emotion he couldn't read. Her energy was fluctuating somewhat sporadically. It was in a way that he couldn't tell if she was worried or anticipating something. Sister. If you're trying to ask me if I want or plan for a harem in the future, then my answer is no. No, 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 and no. My day is already tied up into training I haven't done yet. Wasting time with random women won't fit into my schedule. For a brief moment, Aurelia wondered if she was also included in the list of people who wasted his time. Her eyes flickered briefly, but Igor was quick to notice the conflict in her eyes. Don't think stupid things, Leah. That's my job. Gently grabbing her cheeks, he kissed her forehead before pulling her into his embrace. Don't compare yourself to some random woman on a street corner somewhere. You're my woman. She quietly leaned into his chest. His answer alleviated her apprehension, yet also elevated her guilt. A small part of her imagined him saying these exact words to Shuri, and it tore through her. She held him tightly and let his comforting warmth seep into her. At least for a while, she wanted to forget about Shuri, about everything. Igor was glad he ended his fight with Trini when he felt Aurelia's presence near him. Her addled state concerned him greatly. He had a feeling that her suddenly questioning him about this harem nonsense was because of her insecurities. Women. How many times did he have to say he loved her before it got through the thick skull of hers? At this rate, he might truly start believing the ramblings his father said about women. Humph. Without giving her any time to react, he flipped her over him and made her lie next to him on the bed. Gently, he pressed her against his chest, his hand behind her head and his arm around her waist. Really, Aurelia. Sometimes I swear you're more stupid than me. She squirmed slightly, but made no intention of leaving his embrace. Her energy fluctuations had calmed somewhat, but they weren't calm enough for his liking. Look at me, Aurelia. She slowly tilted her head towards him, her eyes misty from barely held back tears. He was very tempted to kiss them away, so he did. Chew. Softly meeting her lips with his, he poured every ounce of emotion into their innocent contact. He didn't know what, how, or who caused her to have these sudden doubts, but he would clear them up. Pulling back, he cupped her chin so that she wouldn't look away. It fascinated him how her eyes would sparkle when he looked at her so closely like this. Her gradually reddening cheeks made him unable to stop a smile spreading on his face. He badly wanted to kiss her again, to feel her tender lips against his once more, but he held himself back. I want you to listen very closely, and this time, keep it in that pretty head of yours, all right? You are my woman. A troublesome woman, but my troublesome woman. I don't need another woman. I certainly don't want another woman. You're already a handful as it is. I mean, look at us. Her embarrassment served to lighten the mood. It was cute how she was so vulnerable to teasing. How long did we spend in bed? I don't think I even got any proper sleep. Igor. I mean, come on. First thing in the morning. First thing. You're lucky I'm full of hot blood, Leah. Unable to take it anymore, she buried her head in his chest. His teasing was too much for her to bear. Already her cheeks felt like bursting and she wished he would stop. Ha ha ha. That's much better. You look so much cuter like this. She whined into his chest. He was just a shameless rogue with no sense of propriety. How he could so casually talk about something so indecent was something she would never understand. Igor smiled when he heard her groans. Aurelia was someone he truly cared deeply for. No matter what, he didn't want to see her sad. He wanted to pry into what was making her seem so down, but he wouldn't question her, at least not yet. Since you're here, sister, we might as well get a good nap in. I can still feel Uncle I next to Barakwheel, so I guess we have some time to sleep. Her reply was adjusting her position for more comfort, which somehow ended with her hand on his stomach. An idea suddenly formed in his head. Smirk. You know, if you move your hand a little lower, I might be more inclined to a different activity. Flush. SHSH shameless. How can he speak so crassly? He couldn't see her face, but he was sure she had a massive blush on her face. Hee. From the way she was squirming, he figured he had teased her enough. Relax, sister. I'll at least wait until we get H-. His words were cut off when she suddenly slid her hand into his pants. The warmth of her fingers coiling around his members completely caught him off guard. Looking down, he was met with her cute, but very fierce expression. Well, two can play at that game. He couldn't respond even if he wanted to. He didn't even try to stop her. She was challenging him, and unfortunately for her, once the surprise set off, Igor was prepared to retaliate in turn. Stretching his hand towards her nether, he was about to touch it when he was suddenly taken by the most overwhelming sensation ever. Freezing mid-reach, he could feel she was using a bit of electricity along with stroking it. The sensation was unlike anything he ever knew of. HAAA. His hips bucked as he felt his essence rising. Damn it. It hadn't even been half a minute and he was already close to releasing. There was no stopping nor controlling it. It was such a thorough defeat that he could only grunt his surrender. Stop. Stop NGH. He didn't want to release inside his pants, but it was already too late. Knowing it was inevitable, he lied down. Since he had already lost, he was willing to enjoy his imminent release, until he felt the warmest sensation graze his tip. The moist feeling that enveloped his shaft made him buck his hips once more as his essence rushed out with renewed fervor. Arg. Instinctively, he reached out his hand to pin down whatever it was that causing that moist feeling. To say he was surprised when he felt a head full of hair was an understatement. But so caught was he by the wonderful sensation enveloping him that couldn't even think straight. NGH. The sensation of unloading left him grunting in pleasure he didn't even know he needed. His hand remained on the head of Soft, holding it down and groaned once more as his remaining release got sucked out. It wasn't until a few moments later that clarity hit him like a giant hammer. With his eyes opening widely, he sat up as complete shock formed on his face. Everything now finally clicked as he realized what just happened. Looking at Aurelia licking his tip, his slowly collapsing member threatened to rise up once more when he swiftly extinguished the thought of just how much it turned. No. Quickly shaking his head, he looked at his sister with worry. Aurelia. What, why, are you all right? So surprised was he that uncharacteristically, he fumbled his words. But he couldn't be blamed. What she did was something he would never expect from her. Looking at him in the eye, Aurelia swallowed, loudly. Gulp. She would never admit it, but she absolutely relished his dumbstruck reaction. How does it feel now when the tables are turned? To see him so stupefied made what she did, all the more, worth it. It was a slow realization, but a realization nonetheless. What have I done? She just took a man's thing, in her mouth. And she swallowed. She actually swallowed. She looked him in the eye and swallowed like some back alley slut worth a few slips of yen. Her eyes lowered in shame and embarrassment. It's over. He'll think I'm a slut. A slut. In her rush to get one back at him, she did the only thing she knew would mess up his streak. Stroking it somewhat blurred the lines, but it was still fine. But why oh why did she perform such an indecent action? Even worse, she swallowed, and smiled. No amount of cleaning would wipe the shame she felt. No matter what she thought, there was no way he wouldn't see her as a slut. Weakly looking up, she met his eyes that had now changed from worry to neutral. Her heart sunk when he looked at her like something out of a science fiction novel. His eyes had widened, but his expression remained neutral, almost like a man frozen in shock. And Igor definitely was in shock. I think I understand what is meant when they say they suck the life out of you. His head felt completely empty and the bed looked oh so appetizing. He was pretty sure he wouldn't be able to move his legs for a while. That tingly feeling down there was amazing, Aurelia. That was amazing. His containers felt emptier than a math teacher's heart. Even their previous rendezvous didn't leave him feeling this empty. I mean, wow. No words could describe the experience. He was pretty sure that if he closed his eyes right now, he wasn't going to wake up. I would be willing to repay the favor, but you drained me right to the bottom of the barrel, Leah. Slowly, Aurelia blinked her eyes once or twice before she came to a realization. You don't hate it. He couldn't even respond. Flopping back onto his pillow, his eyes closed involuntarily. Surprisingly, a massive yawn overtook him, his mind drifting him back into the confines of sleep. I loved it. But the next time you do that, give me a warning, Leah. Because. Unable to win, his words trailed off in the end as he fell asleep. She won. He admitted it in his heart. She won through devious methods, but she won. Next time, he will repay the favor and dominate. He wasn't sure how. Maybe he'd dream about the solution or something. As it stood, he didn't even want to fight Trini. Surprisingly, he didn't forget about the issues she was having. He hoped they were solved. He didn't know how many of those cringe-inducing statements he had left in him before he physically started dying on the inside. Somehow, that skull of hers had thickened considerably in less than 2 days. He hoped his words got through because he definitely wasn't about to continuously spout romance words like those pansy romance male leads in those dramas Shuri loved watching. And I think this issue with Shuri is tearing Aurelia deep down inside, which is making her question her own relationship with Igor, constantly asking herself, what if? I hope this gets resolved soon. Though, I have no clue how that would even happen. Igor already said it. He doesn't want no harem. To satisfy my own selfishness, I hope that changes. If you are interested in reading ahead, you are welcome to become my patron. Thank you and until the next chapter. Chapter 188, Chapter. He hoped they were solved. He didn't know how many of those cringe-inducing statements he had left in him before he physically started dying on the inside. Somehow, that skull of hers had thickened considerably in less than 2 days. He hoped his words got through because he definitely wasn't about to continuously spout romance words like those pansy romance male leads in those dramas Shuri loved watching. DxD. A few dozen minutes have passed since then, and now, Igor and Aurelia were walking down the corridor towards Shuri. Privy to her location, Aurelia could feel that she was also on the move towards them, something that slightly concerned her. She silently wondered what would be going through Shuri's head at this very moment, or how she would react when she saw Igor. She didn't want Igor to know of Shuri's feelings towards him, at least not yet. There was no telling how the blonde would take the news. But one thing was for sure. The dynamic between them would never be the same again. Walking next to him, she figured she at least had to get one thing out of him right now, a confirmation of sorts. He declined ever wanting one, but she needed to introduce him to the reality of his situation. Igor. I'm listening. She slowly formulated the words in her head. Are you sure you don't want more women? Many would be willing to become yours. Stopping amidst their walk, Igor groaned, but his annoyance wasn't directed at her. Instead of brushing her off, he took the time to think about her words. To some extent, she was right. Many women would want him. But every time he thought about accepting them, he arrived at one conclusion. Sister. Women are troublesome. Yes. That includes you too. He grinned lightly at the last part as he pulled her towards her. Let me tell you something, Aurelia. Women are annoying. Does it offend you? Good. The truth must be spicy, and since sweet words don't make you understand, I'll be blunt. Aurelia wasn't angry. She was more curious than anything on what he had to say. Though she was a bit miffed at his insinuation that her brain was thick. For someone who finds women in general to be annoying, tiresome, meddling, and troublesome, you'd be very, 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 very hard-pressed to find a woman for them. For instance, my preference in a woman is very specific and non-negotiable. Misogynistic. He didn't know the definition of the word, but it was probably a yes. 1. My woman must be strong. For me, who aspires to become the strongest in the universe, there's no use in having a weak woman. 2. My woman must aspire to get stronger. The world is a dangerous place, and I'm a target of that dangerous world. My woman cannot be lazy. 3. This is selfish, but I love legs. My woman must have the best legs in the whole world. Second place can take a hike. 4. I must have known that woman for a very, very long time. At least 5 years minimum, so that I know I can trust them. He was messing with her, wasn't he? He was definitely messing with her. Here she was being serious in asking for his opinion, and he was making jokes. All those descriptions. Of course he meant her, right? Especially the last part. No one fits it besides me. And, legs. Her mind traversed back to all those moments she caught him looking at her legs. At first he was somewhat shy and subtle. But lately, he never bothered hiding his gaze, even going so far as to compliment them. Flush. Pervert. I never denied it. Though let's be honest. You're more of a pervert than me, sister. You can't deny that with a straight face. Now more than ever, Aurelia wished she could fade from existence. That winning grin he had plastered on his face did not make it any easier for her. But honestly, I'm serious about what I said. I find women troublesome. Even during my time in the heavenly realm, they were more annoying than anything. Honestly. He was quite shocked that with a bit of fame and power, women were suddenly willing to spread their legs. It was only then that he understood how it felt. You, dear sister, just so happened to be the very, very, very unique exception that surprisingly fit my desires in a woman. And naturally too. I'm sure you made it all up. Nope. Well, I did make the part about the legs up. But you have to admit. He leaned in and whispered into her ear. You have some really great legs, Leah. She was going to die of embarrassment at this rate. She quickly needed to change the topic. Quickly, Aurelia. You had questions that needed answers. Too much blood was flowing towards her head, and his breath on her neck was only making it rush faster. Standing frozen on the spot, it was only thanks to her quick mind that she was able to quickly blurt out a question. But what about repopulating our race? She only now just realized what she said. In her haste to switch topics, she let loose a question that should have been eased into with preceding questions. Wait. I. Puffed. Pwahahaha. Laughing loudly without restraint, Igor eventually clutched his stomach as he bent hunched over himself. He was absolutely merciless in his laughter. He tried to stop, but just looking at her, glance. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. Sent him into further bouts of laughter. Honestly. If only she could see herself. You really worry too much, sister. Finally standing up straight, he stretched to iron out the cramps in his stomach. I mean, come on, sister. We'll live for hundreds of years. That's more than enough time for us to form our own little soccer team. Now come on. I want to see the old man quickly before we leave. I already miss my cute little sisters. Not daring to look him in the eye, she quietly followed beside him. He put it way too crassly for her liking, but he was right. With their lifespan, they weren't at risk. But, was this really right? No. Don't question it anymore. What had happened had happened. She loved Igor and he loved her. She wanted a family and he was willing. Confronting Shuri would be a bit difficult, but things happened. I'm sorry, Shuri-sama. She already envisioned herself being a mother to his children. Even if time were to reverse, she would still walk into that room on that fateful night and share the same bed with him. DxD. Brother. Is this really true? In Barakwheel's room, Azazel had just finished relaying all the information they had on Igor. To say the old fallen was surprised was an understatement. This is no lie, Barakwheel. I fought him personally, and if I had not subdued him quickly enough, I would have died before he had the chance to regain control of his body. Leaving Barakwheel to wallow in his thoughts, none of the cadre made a sound. All of them were aware of how much impact this little piece of information would have if revealed. To this day, Penemu was still trying to come to terms with the fact that a powerful monster was contained inside a boy. A powerful boy, but a boy nonetheless. Slowly, Barakwheel shook his head before his expression steeled. Gripping the blanket over him, he looked at Azazel right in the eye. I will let you know right now, brother. If you attempt to eliminate him, I will stop you. Azazel and Shemhazai widened their eyes slightly at the declaration while Penemu outright snapped. Do you realize what you are saying, Barakwheel? He paid her no heed. His eyes remained locked with Azazel's, neither seemingly willing to back down. Eventually, Azazel couldn't suppress an amused grin. Relax, Barakwheel. None of us here intend to eliminate him. In fact, we want the opposite. Regardless of his status, we want to ally ourselves with Igor. What? For a moment, Barakwheel was thrown in for a loop. There was no denying how dangerous the existence of Trihexa was. It was an entity that even their father couldn't defeat. So he could understand if they saw this as a chance to eliminate it through Igor. You weren't going to eliminate him. Eliminate? Of course not. I'm not sure that's even possible to begin with. Not to mention the backlash we would receive if we even tried, it's simply more worth it to let him be. Igor and Aurelia are a very worthwhile investment. They are not people I am willing to lose simply because of paranoia. Standing to the side, Penemu felt a bit conflicted about that statement. Igor was too much of a danger to be left alive. There was simply no guaranteeing if he could keep that beast secured. No. I should trust Azazel. She didn't hate the boy. But she felt he was too dangerous. Regardless, she would place her trust in Azazel. At least for now, she wouldn't do anything to compromise his plan. Moving on, Barakwheel. Aside from us in this room, no one else knows of what we know. I would like to keep it that way. He caught the underlying tone in Azazel's words. The rest of their brothers were not to be trusted with such crucial knowledge. You have my silence, brother. Wonderful. Turning around, he faced Shemhazai with a smile. Brother. Can you call them over now? I believe we are done for today. At once, brother. Without hesitation, he vanished. Sue. DxD. Shuri's mind was empty. Wandering aimlessly down the hallway, she felt neither jubilant nor sad. Just empty. The news of Aurelia sleeping with Igor no longer hurt her. Reasoning had made sure of that. After all, Aurelia was objectively the better woman and most suited for him. They were of the same race, meaning she would also live much longer than her. She was strong, certainly much stronger than her. She was talented in the sword and magic. Aurelia even bested her in the rudimentary sealing knowledge she had, making her seem like a complete novice. And those were just the more subtle facts. The most glaring fact was that she came with her own baggage while Aurelia was practically a clean slate. She, with her luscious silver hair, was an exotic woman with supernatural beauty. Even the most simplest of dresses struggled to hide her perfect figure. Compared to her, she was simple in appearance and lacking in ability. It was because of these facts that Shuri didn't even feel sad, not anymore. All she felt was emptiness in the realization that she was naive. Of course he would choose her. He would always choose her. She wasn't mad at Aurelia. What made you believe there was even hope? Just disappointed. She felt disappointed in herself that instead of destroying this love while it was still in its cradle, she let it grow and bear fruit. Now, the fruit she nurtured with all her heart and showered with her love would never be given to its intended owner. Sigh. This wasn't the time nor the place to wallow in self-pity. She could feel Igor and Aurelia were approaching her. By all means, she didn't want either of them to see her in such a hollow state. HAAA. Releasing a breath, she had to get her emotions in control. There'd be time to deal with them later. Putting on a smile, she walked towards the corner where they would soon appear. Closing her eyes in her typical closed-eye smile, she demurely clasped her hands over her stomach just as soon as Igor and Aurelia turned the corner. Ah. Demori Cohen. Aurelia-san. Anne. 1 minute I'm with Barakweel. The next I'm with Shuri. 1 moment I'm for Team Harem. The next I'm Team No Harem. To put it bluntly, I give up. These chapters mess too much with my conscience. So I'm just going to wait and see what happens. And hopefully, I get to see Igor pop some skulls soon. Things were simpler when it was about killing, eating, training, and fighting. Thank you and until the next chapter. Chapter 189, Chapter. Releasing a breath, she had to get her emotions in control. There'd be time to deal with them later. Putting on a smile, she walked towards the corner where they would soon appear. Closing her eyes in her typical closed-eye smile, she demurely clasped her hands over her stomach just as soon as Igor and Aurelia turned the corner. Ah. Demori Cohen. Aurelia-san. DxD. Ah. Demori Cohen. Aurelia-san. Hey, auntie. Man, this hospital is big. Fufufu. Of course it is, Demori Cohen. Azazel-san put a lot of work into making it as big and efficient as possible. Uncle Ashur is something else. I'll give him that. This is actually my first time in a hospital, so I was surprised when. They continued talking as they walked along. Aurelia followed along quietly, her eyes ever so glancing at Shuri in both suspicion and wonder. Aurelia would not lie to herself. She imagined that Shuri would not be comfortable in either her or Igor's presence. She could only applaud the high level of control Shuri held over her emotions. Regardless, things would have to be straightened out after this. One way or another. Heh. Sue. All of a sudden, Shemhazai appeared in front of them without warning. Not waiting for any of them to adjust to his sudden presence, he said his piece. Demori-san. Aurelia-san. Shuri-san. Barakweel is ready to see you. If you would please follow me. Ever so elegant, his voice was calm and melodic, his polite address almost guaranteed to earn anyone's forgiveness in seconds. Regardless, Igor was more interested in seeing Barakweel and he certainly wasn't going to walk the whole way. No need. I'll meet the rest of you there. Without giving anyone a chance to react, he suddenly vanished. Sue. They could feel his energy appear all the way on the other side of the wing. Shemhazai could only remark at how fast he was. For a brief moment, he still felt his energy signature here and there before his brain finally registered that he had moved away. Impressive. Very impressive. He wholeheartedly agreed with his brother to forge an alliance with them. Igor with his strength and Aurelia with her ingenuity, together, these two would be a massive boon to anyone they aliased themselves with. DxD. Sue. Appearing in Barakweel's room, Igor was immediately faced with 3 pairs of eyes. Penemu seemed a little surprised by his sudden arrival, seeing as he could feel a concentration of energy that was about to gather in her hand. Light spear. It wouldn't surprise him since a spear seemed to be the go-to weapon for fallen angels. Either way, she didn't even register as a threat to him. At best, she was low god class from what he felt from her. Emphasis on, at best. Meh. Not good enough. Those dainty hands with barely any calluses told him she was as weak as she looked. Good enough for common scrub, but would get destroyed in the heavenly realm. Perhaps he worded it a bit harshly, but he was honest. However, he would not admit that his low opinion of her affected his rating. I know I'm handsome. But don't look at me too much. I'm shy. Pfft. Azazel could barely hold back a snort. The comment was so random, especially in such a serious situation, that he was completely caught off guard. Penemu didn't like that she was made the butt of a joke, but she didn't say anything. Humph. Crossing her arms, she walked towards the door, completely walking past Igor. Call me when you need me, Azazel. I'll be in my office. Closing the door behind her, she left the 3 men to converse with each. Wait for me, sister. I still need to discuss some things with you. Quickly catching up to her, he caught the door and closed it behind him, but not before releasing a snarky comment. After all, the 2 lovebirds need some time alone. Head dot. Bam. Quickly closing the door behind him, the only thing Igor managed to do with his key blast was slightly burn the door instead of Azazel's face. TCH. Feeling a bit salty that he couldn't hit him, he turned to face Barakweel with an annoyed expression. I swear your brother is annoying sometimes, old man. Barakweel was rather pensive, even more so when he was left alone with Igor. He was expecting a tongue lashing from the blonde, not him commenting about Azazel. Heh. Regardless, he was grateful. Only God knew how much regret he had in his heart. That well was already filled to capacity with the amount of mistakes he made. I know, right? Makes me wonder how our organization still stands today with him at the helm. Puffed. Hee 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 hee. Hee 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 hee. The two shared a laugh, the atmosphere between them easing considerably. Long before he walked through that door, Igor had told himself that no matter what, he wouldn't bring up the news about Shuri or any subject related to her. Right now, he was an old student visiting his teacher. Never mind, Uncle AI, old man. He'll always be the way he is. By the way, how you doin'? Barakwil did not expect for Igor to ask such a casual question. Still, he could see the concern the kid had. Lying on the bed with his back propped up, Barakwil gave his bare torso a once-over before scoffing. Worse. Everything was fine until you got here. Really? I thought I was your favorite. Heh. Not even close. And now you're lower on my list since you made a literal hole in my gut, you damn brat. Scratching his head, Igor chuckled. At least I healed you, right? That has to count for something, old man. It'll count for more if you let me sleep, you damn brat. I know that look in your eye and my answer is no. What look? As much as Igor knew Barakwil, the opposite was true. There were some things the blonde did unconsciously that Barakwil knew enough of the cues Igor did when he wanted something. Don't give me that nonsense. I'm not good enough to fight. It seemed the gig was up. It was a passive thought that manifested itself a few moments ago, but Igor wouldn't give up. I healed you. Vein twitch. Brat. You blew a hole through my stomach. But I healed it. I still need to rest. Doctor's orders. Bullshit. I know you're as healthy as a bull right now. Stop being lazy and have a spar with me for old time's sake, old man. No. Come on. No. Damn it, old man. Just one. DxD. The walk back was a quiet one. 3 pairs of feet, not one syllable shared. Shemhazai led in front, his back straight and his steps constant. By virtue of his personality, he wasn't a conversationalist and he wouldn't try to speak or even prod for information like most would. Keeping his eyes in front, he navigated the various hallways with the 2 women behind him. His uncanny observational skills allowed him to notice there was an undercurrent flowing between these 2 women. A part of him was curious, but he quickly squashed it down. Digging his nose into matters that didn't concern him wasn't his job. Turning down the last corridor, they were almost at Barakwil's room when the door was suddenly slammed open. Bang. Outside came a very disgruntled Igor. Stupid old man. You've gotten lazy. I've earned this vacation, brat. Leave me be. You, Fine. But you better spar with me when you leave that bed. Forget it. I won't dash. Bam. Closing the door behind him, Igor smiled triumphantly at his little victory before he turned to face the trio. Hey, sister. Hey, auntie. You have about 2 minutes to talk to the old man before he enjoys his vacation like the old fogey he is. Damn brat. Hee hee. Ignoring the muffled yell coming from behind the door, Igor walked over to them. Giving Shemhazai a nod of approval, he grabbed Aurelia's hand and placed 2 fingers to his forehead. Either way, I'm ready to leave. You coming, auntie? Shuri's gaze wandered towards their intertwined hands for a moment. Such a simple action now held a higher meaning to her. No, Demori-kun. I shall not depart yet. Figuring that she still had some business with Barakwil, he didn't pry. All right. See you back home, auntie. Later, Mr. Shemhazai. Farewell, Demori-san. Tsui. In an instant, both Aurelia and Igor vanished on the spot. Now that they were not here anymore, Shuri did not bother schooling her expression. Her face fell into a hollow frown, her eyes locked on the door that would lead her to Barakwil. Uncaring for Shemhazai who was next to her, she would walk into that room and do what needed to be done. Walking towards the door. Haa. She let out a deep breath before opening it. Dakang. Once more, she came face to face with Barakwil who was already expecting her. The man looked at her with surprise and awe. Yet all of that was drowned beneath the immense guilt he felt. She also felt guilt at what she would do. But she had grown tired of hiding and grown tired of lying. Uncaring for the consequences, she would clear everything up right here and right now. Barakwil. DxD. Tsui. Igor and Asia appeared outside Shuri's house. From the position of the sun, it still appeared to be late noon. He could feel Asia, Akino, and Lena all approaching him. From upstairs, Asia was already rushing downstairs along with Aquino. Head. Releasing his hold on Aurelia, he turned towards the door with his arms outstretched. It was only a matter of time until those two came bursting out that door. Bam. Big brother. On Oni-chan. They ran towards him as fast as their little legs could carry them. Come here. Crouching low onto the ground, they slammed into him and immediately, he wrapped his arms around them. Oh. You have no idea how Big Brother missed the both of you. Standing up with them in his embrace, he gave both of them a kiss on the forehead. Aquino's smile and Asia's giggle infinitely brightened up his day. DxD. Mount Kailasa. Once more, Shiva was enjoying his free time with nature. Without worry and without care, he let himself indulge in a state of emptiness, to forget all his responsibilities and obligations. The minutes passed and gradually, he descended into a state of sleep. Unlike most would assume, Shiva did not care that the grass was his bed. Protected by the shade and blanketed by a cool breeze, he was content to fall asleep as it was, and he did. For a few blissful hours, he slumbered in peace without care. The sun gradually set as the moon made its appearance in the skies. The winds grew colder, but they couldn't compete with the coldness of space. The only reason he even woke up was because his wife would pester him if he didn't come for dinner. He loved the woman to death, but sometimes she needed to let him be. Opening his eyes, Shiva didn't get up immediately, mostly because Nandi suddenly appeared next to him. My lord. He didn't know whether to applaud or groan at the man's patience in waiting for him to wake up. His mind idly remembered that the war with Indra wasn't to be for at least a few weeks or so, unless he forgot again. Did he forget? He didn't even bother thinking about it any further. Yes, Nandi. What do you need? Smiling lightly, the pale man reported. In accordance with your wishes, I have kept my eye on young Demori. As we speak, he is alone meditating just a few kilometers from his abode. It is quite convenient that you woke up at this time, my lord. Go meet his potential successor or fall back asleep. Choices. The former was the obvious solution, but the latter was somehow more appealing at the moment. Fine. Going straight from sleep to work wasn't something he particularly enjoyed. Standing up, he allowed Nandi to dress him with magic. Though, he was surprised when instead of a suit he expected, he was garbed in his godly attire. It had been quite a while since he had adorned it. He didn't want to be mistaken as suddenly converting to the Egyptian pantheon. Too troublesome. So he had no clue why Nandi would make him wear it now. Though it seemed he was willing to answer him. To answer your unasked question, we are going to meet a very important person, my lord. What do the humans say? Dress to impress. I believe if he sees your majesty, he might be all the more willing to enter under your tutelage, my lord. He couldn't be bothered to fault his logic. Besides, he was more interested in finally taking the kid in. Igor had so much potential that it was just begging to be trained properly. All right, Nandi. Let us depart. Yes, my lord. Anne. Finally we got to Shiva. We've been waiting a long time for that one. I do hope Igor accepts. If you're interested in reading further, my patrons have the privilege of being 3 chapters ahead. Until the next chapter. Chapter 190, chapter. He couldn't be bothered to fault his logic. Besides, he was more interested in finally taking the kid in. Igor had so much potential that it was just begging to be trained properly. All right, Nandi. Let us depart. Yes, my lord. DxD. Kuo Town, Japan. It was already nighttime in the small town of Kuo. The day went by fairly normally without any sudden mishaps apart from their trip to the underworld. Just a few dozen minutes after their return, Shuri was also brought back by Shimhazai. The man had left just as quickly as he arrived, declining Shuri's offer for some refreshments in the process. As the one who always had to keep Azazel in check, he was always busy managing the smaller tasks his elder brother couldn't be bothered to do. When Shimhazai had left, Igor was able to see past Shuri's smile. She gave both Aquino and Asia loving hugs, but she didn't seem all right. But he wouldn't question the issue. It was pretty obvious why she remained behind. And from the crestfallen look hidden behind her smile, her talk with Barakweel had not went well. He didn't expect it to either. What Barakweel did went past infidelity. As much as he himself was willing to put it behind him, he didn't expect Shuri to do the same. The hours passed since then and dinner proceeded somewhat normally. There was an underlying tension he couldn't quite grasp, one that seemed to also affect Aurelia. Igor didn't like being out of the loop like this, especially when it concerned the people he cared for. But he wouldn't pry, at least not yet. Now, it was already nearing 10 p.m. A short while ago, he had left the house because he needed to clear his head. Having traveled deep into the forest, he had picked the spot where he always used to eat during his earlier years, way before he met Barakweel. The clearing he used to lay out his freshly bought meat now had a few trees growing, but he could still see the stars. Sitting down on the ground, he leaned against the trunk of a tree and just gazed aimlessly into the skies. Sigh. Igor was not blind. Though sometimes he wished he was. Things were falling to pieces and he could scarcely do anything to stop it. No. Scarcely indicated there was still a chance of stopping it. Despite his unmatched strength, this was an issue that couldn't be solved with fists. Auntie and the old man won't get back together. It was no longer a question. It was a statement. Shuri just wasn't herself today. Ever since he returned from the time chamber, her energy was never truly at peace. But today, the fluctuations were more sporadic than usual. As much as he tried to ignore it, to let her deal with it alone, today at dinner made him truly worried for her. He almost had half a mind to burst into her bedroom and do what? What could he even do in the first place? This wasn't a physical problem he could punch to oblivion. This was an emotional problem, and as hazard as he would hate to admit, Igor wasn't the best person to consult about emotions. What can I do? Come on, Igor. Think. Unfortunately, he didn't have experience in these sorts of matters. His mind quite literally pulled blanks on him. He had no clue on how to comfort a woman going through a divorce. Stupid old man. Look at what you're making Auntie go through. Now that he actually knew what this love thing actually was, he could imagine the pain of betrayal Shuri was going through, and just how much pain and regret Barakwil felt. The old man loved Shuri, but he had also disappointed her immensely. Stupid, 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 stupid. A very large part of him was tempted to just teleport to the underworld and punch the absolute daylight out of him. But he relented. His own understanding of this emotion he cringed at before allowed him to understand the level of hurt Shuri was going through. And he had vastly underestimated it. Just the thought of Aurelia even holding hands with another man felt like hot coals pressed against his chest. If she somehow even slept with another man. Su. No. Quickly, he controlled his aura that threatened to spiral out of control. Unknowingly, his eyes had turned red. The amount of rage at the mere notion nearly blinded him in a haze of anger. So he could only imagine how worse it would be for Shuri. To find out that in your death, your husband slept with another woman, not even coming back to bury you, not even coming back to check on your child. Sigh. He didn't want to think about this anymore. If he continued, he felt he might just wish to put another hole in the old man. Whatever happens, happens. I won't get involved anymore. He was aware enough of his volatile state that he wouldn't be suitable help for this sort of problem. Heh. I guess I'm still a kid. And for the first time, killing wasn't the solution. Regardless, he shouldn't worry himself about this. Shuri was a grown woman and he was not some idiotic kid who couldn't see past his own nose. If Shuri or Barakwil truly did separate, he wouldn't fault either for coming to the decision. I'll just offer my support wherever I can. That and maybe get a few hits on Barakwil. His actions really were stupid in of itself. And that was saying something if it came from him. All right. Stop thinking about this stuff, Igor. Leave that to the adults. It was a sad but true conclusion he arrived at. Rather than continuously worrying about matters he could not control, it was best he focused on himself for the time being. Now, it was time to get into the true purpose of his outing. When Igor was fighting with Trini, he was not completely unaware of his surroundings. It was why he eventually became aware of Aurelia's presence after some time. Naturally, his own perception also included his body. He was not unaware of the changes that occurred to his body the moment Trini assumed her partial true form, as they had temporarily come to call it. That feeling he soon identified as nature energy coursing through his body actually elevated his strength by a great margin. It wasn't strong enough to compare to his Kaioken, but experience told him that his power multiplied by 10, without any side effects. Or at least, any side effects he knew of. He wanted to enter that state once more and if possible, combine it with his demigod state. He didn't know if combining nature energy with demi-ki would work, but he was certainly willing to try. HAAA. Letting out a deep breath, he slowly began hovering above the ground with his legs crossed. His mind synced with Trini, his being entering a state of calm. You ready? Yes. Despite how serious she tried to sound, he could feel she was more excited than him. Looks like he wasn't the only one interested in seeing the outcome. All right. Su. Slowly, red aura manifested around him before gently, his hair turned red as he entered his demigod state. In a display of superb control, no sudden shockwaves were created. Not even a single shred of bark was destroyed in the process. Keeping his eyes closed, Igor took a moment to adjust to his new state of being. You can start now. I'm ready. Okay. Nothing happened at first, but that quickly changed when the air around them suddenly felt dense. Igor could feel something. He didn't know how to describe it, but he could feel something that seemed to be curiously poking and prodding around him. He vaguely compared it to when a pack of dogs started sniffing around a stranger. Was this energy evaluating him or something? Weird. But he didn't mind it. Oh my. Such an intriguing turn of events, young Demori. But I do recommend you stop before you unfortunately implode. The only surprise Igor gave of being spooked was his body trembling just slightly. Otherwise, he remained calm. Opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of Shiva and Nandi. And just like that, he felt a lot more comfortable that they were the ones who managed to sneak up on him. It was a given since they were very strong after all. Letting himself stand on the ground again, he greeted them respectfully. Lord Nandi. Lord Shiva. I never thought I'd see you here. Did I miss a war or something? Oh no, young Demori. On the contrary, we have come to extend an offer to you. Confusion could be written in capital letters on his face. Igor did not know what would cause Shiva and Nandi to personally extend an offer to him. Really? All right. Weird, but I'm listening. Neither of the two visitors seemed to show any displeasure at how Igor was casually speaking with them. Before we go any further, I want to see something. It was Shiva who spoke. He looked at Igor with an appraising eye, the glint in his pupils betraying his intrigue. Do what you were about to do prior, but without your transformation active. He was curious about seeing this new state the kid had without him potentially killing himself. All right. Without delay, Igor obeyed. Ever since he last spoke with Shiva at the Hainjima clan, his trust in him had grown strong. Slowly, his hair fell as it lost its spikiness. The aura around him vanished as his eyes reverted back to normal. Under the gazes of Shiva and Nandi, he closed his eyes and focused once more. All right, Trini. Let's do this again. She didn't reply, but she complied. Deep in their mindscape, Trini once more began accessing her true form while outside, nature energy began gathering around Igor. Unlike before, the energy didn't sniff around him but directly began entering his body. He immersed himself in this warm feeling that permeated throughout his body. It felt like he was being covered with a very warm blanket. As more and more nature energy pooled into him, he felt the tattoo on the top of his forehead finally react. As the tattoo spread, it felt a bit ticklish like sweat running along his skin. Nonetheless, the sudden gradual boost in power was palpable. But more than anything, it was the drastic enhancement to his perception that almost left him floored. It wasn't the sudden influx of information that almost rendered him unconscious. That wasn't it in the slightest. It was the overwhelming power he felt from Shiva. He knew Shiva was powerful. He never felt it before, but his instincts told him as such. Yet, he never ever imagined Shiva was this strong. No. This was beyond strong. Opening his eyes, they were blue as always. But instead of their constant state of joviality, they now exuded shock, awe. You're strong. And excitement. Really strong. So strong that he felt very tiny. Even the presence he sensed in the dimensional gap felt puny to his. This level that Shiva was in, it was no longer within the realm of supreme class. It couldn't possibly be defined nor contained within the scope of supreme class. It was beyond. And seems like this confirms Shiva is indeed a big boss with big pants. I wonder when he's going to meet little Ophis. I look forward to the interaction between those two. Cleria would have an aneurysm if that happened, if she isn't already replaced by then. Today is Friday and as always, thank you for the constant support, comments, and even the reviews. Chapter 191, Chapter. You're strong. And excitement. Really strong. So strong that he felt very tiny. Even the presence he sensed in the dimensional gap felt puny to his. This level that Shiva was in, it was no longer within the realm of supreme class. It couldn't possibly be defined nor contained within the scope of supreme class. It was beyond. DxD. The realm of perception Igor achieved by tapping into this unknown state was immense. His already powerful perception was enhanced countless times. He could suddenly see dozens of strange energies that permeated the air. But none of them, absolutely none of them could compare to the gigantic bonfire Shiva was. He couldn't identify what it was, but instinct told no, forbade him from coming into contact with it. You're strong. Shiva was unlike anything he had ever felt before. This level of power, this level of danger that makes his body tense in trepidation, it excited him. Really strong. It took almost all of his will just not to collapse from fear. It was a daunting fact, but Shiva could quite literally kill him and he would have no way of defending. He was to Shiva what a normal human was to him, an ant. A very tiny insignificant ant that could be squashed should he so feel like it. Some may claim it to be an exaggeration, but it was the honest truth. His demigod state. It was a joke. What Shiva had was true power. And he wanted to possess that same level of power. Oh my. You can sense Lord Shiva's energy. At Nandi's words, Igor was finally snapped out of his reverie. Turning to look at the pale man, he frowned as he scrutinized him. I can't sense you, Lord Nandi. You flatter me, young one. Please. Call me Nandi. I am but my lord's humble attendant. Igor didn't feel all right calling someone who's both older and most likely more powerful than him. All right. But he would try. Nandi. Wonderful. Now, I believe I asked if you could sense Lord Shiva. Oh. Once more, Igor turned to face the ever-stoic Shiva. That feeling of immense power made him wonder if this was how insects would feel when in front of an elephant. Yes, El Nandi. I can sense his power. You're stronger than anything I've ever felt, Lord Shiva. There was a hint of amazement in his tone. I mean, even Uncle Indra doesn't come close. Unless he has some transformation I don't know of. The two just looked at Igor in slight amusement, though Nandi was more obvious. Oh ho ho. I think you already know the answer to that question, young Demori. Though rest assured. My lord is certainly more powerful than Indra. Though. Nandi turned to face Shiva with a light smile. The fact that he can sense you means you still need to work on your controlling your energy, my lord. Pray tell, young Demori. How does my lord feel to you? With almost visible stars, Igor spoke in amazement. Like a giant bonfire. When I look at you, Lord Shiva, I see a giant fire. The only indicator that Shiva gave of his annoyance was his eye twitching just slightly. We have not come here to discuss me, Nandi. Demori. I offer you the chance to become my personal student. Do you accept? Igor looked at Shiva with visible surprise. For a second, he almost dumbly asked if he was joking. Will I have to switch sides in the upcoming war? His dues to Sun Wukong for helping him find Asia had long since been paid. Now, he mostly stayed on Indra's side because he was used to it there. Your loyalty to my army is not necessary. My only requirement is that during the time you are not fighting, you are to be training with me on Mount Kailasa. Oh. Oh. No. This was going to be problematic. This was going to be really problematic. Lord Shiva. Just to clarify. Do you mean that I will not be able to see my family? This time, it was Nandi who answered. Of course you can, young Demori. However, you should understand as a fighter yourself that there are some stages of training where family interruption would not be appreciated. Those periods can often range from months to years. And with what we intend to teach you, whole years could pass by without possibly seeing your family. Igor was at a crossroads here. He could possibly decline and stay with his family, or accept and undergo new levels of training he could never imagine. He wanted to agree. He truly wanted to agree. But 10 years had passed since he stayed with his loved ones. Missing out on more years, especially years outside the time chamber, was something he truly wasn't willing to endure. Can you let me think about it? This isn't something I can decide right now. Crossing his arms, Shiva was slightly disappointed. You have until the end of the week to decide, Demori. I can teach you things you can never possibly imagine. I can show you sights you have never seen, and help you attain levels of power that might have taken you decades, if not centuries to obtain. Now Igor was really tempted. Shiva was never one to brag, so he knew the god was speaking honestly. But still, one of his wishes was to be present for when Asia and Aquino grew up. He still hadn't been able to teach them as much as he wanted to, especially Asia. Oh ho ho. It seems you still need a bit more convincing, young Demori. Perhaps I should give you a taste of what is to come. For example, why don't you try using your Kaioken? Just up to the 50th multiplier. Not any higher, as I believe that is the current maximum your body can handle. Slightly confused, Igor decided to listen to his words. All right, Nandi. It still felt weird having this warm energy coursing through him, but it didn't mess with his ki. On the contrary, it seemed to enhance it. Closing his eyes, he focused on pulling his ki into his divine strand. It responded faster, much faster than usual, but not to the extent that he would have trouble with his ki control. Su. Gradually, his power crept up. Instead of using the Kaioken like Nandi suggested, Igor decided to use his suppressed demigod state. It also gave him a 50x multiplier, so there shouldn't have been that much of a difference in what method he chose. Apparently, there was. Like an old car failing to start, he was met with an insurmountable wall. Beyond a red aura surrounding him, his power failed to increase despite his efforts. Ki. Visible mist emanated from his skin as he tirelessly tried to power up, to break through whatever was preventing his divine strand from consuming all the demi-ki he was sending to it. Despite doing everything right, it simply didn't react to the ki he sent to it. What is going on? His body was already being sent into overdrive from the strain he was placing on it. Like the starter on a car, his body would soon give out if his divine strand didn't react to his ki like it usually did. Su 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 su. 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 Shiva and Nandi wordlessly watched, the former with an impassive expression and the other with amusement. My. I did tell him to use his kaioken. It would have been much easier. For very brief moments, Igor's ki fluctuated sporadically before diminishing to its previous levels. He tried to push himself as much as he could before his body gave out, and it was working. Su. 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 Su 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 su. His aura fluctuations gradually increased in intensity, the pressure he was releasing causing even the ground beneath him to crack. Ha-ya. With his divine strand finally igniting, he did not relax in the slightest. Continuously stepping on the accelerator, he funneled ki into his divine strand. Slowly but surely, it was working. His power was rising. He could feel it. Su 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 su. And finally. Ha-ya. Grew. Suddenly, his power exploded in a burst of violent red aura. It spread like a giant bonfire the size of an entire house. The pressure he released absolutely destroyed everything around him, his power skyrocketing far beyond even his power level at his absolute full power. Boom. The trees around them were suddenly and swiftly uprooted, the powerful explosion from the rapid buildup of ki sending a shockwave that instantly blew them away. Crackle, crackle pa. Lightning started cracking around him, his hair slowly turning into a long mane. Like the sped-up growth of grass, his hair visibly grew from his head, the immense power and nature energy flowing in his body sparking its growth. 150x. 200x. 250x. His power continued to rise with each second. His fists were clenched tightly, his legs spaced apart as he pushed himself as much as he could. Ha-waya. Grew. 300x. 350x. 400x. Everything. Absolutely everything had been blown away by him rapidly powering. The immense pressure he released alone caused the weather to change. In the middle of the night, constant flashes of lightning made it seem like it was day. Rain clouds started sporadically forming and dissipating, his power causing catatonic winds that hastened the weather changes. 425x. 450x. 475x. His now spiky hair grew longer and longer, his yells resounding loudly along with the roars of the wind. Hi-ya. Slowly nearing the peak, he was starting to struggle with pushing forward. Too much ki was leaving his body faster than he could generate. It was becoming too much, but he wouldn't stop, not yet. 480x. 485x. 490x. His body grew bulkier from all that endless power and energy flowing through him like a torrential wave. 495x. 496x. 497x. 498x. 499x. 500x. Grew. Finally, let out a very powerful burst of power, a shockwave so strong and an explosion so bright that for a few seconds, the night had become day. In a haze of golden red radiance, Igor reached his absolute peak, all while Nandi and Shiva calmly watched. Su 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 su. Under the glistening radiance, the only thing that could be heard was the sound of his aura constantly fluctuating. The winds continued to billow, the absolute and sheer power he was outputting upsetting the very weather itself. But slowly, the radiance faded to reveal Igor. Su 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 su. He was standing upright with his fists clenched, his hair flowing right down to his back like a wave. His eyes were pupilless, his expression completely neutral. Absolute power flowed through him, the kind of power that made one feel invincible. His muscles visibly stretched underneath his clothes, a multitude of veins bulging beneath his skin while a hazy golden red aura violently fluctuated around him like a violent flame. This power, even Surzex, Ajuka, all the four Satans were nothing to him now. Azazel. He was nothing. This power, he loved it. And this is Bootleg Super Saiyan 3, isn't it? On another note, thank you for reading and until the next chapter. If you can't wait and want to read ahead, become my patron on you-know-where. Chapter 192, Chapter. His muscles visibly stretched underneath his clothes, a multitude of veins bulging beneath his skin while golden red aura violently fluctuated around him like a violent flame. This power, even Surzex, Ajuka, all the four Satans were nothing to him now. Azazel. He was nothing. This power, he loved it. DxD. Igor stood rooted to the spot, this new sensation beguiling him with its effects. It wasn't the power itself that had Igor halt. It was the enhanced perception. Everything he could see, feel, and hear everything. The massive boost to his perception was unlike anything he could ever comprehend before. Even at his best, his most effective range when sensing was a few dozen kilometers at best. Beyond that, it became harder and harder to accurately find hidden or some of the much smaller energy signatures. But in this state, he could cover the whole world. He had covered the whole world. His senses stretched across the seas, reaching all the continents and covering entire mountains. Very few, if nothing, could escape his senses. Even plant life with their almost non-existent energy signatures registered to his senses, a feat that almost bordered on impossible for a range so large. Su. It was amazing. Suddenly freezing, Igor's brain finally couldn't handle the sudden influx of information. The sudden scaling of processing a few kilometers of information to millions upon millions of kilometers was simply a scale too grand for it to adapt quickly enough. Clutching his head, Igor could not restrain his screams. Aawa. He collapsed to the ground in pain, all 7 of his orifices leaking blood. It was too much. The information was too much for him to handle. He didn't just sense humans. He could sense every single living thing within the realm of his perception. From the smallest of fishes to the most insignificant of fauna, he could perceive it. The planet contained billions of life forms, and he could sense them all. Aawa. Grew. In a burst of uncontrollable power, Igor released all of his aura, his outburst caused by the blinding pain he was feeling. Covering his ears with his hands, he desperately tried to stop this pain to no avail. Information kept coming in. His brain couldn't handle it anymore. He was shutting down in real time, and if nothing changed, he would die. Shiva tried to watch him passively. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Nandi was looking at him with, was that a faint smile? Nandi. Purple aura leaked out of him, his displeasure very evident in his tone. Talk. What Igor was going through shouldn't be normal. No matter what, the last thing Shiva needed was a rare talent die right in front of him. That would become a regret he could never swallow. Oh my. Pardon my mistake, my lord. Neither feeling threatened nor taking offense to Shiva's tone, he only feigned embarrassment. Ever so casually, Nandi tapped the ground twice with his staff before a massive barrier gradually covered them. Ding ding. Like clockwork, the results were nigh instantaneous. With the barrier completely secluding them from the outside world, Igor's perception could not stretch any further than a measly few dozen meters. Completely isolated from the world, his perception could no longer spread to its ludicrous range like it did before. The tsunami of information overwhelming his brain steadily decreased to a faint trickle. Ha. His screams of agony quietened to tired pants. While on all fours, his chest heaved as he took in life-giving air. So traumatized was he that during this whole time, he couldn't breathe. His mental faculties hadn't quite fully recovered, but it was enough for him to undo his transformation. Under the concerned eyes of Shiva, his hair visibly shortened while the markings on his skin receded back to his forehead. He was still on the ground while Shiva had crouched before him, his hand on his head. The god of destruction was not pleased with how this turned out. He could feel the extensive internal damage Shiva had suffered. Turning to face Nandi, he faced his attendant with a rather stern expression. You did this on purpose, didn't you? It was a statement. Not a question. Oh ho. I fail to understand what you mean, my lord. Shiva knew he was lying. Nandi was anything but incompetent. This was a display of incompetence. The only other reason he could see is if he did it on purpose. But for what reason, he couldn't be sure. In the end, he decided to drop it. Nandi had not failed him once in his long tenure as a god. In the end, he chose to trust that his attendant had a valid reason for what he did. His most pressing concern right now was making sure Igor didn't die under his watch. Demori. He lifted him up by his hair, but Igor seemed to be entirely out of it. The blood pouring out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth had already dried, but his gaze was distant. He was tempted to slap the blonde, but Nandi halted him. It is not advisable for you to do that, my lord. I suspect he is communicating with his tenant. Shiva halted at that. All right. Letting go of Igor's hair, he turned towards Nandi. Tell me. Why did you not stop him? Stop him? Perhaps we can call it my obvious curiosity. We had already seen the result of ki combined with nature energy. I was interested in seeing what would happen if divine ki was used. The results were quite stellar, if I must say. Shiva could see no arguments there. The amount of power Igor exhibited for that brief moment was indeed an incredulous amount. It still wasn't anywhere near close to his, but it was monumental when compared to the rest of the supernatural world. If he can come to control this form in the future, even Indra might be forced to use his true form. Indeed, my lord. If he learns to master this power, he might enter the true top 10. Asterisk. Indeed. Looking once more at the blonde who had crouched low on the ground, Shiva began counting the years when the kid would finally be able to give him a decent challenge. If he accepts, I'll work on teaching him how to dash. My lord. If I recall, Amaterasu sought to battle you for third place. Asterisk. Sigh. That woman brought him nothing but headaches. He could already feel her staring at him from her domain. To say it was troublesome was an understatement. Thankfully, Igor soon returned to reality and stood up. He was still a bit wobbly, but he would live. Ow. Man, that hurt. He seemed to have recovered enough that he was no longer in pain. Aside from a headache the size of a mountain, Igor was all right. I'm glad you seem to be all right, Demori. Now tell us. How did it feel to command such power at your fingertips? He was confused as to what power Nandi was talking about until his mind finally remembered. As it clicked in his head, his eyes widened. Awesome. For a moment, he was back in his childish wonder. It's beyond everything I've ever known. I mean, that insane power boost was something else entirely. Indeed it was. I reckon you are amongst the ranks of the strongest mortals in the supernatural world. Really? This time, it was Shiva who spoke. Of course. Though that is not something to be infinitely proud of. Being the strongest against the weak just means you're still weak. At those words, Igor's enthusiasm visibly dimmed. You're right. As powerful as he felt he was, it was still nowhere near close to Shiva's power, and he was still at rest. He couldn't imagine how powerful a serious Shiva would be. But Igor knew one thing. He wouldn't even function as a warm-up. I am still weak. But I will continue to grow stronger. It was this conviction that made Shiva smile just a little bit. He was a bit worried that after tasting this power, Igor would grow to become complacent. Fortunately, the blonde proved him wrong. Good. If you want to improve even further, I once more offer you to train on my mountain. At that, Igor was once more struck with indecision, but Nandi saw through it. If you worry for your family, young Demori, then I shall tell you that you have no need for concern. Just now, you made the entire world aware of your power. Very few would willingly try to seek trouble. And if that isn't enough, it will soon be common knowledge that you are affiliated with my lord in some way. Having been somewhat muddle-headed for the past minute or so, Igor was confused as to why Nandi mentioned Shiva, but the man himself finally realized what Nandi was playing at. You and your tricks. He finally realized that Nandi intentionally let Igor suffer for longer just so that any curious gods who looked into the matter would also see him. TCH. Nandi said nothing and instead smiled, something that ticked off his lord. Never mind. Listen, Demori. Nandi is right. As it stands, the entire supernatural world will soon be made aware that we are both connected to each other. How? There was absolutely no chance Shiva would provide the actual reason. Because I said so. All you need to know is that with my name, no one will dare touch your family. And Nandi here will keep an eye on them so that nothing happens without our knowledge. Now, tell me. What is your answer? Anne. Indeed, my lord. If he learns to master this power, he might enter the true top 10. Asterisk. Explanation, my guess here is this. I am heavily assuming that since it is mentioned that Indra has a true form, then other gods would also have true forms. This conjecture confuses me though since in the novel, there was none of this when all of them were attacked by Trihexa in canon. I can only guess we'll see the proper reason in the future. My lord. If I recall, Amaterasu sought to battle you for third place. Asterisk. Explanation, going back to the mention of true forms, it seems like there's a secret list of the top 10 strongest in the world, and this list most likely comprises of gods when they fight in their true forms. Again, I'm just shooting my shot. Nothing has been confirmed. Chapter 193, Chapter. Because I said so. All you need to know that with my name, no one will dare touch your family. And Nandi here will keep a watch on them so that nothing happens without our knowledge. Now, tell me. What is your answer? DxD. Igor was hesitating. The offer to receive personal training from the strongest people he knew excited him to no end. The thrill of gaining strength, of enduring grueling training called out to him with the subtlety of a temptress. The only reason he hesitated was because of his family. Regardless of whether they would be protected or not, he genuinely wanted to spend more time with them. Not once had he ever spent more than a month with any of his loved ones. At the very least, he wanted to spend some time with them before he disappeared for the next few years. I can't, Lord Shiva. I've barely spent a week with my family. Perhaps after a year. It was a compromise he was willing to come to terms with. He just hoped Shiva would agree to it. Although a bit disappointed, Shiva didn't begrudge him. All right. After a year, I will come again. In the meantime, I do hope you grow stronger. Training in that new state should be your focus for now. I also agree with my lord, young Demori. Your bond with little Trihexa has brought up quite a few significant possibilities you might wish to explore. Igor was surprised, but also not surprised that Nandi knew of his bond with Trihexa. Thank you. I will keep your words in mind. Oh ho ho. Splendid. Now, I believe we should depart, my lord. His companion is quite eager to see him after all. Shiva closed his eyes briefly before he grinned. Yes. We shouldn't keep them apart any longer. Demori. I shall see you in the next war. Vuong. In an instant, they vanished in a pillar of blue light, leaving Igor alone in complete confusion. Standing there dumbfoundedly, he had no clue what they were talking about or meant. What companio dash? Sue. The answer was revealed when just a short while later, an apprehensive-looking Aurelia suddenly appeared next to him in a golden flash. Her sword was drawn, her eyes blazing with frightening killing intent that slowly faded away when nothing seemed to be amiss. She turned to look at Igor, her fear instantly overshadowing her ferocious expression. There was so much blood on his face that she briefly froze in absolute shock. Igor. Letting her sword vanish, she quickly cupped his cheeks and began searching his body for any other signs of damage. The sight of dried blood coming out of all 7 of his orifices made her worry soar to the highest levels. Without waiting for his consent, she tore off his shirt and placed her hands on both his chest and stomach. Immediately, she spread her mana through him, healing him as much as she could without further damaging him. 12 different magic circles manifested around her, all of them spreading around Igor in different positions. Her eyes glowed blue as she slightly glanced to the side, almost as if she was reading from an invisible notepad. Coils are slightly fragile from stress. Energy levels are much lower than usual. A significant amount of calories had been burned in the last few minutes. B-brain has suffered near-fatal damage, but should recover. Despite trying to keep proper composure, the amount of small injury she found on him made her falter. His brain, despite healing at a visible rate, was very, very fragile. The blood coming out his ears. Those were parts of his brain. How he was still alive, never mind conscious, was beyond her comprehension. What she did know was that he had almost died. He had almost died, and she wasn't there. In all their years together, the one moment he suffers a grievous injury just happened to when she wasn't there. Sniff. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. Unable to stop the steady trail of tears, she was unaware of the gaze Igor was giving her. He had never seen her panic this much before. It was not like her. Stop worrying so much, Leah. I'm fine. Vein bulge. Fine. 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 He loses weighable grams of his brain and he says he's fine. No, you're not fine. You're not fine at all. How could he be fine? Disregarding humans, even other supernatural species would outright die if their brains melted. He had a brain bleed and still had the gall to say he's fine. If we don't do anything, you'll die, Igor. You'll die. Just from interpreting the data received from her magic circles, she could tell that the amount of trauma his brain had suffered was far, far beyond the acceptable margin. Several different parts of his brain were bleeding and if not treated, he would die in less than 10 minutes. He was healing. His body was hard at work in healing him, but she didn't want to leave things to chance. This was the brain. If there was even the slightest bit of error, problems could range from a sudden change in personality to the development of an outright disorder or even death. Don't move, Igor. She didn't want any of that to happen to him. Completely focused on her work, she placed her hands on his cheeks and closed her eyes. Slowly, she let her mana enter into him, taking absolute care not to trigger a reaction that may possibly kill him. Calm down, Aurelia. Calm down. All you have to do is absorb the blood and let his healing do the rest. However, her hands were shaking. This wasn't the first time she performed the procedure, but this was the first time where she was under so much pressure. There was absolutely no room for failure here. Breathe. Breathe dash. Suddenly, she felt Igor's hands layer over hers. They were large and rough, completely covering her smaller hands. Opening her eyes in surprise, she was confronted with his stupid smile that made her want to lash out at how casually he seemed to take this situation. Was he really so brain-dead that he didn't realize how critical this? I believe in you, Leah. He pressed her hands against his cheeks, not looking away from her in the slightest. You can do it. He could feel her mana circulating in his head, but he didn't fight it. It was like an itch that he needed to scratch, but he didn't interfere. It was absolutely dangerous for mana to be in his head like this, but he trusted her. Nodding silently, Aurelia blinked away her tears and continued healing him. Strands of her mana penetrated through his head and into his brain where she shivered once again at how much of a close call it was. She navigated her strands towards the blood splotches where she proceeded to vacuum the blood. She made sure not to interfere with the flood of ki flowing around his brain. She sucked away as much of his blood as she could without causing further damage to him. She then manipulated her mana to come out through his ears where gradually, there was fresh blood hovering in midair. Under her control, the blood suddenly vanished into thin air. She didn't want to risk leaving it here, not when she knew that sooner or later, supernatural entities would come here to snoop. As one last feature, she cleaned the dried blood on his face and cheeks. Done. Sighing tiredly, Aurelia could now casually admit that this was one very close call. Less than 5 minutes had passed, but it felt like an hour. Now that he was healed, she needed answers. She needed them yesterday. Igor. What happened here? She kept her tone level and calm, but she wasn't taking no for an answer. Igor was quite tempted to call out the irony in this, but this wasn't the most opportune of times. Lord Shiva and Nandi came to visit me. They extended an offer for them to train me. I didn't accept on the spot, but they'll come back in a year. Casually recounting the recent happenings, he paused when he noticed how Aurelia's eyes had widened after each of his statements. Lord Shiva wants to train you. Yeah. I was surprised too. But he does want to. Aurelia had so many questions in regards to that statement, but they weren't important compared to the reason why he had a brain bleed. All right. And, what happened for you to get hurt so much? Oh right. You remember those markings I had on my body? That was the result of taking nature energy into my body. I wanted to see what would happen if I transformed as well. I'll admit that I didn't completely think things through with this one. Rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, he chuckled. Still, I don't regret it. At least I have something new to work on for the rest of the year. Aurelia didn't know whether to congratulate him or spill out profanities that would make a minor blush. Not only had she rushed over here as fast as she could, but she was even blocked by a barrier. The amount of panic she felt in that moment was indescribable. No. She wouldn't remain on this topic anymore. She didn't want to think about the what-ifs anymore. He was fine. Nothing too terrible happened. It would not do if she constantly pursued this incident. I hope you succeed, Igor. Giving off a genuine smile, she glossed over everything. However, her desire to further her sealing proficiency was renewed. This was the first time she had been forcefully separated from Igor. She would make sure it would be the last. Anne. I kind of thought our dearest Leah would mother over him about the dangers of accessing unknown forms and whatnot. I guess she gave up on him like a mother gives up on her drunk son. My patrons are already on chapter 196. So if you want to read ahead, you're welcome to join the club. Until the next chapter. Chapter 194, chapter. Giving off a genuine smile, she glossed over everything. However, her desire to further her sealing proficiency was renewed. This was the first time she had been forcefully separated from Igor. She would make sure it would be the last. DxD. A few moments prior. Shuri was worried, immensely worried. Mama. Right now, the entire house was in a state of panic. Not just the house. The entire town itself. Just a few seconds ago, a surge of power unlike anything before had blighted her senses with so much force that she temporarily blacked out. But that paled in comparison to what happened next. Boom. A massive boom like that of an earthquake shook the very land beneath them. Unsecured utensils fell on the floor, ceramic splattering against tile. She was in the living room with Akino and Asia when all of this happened. Out of protective instinct, she held both children next to her, her warmth quietly reassuring them. They huddled together on the sofa, their attention on the movie becoming non-existent. Sue. Suddenly, Aurelia appeared in the room. Garbed in a simple dress, her sword was right on her hip, her eyes glowing blue as she assessed their status. Once assured everything was fine, she suddenly slammed her hand on the wall. Vwong. Immediately, a large magic circle formed just as quickly as it disappeared. Almost instantly, the shaking throughout the house stopped as well as the overwhelming heaviness in the air. Shuri-sama. I shall go and see what is happening. Please take care of Akino-sama and Asia-sama. After receiving her nod, Aurelia immediately vanished in a flash of golden light, leaving Shuri alone with the two girls who were huddled closely to her. Shuri wouldn't deny it. What just happened, what she just felt absolutely terrified her. That level of power, it was indescribable. It's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. Just like her, Akino and Asia were also able to sense this power. But unlike her, they didn't have the capacity to endure it. The two girls were quiet, their hands tightly clinging onto Shuri like a man hanging from a cliff. Their eyes were tightly closed, their faces pressed into her side. For the two of them, young as they are, to experience such a daunting impact was saddening. It's going to be all right. She could only give them the silent comfort they needed. Shuri was only relieved that the initial barrier around the house dulled most of the impact while Aurelia's additional barrier significantly muffled the rest of it. Were neither of these barriers there? She paled at the thought. Just what is causing this power? If what she experienced was anything to measure by, then the rest of the town must have it much, much worse. Just by looking through the window, the darkness of the night had been chased away by sporadic weather phenomena. Just the constant lightning flashes and the rapid shaking of trees told her that if this kept up, a typhoon would soon bring destruction to this town. By the gods. She could only hope that this would soon stop. If whatever or whoever was responsible for this energy was malicious, then she didn't want Igor or Aurelia getting anywhere close to that thing. Please be okay. It was times like these that she lamented her strength. DxD. Cleria was not having a good time. Not at all. She was indulging in well-deserved rest when she was suddenly awoken by a wave of power so intense that she couldn't breathe. Right there in her bed, her body instinctually froze up in fear that ran bone deep. There was no fight or flight response. The reaction was so deep that her body outright decided there was no fighting or running from whatever this thing was. Rather, it was easier to wait for death. Her body had almost failed her when suddenly, Azazel appeared at her side and immediately hugged her. I'm here, Cleria. I'm here. She felt as if it was an illusion. Her mind didn't even process his presence until she gradually couldn't feel that horrible power level anymore. Wah wah. She looked around in panic, her brows covered in cold sweat. I'm here, Cleria. Nothing will happen to you. Slowly, she regained enough conscious thought to realize who was holding her. Azazel. Like a drowning man suddenly receiving a lifebuoy, she immediately hung onto him. I am scared, Azazel. I'm scared. It's all right, Cleria. It's all right now. Wrapped in the safety of his arms, Cleria finally allowed herself to let out the emotions she was feeling. Clutching on tightly to him, she released silent tears. Her face was frozen in shock, but the fear ran deep. Controlling his apprehension, Azazel turned to face Shemhazai and Barakwil who had come along with him. Immediately he gave them instructions. Shemhazai. Go and activate the town barrier and raise it to maximum power. I want no one teleporting in or out of Kua without my permission. After that, I want you to suppress any attempts at documenting news of this phenomenon until further notice. Barakwil. I want you to find any and all spies you can and subdue or kill them at your discretion, even if they're our brethren. I want no information of today leaking out under any circumstance. I will coordinate with Cleria's peerage until further notice. I want this done now. Giving a nod, both brothers immediately vanished, leaving both Azazel and Cleria in her room. To this moment, Cleria didn't seem to notice that Barakwil and Shemhazai had been there. Her eyes remained tightly shut, her arms coiled tightly around his. For the first time ever, Azazel regretted linking her with the town's barrier. It was very helpful for informing her of any unverified supernatural entities entering without her permission. By making her hyper-aware of energy signatures coming in and out, she would be able to efficiently deal with stray devils, rogues, and spies. Unfortunately, this benefit now manifested the biggest disadvantage. Because of her link to the barrier, she now bore the brunt of that massive power level. Regretfully, he couldn't do anything to remove that link without hurting her. The most he could do was numb it enough so that she wouldn't feel the worst of it. Bam. Suddenly, Lena entered the room with two more members of Cleria's peerage behind her. Similar to her female compatriots, there was a faint trace of panic on her face. She was about to request orders when Azazel cut her off. Good. You're here. Lena, I want you to go inform the mayor that he should hold off on delivering a speech temporarily. As for the rest of you, try and restore as much order as you can to this town. Erase memories as well if you have to. You will receive further orders from Barakwil. Lena. You will group up with them once you are done with your task. Now go. Nodding immediately, Lena left with the other two in tow. None of them had any qualms in taking orders from him in the slightest. When they left, Azazel once more looked at Cleria. She seemed to be getting better, but the shock still rang through her veins. If it wasn't for her volatile state, he would have rushed off to find whoever was responsible for releasing such a massive power level and verify their intentions. I can only hope they are benign. Even with his newfound power and all his sacred gears, he did not have confidence in besting whoever this was. DxD. As soon as Barakwil left Cleria's house, he bounded straight for Shuri's home. With his superior speed, he was able to arrive quickly. Sue. There was a sense of nostalgia as he looked at the house. A part of him wanted to enter, possibly break through these barriers, but he stopped himself. They're safe. His only job was to verify their safety. Not cause a scandal. After sensing that his wife and child were indeed safe, he wasted no time and left once more, even if it hurt not being able to see them. Despite their talk, despite her. Don't think about it. Sue. This wasn't the time nor the place. Azazel had given him a mission and he would complete it to perfection. Rushing through the forest, it didn't take him long before he was back in town once more. Sue, Sue, Sue. Bounding across Kuo, his pure speed made him imperceptible and inaudible to normal humans. He stopped only for the briefest moment to assess the situation. Thankfully, the forest surrounding the town had bore the brunt of the impact from the shockwave. While the forest itself was a complete mess, the town did not suffer much infrastructural damage. Aside from a few unsecured bins being knocked over and loose branches being torn off, everything else was relatively stable. Sue. Bounding across the town once more, Barakweel ignored the oppressive sensation of the energy. Thankfully, the perception of normal humans was too weak to even sense the power. Most of them were confused but they remained oblivious to the real happenings. Barakweel didn't pay attention to them. His mission was to find any spies and rogues that would possibly use this chance to infiltrate this town. Sue. Appearing in a residential district, everything on this side of town was relatively quiet. But his gut told him something was wrong about this area. Constant missions had given him a sixth sense, an ability to feel if something was amiss. It was due to this sense that he had survived as long as he did. Closing his eyes, he released a small burst of energy around him like a sonar. View. It was instant but rudimentary. Most supernatural entities would sense that someone was looking for them. But Barakweel didn't have the time to play careful detective. With his speed, it didn't even matter if they sensed his attempts at reconnaissance. He waited for a response and soon after, he got one! Opening his eyes in alert, he caught the tail of another fallen angel seemingly attacking one of the families here. Brethren or not, he would not tolerate such unsavory actions. Sue. Rushing forward in a burst of speed, he instantly arrived at a two-story house. Instead of using the door, he burst through the window where he sensed the fallen angel. The man had all four of his wings out, his villainous snarl turning into alertness when a wave of energy had washed over him. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't see nor sense Barakweel until it was too late. With pinpoint lock-on, the cadre reached out with his arm amidst the shower of glass and accurately grabbed the throat of his brethren. Goo! Slamming him against the wall, Barakweel opened his eyes to get a good look at who it was. He did not know who it was nor did he recognize his scent or energy signature from those who frequented Gregori. Rogue. It was an instant deduction he came to. Barakweel prided himself on being able to remember a person he'd seen once for 10 years without forgetting them. In the last 10 years, he was sure he had never seen this particular fallen angel. Decisively and without asking any questions, he channeled lightning into the back of his neck, instantly knocking him out. Stepping back, he took in his surroundings while his kin slumped to the floor. Turning his head, he was confronted with a man pointing a shotgun at him. Behind him was who he assumed to be his wife as well as their child. But what caught his attention was the child. He was a simple boy with brown hair and brown eyes. Nothing special about him in the slightest. But he could distinctly feel the aura of a sacred gears on him. Yes. Plural. What? An. Is that who I think it is? Chapter 195, Chapter. Turning his head, he was confronted with a man pointing a shotgun at him. Behind him was who he assumed to be his wife as well as their child. But what caught his attention was the child. He was a simple boy with brown hair and brown eyes. Nothing special about him in the slightest. But he could distinctly feel the aura of a sacred gears on him. Yes. Plural. What? DxD. There was no mistaking it. This child had two sacred gears within him. Such an unprecedented phenomenon had never happened before, not even once in the thousands of years he's lived. Barakweel was about to step forward out of curiosity when the father pointed the shotgun right in his face. Stay back, you monster. Stay back. His hands were shaking. This man obviously has never taken a life before. It was quite a pathetic display of confidence if he had to give his opinion. At least he could give him some points for bravery. Lower your weapon. I am not an enemy. The men didn't lower it and for a brief moment, Barakweel resisted the urge to sigh. Not even 2 meters of distance was between them. A normal human with the proper experience could close that distance, disarm him before he could even shoot. Sigh. In the end, he sighed. Then nigh instantly, he did exactly what he thought of in his prognosis. Very quickly, he closed the distance and disarmed the men before he could pull the trigger. Oof. Elbowing him in the chest, Barakweel took the shotgun, placed some distance between them, and pointed it at the men. Silence. With the barrel of the gun pointing at her, the woman was so frozen in shock that even as tears trailed down her eyes, she didn't scream, couldn't scream. She held her son tightly while her husband stood protectively in front of them. He was visibly sweating, most likely cursing himself over and over from what Barakweel could see from his facial expression. Barakwil could admit he was feeling a bit vindictive. He never quite liked having any sort of weapon pointed at him. Made him want to break the hand of the one who dared to do so. But for once, he would cede on the account that he was the intruder and the man was just trying to do what a man should do. No longer wanting the family to remain as tense as they were, he lowered the shotgun to his side. Well. Are you willing to talk? Idly, he glanced to a portrait of the child with his name printed in gold. Most likely an elementary school certificate if he had to guess. Mr. Hayadu. DxD. Aurelia and Igor were making their way back to Shuri's house. As they slowly flew back, Igor saw the level of destruction that he caused with his transformation. Acres upon acres of trees had been uprooted or outright torn from their trunks. This was far worse than the destruction that happened during his first fight with Aurelia. In all honesty, he felt both regretful and guilty. The next time I want to try something new, just going a few kilometers from town will no longer work. From the distance, he could see that the town was relatively fine. There were a few people who came out of their houses out of curiosity, but no one was overly hurt. As apathetic as he was to the lives of unrelated people, he didn't want to be the cause of unnecessary destruction. Soon, they reached the house where Igor immediately felt the presence of the barriers. Thankfully, the house didn't suffer any damage. Even the surroundings were relatively fine to an extent. Nothing nature couldn't fix itself. Slowly, the two of them landed on the ground. Leading the way, Aurelia expertly disabled the barriers protecting the house before she made her way forward. Following behind, Igor entered the house after her and the moment he did, his heart experienced palpitations. Just after turning the corner into the living room, there was Shuri hugging a sleeping Akino and Asia, their little bodies trembling in fear. The sudden wave of power he released was too much for them, so much so that it was trauma-inducing. Frozen in the doorway, Igor was caught with hesitation and indecision. Regardless of reason, his rash actions caused his little sisters to feel fear. Did they know it was him? If they knew it was him, would they fear him? He didn't even want to imagine such a scenario. For a brief moment, he was tempted to walk away, but Aurelia's loud footsteps finally alerted Shuri that there was someone else in the living room. Shuri could not be blamed for being startled. She was just so out of it that she didn't even hear the door open. Removing her gaze from the news, she turned to face the duo, her eyes immediately widening when she saw Igor. His energy was going haywire. She could sense his ki flow was too erratic, sometimes too fast or too slow. Was he injured? Did he fight whatever released that much power? Igor. Hey, Auntie. After a brief moment of hesitation, the blonde walked straight to Shuri. Upon reaching her, he crouched down so that he could be slightly level with her. No amount of excuses can make up for how much regret I feel. I never expected that accessing a new state would cause my power to burst out uncontrollably. Next time, I will not try something like this again close to home. Blinks once. Blinks twice. Shuri couldn't help but stiffen. She was about to yell out in exclamation when she felt Akino groan at the sudden movement before falling asleep again. Taking the time to calm her daughter down, she looked at Igor once more with evident shock. Why you mean that power was, why yours? She couldn't prevent herself from stuttering. The notion in of itself that such a power level existed was ludicrous enough by itself. That Igor was responsible for it nearly made her brain shut down. Hee. Yeah, Auntie. I'm still a bit surprised too. I still have to learn how to control it, but I won't try to do it here. He almost joked that he would train in Cuba, but he didn't want to make more of a mess than he already did. This is. Shuri had no words she could say. Such a development was an unexpected shock. She thought that source of power was from an angry god or some other hidden entity. Taking another cursory glance at Igor, he just did not fit the criteria. Hee. Not at all. DxD. Special entry number 235. Date is Tuesday, August 17, 1999. Target of importance is Issei Hayadu. Age is 8 years old. Born April 16, 1991. Description is brown hair, brown eyes, and pale to tan skin. I wasn't able to verify more other than the fact that he possesses 2 sacred gears of possible draconic heritage. Stays with both parents. Father's name is Goro and mother's name is Miki. Family has no involvement or knowledge of the supernatural world. Their memories of recent events have been both erased and replaced at my discretion following my departure. Any supernatural influence in their home has been cleaned up. Report over. Placing the recorder in the pockets of his coat, Barakwil stood atop the building of a small elementary school. Just far off into the distance, he could see the Hayadu household. Goro Hayadu was complaining to hell and back about the window that had suddenly shattered. It was fairly an amusing sight, especially when he kicked the rock that had shattered it in the middle of the night. Of all the times for it to break. I'll find the little shits that threw this and straw dash. Hee. Barakweel couldn't help but chuckle when the man's wife tried to calm him. He was tempted to secretly transfer them and some money, but that would involve much more work than he was willing to undertake. Sigh. Furthermore, he had to watch over the children here. There were quite a few sacred gear holders he sensed here. So temporarily, he had to protect them, especially since he had another gut feeling that something else was soon about to happen. DxD. Back in Cleria's mansion, everyone was hard at work. Ever since the wave of power suddenly disappeared, Cleria had slowly gotten better. Although her head still throbbed from the after effects, it was no reason to not work. Overseer or not, she had come to regard Kuo as a second home. As such, she had undertaken the task of stabilizing everything. Thankfully, Azazel had assumed first command while she was rendered incapable of leading. At the very least, the amount of work she had to do was considerably easier compared to if no one had taken charge. Expertly commanding her peerage, media channels were manipulated into conveying anything other than the truth. Following a speech from the mayor, public panic was quickly calmed. Fortunately, aside from a few scares, the town only suffered inconsequential damage. By transferring some money to the town treasury, Kuo would be cleaned up of fallen debris and toppled dustbins by the end of the week. A few more hours passed as she handled some more miscellaneous matters. During the time she was working, Azazel had returned to Gregori to handle some of his own matters while Shemhazai and Barakweel had stayed behind. To say she was surprised by the high number of infiltrators during this brief window of time was an understatement. In less than 3 hours, both she and the church had captured a combined total of 12 spies. A few were devils while the most were rogue fallen angels. Delegates from the Shinto pantheon under the orders of Yasaka also arrived, they did not ask much besides asking what the power was and if she needed any assistance. Schooling her face from revealing the surprise at how courteous they were, she kindly rejected their assistance and bade them farewell. Remaining hard at work until early morning, Cleria finally put the telephone down just as the sun peeked through her window. Looking at the time, it was just around 5 in the morning. HAAA. Yawning gracefully, she was just about to leave to take a well-deserved nap when a magic circle formed once more in her office, the magic circle of Seraphal Leviathan. Vuong. An. Delegates from the Shinto pantheon under the orders of Yasaka also arrived, Explanation, in canon, it is said that the yokai are completely or to some extent, separated from the Shinto pantheon. There's the yokai faction and the Shinto pantheon just like there's the church and the devils. Here, this is not the case as far as we know. During the World Wars, it was mentioned that both yokai and the Shinto had to work together to protect their homeland from both mundane and supernatural forces. It's probably why the Yasaka was even able to occupy the home of the massacred Heimjima without some sort of backlash from the other Shinto-affiliated clans. Once more, my Patreon is available for those who want to read ahead. Until the next chapter. Chapter 196, Chapter. Remaining hard at work until early morning, Cleria finally put the telephone down just as the sun peeked through her window. Looking at the time, it was just around 5 in the morning. HAAA. Yawning gracefully, she was just about to leave to take a well-deserved nap when a magic circle formed once more in her office, the magic circle of Seraphal Leviathan. Vuong. DxD. August 17, 1999 to August 20, 1999, Friday. 3 days had passed since the event. During that time, many things had happened. One of the major events to take place was Seraphal's visit to Kuo. To Cleria's eternal befuddlement, she had made Kuo her new place of residence. Next was Cleria losing her title as overseer, in name only. Officially, Kuo no longer had an overseer until further notice. Unfortunately or fortunately for Cleria, she still had to resume the responsibilities that came with the now non-existent title. When she finally mustered the courage to ask why Seraphal didn't find a replacement soon, the Satan had only smiled cryptically and told her a replacement would come soon. Whether that would be in a few months or a few years, it remained to be seen. Once a person lives a certain number of years, their sense of time becomes warped. What Cleria was definitely sure of was that Seraphal's sudden occupation of Kuo had a lot to do with how the only 2 known Aryans in existence had made the town their residence. DxD. Another event that happened concerned the mystery boy named Issei Hayadu. Soon after securing Kuo, Barakweel had immediately returned to the underworld and relayed the news of his discovery. To say that Azazel was shocked was an understatement. If it was true, then Issei was the very first discovery of a human who naturally wielded 2 sacred gears. They were only simple twice criticals after further verification, but that didn't disqualify him from being a unique case. Over the course of the week, Azazel, Barakweel, and Shemhazai held private meetings to decide what to do with this information. While plans to take him into Gregori existed, it was ultimately decided to let him live a normal life until further notice. Of course, a few agents would be sent to both surveil and hide the boy's aura. Azazel wanted specific reports on how natural development would affect him in his daily life, but also didn't want any devils or other faction recruiting him. Unlike him, most other factions wouldn't hesitate to take a small boy from his parents. Once Issei matures enough, Azazel could see about extending an offer. DxD. In the Heimjima household, things had quietened down after 3 days. Compared to Tuesday and Wednesday morning, the mood was much better. The most pressing concern at the time were the children. Asia and Aquino simply didn't have the necessary mental acuity to tolerate nor process such an incredible amount of power. Igor had never before felt so worried that because of his reckless actions, he might have harmed his precious little sisters. Thankfully, the girls soon recovered by Wednesday afternoon. Under the careful explaining of Shuri, the fear the two girls had suddenly turned into unquestionable awe for Igor. To now understand that this was the might their big brother attained soon made them very excited. It was the same as telling a child that thunder had struck their school. They might still fear the thunder, but they would undoubtedly be happy that it was on their side. But the worst had yet to come. Somehow, Igor underestimated just how concerned women could be. When Aurelia finally recounted to Shuri what had happened, the Ravenetti had almost tore off his clothes in a bid to assess his physical well-being. When it was also revealed that he had burnt quite a substantial amount of calories, he had been fed like a pig. Given bowl after bowl of food, the table had creaked under the weight of the bowls stacked on top of it. Shamefully, Igor was indeed hungry that Wednesday morning. He had his pride, but it wouldn't feed him good food. So shamelessly, he ate all the food Shuri and Aurelia made for him, though he did feel a bit guilty after. And so as the days passed, peace returned to the house. A sense of normalcy returned, and since schools had been cancelled for the week, some familial bonding took place during that time. DxD. The next day, hidden training ground, Svargaloka, heavenly realm. In a vast expanse of savanna filled with tall grasses and few trees, a youth sat in the lotus position. His long brown hair fell over his naked torso, his muscled chest glistening with sweat. Yet, his eyes remained closed, his breaths calm and steady. Suddenly, a red gauntlet adorned his left arm, but he didn't flinch. Yet soon enough, a heavy pressure began to emanate from him. I, who am about to awaken, am the heavenly dragon who has stolen the principles of domination from God. Gradually, green aura formed around him like a hazy mist. His body slowly began to hover above the ground, the pressure around him continuously growing. I laugh at the infinite, and I fret over the dream. Each sentence was spoken methodically and resolutely. I shall become the red dragon of domination, and I shall sink you to the depths of the crimson purgatory. Zoo. His eyes opened to reveal a deep emerald color. Juggernaut drive. The words were calm, but the explosion was fierce. Grew. Shaking the very air itself, a giant blaze of green aura covered his form. A strong shockwave blew away everything around him, the powerful pressure he released causing the trees to bend backwards. The gauntlet on hand crawled up his arm even further, covering his skin in red scale-like armor. Gradually, the scales moved on to cover the left side of his chest until the advancement finally seated. His power was immense, his aura glowing so brightly that the vicinity was covered in a radiance of green. Soon enough, the radiance seeded to reveal a bonfire of misty green aura, along with the sudden appearance of another man who had an immensely proud smile on his face. Ha 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 ha. That's my son. That's my son. With the visage of his son reflected in his sunglasses, Indra was immensely proud. I never thought taming your juggernaut drive would yield such a drastic increase in power. Wonderful. Adit, who was hovering midair, slowly stood on the ground. Finally, after months of training, he had mastered the juggernaut drive to the point that he could use it in human form. Giving himself a once-over, he was silently proud of himself. Slowly, he dismissed his new state and reverted back to normal. His hair flopped down while his eyes reverted back to their natural amber. Thank you, Father. Though I am still a bit far from you. Nonsense. In a few more years I'll be able to hand you my empire in peace. Then I can finally go on a honeymoon with your mother. Adit felt embarrassed when his father spoke like this. It was only thanks to his thick skin that he didn't flinch or blush. Father. Please, I beg you. Refrain from including me in certain topics that include my mother. Indra had to resist the urge to grin. It's because of that perverted animation you watch that you're now like this. Truthfully, if you weren't a hard worker I would have burnt it all already. Twitch. Father, please don't. Indra just waved him off. I know. They're your life. But you have to stop at some point, added. Your mother and I want a few grandchildren from you. You are at that age after all. And just like that, his excitement of finally accessing a unique variant of the Juggernaut drive was snuffed out. Father. If I spend my time looking for wives, brother Igor will surpass me. You know how ridiculous that time chamber of his is. He was aware of the Heimjima massacre and just how powerful Igor was in that time. It was because of it that in the last month, he had put aside all his other training and focused on solely mastering the Juggernaut drive. Igor, HM. Then you'll be surprised when I tell you that just recently, his strength had increased by another margin. Just 2 days ago, he released enough power to shake not only Earth, but every single dimension connected to it. Even our heavenly realm wasn't unaffected. Before Adid could voice his disbelief, Indra interrupted him. However, it seems he still can't control it yet. That should give you enough time to gain proficiency in this new form of yours. By my guess, if you can manage 3 boosts while in that state, you should be able to match him. Adid lowered his head in thought. So he's almost 8x stronger than me. Indra said nothing. Instead, he placed a comforting hand on his son's shoulder. He was aware of how much work Adid had put in to not be left behind. Your brothers just as much as your rivals. And, you are my son. I'm sure that with that dragon's help, you'll think of something. Whoa. In that moment, the green gem on the sacred gear glowed for a brief moment before it dimmed. Adid gained a dazed look for a moment before he smiled. Drake is mad that you aren't calling him by name, father. Umph. He lacks the qualifications to have me call him by name. Hee hee. Watching his son chuckle, a flash of fatherly love appeared in Indra's eye before it instantly vanished. Don't worry too much, my son. You always figure something out. If you have any questions or need any advice, you know where to find me. Having said his piece, he silently vanished, leaving Adid alone. The teenager was at a relative loss on what to do or where to start, but preparations for war would start tomorrow. I'm not sleeping tonight. According to Drake, boosting himself while in his variant juggernaut drive would take away his life force. He had temporarily ignored that issue, but today, he would solve it. Goku was always ahead of Vegeta. I will not disgrace him by remaining behind Igor. In the name of Goku, he would surpass Igor. By fire or by force. An. Never heard of a juggernaut drive in human form. I'm not even sure how that works or how to even begin explaining it. Maybe we'll get some tidbits about the machinations behind it as the chapters flow along. Chapter 197, Chapter. I'm not sleeping tonight. According to Drake, boosting himself while in his variant juggernaut drive would take away his life force. He had temporarily ignored that issue, but today, he would solve it. Goku was always ahead of Vegeta. I will not disgrace him by remaining behind Igor. In the name of Goku, he would surpass Igor. By fire or by force. DxD. August 20th, 1999, Friday. It was a lovely Friday morning. No weird weather phenomena happened. Everything was back to normal. Apart from schools, most businesses had reopened and mothers used this opportunity to take their children out to play on this nice Friday. A few kilometers from town, however, while people would be feeling energetic, it was the complete opposite for a certain blonde. Bam. As the door suddenly opened, it revealed a very haggard Igor. Hi-ya, hi-ya. Igor walked with heavy steps out of the house. His hand was on his stomach, his other hand holding onto the doorway for support. I ate too much. There was nothing more that he wanted than sleep right now, but it was still morning. Sleeping while everyone was up was something his father would kill him for if he did. So with a heavy heart, he trudged out of the house. Maybe, some training will help. But it was no use. His eyelids were getting heavy. The paved pathway was looking about as comfortable as a high-class suite in his eyes. Barely a few meters from the door, he fell to his knees. Maybe. He slowly lied down, uncaring that bits of rabble were hanging onto his clothes. A few minutes. Just 5. Just. He yawned heavily as he laid on his arms. 5. Closing his eyes, he placated himself by saying he would train his Mindscape. Father will understand. Wherever he is, he hoped he would. In fact, it would be better if his father couldn't see him. Only God knew what sort of colorful words he'd receive if his father was indeed watching over him. DxD. In an ever-expanding field of grass, Igor slowly appeared in a. What is this? It was a mess. Everything was a mess. It was as if someone tried combining a rocky desert and a volcanic region into one biome. Giant boulders were as common as the snakes of lava flowing across the ground. How a giant prairie fire had not erupted had more to do with the little girl manipulating the lava. Oblivious to his arrival, Trini was hard at work. After Igor's insistence, she had taken to learning how to use her abilities again. Expertly manipulating the lava, she shaped it into a giant sword that began cutting apart the rocks. Die Igor. Shying. Thinking of that pig-headed brute who abused her for 3 days straight, she imagined that instead of giant boulders, it was him that she was cutting. Like a never-ending dance, she gripped her giant lava sword with both hands and continued slashing. By masterfully manipulating chakra to her feet, she was able to control her speed and balance. Sue. Shying. Waving the dozen-meter sword like a stick, she sliced apart the last boulder when a content smile formed on her face. Humph. Take that, meanie. Admiring the sight of over 100 boulders sliced apart, Trini felt that her grievances had now been aired out. With a flick of her finger, her lava sword floated away from her before it turned into formless lava. Tensing her face in concentration, she manipulated the wind and the water vapor to rapidly cool the blob of lava. She knew of a rock called obsidian and she wanted to create it. But that had to be done quickly and carefully. The seconds passed gracefully. The lava was turning into a glassy substance. It was working. She was succeed. Boo. Ah. Disturbed in her concentration, a delay happened and without any qualms, the lava exploded when it wasn't cooled quickly enough. Sue. Boom. The massive explosion raised dirt and gravel into the air, obscuring the view with a giant dust cloud. A few hundred meters away, Igor stood with Trini in his arms, a coy grin on his face. Morning, old hag. Trini couldn't respond. She watched her hard work go out in a literal explosion. And it was all because of the stupid blonde holding her like a hostage. Meanie. I'll bite you. I'll bite you to death. Immediately, she chomped on his arm with razor-like teeth. Regretfully, her teeth couldn't break through his skin, but that didn't mean she wouldn't try. Ha 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 ha. Who said you must imagine me when you cut those rocks, huh? NNGGGH. Growling, Trini didn't pay his question any heed. She ravenously shook her head, eager to tear off a part of the shamelessly thick skin she had come to resent. Ow 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 ow. Tensing at the sudden pain, Igor cried out in pain as he let go. It didn't matter if she chomped down. But if she began shaking her head like that, then she would really tear him a new one. Humph. Landing on the ground after letting go, Trini was immensely proud of her accomplishment. Turning around to face him with a triumphant grin, she gloated. That will teach you to mess with me, meanie. Rubbing his sore arm, Igor grumbled quietly. Sheesh. People her age would kill to have proper teeth. Where did she get those nasty chompers? Black aura slowly formed around her when she angrily lashed out. Meanie. Black tentacles came out of the ground, all of them Igor to trap this blonde idiot so that their mistress could rip out that nasty tongue of his. Sue. With splendid reaction speed, Igor retreated a dozen meters in one step, his eyes widening at the onslaught of tentacles. He hastily raised his hand in surrender while the other held his core. Wait, Trini. My stomach hurts. I'm not all right. Furiously, she ignored him as she manipulated a mass of tendrils to descend upon him like a giant spear. I don't care. Just die. Boom. DxD. Outside his mindscape, Igor lay on the floor with a trace of sweat dripping from his brows. Next to him were Asia and Aquino looking at him with curiosity. Aquino had knelt down next to his head, her finger idly fiddling around with a strand of his hair. Asia was standing with a stick in her hand. Her gaze was filled with pure curiosity and befuddlement. Is Big Brother okay? I don't know, Sia. Mama said he did eat a lot. Slowly, Asia reached out with her stick and poked his stomach. Poke poke. MMMM. Asia stopped when he groaned, but her amused smile didn't stop widening. Hi hi. Big Brother is making funny faces. Don't laugh, Asia. Oni-chan isn't all right. His face steadily got covered in cold sweat. Was he sick? Aquino didn't know. Wait for me here, Asia. Standing up, she spread her wings and flew up to the second floor where she entered through an open window. Asia watched in wonder. I wonder if I can also have pretty wings like that. Soon enough, Asia came out the window with a wet towel in her hand. Jumping down, she landed deftly before she made her way to Igor. Kneeling down, she twisted out the remaining water in the towel before she slowly wiped his face. His body shivered from the sudden contact, but gradually calmed down. I think Big Brother is constipated, Asia. Right. Constipated. Resisting the urge to chuckle at how her new little sister fumbled the word, Aquino gently continued pressing the towel on Igor's forehead. It was surprising how much he was sweating. Maybe you're right, Asia. Maybe Oni-chan is constipated. Mama did say that he ate a lot. Thinking of the mountains of bowls that littered the kitchen table, she was sure that she would never be able to eat so much. I know, right? There must have been like 100 bowls or something, Aquino. Yeah. Oni-chan eats a lot. And you too, Asia. Wah. And no. I don't eat a lot, you know. Blushing under Aquino's deadpan gaze, the little blonde muttered. All right. Just a little more than normal people. Hi. Giggling, Aquino was about to say more when suddenly, she noticed that black marks were covering Igor's body. Wah. She instinctively backpedaled away. Seeing rivers of ink spread across his skin momentarily frightened her. Big brother. Unlike Aquino, Asia rushed forward when Igor was attacked by these black marks. With her sacred gear manifesting, she grabbed his arm and tried healing him. Ow. She did not expect that the moment she touched him, there would be a burning sensation in her hand. Swiftly letting go, she darted back as tears clouded her eyes. Big brother. She stood aimlessly, unsure of what to do. On the other hand, Aquino reacted quickly. Mama. Mama, help. At her screams, not even a moment passed before Shuri and Aurelia appeared one after the other. Sue. Sue. Shuri's eyes scanned the clearing before they finally settled on Igor. Her mouth twitched when she saw Igor lying on the ground like a drunk. From her position, she couldn't see the marks on his face and hands since clothes covered the rest of his body. Aurelia-san. Aurelia was walking around Igor with a curious gaze before she smiled. Leaning down, she took his limp arm, peeled back the sleeve, and showed Shuri the markings. Fret not. This is a state that my lord has managed to attain recently. These markings are a byproduct of accessing that state. She calmly explained everything in simple terms, ensuring that everyone understood. Some questions were asked, but she specified that even she either wasn't clear or couldn't say without his permission. In the midst of their conversation, a sudden change happened. Fush. Igor opened his eyes, but he wasn't focused on them. Immediately standing up, his eyes focused far into the distance like a predator's. Slowly, a golden aura formed around him, a grin spreading on his face. It is here. Saying those words, he suddenly vanished from sight without an explanation. Sue. It was only a while later that far off into the distance, a massive clash of fists was heard. Boom. And let me take this opportunity to officiate my schedule. 6 chapters a week are the baseline. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday are the preferred update times. Sometimes, I'll upload on Sunday and Monday depending on how free I am, since I do have work built up that has to be done every Sunday. Unless due to extremely extenuating circumstances, 3 days will not pass by without me updating. If you're interested in reading ahead, you can visit the site of patrons. Until the next chapter. Chapter 198, Chapter. It is here. Saying those words, he suddenly vanished from sight without an explanation. Sue. It was only a while later that far off into the distance, a massive clash of fists was heard. Boom. DxD. A few moments earlier. It was chaotic inside Igor's mindscape. Trini was absolutely not letting up. Chasing him around, she expertly manipulated the terrain to her advantage, gaining the aid of the land and subduing her blonde enemy. But Igor wasn't an easy target to capture. Disregarding his instant transmission and instant vanish techniques, his raw speed alone had him evade armies of black tendrils and giant arms made out of earth. Head. Remaining on the ground, he was deliberately teasing Trini by not retreating to the skies. Sporting an amused smile on his face, he vaulted over a pair of rock arms that erupted from the ground. Stop running. Pouting in indignation, the little lass had enough. Furiously, she began assuming her ascended form. With nature energy gathering around her en masse, the ground shook as her power skyrocketed. He. Nervously, Igor chuckled as a shroud of demi-ki subtly enveloped him. I didn't think she'd be this mad. Does she want to eat me that much? Either she was that angry or his flesh was just that tantalizing. Selfishly feeling that the latter was more likely, he didn't know whether to feel scared or proud. Doesn't matter. Grow. Bursting out with his own aura, he was ready to fight Trini like his life depended on it, mostly because it did. Just because neither could actually kill each other did not mean they couldn't grievously injure the other. Lying flat on his stomach and getting mauled by a child wasn't a prospect he was keen on experiencing anytime soon. Sue. Charging at the now adolescent lass, he had no qualms in attacking children. Boom. Especially children who can defend a full-powered punch from him. Using her dragon wing like a shield, Trini defended his attack. Rah. Furiously, she stomped her foot down. Boom. Like the sound of a bomb going off, a very sharpened pillar protruded from the ground and made its way for his heart. Question mark. Reacting quickly, Igor used his free hand to stop it. But pierce. For some absurd reason, the sharp edge of the pillar was able to slightly pierce his palm. Tsui. Out of instinct, he used his instant vanish to appear behind Trini, just in time to avoid another pillar that would pierce him right in the back. Sue. Unsure of exactly what was happening, he immediately placed a few hundred meters of distance between himself and her. Looking at his injured hand, he noticed a small broken-off blade tip stabbed into his palm. He realized that Trini had coated the tips of the pillars with her chakra. It was a rather ingenious method since the amount was so small he wouldn't be able to sense it, but also large enough that it could pierce into his skin. Even though it had pierced into his skin, the size was so small that it wasn't enough to cause a reaction with his energy. She's smart. Covering his hand in demi-ki, the chakra tip was immediately burnt off, leaving only a small wound on his palm. Getting into a stance once more, he was about to charge forward when through his real body, he felt a very familiar energy signature he hadn't felt in a very long time. Added. Decisively and without hesitation, he left the Mindscape and a very confused Trini. Huh. With a mass of black tendrils at her side, she looked at where he was a moment ago before frowning. Mine. DxD. When Igor returned to the real world, he did not notice Asia. He did not notice Aurelia, Aquino, or even Shuri. His mind was fully focused on the imminent arrival of his friend. To the rest of the world, it had only been a month. But to him, it had been 10 years. Added is here. With that short sentence, he instantly soared towards his energy signature. He left the rest of his family without a blink of hesitation. While the rest could only see empty skies, Aurelia could fairly discern a golden figure rushing westwards before her view was blocked by the trees. My lord is very excited. DxD. Added calmly flew over the strip of ocean separating China from Japan. Like an elegant nobleman, his robes fluttered about as he faced the winds with his hands behind his back. Dressed in all white, not even a smidgen of dirt was present on his robes. To a casual observer, it seemed he was flying at a rather slow speed. But that couldn't be more untrue. Despite being upright, he was cruising across the skies at double the speed of commercial planes. It had been a while since he left Flowerfruit Mountain after having to deliver a message to Sun Wukong. As it stood, while his face was expressionless, his mind was on Igor, specifically on how to surpass him. Drake. Do you have any clues? None I can speak of, added. You have done all you can to train in my abilities. Subtracting more time from the list of solutions, I can provide no other reliable methods. To an extent, Drake was right. Despite being the son of Indra, his divinity was still too weak to use against someone like Igor. It would grow stronger with time and would grow stronger even faster if he participated in more and more wars. Currently, just relying on his divine power without Drake, he was already high god class. Igor must have reached the peak by now. For Igor to suddenly reach the realm of strength his father had told him about, he must have surely used his time chamber. Sometimes, for those very few moments, he was jealous of Igor. Your friend possesses a mythical artifact that caused a far greater outrage than the one caused by myself and Albion. Do not forget the price that had to be paid for him to wield this artifact. It was also in these moments that he realized how meaningless his jealousy was. I know, Drake. Igor is both my friend and my brother. There was nothing wrong in feeling a bit of envy if Igor's strength suddenly overshadowed his in a month. But he also had to remember that such an artifact that allowed him to gain strength was a double-edged sword. If Igor did not continue to grow stronger, then someone would rip that artifact out of him one day. No matter what, I will never betray him or harbor any misconceptions against him. Calmly flying towards Japan, his face remained expressionless the whole time. Being the son of a god, he carried himself with a certain margin of dignity. And that margin had only grown over the years, ? However, there were very few people who could make his cold expression waver. Igor. The energy signature was very vague, almost as if it was shrouded by something. The only reason he could even sense it was because of his divinity. But there was no mistaking it. As the energy signature got closer and closer, Added was more and more sure that this was his brother coming towards him. He was unable to stop the excited grin spreading on his face, especially when he could sense how strong Igor had gotten. Just from that alone, he knew he would need the boosted gear to match up. So without hesitation, he activated it. Boost. 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 Grow. Exploding in power by multiple successive boosts, a golden aura blazed around Added. Due to further mastery over the boosted gear, he had long since managed to figure out a way to land successive boosts without requiring the balance breaker to be activated. Haha. Gradually throwing away the mystery and eloquence a person of his stature was supposed to have, Added charged forward once he saw that the person flying towards him at such great speeds was indeed Igor. Su. To those with powerful perception, they would be able to see two long golden streaks of light flying towards each other in a head-on collision. To those powerful enough, it felt like seconds. To the rest of the world, it was an instant. Clash. A massive shockwave with all the subtlety of an explosion was released in the skies. The loud clap from their clash spread like thunder. Be it Japan or China, all of them would hear this sudden boom. Yet, the two entities responsible for such a mishap did not care. Grip. Grip. Like arm wrestlers, they gripped each other fiercely, their eyes locked onto each other. Neither said a word to each other, yet their individual smiles said it all. The biceps on Igor's arms were threatening to bulge through the fabric, to the extent that the veins could even be seen through the sleeves. If a normal human was subjected to this type of strength, they'd be crushed to pieces, right? So immense was their silent struggle that the consequences were quite loud. Perhaps neither were aware of it, but they were circulating their energy quite violently in an attempt to outdo the other. The uncontrolled energy circulation resulted in energy discharges that caused explosions in the air. Windstorms occurred around them, their arrival caused by their immense energy. As the skies darkened at the impending formation of thunderclouds, two massive golden domes of energy blazed. Fortunately, before anything untoward happened, the both of them reached a silent consensus to stop. Hee. Releasing their grip from each other, Igor chuckled lightly. You're strong. And finally, the brothers unite. Added is reintroduced and so does the plot move. I'm looking forward to finally seeing the dynamic between these two. Chapter 199, Chapter. The uncontrolled energy circulation resulted in energy discharges that caused explosions in the air. Windstorms occurred around them, their arrival caused by their immense energy. As the skies darkened at the impending formation of thunderclouds, two massive golden domes of energy blazed. Fortunately, before anything untoward happened, the both of them reached a silent consensus to stop. Hee. Releasing their grip from each other, Igor chuckled lightly. You're strong. DxD. Igor was not stingy with his praise. What he said was the absolute truth. Ever since he returned from the heavenly realm over a month ago, his strength had increased considerably. From his 10 years in the time chamber to merging with Trini, all of those events had made his strength soar. Even now in his current state, the nature energy coursing through him multiplied his power 10 times over. For added to withstand his current power like this meant his old friend didn't slack off during this month. Did you think I'd remain behind, brother? I can never rest when you have that artifact of yours. Heh. Says the one who wields the boosted gear with them. Is old Drake still giving you pointers? In that moment, the gauntlet hidden beneath added sleeves released a bright green glow. My partner endeavors to surpass you, Demori. It is only rightfully so that I provide him my full help. For a brief while, Igor looked at Added with a look of envy. If only my partner was like you, old Drake. Unlike you, my partner's an old hag. Hey. She yells all the time. I don't. And she wants to eat me for some reason. Come here and say that to my face, Mine. Expertly ignoring his tenant, Igor could only woefully lament at the severe discrepancy between Drake and Trini. On the other hand, Added grew a concerned look when he heard his words. Igor. Did you steal a sacred gear? Stealing was putting it mildly. Very few sacred gears had sentient beings sealed in them, and all of them would have hosts in each generation. As far as Added knew, Aryans were unable to naturally gain sacred gears. As in, none of them had ever been born with a sacred gear. For a moment, Igor looked at Added in confusion. What? The statement was such a complete curveball that his brows were completely furrowed in confusion. Steal a sacred, why are you asking? Why would I even do that? Pardon my partner, Demori. His initial conclusion was that since you claim to have a partner, you must have stolen a sacred gear with a being sealed inside them like myself. Blinks once. Blinks twice. What? He just stared at Added. No. What? It was then that the shock settled in before it turned to disbelief. Come on, Added. I'm many things but I'm not scum, you know. Sheesh. You should have asked. He crossed his arms as his words faded into grumbles. To think he'd think I'd steal a sacred gear. TCH makes me want to beat him up now. Vain twitch. If it were not for the fact that they were brothers who had gone through wars together, he would have slapped him to death on the spot. Who did he think he was grumbling about beating up? He was tempted to activate his juggernaut drive and splatter his head against the ocean floor. Calming down his turbulent thug. Then he'll call me grandpa. Vain bulge. You dash. Calm down, partner. Drake had no choice but to calm the situation, otherwise those two would get into a fight again. It's fine if they fight in deserted regions. But if they fought here, then there's a chance they might cause a tsunami. They can handle it, but those coastal towns might not. No. It was best he brought about a change of topic. Demori. Will you be able to tell us who your partner is? Slowly, Igor's eyes grew dazed for a moment before they regained their clarity. Yeah. I can do you one better. He stretched out his hand. I can show you who she is. Added looked at Igor's hand. Ignoring the strangeness of the markings, he was tempted to fling him towards the ocean for his earlier insult. But he calmed down and grabbed his hand with a huff. All right. I'm interested in seeing who has enough tolerance to stomach being your partner. He. You're going to be pretty surprised, brother. DxD. For Igor, it was a very simple matter to bring someone into his consciousness. With his attainments in spirit control, allowing another party into his mindscape was easy. As Added appeared in Igor's mindscape, his attention was brought to Igor and a very young girl standing shyly at his side. Her hand was enveloped in his, her other hand holding onto his trousers. For a moment, Added was convinced that if he took a step forward, this little lass would hide behind Igor's legs. Idly, he looked around for some other entity. He half expected to see some giant creature like Drake. But when he turned back towards the duo, his gaze focused on the girl who immediately shivered and hid behind Igor. Did Igor like them young? Because he could feel absolutely nothing from this girl. And contrary to belief, Igor held very little mercy for unrelated people. So if this girl was a ghost of sorts that had a tragic death, that was nowhere near enough reason for him to merge with her. The only thing he could conclude was if his friend had weird tastes. Vain twitch. For some reason, Igor felt the desire to beat up Added rise. He didn't like the way he was looking at him. If it wasn't because Trini would not let him place even a meter between them, he'd definitely go and punch that weird look off his face. Unfortunately, he could only squeeze out a smile and introduce the little lass. Brother Added. Meet my partner. Her name is Trini, but most people know her as Trihexa. Added.exe stopped responding. DxD. Drake was an old dragon. A very old dragon amongst his kind. He possessed knowledge that most of the supernatural world did not possess. As such, when he saw that little girl, he froze completely. To a certain extent, dragons possessed a connection to nature. It was why their magic was so strong in the first place. Because of this, he could clearly sense the immense power the girl had. She was simply an unending well of energy. But nothing compared to when he heard Igor introduce her. Trihexa. If it wasn't for his old age and strong mental stability, he would have long since fainted from shock. Remaining steady as an old dog, he gazed at the meek little girl, her disposition not matching the stories he knew of. Demori. I am not doubting you, but it is hard to believe that she's supposed to be a monster and stuff. I know. But stories never tell the whole thing. To you, old Drake, this is Trihexa, the beast of apocalypse, the bringer of the end times, and all those other fancy titles. To me, she's just Trini. Her favorite hobby is sleeping. She's shy in front of strangers, but becomes something else when you get to know her. As if proving the point, Trini's grip on Igor's hand tightened. She was scared of Added, who was staring aimlessly at her. Soon enough, Added seemed to regain consciousness. Giving Trini one last scrutinizing look, he eventually sighed in disappointment. Brother Igor. When you said she was Trihexa, I half expected to see a giant beast with tentacles. Not a 5-year-old girl. She's older than that. Added waved him off. Whatever. 5,000, 5 million, I don't care. To me, she looks more like your sister than some world-destroying monster. For a period of time, there was silence before Igor burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Laughing until tears came out, he crouched down and ruffled Trini's hair. You're right, brother. She's too cute to be some monster. Unknowingly, Trini smiled. Although she still remained behind Igor, she felt warm when Added said she wasn't a monster. Maybe he's good. DxD. It had been a while now since Igor and Added began flying to Japan. After coming out of Igor's mindscape, Added had informed him that war preparations were ongoing and that this Sunday, there would be another clash between his father and Shiva. Not finding the news detrimental in any way, Igor invited Added over to Kuo for a quick stay before they departed later today. As it was, Added flew silently alongside Igor. However, while his expression was serene, his mind was in thought. Drake. Did you feel her power? Somehow, he couldn't sense Trini's power, but he knew it was this exact same power that almost obscured Igor's. To his senses, she was a hazy mist that he couldn't get a reading from. Partner. Her power is comparable to those of true gods. Slightly, Added's brows rose. Supreme class. It was surprising and he almost doubted it. But he knew Drake ever since he was a small child who could barely run without stumbling. His partner wouldn't joke about matters like this. Yes, partner. I verified it personally. She may not show it, but she certainly does possess the strength. However, I suspect she does not have access to her full power at the moment. Any guesses why? I have a guess. I suspect that her true body is still sealed away and what we saw just now is her conscious. Added silently pondered his words. If that was indeed just the consciousness of Trihexa, then it would make sense why he didn't feel much from her. According to his father, Trihexa is supposed to be an entity on par with the likes of Great Red and Ophis. No matter how much a powerful entity tries to hide their aura, they cannot hide their immense pressure. I wonder if Igor will try and find her body. It was a silent thought he had. He was deeply curious to see a full-powered Trihexa in person. Now I'm curious on who's the strongest between Trihexa, Great Red, and Ophis. If all three of them fought in a battle royale, it would be the battle for the ages. Anne. Thank you for taking the time to read. I hope you enjoyed, and until the next chapter. Things are starting to look up and you could see the plot ahead along with my patrons should you wish. Chapter 200, Chapter. I wonder if Igor will try and find her body. It was a silent thought he had. He was deeply curious to see a full-powered Trihexa in person. Now I'm curious on who's the strongest between Trihexa, Great Red, and Ophis. If all three of them fought in a battle royale, it would be the battle for the ages. DxD. Back in Kuo, changes had occurred. In one of the posh houses propagating the rich district, one of the Satans had made it their new residence. Sitting behind her desk in her new home, Seraphal looked at the several documents spread in front of her. Her face was locked in a pout at the somewhat messy layout of documents over her desk. The sun shined brightly behind her, but it couldn't lighten her feeling of fatigue and annoyance. In some form or another, all of these documents were about Igor and Aurelia. They were intelligence reports, information on what they knew so far about the duo. From Aurelia's time as Kuroheim to Igor's appearance dating from as early as 1992, all that information was on her table. What baffled Seraphal the most was Aurelia. Compared to Igor, the amount of information on her was much lower, even though she had been the most present. HAAA. Unlike Igor, it seemed Aurelia went to great lengths to hide her true repertoire of abilities. That was the most stifling since it had been confirmed there was a 99% chance Aurelia was the only survivor of the massacres. That meant her value instantly rose in a different field compared to Igor. All we have on her is that she's known to be good at barrier techniques. There's even enough reason to suspect that most of the current barriers in Kyoto were made by her. Apart from other miscellaneous information such as her being a skilled diplomat, the rest was useless. As for Igor, he was a different problem entirely. There was a lot of information about him, but it quickly went out of date. Grabbing a report from the previous year, she grumbled outwardly. It's like all this information has a 1-year expiry date. According to their estimated projection, even accounting for his absurd growth, Igor would have reached the realm of supreme class by 2010 at most. We even accounted for the time chamber and decreased it from 2100. It was irksome at how fast his growth rate was lately. He made supreme class look like a realm anyone could easily reach. For most people, just reaching ultimate class was already a noteworthy feat, and if that wasn't enough, he seems to have a relationship with Shiva of all people. Scattering the papers in a temper tantrum, Seraphal was tired. Dreadfully so. Handling the complaints of other factions about devils reincarnating their members was much easier than trying to figure out Igor. How can someone so simple-minded possess so much power? Be it political or personal strength, he was untouchable. The amount of information she managed to grill from Cleria was unreal. The yokai through Aurelia and the Shinto pantheon through Shuriheim Jima. The church through Asia Argento and Vasco Strata. Gregori through Barakweel and Azazel Chan. And the Hindu pantheon through Shiva. As if that wasn't enough, that ridiculous power belonged to him. To him. She felt like tearing her hair out. Everything was ridiculous. Everything. Everything. Here she was happily playing magical girl with her precious Soten when this sudden power shows up. Forced to drop everything, she had to go through meeting after meeting and report after report before she arrived here. Who knew that when she arrived here, she would soon discover that it wasn't some errant entity on a power high, but their resident blonde. It's already been 2 days since she arrived and the urge to strangle him grew stronger. He was a walking headache inducer. Moo. Slumping on her desk, only the picture of her precious little sister kept her from breaking down. Igor was a prime target to form an alliance with. Not just Igor, but Aurelia as well. Fostering good relations with them would allow the devils to reap good rewards for the next few centuries. It was the consensus she and the rest of the Satans reached in their second meeting yesterday. And unfortunately, she was tasked by her scummy friends in making sure this alliance comes to fruition through any means possible. Even Surzex didn't let her off and only smiled kindly as he foisted some encouraging words on her. I don't want to do this anymore. It stood to reason that as the Satan of foreign affairs, establishing good relations with both Aryans fell to her. Igor seemed easy enough. From what Cleria revealed, treating him with good intentions would yield good results. It was Aurelia that was the problem. The Silverette, even before having assumed her true name, was a very well-known diplomat among those in the know from a very young age. It was notoriously hard to get any benefits with her around as a negotiator. Anyone sitting on the opposite side of the table mentally had to be prepared to cut off their liver before they could get a satisfactory deal. Just remembering the amount of resources they had to cough up just to get Kuo made Seraphal groan in annoyance. Back then, she was just a teenager. Now, she's even worse. Aurelia would no doubt see through her attempts to befriend Igor. At that point, Serafal was afraid she'd have to cut off her own liver just to satisfy that woman. Bang. She banged her fist on the table in irritation. As if we didn't have to shell out money just to hide what happened here. Her entire Wednesday was covered with issuing bribes, faking reportings, and eliminating spies. She had silently done a lot for Igor. Aurelia shouldn't have the guts to demand much from her, right? No. She shouldn't. Sliding off her chair, she was determined to fight the demoness with her tongue today. Humph. Vuong. DxD. Igor flew with Added beside him. Unlike his friend who liked acting cool, he was carefree in his manner of flying. With his back turned towards the ground, he silently gazed at the clouds. Silently, his mind turned towards what happened earlier. I was right about Added. Igor could admit he was stupid, but he definitely wasn't an idiot. If it were someone else, he would never so casually drop a hint that he also had a tenant inside him. It was only because Added was his friend and brother in all but blood that he didn't keep it a secret from him. What did I tell you, Trini? He's a good guy. Trini had initially been afraid of Igor informing others of her existence, but she relented under his persuasion. Now after witnessing everything for herself, she realized that to an extent, Added was trustworthy. Yeah. He is. At least he didn't think of her as a monster. Maybe there were good people beside IG. I am surprised though. You were so shy today, Trini. Did you develop a crush? She changed her mind. Igor wasn't a good person. Meanie. Stupid. I don't have a stupid crush. Oh, really? I thought I could trade you for Drake. If it wasn't because she could feel he was joking, that comment would have hurt her deeply. Humph. You're not getting rid of me. Never. You're mine, you hear me? Mine. For some reason, a complicated emotion rose in Igor's heart. Somehow, he didn't feel uncomfortable at her words. Eh? Since when did tenants ever have the guts to claim ownership of the house? I don't care. You're my meanie. Humph. This was a confirmation of their camaraderie, right? This didn't feel bad. For some reason, he liked her words, though he would never admit it. Glance. Though, he was sure that if Added said the same thing, he would slap him to death. Vain twitch. Stop looking at me like that, Igor. I'm not a homosexual. Find someone else for your perverse urges. Vain bulge. Why you? Briefly flaring up in power, Igor calmed himself down. Humph. Says the one who dresses like a pansy. What? A cold intent erupted from Added as he looked at Igor right in the eye. Fearlessly, Igor met his stare. You say you're not gay, yet you dress like a pansy. Humph. You're simply a buffoon who doesn't know style. PSSH, style my ass. Next thing I know, you're going to paint your nails and call it style. As if I would ever do such a demeaning thing. Meh. Who knows? I heard a lot of boys like you are used as inspiration for those boys love comics and stuff. Maybe we'll see your NGHGHS. Igor was suddenly silenced by Added covering his mouth. The young teenager kept a calm expression, but the bulge on his forehead showed his distaste. Don't. Question mark. The confused look on Igor slowly morphed into a sly grin. Quickly removing Added's hand from his mouth, he deviously inquired. Eh? Did those girls finally make a manga out of you? He was excited. If it was a yes, he would gain enough teasing material for the next 3 years. However, who knew Added would suddenly have a devious thought too? For your information, brother, those manga also include you. For a moment, the smile on Igor's face remained before it slowly fell to confusion. Then, his face turned uglier than crying. WH. What? DxD. I will speak plainly as the author. In terms of yaoi, we don't have yaoi. Chapter 201, Chapter. Eh? Did those girls finally make a manga out of you? He was excited. If it was a yes, he would gain enough teasing material for the next 3 years. However, who knew Added would suddenly have a devious thought too? For your information, brother, those manga also include you. For a moment, the smile on Igor's face remained before it slowly fell to confusion. Then, his face turned uglier than crying. WH. What? DxD. The flight back home was silent. After Added's killing move, Igor felt like someone stuffed a handful of feces down his throat. It could also be said to be an own goal for Added as well. His expression was a bit sour when the silence of their flight allowed his mind to reminisce on what he saw. Neither of them was all right, both in heart and in soul. Igor knew how wretched some of the women in Indra's army were. Although the Deva women were all right, the other races contained the highest amount of perverts. he could only swear to give each and every one of them a proper beating once he returned to the heavenly realm. Forget his father, even his mother would kill him if she even suspected she wouldn't receive any grandchildren. Thankfully, an hour of flying was enough to somewhat improve his fallen mood. His face wasn't so ugly unlike before. At the very least, he was confident he could fake a smile in front of his family. As the town of Kuo appeared off into the distance, they both lowered their altitude. Gradually, Adid fell behind Igor, a subtle indication for him to lead. The young Deva hybrid was a visitor, so it was normal for him to trail behind. As they descended, Igor was finally aware of a strange aura coming from the house. Devil. He was not overly worried. He was still worried, but more curious than apprehensive. It was when he got closer that he realized this energy signature vaguely felt familiar. Oh. It's Serafal. Breathing a little easier, he no longer dilly-dallied, but rushed down. Sue. A moment after, Adid also followed. Sue. They were both quick and they instantly landed on the ground. Sue. Sue. Watching Adid land elegantly with his hands behind his back, Igor was tempted to slap the pretentiousness out of him. Regardless, he could only shake his head and walk on ahead. Dakang. Opening the door, he was instantly met with Asia, who looked at him with bright green eyes. It was clear that she sensed him arrive. Big brother. Are you no longer constipated? Puffed. Behind him, Adid couldn't help but snort before hastily controlling himself. However, out of the corner of his eye, Igor could see how his lips were trembling. Adid would never let him live this down, would he? Still, to think Asia would ask him such a strange question. Unfortunately for him, she picked the worst time to ask it. Regardless, he couldn't punish her now, could he? No, Asia. I'm not, and I never was constipated. Oh. The little blonde cutely placed a finger to her lip and thought before smiling. Oh right. Big sister Lia asked for you to come to the kitchen when you arrive. She said you mustn't run from Politek, the thing you hate. Without another word, she ran back into the living room and joined Aquino, who had glued herself to the television. Igor had the urge to curse when politics came into play once more. But considering how much Aurelia had taken care of him these last few days, he supposed he wouldn't bunk this time. Sorry, Adid. Looks like we'll have to wait. You can watch some TV with my little sisters or join me at the table. Adid peeked his head into the living room. And immediately decided to follow Igor. There was too much pink in whatever that show was. From the grin on Igor's face, it was obvious his masculinity would come into question if he watched magical girls. I will come with you, brother. Magical girls was something you watched in private. All right then. Leading the way forward, Igor and Adid made their way to the kitchen, where he met three people sitting around the table. As always, Serafal was as short as he remembered. Though, why was she in frilly magical girl attire? Was she not embarrassed? Igor kept his thoughts to himself and greeted. Hey, everyone. This is Adid, son of Lord Indra, and this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. In this moment, Igor had one thought. Vain twitch. Pretentious little shit. DxD. Serafal sat quietly. Her expression was calm, but her mind was in peril. Again. Once again, Igor's dossier had to be updated. Not even a week had passed and she had to make changes to the archives holding his information. She was aware of rumors that Indra might have a son. But seeing Adid in the flesh proved those rumors true. The boy had his father's face after all. Now that Igor was seemingly on good terms with Adid, his value had to be renegotiated. And from the subtle smirk on Aurelia's face, Serafal was sure that Demonis realized it as well. I hate him. You hear me? I hate you, Igor. DxD. What a wonderful assist, my lord. Aurelia was so happy that she was tempted to walk up and kiss him. Just when she thought she ran out of knives to poke into Serafal, Igor arrived with another set. With the only son of Indra here in the flesh, she was sure she could make Serafal bleed a few more liters of blood. DxD. Shuri was in amazement. Prior to Igor's arrival, she never truly understood just how much worth Igor had. Already, Aurelia had managed to gain free reign access to the underworld in every single devil territory without restraint. In short, she managed to gain Igor and herself some privileges only the Mao had without the cumbersome duties. It was an exquisite battle of tongues and she'd already lost count of how many times Serafal pouted or sighed. But as a silent observer, she realized why Serafal could only dumbly endure. Igor was strong. Not only was he strong, he only continued to get stronger. It was not impossible to see a future where his name alone would work as a deterrent. Just by publicly having him as an ally would allow the devils to receive many favorable benefits from other pantheons. Another factor was that he could be used as a gateway to opening diplomatic talks and establishing trading with other factions, especially the Hindu pantheon. The Hindus were relatively reclusive, but who didn't know of their wealth. Just the chance to engage with them opened up a whole new avenue of possibilities. And that was just Igor. If Igor was a menacing spear, then Aurelia was the strongest shield. Her sealing capabilities were known throughout the supernatural world. Just look at Kyoto. Their barriers were not only sturdy, but possessed strong anti-infiltration capabilities. Strays and spies found it nigh impossible to enter. And those mass teleportation circles dotted across some of Japan's cities. Those were her innovations. It was obvious the devils would want such innovations as well, and why Seraphol could only grit her teeth and obediently bleed. The value these two held was unequivocal, unmistakable, and indisputable. And now that Igor showed himself to have a very good relationship with the son of the god of war, their value just rose a whole lot more. DxD. It settled it. Added was pretentious. It was one thing to introduce himself as Indra's son. But to reveal that he was this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. Glancing at the three women, Igor wondered if his brother wanted to show off in front of these pretty ladies. Already by default, one of them was off limits. Shuri was somewhat ambiguous, but Igor wouldn't be surprised if Added developed a crush on his aunt. He could admit that Shuri was very pretty. Poor Barakweel. He felt sorry for the old man. Seraphol. She had nice legs, but if he recalled, Added preferred breasts more. Where is he looking? Subtly following his gaze, he realized that while Added appeared to have lowered his head respectfully, his eyes were peering right at Seraphol's panties. Vain twitch. This perverted shit. At speeds much higher than the rest could follow, Igor could see Added gaze intently at Seraphol's legs before lifting his eyes to meet hers. Unfortunately for Seraphol, she did not have the necessary perception to catch his blatant actions. In the end, Igor did nothing. While he would like nothing more than to slap Added right in the back of the head, he refrained. His friend was an irredeemable pervert who hid behind a mask of propriety. But then again, he couldn't blame him. He also used to stare at the legs of other women too. Glance. Correction. He still stared at them, especially Aurelia's. He just wasn't shameless about it. Like a gentleman, he took a glance and looked away. Just a glance, nothing more. Glance. In his defense, Aurelia had some really nice calves. DxD. After Added's introduction, the surprise faded and space was made for them on the table. To Igor's eternal dismay, 5 minutes passed and he already wondered why he was even needed here. Most of the time was passed with Seraphol unintentionally flashing a small part of her body before speaking with Added. Be it a slip of her shirt that further exposed her cleavage or the sight of her thighs mushed together, they were all very effective moves, especially for Igor with the latter. Fortunately, both of them were gentlemen with very thick skin. For Igor, if he didn't want to fall into temptation, not even a horde of women could push him in. If he wanted to fall into temptation, he would fall into it headfirst without a parachute. Aurelia could personally attest to that. Added on the other hand was very shameless. At Seraphol's seemingly harmless probing, his face remained more rigid than an iron mask. However, very quickly, Igor was able to catch Added glance down and stare for what seemed like minutes before glancing back up. Unfortunately for Seraphol, she couldn't adapt to their level of speed. Her subtle seduction attempts were working. In fact, they were working too well. It's just that before she could capitalize on them, Added would have had his fill. It was both sad and funny, and on multiple occasions, Igor had to stop himself from laughing. Thankfully, Aurelia was there to steer the situation. After it was proven that Seraphol couldn't glean any meaningful information from Added, she brought the topic back to them. Pardon for interrupting, Seraphol-san. But with my lord here, I believe more in-depth talks about our potential alliance are necessary. While Igor was glad that Aurelia had stopped calling other people with Sama, Seraphol nearly outwardly groaned. The second round of bleeding was about to begin. Aurelia was definitely going to squeeze her right down to the marrow. Anne. Hope you enjoyed this read, and until the next chapter. If you want to read ahead, you are welcome to become my patron. Chapter 202, Chapter. Pardon for interrupting, Seraphol-san. But with my lord here, I believe more in-depth talks about our potential alliance are necessary. While Igor was glad that Aurelia had stopped calling other people with Sama, Seraphol nearly outwardly groaned. The second round of bleeding was about to begin. Aurelia was definitely going to squeeze her right down to the marrow. DxD. Aurelia was a very happy woman today. Only 10 minutes into their impromptu meeting and she had milked several benefits for them. For one, she and Igor now had free reign over most devil territories. Correction. Aryans had free reign over most devil territories. So to summarize, Seraphol-san, my lord and I are allowed to have access to all general access areas. Barring clan estates and most privately owned land and assets, publicly accessible and publicly owned areas of all levels are theoretically permissible to our entry. Yes, Aurelia-san. Signing the document with her magic, Serafal could only stomach her grievances and accept it. How could she not know that she was being played? Aurelia said we, but both knew that these privileges would not end with only them. These terms would apply to their children as well. It's not a loss, Sarah. It's not a loss. Thank you, Serafal-san. Next on the agenda. Over the course of the next few hours, several more agreements, amendments, and concessions were made. The first were territorial concessions. The Devils would cede quite a substantial amount of territory to the Aryans, at least enough territory for a small town to be built. Instead of one large territory, a map was shown where Aurelia outlined several territories she wished to acquire. Some were in completely remote regions while others were next to clans. The second was military support. While Igor nearly voiced his confusion at why he would need help from the Devils, Aurelia quickly told him through telepathy that intelligence would count as military support. As powerful as they were individually, they did not have the vast network of connections and spies the Devils had. While the Devils could not compare to Gregori, their own information network was still substantial. The terms also included resource support such as monetary support and magical artifacts. The third was the establishment of a trade agreement, something Serafal deeply wanted. Officially, Aurelia could now be hired by them to upgrade their current systems. Of course, amongst the heap of words littered underneath the trade agreement section, it highlighted in somewhat vague words that Aurelia had the right to decline any job she found distasteful. Of course, this also meant if she so wanted, Aurelia could decline all jobs without consequence. The fourth was a cultural exchange agreement, another thing Serafal had been explicitly asked to obtain. Knowledge about the reclusive and now extinct Aryans was extremely rare. The Devils couldn't care much about their culture. What they deeply wanted was their knowledge, and Aurelia was guaranteed to be a walking encyclopedia of knowledge. However, Aurelia changed the terms a bit and signed only under the factor that a Juka Astaroth would be her liaison or point of contact. Why it wasn't written as a Juka Beelzebub in the contract was something Serafal only partially grasped. However, the true reason was something Aurelia knew. A Juka Astaroth was effectively dead. Only a Juka Beelzebub remained. Officially, unless a Juka gave up his title, she would not be contractually obliged to share the culture and knowledge of her people. Furthermore, instead of treating themselves as individual entities, Igor and Aurelia were now ambassadors of their own race. Unlike common citizens, they were not barred from high-level meetings, especially meetings that concerned them. And so, further agreements were discussed, written, and signed with added as witness and Shuri, a completely unrelated party on paper, as a second witness. For added, even if he was friends with Igor, he acted as a representative of the Hindu pantheon for the duration of that meeting. With his presence, power, lineage, and stature, the contract was completely rendered conclusive. And with Shuri, a descendant of the Heimjima clan here, the legality of the contract was further solidified. The only signature required to completely finalize the contract was one from Surzex. For the first time, Igor willingly listened to the entire contents of this meeting. He didn't understand most of the jargon and other fancy words that were used, but he grasped the scope, and found the whole thing a bit stupid. Realistically speaking, he could break any number of promises there and nothing would happen to him. Who was going to punish him? It was an arrogant thought he momentarily allowed himself to have, but apart from no longer pulling their weight, the Devils could do absolutely nothing if Igor decided to no longer honor the contents of the contract, not that he had much to do anyway. Apart from a mutual defense agreement where he would provide aid to the underworld in times of war, he didn't have more to do. It was Aurelia that mostly had to do the heavy lifting, though that was heavily optional on her part from what she told him through telepathy. Even then, his worry was not on her potentially having a heavy workload, but on having to endure discrimination from the Devils. It was because he voiced this concern that the non-aggression pact was also amended. Minutes prior. Serafal carefully read the contract before nodding. Aurelia-san. So we agree in this pact of non-aggression that we will not engage in hostile actions against each other. Yes, Serafal-san. I agree as stated in the dash. I don't agree. It was Igor who spoke, instantly garnering the eyes of everyone at the table. I don't agree with this pact of non-aggression because... Properly sitting up, he thrummed his finger on the table to indicate a point. Tell me if I'm wrong, Leviathan. But this pact, does it mean I cannot attack or retaliate against members of your devil race under any circumstance? No, Demori-san. If one of our people do attack you, then you are liable to defend yourself. Aurelia also spoke. Do not worry too much about this pact, my lord. It exists so that any attacks against us will be discouraged. Do insults, swears, and derogatory comments count as attacks? They were both silent. The answer was obvious, no. Since when did words count as hostile actions? Never. Igor looked at them for a moment before his frown deepened. If they don't count, then remove this pact. It's useless. With a word of finality, he leaned back against his chair and crossed his arms. Amicably, Serafal tried to convince him. Demori-san. I can promise you that the devils won't dash. No, you can't. I'm not naive, Leviathan. You cannot sincerely tell me that no devil will dare insult us. In due time that would be true. But he was right. She could not vouch for every devil, especially those from the old Satan faction. Let me interrupt you again, Leviathan. Before you sign anything, let me state my terms right here and right now. Don't, sister. Lifting a finger to halt Aurelia, who wanted to say something, he continued. This is something that has to be said right now to avoid any problems. Silence. Everyone's eyes were on Igor as he calmly looked at Serafal. This was one of the few times where he truly radiated the aura of calm authority. Leviathan. I have worked my hardest from day one to reach my current level of strength. From a child who didn't have the strength to crush a rock, I have forged myself into an existence that can stand shoulder to shoulder with gods. The atmosphere tentatively grew tense as he released a faint pressure. Under no circumstance will I tolerate disrespect from centuries-old weaklings I can kill with a flick of my finger. It was not a brag. It was a fact. I am a fighter, not a diplomat. I am a warrior, not a politician. I have my pride as a son of Demori. When I am insulted, I do not know the word endure. I will tell you with all honesty, Leviathan. Should I or my sister be insulted or discriminated by any devil, I will kill them on the spot. Not just Serafal, even Aurelia couldn't help but widen her eyes. Did he not know what he was saying? These words of his could completely dissolve the entire alliance before it had even formed. He didn't just threaten. He promised to kill any devil that dared to say an offensive word to him. Was that not childish? Aurelia could already see thousands of bodies formed. This was not a casual matter, and from a political standpoint, the scope was too vague. Did he mean that if a devil scoffed at him, he would kill them? Thinking on it again, Aurelia concluded he most likely would. Sigh. Was he petty? Was he too domineering? She didn't know. Truthfully, Igor was indeed amongst the gods in terms of power. Now that she thought about it, gods wouldn't tolerate the slightest disrespect, so why should he? She had a feeling she was going to sigh a lot more often in the future. She could see the gears churning in Serafal's head. Aurelia could imagine she was calculating the weight of the decision. From Igor's resolute gaze, the chance of convincing him to endure was -0. In the end, Aurelia had one solution she could propose. Serafal-san. By all rights, my lord does indeed have the capital to make such a statement. In order to make sure this agreement can work, please issue a public statement declaring to the entirety of the underworld the existence of this alliance. I shall leave disclosure of the benefits brought by this alliance at your discretion. However, it is imperative that my lord's strength is classified as no less than yours. This should disseminate most untoward thoughts people may hold against my lord. She sighed at the end. Sigh, because there was no avoiding the inevitability. This should drastically eliminate the casualty rate should you choose to agree, Serafal-san. Otherwise, we can dissolve this prospective alliance and return to our individual lives. Truthfully, everyone expected Serafal to begrudgingly sign or outright disagree and leave. However, no one expected the smile to form on her face. All right. I agree to your terms, Aurelia-san. Demori-san, I have no problems with your desires. I shall do my best to prevent unnecessary deaths, but should anyone disrespect someone of your caliber, then I will not stop you from doing what needs to be done. What she said sounded like someone who had no choice but to agree. But, why was she smiling? This should be disadvantageous to you. But who knew what Serafal was thinking? Because while others would see peril, she saw an opportunity to get rid of a few members from the old Satan faction. Legally, of course. The halls had been getting a bit too full over the years. What? This is the weirdest alliance contract I have ever seen. I'm hoping for proper justification in the next chapters because this just doesn't make sense. No matter how strong Igor is, it doesn't make sense to agree to such detrimental terms just to kill a few old fogies. That would be far too short-sighted. Chapter 203, Chapter. What she said sounded like someone who had no choice but to agree. But, why was she smiling? This should be disadvantageous to you. But who knew what Serafal was thinking? Because while others would see peril, she saw an opportunity to get rid of a few members from the old Satan faction. Legally, of course. The halls had been getting a bit too full over the years. DxD. After weighing the pros and cons, Serafal eventually decided to take the plunge and sign the amended non-aggression pact. Compared to the lives of a few worthless old farts, pulling the last two Aryans towards their camp was undoubtedly more important. In the end, all the agreements were signed under one master contract that each attending party held a copy of. Of course, Serafal had no thoughts that a piece of paper would restrain Igor when it came down to it. As such, even if she received their signatures, there was still much work to be done. The absolute last thing she needed was stupid members of her race needlessly antagonizing him or his sister. As much as she was willing to sacrifice the lives of a few hard-headed old stooges, there were limits that if exceeded, would force them as Satans to dissolve this alliance. And so when everything was concluded and hands were shaken, she wasted no time in leaving Kuo for the underworld. The terms of the contract were a bit ridiculous, but the benefits would far outweigh the costs. DxD. Well, that went well. Serafal had just left, leaving the rest of them seated around the table. Igor was satisfied with this outcome, happy that he could now legally retaliate should anyone harm his sister. My lord. Aurelia began with a hint of concern. Was that not excessive? The terms of the non-aggression pact were too unfavorable for the devils. They essentially held powers somewhat similar to monarchs, meaning they could legally eliminate devils without care. Of course there were terms stating there must be suitable reason and evidence, but that was gibberish. Those terms meant nothing the moment Serafal agreed to this amended pact. It was the same as putting a green stop sign. Sister. Igor looked at her with a smile. Maybe you'll hate me for this, but I still would have done what needed to be done, regardless of what a few squiggly lines on a piece of paper say. Sigh. It was then that Aurelia knew it was hopeless. She could only be thankful he raised this issue before there were sudden surprises. To think I'd live to see such an agreement. Not even the Satans had the same leeway to be blatant like him. At the very least, they had to care about their reputation. Aurelia had a feeling Igor didn't even know what the word reputation meant. She couldn't help but feel a little shy and embarrassed as the beneficiary of such a very odd agreement. Perhaps it was the first of its kind and would no doubt raise many eyebrows when it came to light. Hee. I'd expect no less of you, brother. I've learned a lot from this meeting. Adid didn't expect Igor would be so bold as to claim before a Satan that he would kill one of their people should the need arise. It was an arrogant statement truly befitting someone of his station. Well, what did you expect me to do, Adid? If some random guy you don't know suddenly called you a cunt, wouldn't you want to kill him? Sitting on the side, Shuri subtly shook her head. No, Demori-kun. No normal sane person has those thoughts. At most you'd want to hit them. Killing was excessive. Too excessive. Of course, brother. I'm not disputing your point. I fully understand what you mean. If someone, especially someone weak, called me a bunch of names, I'd kill them without hesitation as well. Aurelia now knew where Igor's wayward thoughts came from. He spent too much time with gods, to the extent that he absorbed their distorted logic. Indra was a war god. Adid was the son of a war god. There were more gods and other powerful entities under Indra's command. Of course Igor would be led astray. Only gods would kill someone for something as puny as an insult. Fortunately, the room was sealed in advance. Asia and Aquino are not ready for this side of Igor dash. Oh right. Before I forget. Auntie. Sister. The reason I came with Adid here is because I'm leaving for the heavenly realm today for a war against Lord Shiva. Cough, asterisk. Can you not say it so casually? Aurelia was not surprised that Shuri suddenly choked on her spit. Igor wasn't even subtle about it. In fact, he chose the worst possible time to elaborate. Preferably, it would have been better if he omitted the last part of his sentence. Cough, what? Uncaring for her dignity, Shuri hastily grabbed Igor by the shoulder and looked him right in the eye. You're going to war? To war. Igor was a bit confused by her worry. It was just war. What was she worried about, asterisk? Yes, Auntie. It's time for the monthly war. Shuri focused on the word. Monthly. Her immense worry was replaced by her profound confusion. Yes. Every month or so, there's a war that I fight in. Sigh. Adid couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Sometimes, Igor could be deviously cunning and sometimes, he'd be irredeemably stupid. Your lack of explanation is confusing your poor aunt, brother. So allow me to do so. Madam Shuri. In my heavenly realm, my father, Lord Indra, and his opponent, Lord Shiva, have a war they fight every month in which their armies battle to decide the victor. While casualties are inevitable, please worry less since every fallen member will be resurrected as soon as the victor is decided. Shuri widened her eyes as she gripped Igor's shoulders even more. This prompted a look of confusion from Adid. She did hear him mention the part about resurrection, right? Why is she still shaking like a leaf? Women are confusing. How would he know that Shuri's concern lay in the fact that this was a real war? When she heard monthly, she figured it was some tournament event labeled as a war. Who knew that it was in fact a real war? No, 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 no. Why, you can't go. You won't go. She held him tightly. She couldn't believe her ears. He had to go through real war every month. Well, no more. Glaring at Added with venomous eyes, she hissed. I won't let you take him. Like a mother hen protecting her chick, she dared Added to say something in retaliation. Added could only look at her in more confusion. It wasn't that he was stupid. He just really couldn't understand what was wrong. All the Deva women he knew or heard of were always eager to send their sons to war because there was no risk of a permanent death. He never expected Shuri to vehemently decline and even push back. She looked at him like he was the one forcing Igor to come when Igor was the one with the most enthusiasm between them. And that enthusiasm couldn't have chosen a worse time to show itself. Auntie. Stop worrying so much. Gently pushing her off his chest, he smiled warmly at her. War is fun. There was no need to say or do more. Aurelia knew that if she didn't do anything, Shuri would lose it. Shuri-sama. Please remain calm and allow me to speak on behalf of my lord. Prying Igor from Shuri, she indicated that he must leave while she solved this mess. These two were so warped beyond measure that if they were allowed to remain any longer, Shuri would have a heart attack. DxD. Igor and Added were outside. Both teens stood underneath the tree with equally confused expressions. For the absolute life of them, they couldn't really understand why Shuri reacted the way she did. Brother Igor. I'm afraid I've fallen to your level of stupidity. Instead of being angry, Igor just shrugged. Welcome to the club, brother. At least you'll find life to be easier when you don't think so much. That's a good one, brother. Unfortunately, my situation requires me to have that little bit of extra IQ. Oh right. Uncle Indra is grooming you to be a general, right? Igor vaguely remembered something like that. He was pretty sure he was still reliving the battle while Added received the award, so his memories were a bit fuzzy. Sigh. Releasing a breath as he sat down against the tree, Added nodded. Yes, brother. Since I've reached the latter stages of God class, Father has been training me to lead armies. I don't suggest you do it though, Igor. PSSH. As if I want to lead a platoon. They'll just hold me back. Yes, because you're so much of a liability the squad will spend more time trying to put you in line than completing the mission. Looking down at Added's annoying grin, Igor wished he could slap it off. Yeah. Whatever. I don't need a squad. I go on my own mission. And Igor was a bit confused by her worry. It was just war. What was she worried about? Asterisk. Explanation. At this point, we have to accept that his common sense has been warped beyond measure. We happen to know that Igor has been fighting simulated, but very real wars every month for 3 years, at least we assume he fought every month. At some point, war became something natural to him. Just like how some people would freak out if we told them we received beatings as children. Today is Friday, and if you're interested in reading ahead, you're welcome to become my patron. You can find my name there. Chapter 204, Chapter. PSSH. As if I want to lead a platoon. They'll just hold me back. Yes, because you're so much of a liability the squad will spend more time trying to put you in line than completing the mission. Looking down at Added's annoying grin, Igor wished he could slap it off. Yeah. Whatever. I don't need a squad. I go on my own mission. DxD. Devil Territory, Underworld. Once again, Surzex was sunken into a sea of paperwork. One pile of paperwork was on his desk when his wife, Grafia, placed another stack on his left side. Surzex-sama. Here are some of the more immediate documents that require your permission. The table groaned under the weight of the papers, but Surzek's heart sunk at Grafia's next words. This needs to be done by today. He took a glance at the 2 piles. Unfortunate experience told him just from a glance that there were over 300 documents. Grafia. He wondered if she took a sick pleasure in seeing him like this. Can we take a break? Surzex was a smart man. He knew a pointless battle when he saw it. These documents, he wouldn't be able to conquer them. Not today. Unfortunately, that is not possible, Surzex-sama. I have placed some of the more urgent proposals on top since by midday, the relevant departments need to have an answer. Sigh. When Grafia was like this, there was no fighting her. His ever-dutiful wife stood silently behind him, always on the ready to dish out punishment should he slack off. Taking a glance at her out of the corner of his eye, Surzex wondered if he should get her drunk somehow. Surzex-sama. Time is wasting away. Please begin. Yes, honey, ouch. Feeling her nails dig into his ear, he swiftly changed his tune. Yes, Grafia. Yes, Grafia. Finally letting go of his ear, Grafia brushed away a strand of her silver hair before standing properly. but not before releasing a dignified huff. Please maintain professionalism, Sirzek-sama. Sirzek idly wondered if that maid dress of hers was a cursed item or something. She always wanted to be prim and proper whenever she wore it. Either way, from the subtle look his wife was showing, he had about 5 seconds to get back to work or else he might get an impromptu pierce on his ear. Sigh. Picking up his pen, he took the first document and began reading through it. Vuong. Sirzek swore he would build an altar for whoever told Serafal to come to his office. His friend appeared in her typical skimpy magical girl outfit, an attire that Grafia found distasteful. Hey Zex-chan. And her voice even more distasteful. Unfortunately for Grafia, Sirzek was immensely happy at her timely arrival. But he didn't show it. It was important he didn't show it. Propping himself on the desk with his elbows, he inquired curiously. Serafal. How did it go? Here. Instead of answering, Serafal handed the few papers documenting the details. Taking them with interest, he began reading them while Serafal took a seat. I did everything I could, Zexy. But Demori-san wouldn't sign unless we changed a few things. Sirzek nodded slightly as he read through the documents. I see. When he got to the parts outlining the pact of non-aggression, his brows furrowed slightly before they straightened. He quickly read through the rest of the papers before finally putting them down. There were some terms that made him slightly uncomfortable, but not to the point that he would back down. Taking his unique pen, he unhesitantly placed his signature along with a stamp of his approval. Stamp. Apparently it wasn't just Serafal, even Grafia was quite surprised by this sudden development. She had figured he would refuse what appeared to be ludicrous terms outlined underneath the non-aggression pact. For him to unhesitantly offer his signature and stamp. She knew this alliance was important, but this was too much. Sirzek-sama. Is this, are you sure? I'm sure. The moment he offered his signature, there was no going back. Grafia was afraid he had taken the decision too quickly. However, she couldn't have been more wrong. Grafia. Serafal. Sirzek closed his eyes, wondering how to phrase his words. He knew their worries and he carefully had to address them. When you get to a certain level of power, certain things and events become intolerable to you. He looked at them each in the eye in order to make sure his words sunk in. The reality of the situation is that we are the beggars. We are the ones that want this alliance, not them. Another reality is that Igor has become too powerful. Sirzek was neither jealous nor angry. He did not harbor dark thoughts or view Igor as a threat. He only felt regret. We waited too long to form an official alliance with him. If his power was still the same as before, the terms of this alliance would have been more favorable for us. Unfortunately, his power increased far beyond our estimations. We could not afford to wait any longer. Grafia. As much as you might not like the terms of this alliance, believe me when I say the benefits we gain in a century will far outweigh the losses we will have to bear in a year. They both silently absorbed his words, but there was one thing Serafal couldn't understand. Sirzek. What did you mean when you said certain things become intolerable once you reach a certain level of power? He wondered how they would take his next words, especially his wife. But he wouldn't hide it from them. Serafal. Grafia. I trust the both of you and I hope what I say will never leave this office. They both looked at each other in concern, but they both nodded their heads. Getting their agreement, Sirzek sat up properly. All right. As I said, as you climb up in power, certain things become intolerable to you. It is because I have reached my current level of power that I understand Igor's demands. A faint pressure emanated from him. After all, not a single time goes by when I enter that building, see those decrepit elders. For a moment, his eyes glowed red. And not wish to kill them all. DxD. Serafal appeared in her office with a sigh. She had no idea that Sirzek held such dark thoughts in his head. To think that none of us knew. No. Maybe he and Ajuka confided in each other about this. They were both the strongest of their race, so it would make sense if they confided in each other. And it would make more sense why Ajuka was so reclusive. Just how close is he to breaking? Serafal didn't want to consider the possibility, but she had seen the budding maliciousness in his eyes. There was only one other time she had seen him have those eyes. I've never seen him like this since the decision was made to support the fight against the Aryans. Thinking of her father who was still suffering from sleep disease made her wish to go back in time and fulfill Sirzek's wish. If the majority did not vote in favor of the decision, her precious Soten wouldn't be groomed for the position of leader so early in her life. TCH. For the first time, Serafal let her mask fall for the briefest of moments. She understood Sirzek's thoughts and desires. That old bastard is the reason we can't move forward. None of the respect she usually intoned remained as she thought of Zikram Bale. Because the people under him were supporters of the previous Satans, they were as stupid as their revered leaders, always willing to plunge the entire devil race into unnecessary wars. And they don't learn. She might not completely understand Surzex, but she understood that a steadily growing part of her wanted to kill off the older generation. No. Calm down, Seraphal. Calm down. Unfortunately, going on a killing spree would cripple their society drastically. As much as she hated to admit it, the Great King faction controlled most of the essential resources in the underworld. The Baal clan itself was popular, especially with the older populace who received their help after the Civil War. Even she, Falbium, Ajuka, and Surzex were very thankful to Zekrom, not realizing they were thanking a snake. We were too young back then, too naive. If not because all four of them had the backing of their clans, they would have become figureheads without any real power. The war with the Aryans allowed them to regain a bit more influence, but at what cost? Her father didn't even get to witness his daughter's birth before sleep overtook him once more, all while those idiots who voted for still acted pompous in the council hall. TCH. She couldn't do anything to them, nor could Surzex, Ajuka, or Falbium. But Igor. He could. She was thankful the council agreed to forming an alliance with him, though begrudgingly. Their eyes were blinded by the greed of possessing Aryan weapons that they didn't bother understanding who Igor was. Of course, a few documents of falsified information might have influenced their decision-making. After all, who would believe a child advanced from high class to god class in less than 5 years? For once, their stupidity became useful. Their short-sightedness made them allow a tiger into their homes. And because this was supposed to be an alliance with only 2 people, their signatures weren't required. They did say we could use any method. The 4 Satans were known to be pacifistic, but they were still devils in the end. The word any was to never be used with a devil. Unfortunately for them, letting Igor hold partial martial law was the only method we could use for him to sign. Those foolish elders would never expect such a turn of events. As long as she and the rest of her friends carefully controlled the situation, Igor could be used to cull off the parasites that are detrimental to devil kind. It was a harsh solution, but this would kickstart a new period, a new evolution for the devils. And as unfortunate as it may be, a new period never once ushered in without a little bit of blood as a sacrifice. DxD. So the 4 Satans are engaging in some political byplay with Igor as their weapon. I can only imagine the storm that would brew if our friendly blonde finds out he is being manipulated. Pardon the late update. It wasn't intentional by any means. My internet provider faced some problems, but we're all good now. Hope you enjoy the next 3 chapters. Chapter 205, Chapter. As long as she and the rest of her friends carefully controlled the situation, Igor could be used to cull off the parasites that are detrimental to devil kind. It was a harsh solution, but this would kickstart a new period, a new evolution for the devils. And as unfortunate as it may be, a new period never ushers in without a little bit of blood as sacrifice. DxD. There was silence in Surzeka's office. It had been a while since Seraphal had left, yet neither Grafia nor Surzek said anything since then. Grafia was somewhat lost in thought. Who would ever think that the ever-smiling Crimson Satan would wield such dark thoughts? If he truly acted on them, the underworld had more than a 90% chance of entering a period of decline. If that happened, then other factions and pantheons might not give them enough time to recover. Too many vital resources were held by Zekrom Baal and his faction that she understood why all the 4 Satans had no choice but to bear with their existence. Sigh. Her thoughts were cut off by Surzeka's sigh. Her husband seemed more tired now than he'd been in the last 10 years. Surz. Grafia. He cut her off. We need this alliance with them. Aurelia is beneficial for us, but Igor is our battering ram. His strength and clear disregard for politics will greatly benefit us if used correctly. For a moment, Grafia's lips quivered at the dangerous notion Surzex was having. Do you plan on using him? His silence increased her worries even further. But that was soon replaced by confusion when he turned to look at her with a smile. No, Grafia. The risk is too great. Not to mention that Aurelia will see through our schemes, being upfront with Igor will yield us far greater benefits than subtly trying to manipulate him. He stood up from his chair and made his way towards the window. With his hands behind his back, Surzex gazed over the city under his rule. My time with Igor was short, but I understand what kind of person he is. You only get his trust once, and once only. If you have his trust, he will go to great lengths for you, just like how he exterminated the Heimjima clan for his aunt. Surzex-sama. Do you think it is possible for him to do the same for Devilkind? He shook his head. No. It is illogical to expect him to do the same for us. Igor trusts people, not groups. To tell you the truth, Grafia. He chuckled slightly. Hee, maybe you will think it is selfish, but I only have one goal for this alliance. The benefits we will gain from both Aurelia and Igor will be of immense worth to our race. He turned to face his wife once more with a very sincere smile. But, my true goal from the start, was to obtain the strongest shield for Rias. Grafia's eyes dulled for a while in thought before understanding dawned. The engagement. Hee. Yes. I must say that I am thankful for what Azazel and Cleria have done. Those two have gone to great lengths to hide or obscure any information about Igor. To this day, everyone thinks that the one who killed the Heimjima has died. But once the council finds out that Igor is the one responsible, then they will be forced to respect him, lest they die. The alliance terms. Yes. Surzex turned to face the city once more. The alliance terms. I might not be able to do much to break the engagement, but Igor would. Unlike us, politics don't matter to him. He doesn't have to care about the wealth the Phoenix inject into the economy, or how vital their tears are. But then wouldn't the Phoenix realize your plan and stop nonetheless, Surzex-sama? Grafia was truly worried about this gamble her husband and the other Satans were playing. The other devils weren't stupid. They would soon realize that everything done was purely intentional. By then, wouldn't they stop regardless? They can't. With a flip of his hand, a document manifested in Surzeka's hands. He stretched out his hand and handed it to Grafia. For a while, Grafia read through the papers, her eyes gradually widening before her mouth opened in shock. You plan on forcing them to? Yes. If all goes to plan, not just the Phoenix, but every Pillar clan will be forced to donate a certain amount of their resources to the treasury. It is a mandatory resource production system we have drawn up, meaning that no clan can simply have Pillar status and all the power such a status has without giving back. Grafia read through the document once more. All the Satans had placed their signatures on this. If such a law came to fruition, it not only meant that any clan now had the chance to ascend to Pillar status, but current clans could also fall from Pillar status. Clans like the Phoenix would now be forced to donate a certain quota of Phoenix tears every year with a minimum baseline. The amount stipulated here is already the amount the Phoenix produce in a month. The more tiers that were produced, the less the donation amount. This was the same as a regressive taxation system. Surzex-sama. This would develop the underworld, Grafia. Too many clans have the traits and capabilities to make our people soar. But because of needless greed, we are now reaching a point of complete stagnation. Since benevolence has not worked after centuries of trying, I will use fear and forceful coercion. Grafia's eyes grew concerned. She now understood why Igor was offered such rights. The Satans effectively had a remorseless weapon under their belt that could kill anyone without consequence. Who would retaliate against him? Everyone in the underworld felt that power. The underworld respected power, especially the common populace. And with the increased population of reincarnated devils, very few voices amongst the common populace would fight against having such a powerful being as an ally. And with dissent growing against the power the Pillar clans have, many would even wish for such a system to come to fruition. But, did Surzex not see the problems with this? Surzex-sama. Do you not worry that he would abuse Dash? He raised his hand to stop her from continuing, an action he had never done to her before. Grafia. I trust him. Were it anyone else, I would have torn those papers apart. Grafia was appalled. The amount of leeway Igor and Aurelia, especially Igor, have in this alliance means they not only have access to their council halls, but they can act with impunity. If they suddenly turned enemy or spy, she feared the repercussions. No. She had to voice these thoughts. If you met him, you would understand why. I've met Igor twice, both under different circumstances. He is as simple as you can get. He doesn't have a mask nor does he try to hide who he is. When you finally meet him, Grafia, you will understand that betrayal is the absolute last thing you could ever expect from him. And it is because of that quality that I am willing to place Rias in his care. Grafia did not try to dissuade him. Rias was Surzeka's absolute bottom line. If he was willing to place her in his care, then that meant he absolutely trusted Igor. It still didn't make sense to her. Meeting a person only 2 times was far too little for her husband to trust him to such a level. But, she would believe in him. I understand, Surzex-sama. She would trust him in his judgment. If he believed that Igor was trustworthy, then she would extend the same hospitality. If I may ask, how do you plan on placing Rias-sama under Igor-sama's care? Surzeka's eyebrows rose slightly. Sama, already. His wife was more adaptable than he thought. Very simple, Grafia. We did promise on competing who has the cuter sister. Since he won't be coming here anytime soon, perhaps I'll make a trip to Kuo sometime soon. In that moment, Grafia brought him back to reality. Perhaps we can venture to Kuo after we accomplish this week's quota. DxD. Back in Kuo, just a bit over half an hour had passed since both boys sat underneath the tree. They relaxed in a comfortable silence, seemingly uncaring for anything. Igor knew that Aurelia was still placating Shuri in the kitchen, but he didn't understand what the fuss was about. Auntie worries too much. To him, war was no different from going out and riding a bicycle. It was why he couldn't understand why Shuri would suddenly act like a mothering hen. Thankfully, Aurelia soon walked out of the house alone, ? Glancing towards her, he stood up while waiting for her to arrive. Hey, sister. What's the verdict? Even Added opened one eye to listen in. Shuri-sama still finds it hard to believe, but she has accepted that this has been something you have done for years and will not try to stop you. Her only question is how long will you be gone? I'll be gone for a week at most. I see. Then, may I come with? At that moment, Added was about to speak when Igor shook his head. Sorry, sister. You can't. Subtly clenching her fists, Aurelia was unwilling. May I ask, why? For a moment Igor looked at her meaningfully before he glanced at Added. Both teens met each other's eyes before Added stood up. I'll wait for you at Flower Fruit Mountain. Without further words, he instantly vanished. Sue. Finally, Aurelia and Igor were left alone. Gradually feeling his friend leave this country, Igor turned to face her. Look, sister. There are no rules preventing you from coming and I do want you to come, but there are problems here. I haven't forgotten that you are hiding things from me. Aurelia lowered her head in both reluctance and understanding. All right. When you come back, I will give you an answer. She could only solemnly give him this answer. Gently cupping her cheeks, Igor placed his forehead against her. Why the long face? I'm not going to disappear, you know. She couldn't meet his eyes. He almost died when she wasn't by his side. She was afraid something similar would happen again. Listen to me, Aurelia. I trust you, all right? I trust you. Right now, something is eating up Auntie from the inside. I don't know if it's only because of the old men or some other reason, but she isn't all right. And I have a feeling you know the reason. Once again, she couldn't reply. He hit the nail right on the head. I won't ask for too much, sister. Everyone has their secrets they want to keep. You have yours and I have mine. For a moment, he looked at her right in the eye before he looked down. Sigh. Igor was about to regret saying the next few words, but they needed to be said. I don't care about the secret you and Auntie have anymore. I just want you two to use the time I'm gone to sort everything out. Not knowing where the tears were even coming from, Aurelia dumbly nodded. Yes, I will. Feeling the need to tease her one last time, he pulled away from her. All right, Leah. Tell them I'll be back next week. Ah. Yes. She was a bit saddened that he was leaving just like that, but... Chew. She didn't even have time to widen her eyes when she felt the back of her head held roughly. Her mind was still caught unaware, but her body reacted naturally. Swiftly, her arms wrapped around his torso in a bid to deepen the kiss. Tsui. Suddenly, all she felt in place of the previous warmth was cold air. Her eyes opened unwillingly, her hand rising up to her lips. Still, a soft smile blossomed on her face. I love you too. Chapter 206, Chapter. She didn't even have time to widen her eyes when she felt the back of her head held roughly. Her mind was still caught unaware, but her body reacted naturally. Swiftly, her arms wrapped around his torso in a bid to deepen the kiss. Tsui. Suddenly, all she felt in place of the previous warmth was cold air. Her eyes opened unwillingly, her hand rising up to her lips. Still, a soft smile blossomed on her face. I love you too. DxD. Flower Fruit Mountain, Himalayan mountain range. Tsui. Using the instant transmission, Igor appeared underneath the shelter of a gazebo. Added and to his surprise, Sun Wukong were seated at the table. After merging with Trini, not only did his power increase, but also his perception. Yet when he locked onto Added, he could sense everyone else except the old sage. Even now as he stood in front of him, Igor could barely sense him. And from the grin on Sun Wukong's face, it was clear this was intentional. Did you really think that after a few power-ups you'd be able to sense me, brat? Normal people greeted each other with hellos after not seeing each other for over a month. But no. The old sage decided he should crush his confidence. TCH. One day I'll surpass you. Hee hee. Maybe when I'm dead or retired, brat. Now, do you want some tea? There was a luxurious assortment of prestigious cups and what Igor assumed to be a high-end tea. From the looks of things, Added certainly enjoyed the taste. Pulling a chair back, he also joined them at the table. What? No sake this time. Cough. As if the word sake was the trigger, Added choked on his tea. After repeatedly trying not to die, he took a napkin and wiped his mouth. Brother. You and sake, never. Never again. There was visible panic on Adid's face. Don't drink sake, Igor. Please, don't. For all it was worth, Igor was confused. Why? It's just sake. Adid began slowly, his tone condescending as if he was talking to a child. Brother. When you drink you turn into an infrastructural hazard, brat. Don't drink and let's leave it at that. Igor felt a bit of grief. He was told that he destroyed a building. But it was only once. One too many, brother. One too many. Facing a two-pronged attack, Igor could only grit his teeth and endure. Fine. Taking a teapot, he poured himself some tea. There was a brief period of silence as the trio drank their tea. It wasn't until a few moments later that Igor spoke. So, when are we leaving, monkey sage? We can leave now or remain here for another hour. Indra said something about wanting to meet you, brat. Uncle wants to meet me. If this is another request on mentoring new recruits, then I'm not having it. As if an idiot brat like you can guide recruits. No, he wants you for something different. Igor saw no reason to decline, so he accepted. All right, monkey sage. I'll see what he wants. Then silently, he downed his cup of tea. For the next few minutes, the trio sat silently as they savored the tea. Over the years, it had become a sort of ritual for them to sit like this in silence. Sun Wukong couldn't help but admire the growth of these two boys in front of him. Both had grown considerably over the past 3 years, both in mind and in body. Especially Igor. The old monkey idly reminisced of the boy who stupidly asked him about the blindfold covering his eye. Quick to instigating conflict with absolutely no regard for the consequences, he was as hard-headed as they came. Thankfully, that seemed to have somewhat regressed over the years to a certain extent. If only he could lose that cursed tongue as well. Over the years, both boys had garnered quite a significant following due to them being the rising stars of the new generation. And as fortune would have, each boy had a select group of fanatical followers. While Adid's followers were perverted women, Igor's followers were a bit more unique. For some reason, young Devis liked his personality and had become hellbent on emulating it. Unfortunately, they seemed to emulate the worst aspects of Igor. I've already lost count of how many victims had their mothers cursed for birthing them. Still, he wouldn't complain too much. From this month alone, Sun Wukong could sense that Igor had indeed grown, and not in strength alone. Although the blonde still didn't know the proper manners required to drink tea, the calm way he drank it told the old monkey all he needed to know about Igor's mental state. He has indeed grown. Maybe he won't need to whack him with his staff anymore. Adid. You look like a pansy when you drink like that. Contrary to expectation, Adid did not flare up in anger. After freezing for a moment, he calmly placed the cup on the table before facing Igor. Brother. We've only just arrived. Don't choose violence when we haven't even finished half the pot. The reason we haven't even reached half is because you're kissing your tea instead of drinking it. It's called savoring. But I don't blame you. Someone of your intelligence wouldn't understand. Look. Even Uncle Sun still hasn't finished his. Igor looked at Sun Wukong for a moment before frowning. That's his second cup, idiot. Unlike you who wants to molest his cup, he actually drinks his tea. Adid couldn't come back from this. His dignity had been scattered across the ground by Igor's insults. And from the slight twitch of the lip on the old monkey's face, he could tell that despite trying to mind his own business, Sun Wukong found this situation funny. Igor. There was only one way left to recover what was left of his face. Take that back. Standing up, Adid glared at Igor who only grinned back at him. Make me, cup kisser. Adid didn't hesitate. With a golden aura covering him, he spoke. The Pacific. Now. Without further words, he vanished. Vuong. With Igor remaining behind, he looked at Sun Wukong with a helpless expression. See, monkey sage. I didn't instigate it this time. He did. Without waiting for a reply, he placed 2 fingers on his forehead and vanished. Tsui. Finally left alone, Sun Wukong did not seem the least bit fazed. He already knew not to get between these two when they wanted to duke it out. Sitting in silence, he calmly finished the rest of his tea before placing the cup on the table. Sigh. As long as those two remain together, there will never be true peace. The old monkey could swear that whenever those two got together, their respective IQs take a vacation. Just a little trade of barbs and there would soon be tsunami warnings issued across multiple weather channels. Yes. There will never be true peace. DxD. Remote region, heavenly realm. In a region devoid of sentient life, Indra suddenly appeared. Once he arrived, all the animals in the vicinity hurriedly scattered away. Even a squirrel that was on the tree he was standing underneath it suddenly vanished faster than the eye could see. Indra smiled in amusement as he felt multiple energy signatures run from him. It was clearly intentional on his part. It brought him some enjoyment to see creatures run from him. I see that you have yet to grow, Indra. Unfortunately, very few people would remain unaffected by his presence. And the one on the top of the list just happened to be both his former teacher and his current rival. Shiva. Turning to face his former mentor and his attendant, Indra adjusted his glasses when he saw Shiva had assumed his childish form. Quite ironic for you to say I haven't grown. Shiva didn't take offense to the subtle barb. Instead, he got right to the point. I won't waste time. You already know I want Igor to be my disciple. Now, I not only want him to be my disciple, I want him to join my camp. Indra didn't react much. He was aware of Shiva's desire for Igor. He had personally seen that power after peering into the human world. So he could understand Shiva's desire. Fine. Do whatever you want. Surprisingly, he did not try to refuse or negotiate, which somewhat stumped Shiva. Regardless, he wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. Good. I am glad this concludes it. Let us depart, Nandi. Satisfied that he got what he wanted, Shiva and Nandi were about to vanish when Indra stopped them. Stop. Wait a second, will you? Sheesh. Why the rush? Shiva stood idly with his hands behind his back, his eyes calmly looking up at Indra. Uncharacteristically, the war god rubbed his head before sighing. Look. I know I haven't been the best student and that is why you're looking for Demori. I also know that my teaching methods aren't suitable for him and that you'd be able to teach him much better than I could. But know this. Just as you will train Igor, I will also train my son. He has the potential to surpass me and I will make sure that happens. Surprisingly, Shiva's lips stretched into a grin. Head dot. Slowly, he hovered up until he was face to face with Indra. Stretching out his arm for a handshake, he spoke. I look forward to the battle between our heirs. Inwardly, Indra was shocked to the high heavens. But outwardly, only his eyebrows slightly rose. Heir. He had an inkling of suspicion, but he didn't truly expect that Shiva was preparing to groom Igor as the next god of destruction. Even he didn't have that privilege when he was younger. He. He found the whole situation funny. Ha 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 ha. Hilarious, even. Now it made sense why Shiva was so out and about. In the human world, he's appeared more times in a year than he did in the 99. Every god worth their salt knew of Shiva's ambiguous relationship with the troublesome blonde. Indra could only imagine the chaos if the world found out Shiva made an Aryan his heir. Ha 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 ha. He shook his head in amusement. He wasn't jealous of Igor. Merely intrigued. Clearly, Shiva saw more potential in Igor than he did. All right. Reaching out to shake Shiva's hand, he confirmed their agreement. I agree. Indra knew he might not compete with Shiva and Nandi in terms of teaching, but his son wasn't lacking in teachers either. He had him, the annoying dragon in his gauntlet, and his mother to teach him all he needed to know. May the best heir win. Chapter 207, Chapter. I agree. Indra knew he might not compete with Shiva and Nandi in terms of teaching, but his son wasn't lacking in teachers either. He had him, the annoying dragon in his gauntlet, and his mother to teach him all he needed to know. May the best heir win. DxD. The heavenly realm was bound with frequent activity as preparations for war went underway. Both Shiva's and Indra's armies had already begun readying themselves for the inevitable clash coming in a few days. However, few knew this, but the war already started as soon as preparations began. Small skirmishes already existed as small teams were sent to intercept convoys and destroy supply lines. While not constrained by land features such as bridges, region-wide spatial barriers deployed in key flight paths could delay the delivery of artifacts by hours, if not days. There was mutual consent for no one from the ultimate class and above to take part in these skirmishes. This was to give those from high class and below, usually children and teenagers, the necessary combat experience and a chance to shine. As these skirmishes were happening, Sun Wukong finally brought Igor and added. They appeared in Indra's war room situated high up in the skies. Currently, the only occupant other than them was Indra. He was looking at a holographic screen with rather intense scrutiny. Being the first to walk forward, Igor was about to greet when Indra motioned with his hand to remain silent. Question mark. Curious, Igor walked over to see what he was watching. Peering over Indra's shoulder, he saw two squadrons of uniformed children fighting against each other. At a glance, one team seemed to be setting up a barrier while the other was fighting their hardest to prevent the barrier from being set up. From the uniform and emblem, Igor could tell that the defending side was Indra's army. While they were lacking in numbers due to a few of their members having splintered off to set up the formation, they were not losing. That had more to do with a young boy who wasn't even a teenager. Maybe he was 10 or 11 at best. But most interestingly, it was the spear he was using as a weapon. He's quite good. Igor might not be a weapons master, but he'd fought enough of them to know the boy wasn't half bad. Yes, he is. He's one of our newer recruits. He calls himself Chow Chow and holds the true Longinus. Quite fascinating, don't you think? Maybe. It's just a spear though. Adit couldn't help but mock. It's just a spear, he says. He walked over and watched the boy fight. That's the ultimate Longinus, brother Igor. Even you will suffer quite a bit of damage if it stabs into you. Whatever. I'm sure I can kill him before he can even take out that spear. Sun Wukong couldn't help but sigh as he hovered over. Can you not fantasize about killing my newest protege, brat? Protege? Did you replace me already, monkey sage? Why I oughta. Indra did his best to ignore the two most annoying people in the room. He already missed the peace and quiet that existed before they arrived. Sigh. Wukong. Igor. Dismissing the translucent screen, he turned to face them both. There was no need to delay now that they were all here. There's been a few changes. Igor. From now on, you are discharged from my army and will be considered an enemy combatant effective in 5 minutes. Should you wish, you are to report to Shiva's camp where you will be welcomed as his newest officer. Blinks once. Blinks once more. Heh. DxD. To no surprise, the news came as an absolute surprise to Igor. He didn't expect such a sudden change, but surprisingly, he wasn't completely against it. After Indra elaborated a few points to help him understand, a large part of him even began to look forward to it. For one, he would finally be able to square off against Adit as opposing camps. While sparring with each other was fun in of itself, adding heavier stakes to the whole matter made victory that much more enjoyable. Besides, the reason he wasn't too hesitant was because his enemy status would only last during wartime. Once the war is concluded, he'd be more than welcome to come back here. After all, neither side were truly enemies, to an extent. Enmity was somewhat inevitable when it came to Asuras and Devas. All right. Igor was very quick in his agreement. Turning to face the old monkey, he had a signature look of superiority. You can go ahead and keep your apprentice, monkey sage. See if I need you. Really? Then who will bring you out of the heavenly realm? Igor stood silently. It was a good question. He couldn't use the instant transmission since his perception couldn't penetrate the barrier between the real world and the heavenly realm. So who wow? Sigh. Adit couldn't hold it in anymore. Brother. Sometimes I swear you just choose not to think. Lord Shiva will obviously make arrangements for you. Igor looked at Adit with his eyes slightly squinted in confusion. I know that, brother. It's kind of obvious. But I don't feel comfortable leaving my life in the hands of someone I don't know. Adit was a bit confused. What did trust have to do with traveling between worlds? Fortunately, Sun Wukong had an answer. Adit. Igor here is very sensitive to spatial fluctuations. As such, he can feel when we're crossing between realms. Igor further elaborated. And if someone drops me right at the point of crossing, there's a chance I'd become a mangled corpse. Even if I survive, I might become a cripple. Adit wasn't unaware that Igor was sensitive to spatial fluctuations. But he didn't think it was to this degree. If he could even feel the moment they transitioned to the real world, then it would make sense why he would be so wary of something most would casually dismiss. Huh. I guess you're not an idiot after all. Unlike Yodash. Before Igor could finish his sentence, Indra interrupted him. I am sure Shiva or Nandi will teleport you themselves. But if that doesn't happen, you are welcome to come back here where Wukong or my son will send you back. It was a compromise he was willing to make for Igor. Part of his camp or not, he liked the kid. Thanks, uncle. With everything sorted out, it was time to bid farewell. No tears were shed, but many barbs were shared. Igor would only be gone for a few days, so no one was particularly emotional about his departure. Adit was particularly looking forward to versing off against Igor just as the latter was against him. While Igor was indeed stronger than him in their base state, his boosted gear could quickly outrun that advantage. DxD. Kuo Town, Japan. A few hours had passed since Igor left without giving proper goodbyes. The ones most affected by his sudden departure were Aquino and Asia. Neither could accept that he had suddenly left again without a word. Although they were told he would be back in a week, their grievances weren't completely placated. Shuri on the other hand fared somewhat better. She was not anxious about his sudden departure, but it was clear it did miff her. Aurelia did, however, see this as an opportunity. With Igor gone, the air between her and Shuri was somewhat tense. It was time that it was cleared up for good. Shuri-sama. Entering the living room, she went ahead and sat next to Shuri. It was already mid-afternoon and the children were in their room. With a wave of her hand, she erected a privacy barrier, something Shuri was able to pick up on. We need to talk. Rather than wasting pointless time, Aurelia felt it was best everything was done now. Without getting into needless pleasantries and lead-ups, she went right into the matter. I will be the first to admit it, Shuri-sama. I will never regret what I have with my lord, nor will I give up on him. But, I will not be opposed if you were to pursue him. It was a conclusion she had arrived at ever since their return from the underworld. Shuri cared for Igor, immensely so. When he was recovering from the injuries that came with assuming that new state, Shuri showed sincere care. This nurturing moved Aurelia, and finally, though very, very, very reluctantly, she arrived at this conclusion. She told herself she owed it to Shuri, especially since she was the one who got Shuri's hopes up. I do not like it, Shuri-sama. But I understand the feelings you hold towards my lord are something that even time might find hard to air. No. No amount of time will erase what I feel for him, Aurelia-san. Shuri quietly denied her words. But what use was it? Even if Aurelia was willing to compromise. But it doesn't matter, Aurelia-san. As long as I carry the title of Barraquil's woman, he will never accept me. And I have accepted that. Even if she divorced Barraquil 100 times over, he would never touch her because the man he respects was once her husband. Shuri-sama. I have a way to remedy that. Silence. Anne. I'm looking forward to a fight between Adid and Igor. With how there's no permanent death during war, I'm hoping for a complete no-holds-barred fight. Until the next chapter. Chapter 208, Chapter. But it doesn't matter, Aurelia-san. As long as I carry the title of Barraquil's woman, he will never accept me. And I have accepted that. Even if she divorced Barraquil 100 times over, he would never touch her because the man he respects was once her husband. Shuri-sama. I have a way to remedy that. Silence. DxD. Shuri and Aurelia sat next to each other on the couch. The living room was sealed by a barrier, ensuring that sound could enter, but not leave. The atmosphere was tense, especially after Aurelia's previous words. Shuri, who had already entertained hopes of giving up, couldn't help but look at Aurelia with a sense of urgency. How? The stigma of having been a wife to a man she barely remembers was something she wanted to rid herself of. Aurelia knew she had to choose her words carefully here. She had touched upon Shuri's sore point and had to tread carefully. Shuri-sama. Unlike most, I am aware that you truly died that night. I have had chances in the past to observe you whenever I was sent to Kuo. You still retain some of your intrinsic mannerisms, but your aura has changed. Maybe Igor glossed over it out of convenience, but Aurelia had some inkling into how death works for denizens under the Shinto gods. When my lord told me of that day, Amaterasu-sama had said that your soul had already been cleansed before she retrieved it. Shuri nodded quietly. Along with the possibility of recovering her memories being very slim, Amaterasu did indeed say her soul had been cleansed. Shuri-sama. If your soul had been cleansed, then it is not wrong to say you were not revived, but reincarnated into your original body. If nothing had happened, Shuri's soul may have ventured into the afterlife where she would finally experience true peace. Why Amaterasu would commit such a taboo and wrench a cleansed soul eluded her. Shuri-sama. It is long overdue, but what we need to do is let everyone realize that you are a new person, a reincarnation. And I will help you with that. DxD. Heavenly Realm. 2 days passed without issue. Skirmishes still occurred and supplies like armor and artifacts were either retrieved or stolen. Many youths made their names known, but one special case was a youth who called himself Chow Chow. With his true Longinus, no one, not even other Deva, dared to underestimate him. Human or not, one stab was all it took for one to die. Further news that made the circles was Igor switching camp and joining Shiva's side. Contrary to belief, none of them called him a traitor, at least not out loud. His volatile temper was well known throughout Indra's camp and no one wanted to offend someone who could teleport right in front of them. At Shiva's camp, the reaction to Igor's reception was somewhat mixed. There were a few who were very excited. They were the generals at the upper end of God class. Having an asset like Igor would prove to be monumental in the wars to come. Some felt apprehension. After all, quite a lot died under Igor's hand and a few held some resentment. It wasn't resentment that they were killed, but how they were killed. It was one thing to die to a blade after a hard-fought battle. It was another thing entirely to die to a stray key blast. Regardless, nothing could be done nor would anyone complain. One thing that was true was that Igor was strong. And if rumors were to be believed, he had recently obtained the power of a supreme class. With Indra's son also having recently obtained the power of supreme class, having Igor would be a great help. During this time, no one seemed to have seen the blonde over the past 2 days. There were rumors circulating that he was undergoing secret training with Lord Shiva. Others said he ran off while others only folded their arms and waited. Whatever the reason was, Igor would have to show himself sooner or later. Several generals were already debating on who could have him in his regiment. Having a powerful person like Igor under their command would undoubtedly increase their prestige. Unfortunately, as the hour of war drew closer, no one saw Igor. The armies had already assumed their formations on the horizon. All of them were waiting for the commanders in the realm of supreme class to appear in the skies before they could finally march. Logically speaking, Igor was still in the realm of God class, so it didn't make sense for him to not appear. Where is he? I don't know. Did he not come? This is bad. Murmurs spread across the army. Many were curious about where Igor was, but one general at the peak of God class silenced them. Quiet. The commanders and Lord Shiva are about to arrive. That silenced the murmurs completely. No one wanted to offend the commanders. Who knew if they might not be resurrected? It was not worth taking the chance. Fush. It then happened. A massive portal opened in the skies before slowly, the elite of the elite poured out. Hundreds of warriors in silver-like armor were the first to come out. All of them radiated the aura of the supreme class. They each held their spears firmly at their side as they spread out to form neat rows. Soon after, Mahabali came out with his hands behind his back. He led the procession from the front as various other entities at the realm of supreme class followed behind. They calmly flew between the passage the armored warriors had purposefully left open. Once a suitable distance formed between them and the portal, the group behind Mahabali splintered off to the side while he remained in front. Puffing up his chest, he looked at the army below and proclaimed, "Lord Shiva has arrived. Pay your respects." Instantly, all weapons were sheathed. Everyone cupped their fists as they awaited for the arrival of the god of destruction. We pay our respects to Lord Shiva. 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 A chorus of yells resonated throughout the valley. The ground trembled at the massive number of proclamations. Mahabali turned around and also cupped his fists, his head lowered in respect. Soon, 4 powerful elders at the peak of supreme class appeared. Their faces were covered by their golden robes, leaving only their long white beards visible. They had their hands clasped together with simple wooden beads between them. They flew higher into the sky where they would remain until the end of the war. We pay our respects to Lord Shiva. We pay our respects to Lord Shiva. We pay our respects to Lord Shiva. The shouts did not recede in the slightest. In fact, they got louder, more fervent. Shiva would appear any moment now, and many people were looking forward to seeing the strongest god once more. Foolish. A massive pressure suddenly descended upon the region, instantly quieting everyone's yell. Everyone silently looked up at the skies in anticipation, everyone too afraid to wipe off their sweat in case they missed seeing their god. Soon. Vuong. Shiva slowly flew out of the portal. He took on the form of a man adorned with very elegant robes. His hands were behind his back as he flew ahead calmly, his eyes raking over his army. His ever-trusted attendant was at his side with his staff. Nandi always seemed to have a small smile on his face, as if everything he saw amused him. He also looked down at the army, his smile not falling in the slightest. However, the biggest surprise that shocked everyone was Igor. Garbed in a dark blue haori, he also flew next to Shiva. What was surprising was not the red aura gently emanating from him, but the power of the supreme class he was releasing. No one expected this. No. No one expected he would be granted the privilege of being at Shiva's side. His crimson gaze hovered over them with indifference before gazing at the horizon before him. The procession continued. No matter how surprised people were, no one dared not to show respect. If they did, those 4 old men might let their souls slip into the afterlife. Igor joining the commanders was surprising, but no one voiced their comments. Besides, Vuong. The appearance of Indra meant that the time for stray thoughts was over. Indra's army was massive and had only grown over the past few years. However, this didn't mean they would back down. Igor looked straight at Adid, his eyes not once diverting from his. Adid had his sacred gear active while a gentle golden aura emanated from him. Perhaps it was because they had been friends for so long, but the war no longer mattered to them. All they wanted was to embrace the Scion ways and fight each other. Soldiers. Charge. A brief interlude was what this was, but rampant happenings are about to occur very soon. But some things might not turn out the way you think. Chapter 209, Chapter. Igor looked straight at Adid, his eyes not once diverting from his. Adid had his sacred gear active while a gentle golden aura emanated from him. Hee. Perhaps it was because they had been friends for so long, but the war no longer mattered to them. All they wanted was to embrace the Scion ways and fight each other. Soldiers. Charge. DxD. War, a bloody spectacle. No matter how glorified it appeared on the outside, very few know or are willing to comprehend the amount of bravery it takes to pick up a weapon and kill another man for an ideal. All the soldiers from both sides attacked each other with a passion. This was no place for the weak of heart. This was not a place for trembling hands. From young children and old adults, there was no distinction. A weapon did not have eyes. As long as it found flesh. Pucci. It would pierce through. Aia. Low class, middle class, high class, ultimate class, god class, there was no class distinction. There were no separate battlefields. There was no turn-based combat or fair fights. A high class could immediately find themselves on the pointy end of a god class's spear. A young recruit could find themselves caught in the crosshairs of an old veteran. There was no such thing as retreating. Retreating meant death. The moment you turned your back on the enemy, it wouldn't be them who would kill you. It would be your ally. In a bloody battlefield where corpses were stacked on top of each other, prestigious uniforms would be dyed red. Emblems would be covered with so much dirt that the only way to tell an ally from an enemy was the direction they were facing. With me, soldiers. Press on. The only shining light, the only beacon in a war zone clouded by dust were the yells of generals who emphatically lead their troops. The blazing power of a god class cut through lower classes like a sickle through grass. Daring to fly in such conditions was the same as mingling with death. And death was a very cruel mistress. A poor young Azura did not know this as he flew up in fear. All his right arms were cut off, his two remaining left arms holding onto the bleeding stumps. He was young, his eyes covered in tears as his panicked gaze looked left and right, his two large demonic wings keeping him above the chaos. His breaths were heavy, the pure adrenaline coursing through his body preventing him from feeling pain that would have otherwise left him crippled. It was true that resurrection along with the complete restoration of a body was possible, but it was only now that he realized all the warnings he received before joining were not jokes. I don't want to be here. I want to go home. Pucci. His words were cut off as a spear pierced right through his chest. Looking down at the offending instrument, he was barely able to comprehend what was happening to him before a young boy around his age suddenly appeared in front of him. Ha! Gripping the spear tightly, Chow Chow did not pull it out, but slashed upwards, completely splitting the young Azura open from the chest like a watermelon. Not waiting any longer, he released a small burst of power that propelled him towards the ground once more, just in time to evade 3 acupuncture needles that would have impaled him from the back. Unfortunately, the young Azura was not so lucky. Fortunately, he was already dead. His body lifelessly fell towards the ground where it would join other corpses. Yet fate would not let him off. An ultimate class Deva who was defending against attacks from a 6-armed Azura quickly grabbed the corpse that was about to fall and used it as a shield. Pucci. Completely uncaring that he used a child as a flesh sheath for an axe, the Deva used this opportunity to manifest a new golden sword. Die. And pierce his shocked opponent. The axe-wielding Azura did not react to having his heart stabbed. His eyes were on the young Azura he had axed on the shoulder. Be brother. Even as he felt his life force wane, the Azura could only helplessly mutter these last words before he immediately got decapitated by another Deva. Shying. It was a cruel coincidence, one that ultimately cost him his life. Resurrection existed, but at what price? This was war. We are needed 5 kilometers east. The situation is volatile. All right. Sue. And just like that, the 2 Devas vanished with complete disregard for their fallen enemy. There was no compassion, no empathy. Such emotions were a hindrance, a cause for hesitation. In war, you had to kill and move on. This was not a sport. This was survival, and the veterans were called veterans for a reason. For they had mastered the art of leaving their sentimentality at home. In war, only an obedient killing machine was needed. And that is what they were. DxD. The tragic scene below did not go unnoticed by Igor. With his arms crossed, he impassively gazed down below like the rest of the supreme class with him. He caught the word the Azura said before he unfortunately died, but Igor felt nothing. Too many similar incidences existed and he'd seen so much that just like the veterans, his eyes and heart had become dull to such incidences. It was only 3 years, but he had seen and lived through over 30 wars. He had once been down there like the rest of them, and he thrived. TCH. Igor had liked watching that 6-armed Azura fight. It was a complete waste for him to die like this, all because of his weak brother who couldn't die somewhere else. My, Igor. Did you find something distasteful to your eye? No, Nandi. I just saw a needless death, that's all. It was truly needless. He was strong for someone in the realm of ultimate class and Igor had come to like his fearless fiery attitude. Oh. I see what you mean. Truly he might not recover from this. Igor had no words to say there. He could only imagine if the roles were reversed and his enemy used Asia as a. No. That will never happen. And as for letting Asia experience war, that was something he was also vehemently against. As long as she was strong enough to protect herself, he would be satisfied. Regardless, now was not the time nor place for sentimental thoughts. His job was to only observe the fight below and temper his mind. He was no longer fighting with opponents in the realm of God class. He was no longer one of the strongest in the battlefield. He was certainly not the weakest, but none of his new opponents would be easy to kill. I won't die. He had never died before. He had seen the brink, but had never tasted it. He was determined not to taste it any time soon. But whether fate would have other plans, that would remain to be decided. Indra's and Shiva's armies were in a deadlock, but Shiva's was steadily being pushed back. The superior numbers made this battle gradually turn in Indra's favor. Shiva remained impassive to this sudden turn of events. Even though it weren't the times when Igor and Adid participated on the opposing side, he didn't expect his army to win. Demori. But he held some expectations for Igor. You must win. It was not a request. Shiva was not asking him to win the war, but to win against Adid. Igor did not rush to answer. It was not out of fear or hesitation, but out of contemplation. Adid had managed to keep up with him during their fight on the Pacific. His friend must have learned some new tricks as well. I will win. Regardless, he wouldn't let himself lose to Adid. Good. Mahabali. Yes, Lord Shiva. As soon as Shiva called his name, Mahabali, who was standing at the front, knew it was time to call for a retreat. Sue. For a brief moment, he disappeared from view before he reappeared once more. It didn't take long before down below, the horn for retreat was sounded. Fighting desperately, Shiva's army retreated to the boundary before finally, they all vanished into motes of light. Victory. Victory. Indra's army cheered at their victory. A few finally allowed themselves to collapse on the ground. The constant production of adrenaline and release of energy made them feel tired after over half a day of fighting. For some, it was their first war. Unfortunately, this was reality, and in reality, there were no cheers. Only tears. Very few cried in relief and joy. The rest cried not because they were happy about victory, but because they survived. They killed, and killed constantly in order to continue living. The mental impact of killing so many people no doubt affected them. This was also another trial for them, and right now. They either surpassed this hurdle and moved on, or they crumbled. For those in the know, this was a filtering event, to cast out the ones too weak to continue. Every veteran silently eyed the recruits with varying gazes. They once had to go through such a trial as well. Would they evolve through the pain and become men, or would they fail and have looks of shame casted upon them as they left for home? It was cruel, but it was reality for those living in the heavenly realm. Thousands of years of monthly wars had transformed this into a culture, a trial by fire that every boy must go through in order to be considered a man. Among those boys, one in particular stood headstrong with his spear in his hand. Chow Chow was absolutely drenched in blood, yet his eyes remained firm. Even as blood dripped from the fringes of his hair, he did not break like the others. His hands trembled as he held the spear. It was not his first time killing, but it was his first time killing so many people. It was not his first time seeing horrors, but he never imagined they would be on this scale. He had seen the cruelty of humanity, devils, and fallen alike when he was sold by his parents. He was no stranger to bloody scenes or staining his spear with the blood of his foes. But, this was war. Tremble, tremble. Regardless, grip spear tightly. He would evolve past this and become stronger. And now I see where a tad of Igor's darkness comes from and why the lives of other people mean so little to him. War, to put it crassly, is shit, and he lived through that. Otherwise, I'll come back with 2 more chapters on Monday, hopefully. Chapter 210, Chapter. He had seen the cruelty of humanity, devils, and fallen alike when he was sold by his parents. He was no stranger to bloody scenes or staining his spear with the blood of his foes. But, this was war. Tremble, tremble. Regardless, grip spear tightly. He would evolve past this and become stronger. DxD. Supreme class, a realm that everyone knew but few could comprehend. Their prowess was unmatched in the supernatural world, their power known to be the pinnacle. It was why when a war between supreme class entities occurred, high-level sealing barriers would need to be used. Previously, Igor could only watch from the sidelines as Mahabali and Sun Wukong led battles that would last for days on end, battles that flowed at incomprehensible speeds and always resulted in massive damage to the region. Now, he would be part of this bout, part of the elite, and would engage in a true battle for his life. Su 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 su. His face remained stoic, but his true desires displayed themselves through a gentle crimson cloak steadily covering him. He was already in the suppressed state of his demigod form, the 50x boost in power planting him solidly in the realm of low supreme class. Igor calmly waited for the elders in the sky to set up a massive barrier like usual, but they did not move. Neither the elders from Indra's or Shiva's side made any movements to set up the barrier like usual. All they did was dispel the giant array after collecting all the bodies and souls. Question mark. His excitement was replaced by confusion, his aura dimming as he subtly glanced around him. Why are we standing here? From the looks of things, it seemed that he was the only one who was unaware of what was happening. All the soldiers, supreme commanders, and the rest remained still. Igor even caught the amused smile of Nandi, making the blonde sincerely believe that he must have missed some sort of meeting. Fortunately, Shiva decided to enlighten him. Demori. Today you stand amongst our ranks and display power befitting as such. But, many are not convinced of your position, especially beside me and especially, as my heir apparent. The subtle glance Shiva pointed at Mahabali did not go unnoticed by Igor. He was not surprised by this. While Mahabali was calm, he didn't try to hide his displeasure and it seemed many shared similar thoughts. Igor was very tempted to fling him through a mountain. What do I do, Lord Shiva? Very simple, Demori. It is fortunate that similar to you, Indra's son has encountered a similar predicament. So it was agreed that today, the stage will be for you too. Fight well and prove that you are worthy of being someone I chose. Glancing ahead, it seemed that Adid had also gotten a similar speech from Indra. He couldn't suppress a grin when he noticed his friend's challenging gaze. The opportunity to verse each other up, uninterrupted no less, came much sooner than expected. In an instant, Adid vanished from sight and appeared on the ground down below, the boosted gear appearing on his left hand. Not hesitating for a moment, Igor let himself fall to the ground. His arms remained crossed over his chest as he descended, his crimson gaze not leaving Adid's in the slightest. The wind fluttered his clothes. His coat was pushed up, the absence of undergarments exposing his chiseled form. Like a stone statue, he continued to drop until finally. Boom. He landed feet first. The massive plume of dust and rubble kicked up by his landing completely obscured his form from sight. Everything was silent. All eyes were on the figure hidden inside the dust cloud. They calmly waited until slowly, a massive well of power was felt by everyone. Clack, asterisk clack asterisk, asterisk clack asterisk, asterisk clack asterisk, asterisk clack asterisk. Slowly, Igor walked out of the dust cloud, an aura of demi-ki shrouding him like a red flame. His hair slowly spiked as he flooded his body with more and more demi-ki. Similarly, Adid also had a golden shroud around him. Boost, boost, boost. The power these two released nearly overwhelmed the recruits who were watching on the sidelines from a safe space. Yet neither of them looked away, especially Chow Chow. He had heard rumors, but what he was seeing from Igor completely fascinated him. By all standards, Adid was a god. A half-god, but a god nonetheless. And Igor was facing off against a god. Amazing. Indra's son was forced to use the boosted gear just to equal Igor in terms of power. That was nothing short of amazing. Someday, I'll also be like this. He was confident he could do it. Igor was known to be a human, so he was sure that he as a human could also be this strong someday, especially with his true Longinus. Down below, Igor and Adid squared off. Nearly a kilometer of distance was between them. But with their level of power, they might as well have been standing a meter apart. Both of them radiated the power of a supreme class entity. Both of them were looking forward to this fight. And both of them were eager to overpower the other. Sue. Sue. In a complete burst of speed, both fighters vanished before suddenly. Boom. A massive shockwave spread through the vicinity. Their clash was one of epic proportions, a simple meeting between fists causing a reaction more powerful than explosives. For a brief moment, all anyone saw were the figures of Adid and Igor with their fists against each other before they both simultaneously vanished. Sue. After that, it was pure chaos. Boom. 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 Constant explosions began occurring over the entire region, their continuous clash causing visible shockwave after shockwave. Everyone from God class and below found it impossible to follow along. No matter how they tried, none of them could keep up. Only the generals at the peak of God class could barely follow along, but all they could catch at most were still after images of Igor and Adid in various fight sequences. It wasn't until... boom. A massive crater formed on the ground that everyone was able to see Adid lay sprawled at the center. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and vanished from sight, just in time to evade a double stomp from Igor. Boom. The force of his impact expanded the crater even further than before. His legs were buried up to his knees, but he wasn't concerned about that. Igor glanced up at Adid, who had backflipped away. Ha! Stretching out his hands, he fired numerous consecutive ki blasts. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Boom. 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 Reacting quickly, Added quickly darted away. Already aware of Igor's tendencies, staying in one spot and getting flooded with ki blasts was not an optimal solution, especially when the blonde could manipulate the blasts to attack him from behind. Boost. Doubling his power once more, Added speed at evading the ki blasts increased. But that didn't mean he was completely out of the woods. Igor's ki blasts came from nearly every angle. The only way to get out of it was to launch one super attack. One more boost should do it. The seconds passed as Added readied himself for another boost. Without his balance breaker activated, there was a limit to the number of successive boosts he could stack, and that limit had been reached 10 seconds ago. Boost. With his power doubling once again, he had to move fast before he started losing it again. Sue. Dodging the ki blasts, he stretched out his hand and fired a powerful energy wave right at the blonde. Take this. Ka, Drew. Igor didn't dare to linger. He didn't have to see it to know that a powerful energy wave was coming at him. Tsui. Acting quickly, he used his instant vanish to appear right where Added was, right where he had corralled him, right within a range of 100 meters. Tsui. Appearing behind his friend, a crimson blade had formed in Igor's hand. Without hesitation, he swung it in an attempt to decapitate Added. Shirring. Silence. The blade sliced true. Added's head was completely decapi. It was an afterimage. Completely caught off guard, Igor couldn't defend himself from the horse kick that found its way on his chin. Goo. He was sent flying into the air, his brain briefly entering the confines of unconsciousness before it quickly reset. Exclamation point. Opening his eyes, Igor tucked his limbs in before backflipping onto the ground once more. Standing up straight, he touched his chin where Added's kick had landed. Good one. Grabbing his head, Igor gave his neck a twist before. Crunch. A satisfying snap rang out. Enough with the warm-up, brother Added. What you say we kick this up a notch? Immediately, Igor's power started to skyrocket. He released no pressure, but everyone could feel his strength soar. Slowly, his hair turned red, the strands melding together and spiking even further. The jump from 50 to 100 times increase in power made him officially enter the realm of mid-supreme class, something Added had to match up quickly before he lost. Instead of replying out loud, Added used action. Welsh Dragon. Balance Breaker. Chapter 211, Chapter. The jump from 50 to 100 times increase in power made him officially enter the realm of mid-supreme class, something Added had to match up quickly before he lost. Instead of replying out loud, Added used action. Welsh Dragon. Balance Breaker. DxD. It was complete chaos. For days had already passed since Igor and Added had fought, yet neither seemed to relent. They fought without restraint, with complete disregard for the other's life. They fought like enemies who were out for each other's necks. The only reason they could afford to fight so dangerously was because of the elders above them. In the event of one's death, they could be resurrected. Regardless, no matter how hard they fought, neither managed to inflict enough debilitating injuries before they healed. The ground in the heavenly realm was hard. Despite Added's and Igor's relentless clash against each other, only a few tens of craters existed. The boys fought with all their might to outdo the other. But between Added's divine energy and Igor's demi-ki healing them, neither could maintain advantage for long. Boom. Sue. Sue. After a particularly violent clash, Igor and Added separated from each other. With a space of a few dozen meters between each other, both teenagers looked no different from when they started. While Added's scale armor remained pristine aside from dust, Igor's coat was completely torn apart. Still, aside from a bit of dirt on his face, his grin remained wider than ever. Sue 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 Sue. His aura was still vibrant like it was 4 days ago. Despite releasing a few powerful techniques, his ability to regenerate ki allowed him to maintain near-peak energy levels constantly. However, this didn't come without costs. Igor could feel that in 2 days, he would be too hungry to continue fighting. He was already hungry even now. And with how him and Added couldn't secure a complete advantage against each other, it was time that this fight was brought to a conclusion. Hey, Added. What do you say we get really wild? I can feel you still have more in the tank. Added considered Igor's words. Speaking from knowledge, he knew if this pace was kept, he could win this battle of attrition. Unlike Igor, his divine energy allowed him to live without the need to eat. And as long as he's in the heavenly realm, the amount of stamina he regenerated eclipsed the amount he expended, especially after completely mastering the balance breaker. But winning like this wasn't the Scion way. Alright. It just so happens that I have another trick I developed just for you, brother. Really? Then, you go first. Igor was curious to see what Added had because from the looks of things, it wasn't the Juggernaut drive. Very well, brother. Slowly, Added began to float. Then observe me carefully, for this form was born from my desire to surpass you. Added's scale mail slowly began to glow as his power began to rise. Crimson Thunder Drive. As soon as the announcement ended, a crimson thunderbolt struck Added, completely enveloping him in a bright red flash filled with wisps of green. Igor had to momentarily cover his eyes from how bright it was. However, the flash ended just as soon as it appeared, and once it did, it showed Added to be in a smaller, sleeker version of the scale mail. Two long jet-like wings protruded from behind while his form gained a more aerodynamic design. The long horizontal slit where his eyes were glowed green as he looked Igor. You have always been faster than me, brother. No matter how many times I boosted myself, I could never gain an edge on you. But now, your only advantage against me is now redundant. Igor didn't say anything. Instead, he got into a stance, ready to power up. No longer was he grinning wildly. Instead, he was serious as he ever would be. If he were to fight Added as he was right now, then his loss would be almost a guarantee. And if Added truly was as fast as he said he was, then Igor didn't think he'd last even 5 minutes. I can feel your power, brother Added. You're on a new level entirely. Slowly, the aura around him began to billow. I'll also show you my sincerity by displaying my absolute full power. Su. His eyes gradually grew fervent. No restraints. No nothing. Su. I'll show you my power in its complete entirety. The aura around him violently flashed as his power continued to increase. The pressure in the vicinity suddenly became heavy as his demi-ki came out of control. Quad. Gruu. With his fists clenched tightly at his sides, Igor summoned every ounce of his power, every ounce of his ki to ascend into a form he had not touched since leaving the time chamber. Like the jagged edges of a razor knife, his hair grew spiked apart as if it was struck by lightning. But the most pressing change was not only how the veins on his entire bulged, but how his muscle mass noticeably swelled. So much demi-ki was flowing through him that his veins had to widen in order to accommodate such an overcharge of energy. This widening inevitably caused his muscles to noticeably swell. However, this didn't seem to cause Igor any pain. In fact, even as he powered up, he seemed to be growing more and more feral, like a wild animal. Ha-iya. As his power reached its peak, his skin darkened slightly from the sudden increase in the amount of blood flowing through him. It wasn't until he powered up to his maximum that he released a powerful shockwave. Boom. Silence. As the remaining dust around him cleared, Igor was exposed to be standing tall, his hair jutting out like the jagged edges of a rocky mountain. His body had grown more muscular, his chest noticeably swelling with each powerful breath he took. His body was so hot that the mist he released through his mouth was visible to the naked eye. His gaze zeroed in on Added, his eyes glinting as his lips spread in a very, very wide grin. I want to fight. Igor wasn't normal. That manic gaze, it was completely beyond his usual scale. I want you to fight me. Gruu. Added got ready. Boost. He wasn't completely sure what was going on with Igor, but the killing intent the redhead was releasing was not normal. Something is wrong. Tsui. Fight me. Boom. Igor's strike was powerful. Added could barely block it before it struck. As such, he was sent flying. Fortunately, he didn't enter the confines of unconsciousness, so he was able to maintain awareness and correct himself. Pshwahwa. With the thrusters on his back coming to life, he rushed forward with such fast acceleration that Igor, who was about to give chase, could barely see the fist strike him. Boom. With a quick feint, Added changed direction and struck him with a powerful gut punch. Igor, who had raised his guard to block a punch to the face, ha 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 ha, laughed despite Added having landed a powerful attack in his midsection. With swift decisiveness, Igor grabbed his opponent's arm and heaved him over his shoulders. Added struggled to escape, but Igor's grip was too strong. He was helpless as Igor performed a powerful takedown by slamming him into the ground. Boom. And it didn't stop there. He. Keeping a firm hold on Added's arm, Igor cackled once more before heaving him up and slamming him into the ground again. Boom. And again. Boom. And again. Boom. It wasn't until a few slams later that Igor threw Added into the air, ran forward, and gave him a powerful soccer kick to the stomach. Boom. Added plowed right into the ground. The pain of having his back used to dig a long trench paled to the absolute pain of having his guts kicked like that. Arg. Getting up, he felt a bit lightheaded from the previous impacts he had to suffer through. But he knew one thing. Even if his view of the world was inverted, he would never stand in one spot when fighting Igor. Sue. Boom. Having retreated, he had barely dodged a stomp that would have no doubt seen his lungs into early retirement. Keeping his distance from the manic redhead, Added inwardly questioned himself. Did his defense rise, or is he impervious to pain? He had put in a lot of power into the first gut punch, yet Igor shrugged it off like it was nothing. He was sure Drag would know, but the old dragon was asked not to help him. TCH. Sue. Evading again, he landed on the ground just as Igor grabbed his afterimage in a bear hug. He's berserk. He either has very thick skin or his sense of pain has been dulled. Boost. Don't think too much, Added. If one punch won't do it, then how about 100? Boost. 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 After boosting his power 7 times in succession, his power increased by over 100 times. Yet, that would quickly dwindle with time. Tsui. In a flash, Igor appeared in front of Added with his hand outstretched. He tried to grab his head, but Added calmly swayed to the side. Immediately, the world seemed to lose all of its color as Added entered the zone, a unique ability of his new state. I am one with the world. In his view, everyone including Igor, turned pale blue with Igor being the brightest shade. Numerous little matrix lines seemed to infinitely shoot into the horizon, all while everything else remained frozen in time. Calmly, Added got into a stance as if he was preparing to punch the now frozen Igor. Yet. Pa. 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 Light blue phantom versions of himself stretched from his body and continuously punched Igor, all while the original reeled back his fist. Igor remained completely frozen in time, unaware that havoc was being wrought on his body. Suu. Soon, all the phantoms slowly seemed to be reabsorbed into Added's body before finally, he punched forward. Goo. Asterisk shatter, asterisk. With that one punch, the pale zone shattered like glass as the colors of the world slowly bled in. As time resumed its course, Igor's manic grin slowly fell as a flood of pain registered throughout his body. Ah. He stumbled forward, his eyes open in shock. His hand moved to his chest where he held it tightly. Ah. His steps were faltering. His eyes were losing. They were gradually rolling to the back of his head, indicating his impending unconsciousness. But before Added could release a sigh of relief, Igor suddenly exploded with untold power. Ha 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 ha. On instinct, he evaded the scene and opened a few meters of distance between them. What he saw astounded him. By all rights, his technique should have knocked Igor out if not outright killed him. Ha 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 ha. Yet somehow, said redhead was laughing wildly in front of him. Yes. 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 This is the feeling. This is the feeling. Igor raised his head to face Added, his palm covering one half of his face. Even as blood leaked out of his mouth, his singular visible crimson eye did little to hide his excitement. Give me more. His power spiked up even more. Give me, Marie. Gru. An. I vaguely remember this transformation from when Igor first entered the demigod state. It was in chapter 121. At the time, his limit was 110x. Looks like he improved on it, to an extent. Until the next chapter. Chapter 212, chapter. Yes. 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 This is the feeling. This is the feeling. Igor raised his head to face Added, his palm covering one half of his face. Even as blood leaked out of his mouth, his singular visible crimson eye did little to hide his excitement. Give me more. His power spiked up even more. Give me, Marie. Gru. DxD. A few moments earlier. High up in the skies, Nandi and Shiva watched Igor, the former with obvious intrigue while the latter seemed to be in contemplation. Truth be told, not just them, but everyone observing this fight was quite astounded. Both these boys were less than 20 years old, yet they already achieved a level of power that took most of them hundreds or even thousands of years to obtain. No matter how the other supreme class entities tried to keep stoic faces, their awe and surprise could not be hidden. For the rest of the surviving army observing, they were thankfully protected from feeling the overwhelming power those two released, especially Igor. This type of pressure wasn't something they could withstand, but the lack of it did not prevent the admiration every survivor felt. Oh my. This is such an intriguing state. Don't you think so, Lord Shiva? Shiva didn't reply immediately. Instead, he quietly observed Igor. He looked past the redhead's manic appearance and peered into his body. And what he saw surprised him. He's growing stronger. The people surrounding them couldn't help but feel shock at Shiva's words. Many of them didn't look deeply. But once they did, their eyes widened even further. It was true. Igor was getting stronger, and he seemed to get stronger with every hit he received. He is indeed growing stronger, my lord. If this rate continues, his power might very well double within the next hour. As for whether it will be a permanent increase, we can only wait. Shiva knew Nandi already had the answer. But he was indeed curious. As it stood, he could infer that Demori's power was already 20% higher than his previous state. The increase is slow, but it jumps slightly whenever added strikes dash. Boost. 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 With slightly widened eyes, Shiva watched as Added achieved a transcended state of speed. Oh. He could see Added landing numerous punches all across Igor's body. No matter how fast Added was, Shiva could see him perform each of those punches before finally retreating to launch one final punch to Igor's heart. Shiva watched as Igor began to stagger forward, the redhead's eyes growing lifeless. I doubt Demori will come back from this. Logically, Igor shouldn't have survived this. That punch, while it didn't obliterate his heart, completely shut it down. But out of nowhere, the surging demi-ki in his body suddenly flooded his heart. Not only did it repair it, it also made it stronger. Evolution. Not just his heart, but his entire body grew stronger. Just from this, Shiva knew that Added's previous attack would not work as well if he used the same intensity. But the most surprising thing that Shiva saw, something that almost made him throw away his dignity as a god, was how Igor's power suddenly jumped to 160x's base power from the previous 120x. Grew. Ha 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 ha. It wasn't just him who saw it. Everyone else did. Some of them couldn't hide their shocked gazes. Give me Marie. Grew. Shiva was glad he did not voice his doubt of Igor surviving. DxD. Boost. 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 It grated Added to admit it, but Igor was adapting, and if it continued, his defeat would be imminent. Over 10 minutes had gone by since Igor's power increased, and after using the zone 2 more times, its effectiveness was diminishing. Damn hack. His stamina had increased numerous folds compared to 3 years ago. But it still didn't equate to this stamina freak in front of him. Boost. It didn't mean he would give up. Chihuahua. With the thrusters behind him working at their maximum efficiency, he rushed forward at speeds Igor couldn't react to. Sue. One last try. Boost. 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 Added's power surged as it increased 1,000 times over. He could only hold this much power for a few moments at best, so he had to be quick. I am one with the world. As he entered the zone, Igor's elbow that was coming for him suddenly froze. Without hesitation, he struck him. Pa. 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 He didn't hold back. With complete ruthlessness, he struck Igor in all his vital spots, not with the intent to incapacitate, but to kill him. It certainly wasn't because he hated Igor, but because he knew that nothing short of death would put him down. Pa. 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 He stretched out the duration for as long as he could, each hit becoming more powerful than the next. As he neared his limit, he reeled his fist back. But this time, he didn't aim for the heart. Suuu. He aimed for the neck. Goo. Asterisk shatter, asterisk. As the color of the world began to fade in, Added felt confident in his victory, especially as Igor remained frozen on the spot, trails of blood leaking through his lips. Slowly, Added felt the remainder of his boosted power fade away. Out of no desire for any last-ditch surprises, he placed a few hundred meters of space between them. Sue. But he was assured of his victory. Igor's aura was weak. The injuries were so grievous that it would be easier to resurrect him than heal him. Gradually, Igor fell on one knee. Added admired his tenacity and desire not to lose, but it was hopeless. Wait a minute. Why was his aura not fading? Sue. 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 It wasn't getting weaker. In fact, it was getting stronger. Impossible. He survived that. Added couldn't let him stand up. If he stood up, then... No. Boost. 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 Shwa shwa. Rushing at full speed, Added intended to deliver one last attack. He couldn't let him get up again, otherwise, his chances of winning would completely evaporate. He had Igor on the ropes. If he could use his zone technique again, he was sure he would be able to fell this stubborn behemoth. Just one more. One more. Unfortunately, he was too late. Just as Added got within 3 meters of him, he was repelled by a rapid surge of power. Grew. As Igor's power rose once more, the force of the pressure he exerted sent Added flying backwards. Flipping back in midair, Added landed on his feet, but the damage had already been done. No. Igor's power was skyrocketing. The massive amount of energy he was releasing acted like a powerful barrier that would prevent anyone from getting close. Damn it. Blood covered Igor's chest like someone threw paint on him. His entire jawline was dyed red all the way to his neck. Several parts of his body had splotches of red beneath the skin, a sign of internal bleeding. Su. But as his power grew, those injuries faded like they never existed. Hiya. He shouted towards the skies as a violent curtain of crimson shrouded him. His power had increased over 200x his base state, yet it showed no signs of stopping. Having endured such a devastating attack and survived triggered his evolution multiple times over. No. I can't lose. I can't lose. Added's grievances aired themselves out in the face of this predicament. He didn't hate Igor. He hated his weakness. He hated that after all the work he did, after all the resources he's been given, and after all the guidance he's received, he still came up short. I'm unwilling. A green aura flashed around him as the emerald gem on his left hand glowed ominously. In the face of Igor's rising power, Added refused to acknowledge defeat. Gritting his teeth in mild fury, he took a glance at Igor before resolving himself. I who am about to awaken dash. Don't do it, son. Added momentarily froze as he heard Indra's voice in his mind. He did not expect his father would interfere like this. But, even if his father was advising him to stop, what was he expected to do against the figure clouded in a violent storm of energy? Son. Your state of mind is not suitable for the Juggernaut drive. You will lose yourself the moment you enter it, and not only will Igor eventually defeat you, you will lose at least a century of your lifespan. Do you truly want to take such a needless risk? Added had no reply. It was true that if he wasn't focused, he would lose himself to the power. But he was desperate. He needed the power brought by the Juggernaut drive. What do you expect me to do then, father? Without it, then dash. Son. I believe in you. Trust me when I tell you you're so close to a change you don't even realize it. Believe not only in your gear's strength, but in yours as well. I promise you the results will please you. With those words said, Indra cut off contact with his son. Whether Added followed his words or not would remain to be seen. Down below, Added looked at the ground in contemplation. He seemed uncaring for the world around him, his mind processing Indra's words. The silence seemed to stretch on forever as he battled his inner turmoil and all his insecurities. Igor was strong, much stronger than. But Indra believed in him. Father's right. Slowly, golden energy surrounded his scale mail as he raised his head. If he believes in me, then I'll believe in myself. Gradually, the golden aura around him surged as it flowed all the way into his left hand. All the while, he locked eyes with the sinister gaze smiling at him. I won't lose to you, Igor. A surge of power swelled around him as his armor glowed once more. You hear me? He shouted with fervor. I won't lose. Velocity ascend. Pa. In an instant, golden lightning struck Added, resulting in a bright yellow flash surrounding him. The strike was violent, the power behind it unmistakable. Hidden beneath the yellow flash, Added's figure seemed to be remolded once more as his power reached new margins. Zoo. Slowly, the bright flash faded. Added stood tall, his eyes imposing and unwavering. His scale mail now had evolved to become more angular and aerodynamic. Instead of only 2 jet-like wings, 2 more pairs formed beneath the first pair, making him have a total of 3 wings, each pair with varying lengths. Expanding from his rear was a very long tail over twice his height. With his new form, his power peaked. It was time for the second round. This time, Added would give it his all. Ascend. 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 An. Sorry for the late update. I was saddled with internal family matters I won't go into. Thank you for your patience in waiting, and I hope you will enjoy the next 3 chapters. I will do my best to make sure this doesn't happen again. Chapter 213, Chapter. Instead of only 2 jet-like wings, 2 more pairs formed beneath the first pair, making him have a total of 3 wings, each one with varying lengths. Expanding from his rear was a very long tail over twice his height. With his new form, his power peaked. It was time for the second round. This time, Added would give it his all. Ascend. 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 DxD. The announcement of Ascend from the boosted gear astounded many. It was the first time in history that a different phrase was used for when a wielder doubled their power. However, none dared to think too much for fear of missing any crucial details. This was history in the making and they were witnesses. Down below, Adid didn't grow complacent despite this new well of power coursing through him. He could feel it. Not just his power, but his speed had increased dramatically. Ascend. He clenched his fists. This time, he was not going to repeat the same mistake as before. This time. I'll end this in an instant. Ascend. He bided his time and waited for Igor. The least he could do was wait for his brother to evolve. It was also his penance for letting anger cloud him before. Su 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 su. On the opposite side, the dense aura of crimson surrounding Igor rapidly grew in intensity as he reached his new peak. The fluctuations were sporadic, the wisps of energy kicking up dust as the earth rumbled at the pressure he exerted. H-A-A-A-A-A-A-A. Grew. As he reached his peak, an all-powerful shockwave spread out, unleashing a hurricane that would have blown anyone else off their feet. Yet, Adid remained steadfast, his gaze unyielding as he faced his opponent. In front of Igor's manic smile, he remained calm, his mind no longer turbulent like before. He would not give Igor the chance to best him again. Ascend. 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 PSSHHHHH. He would no longer hesitate. Right here and right now, he would put Igor down and claim victory. Shua. With all 6 thrusters bursting behind him, he charged at speeds that eclipsed Igor's perception by miles. Goo. Landing a powerful punch, Adid dared not linger longer and circled around to land a knee on Igor's spine. Goo. Ascend. It was guerrilla warfare. Already knowing how Igor's sense of pain had dulled, Adid would strike a vital spot before vanishing, much to Igor's immense annoyance. Stop being a coward and fight. Grew. Exploding in power, he released a super-explosive barrier that absolutely destroyed everything around him. Boom. Far on the wayside, Adid stood crouched. Having instantly placed 100 kilometers of distance between them, he readied himself to charge forward once more. Ascend. Ascend. His thrusters were primed, his body coiled like a spring. As soon as that giant crimson dome vanished, he would rush forward without hesitation. Suuuuuuuuuuuu. Gradually, the dome vanished. But Adid could sense another surge of energy rising. Igor was preparing another attack. He wouldn't let him complete it. Shuawa. Dashing forward, he reached Igor so quickly that the redhead didn't even have the time to completely charge his energy wave attack. Su. Crouching low, Adid avoided the crimson orb on Igor's stretched out hand and clenched his fist. With complete precision, he let loose a punch that struck Igor squarely on his stomach. Boom. Fist met gut. The damage was critical. The strike was so impactful that it sounded like an explosion. Su. Without delay, Igor was sent flying. His eyes widened as spit involuntarily flew out of his mouth. But without the accompanying pain to distract his thoughts, his senses immediately spread out to perceive Adi. Goo. Boom. Without fanfare, Adid struck him once more with an overhead kick, instantly burying him dozens of meters into the ground. Ascend. 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 His thrusters burst to life once more before he descended like a missile. Ascend. Ascend. Boom. A giant plume of dust rose from the crater as if hundreds upon hundreds of dynamite sticks had been set off. The view of the scene was completely obscured with a dense brown curtain of sand and rubble, but the rapid increase in power was very clear to everyone's senses, along with a very jubilant laugh. Ha 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 ha. Got you. Su. From the dust cloud, Igor emerged with his hand firmly clasped around Adid's throat. His grip was so tight that Adid's armor visibly fractured around his neck. He had a bloody smile on his face, all while the cracking sound of his bones fixing themselves rang out. Adid had struck true on his chest, but Igor was just that durable. Maintaining a firm grasp on his neck, Igor flew up before he rapidly descended towards the ground and slammed Adid head first into the hardened earth. Boom. As the dust cloud, it revealed Igor to be mounted on top of Adid, his right hand balled into a fist. Payback. Ha 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 ha. Goo. 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 Without mercy, he proceeded to pummel Adid right in the face. Each punch sounded like an explosive and Adid was helpless to resist. His left hand remained firmly clenched around Adid's neck, his right hand raining blow after blow on his face. Goo. 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 Soon, Adid had enough. With his armor cracking, he knew it would be over if he lost consciousness here. Fueled by anger-induced clarity, he brought his hands in front of him and unleashed a green energy blast. But Igor already had the same thoughts as he released a mouth blast. Get off. Rah. Boom. Fortunately, the hastily charged blasts weren't powerful so the explosion wasn't too big. Still, as the loser of the exchange, Igor was flung several meters away. Krrrr. Skidding on the ground, Igor didn't dare let someone as slippery as Adid escape his grasp for long. Tsui. With a quick application of instant vanish, he appeared in front of Adid and grabbed his leg. It was heavily unfortunate for Adid since unlike Igor, the concussive force of the blast had temporarily immobilized him. Come. We're not done yet. Maintaining a firm hold on Adid, Igor swung him around like a club, slamming him on the ground multiple times. Boom. 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 Finally, he threw him up into the air and quickly charged up an attack. Rah. A powerful red energy wave came out of his mouth like a laser, instantly hitting Adid. Boom. Adid was sent flying further into the air. Tsui. And Igor was there to bring him back down. Goo. Bringing a double axe handle right on Adid's stomach, he sent him crashing into the ground below. Su'u, boom. Adid was really feeling the damage now. All the power he gained through ascending had completely drained and Igor wasn't allowing him any time to asen. Hello. Before he could react, Igor had already grabbed his face and pinned him to the ground. Doof. Hee, ha 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 ha. With a maniacal laugh, Igor treated him like a hoe and ran him through the ground, literally. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr as a tool to till the soil. A trench kilometers long stretched as Igor pressed Adid's face further and further into the ground. Once Adid's face was nearly submerged under a sea of earth, he finally stopped. He. And pulled him out. He. Having Adid hang lifelessly as he grabbed his face, Igor was filled with pride at having bested his quarry. Slowly, he reached out with his left hand and placed it near Adid's heart. Time for 99 dash. Ascend. Exclamation point. Bursting with newfound power, Adid reacted quickly and kicked Igor right in the armpit. Igor might not feel pain, but his arm would go numb. With Igor involuntarily letting go, Adid let himself fall into the ground. Plop. Upon landing, he crouched down to avoid Igor's remaining hand that reached out to grab him. Twisting his body, Adid raised his leg and struck Igor right in the ear. This served to make the redhead stumble, albeit temporarily. Ascend. Using his hands to push himself off the ground, Adid rushed forward and tackled Igor. It was a somewhat stupid move, but he had enough. Charging forward, he kept a firm hold around Igor's waist and ran. He had very few moments to act before Igor would grab him once more, something he didn't want. Ha! Having built up enough momentum, he threw Igor far off into the distance. Ascend. 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 Tsui. This time, Adid's perception was more than enough to see Igor appear in front of him. Calmly, he crouched and using Igor's momentum, he flung him over his shoulders into the ground. Boom. Quickly stretching out his hand, Adid fired a quick green blast right into Igor's face, temporarily disorienting him. Doof. Ascend. Picking up the redhead, Adid threw him away before ascending once more. Ascend. 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 He had already ascended 11 times. But because of Igor's constant interruption, he kept losing valuable time to build up the power needed to permanently end the redhead. Ascend. Ascend. Just one more ascension and he would be able to use Explosio. Su. Reacting quickly, Adid prepared to attack, behind him. Tsui. Just as Igor once more tried to be slick and use instant vanish, he was met with Adid's elbow to his nose just as soon as he appeared. Arg. Repaying the previous pleasantries, Adid placed his hand on Igor's stomach and unleashed a powerful energy wave attack. Dragon Blaster. Ka, Druu. Using some of his built-up power for the blast, Adid released the attack with such fervor that Igor was constantly pushed by the attack far off into the distance. He didn't stop. He needed to place as much ground between him and Igor for this to work. It wasn't until several hundred kilometers of distance opened up between them that Adid finally cancelled the attack. Ascend. 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 There was no time to waste. An attack of that level wouldn't put down Igor, but the next one would. Ascend. 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 Finally, his power reached its peak. Explosion. Su. It was too late. Even as Igor appeared once more, Adid casually dodged his outstretched hand. I am one with the world. Once again, the color faded from the world. This time, 3 more phantom versions of Adid appeared around Igor, each of them in varying states of executing an attack. And so it begun. Pa. 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 What appeared like hundreds of hands completely enveloped Igor. Fist upon fist struck his body with complete wild abandon. All his vitals were hit a multitude of times, and Adid made sure to be thorough this time. Using all of his power in his arsenal, Adid did not hold back in the slightest. With the time limit on his zone technique coming to an end, he struck as hard as he could with ruthless efficiency. Soon, all the numerous fists retreated to each of the four Adids as they got ready to launch the final blow. The original reeled back his fist, his aim set on Igor's head. One phantom got ready to launch a kick that would land on Igor's jaw. Another phantom ready to fist that would target the liver, and the last ready to palm strike towards Igor's back. As the time limit reached 0, all of them struck. Goo. 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 The damage was critical. Each vital area was struck with absolute accuracy. Shatter. As the color of the world bled in once more, all of Adid's phantom versions disappeared. This time, and without ceremony, Igor fell face first into the ground, a pool of blood forming underneath him. The damage he suffered was so much that even with his massively increased defense and stamina, he could not withstand so many undefended attacks, especially to his vital points. Reset. As the power of explosion ran out, Adid lost his armor as well as his power increase after the announcement. Exhausted, the Brunetti fell on his rear next to Igor. HAAA, HAAA, HAAA. He did not come out of this exchange without damage either. A small trickle of blood had made its way past his lips, but his pain was minor compared to Igor. HAAA, ha ha ha. I won. Adid was so happy, so absorbed in his victory that he did not notice one crucial detail. Igor's hair was still red. And all the symptoms of battle lust Igor trained himself to remove have manifested themselves in this form. Realistically, he could have won this fight if he didn't gloat.